Section 101. Yu Jin let out a soft cry. Hiss. Yu Jin lowered his head, inhaling sharply. His gaze returned to the proliferation attribute. More precisely, it landed on superproliferation LV1. Superproliferation LV1. Active effect briefly breaks through biological limitations, causing limbs/organs to expand 3 times in volume. Buzz. Yu Jin's mind stirred. Rip. The sound of tearing fabric echoed in the dormitory. Yu Jin quickly stopped. Powerful. Too powerful. Yu Jin exclaimed. He began testing several other abilities. But not long after, Yu Jin received a phone call from Old Yu. On the phone, Old Yu told Yu Jin, return to Yizhu as soon as possible. He had something very important to entrust to him. Something very important? Yu Jin frowned slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. The next moment, buzz. He didn't take the stairs, but directly teleported to the location of the spatial imprint he had left in Yizhu, a deserted alley without surveillance cameras. Yizhu. Old Yu's noodle shop. In a room on the 2nd floor. After hanging up the phone, Old Yu carefully took a locked wooden box from the cabinet. Click. The lock opened. Inside the wooden box lay an envelope sealed with beeswax. On the envelope were 4 crooked words to be opened by Xiao Jin. Who? Old Yu let out a long sigh. He stared at the envelope for a long time, as if making a decision. Cao Fang, seeing Old Yu's reaction, sighed softly. This envelope was given to the two of them by the director of the Sunshine Orphanage before his death. No matter what, Xiao Jin must open this himself. You must all resist the urge to look, you mustn't look. The old headmaster's dying words still seemed to echo in their ears. Should we really give it to Xiao Jin now? Cao Fang still hesitated. She felt this envelope might contain information about Yu Jin's background. She had adopted Yu Jin for 18 years, although they weren't related by blood, their bond was stronger than that of mother and son. We must give it to him. It's time. Old Yu was no longer his usual carefree self. Instead, his eyes held an unusual depth and seriousness. Actually, what Cao Fang didn't know was that when the old headmaster handed him the envelope, he had whispered a few more words in his ear. Those words. Old Yu had memorized them for over 1,000 days and nights, remembering every single word clearly. Lyman, is there something you haven't told me? After all, they'd been husband and wife for decades, and Cao Fang noticed Old Yu's unusual behavior. Sigh. Old Yu let out a long sigh. He looked at Cao Fang, then glanced outside to make sure Yu Chen wasn't eavesdropping upstairs. When the old director passed away, he pulled me aside and said a few more words. Do you remember? Cao Fang nodded. She remembered it clearly. The old director had passed away from cancer 3 years ago, and the couple had personally attended his funeral. At that time, Yu Jin was preparing for the college entrance exam, and his parents, fearing it would affect his studies, had kept the director's death a complete secret. Yu Jin only found out after the exam. At that time, Yu Jin and Old Yu had a minor argument because of it. What did the old dean say? Is it related to this letter? Cao Fang clutched the hem of her clothes, somewhat nervous. Yes. Yu Lyman nodded vigorously. The old dean told me. If one day, something strange, inexplicable happens in this world, something beyond the realm of science, something related to gods, leave it to Xiao Jin. Cao Fang's eyes widened upon hearing this. Gulp. She subconsciously swallowed. Strange, inexplicable things? Isn't that what Yu Jin told them about traveling through the wasteland last night? Sigh. Old Yu sighed heavily again. You know, Fang, for the past 3 years, I've been thinking about the old headmaster's last words. I thought to myself, how could there be such things as gods and immortals in this world? I even considered secretly opening the envelope to see what was written inside. But I resisted. Now, 3 years have passed, and according to Xiao Jin, there are less than 2 days left until he crosses over to that wasteland world. This letter should be given to him. Just as she finished speaking, Yu Chen's exclamation rang out from downstairs. Brother, why did you suddenly come back? Section 102. Chapter 74 Background. Old Yu's Noodle Shop. After listening to Old Yu and his companion recount the whole story, Yu Jin solemnly opened the envelope. Lines of slightly hasty, weak handwriting came into view. Little Jin, this letter is like seeing you in person. Grandpa knows he doesn't have many days left to live. There's something I've thought about and decided to tell you. It concerns your background. 18 years ago, at the end of the year, December 31st, heavy snow. That was the day you arrived at the orphanage. IVE never told you how you came to be here, nor have I told anyone else. Because your arrival doesn't seem like something that happens in the human world. That day, I saw you appear out of thin air in front of the orphanage. Yes, out of thin air. Like you fell out of thin air. I was terrified, thinking I'd encountered a ghost, but you just lay there quietly on the snow at the gate, neither crying nor making a fuss. Even though I was scared, I couldn't bear it, so I carried you back to the yard. That night, after settling you in, I had a strange dream. I dreamt. Many, many suns turned black. I dreamt. Countless galaxies went out one after another. I've never seen anything like it before, not even on TV. I was terrified. What terrified me even more was, at the end of the dream, I saw you, still a child. You neither cried nor made a fuss, you just appeared quietly before me. At the end of the dream, I heard a voice. I couldn't tell if it was a man's or a woman's voice. They said, Jin. So I named you Jin. After that, I thought about whether to call the police, whether to tell Guoju about it, but I figured no one would believe me anyway, and most importantly, you're very well behaved, very quiet. I think, no matter where you came from, you're still a child. If I handed you over to Guoju, you might be treated like a monster and sent to the operating table for research, like in the movies. I kept it a secret. The caregivers at the orphanage all thought you, like the other children in the orphanage, were deliberately abandoned at the door by irresponsible parents. No one knows you appeared out of thin air. 15 years ago, Lyman and Cao Fang, those two children, came to the orphanage and adopted you. I hesitated whether to tell them, but after much thought, I decided to keep it a secret. I was worried it wouldn't be good for you. Now, my days are numbered, and my dying thought is still of that snowy day 18 years ago. Child, by the time you read this letter, Grandpa will be gone. I told Lyman that if anything supernatural or ghostly happens, then give this letter to you. Child, I don't know where you came from, but in Grandpa's heart, you will always be a good child who never cries or makes a fuss. Yu Jin remained silent, closing the envelope. His heart was in turmoil, a storm that raged for a long time. Grandpa, the orphanage director. Before he was 3, Yu Jin was raised by his grandfather in an orphanage. But Yu Jin never imagined. The letter his grandfather left him before he passed away contained so much information, so much that Yu Jin felt bewildered and lost. Had he fallen from the sky? Yu Jin felt awkward and indescribable unease, but he believed his grandfather wouldn't lie to him. He was a kind old man who had given him all his love. Little Jin? Old Yu and Cao Fang hadn't seen the contents of the letter, but seeing Yu Jin's reaction, they couldn't help but worry. For 18 years, Yu Jin had always been the most sensible child. They had never seen such a bewildered look on his face. Little Jin. Cao Fang grasped Yu Jin's hand, holding it tightly. Yu Jin was still somewhat confused. He numbly raised his head. No matter what was written in the letter, you will always, always, always be Mom's good child. Cao Fang's voice was already trembling with tears. Old Yu, on the other side, also showed a rare hint of paternal tenderness. Xiao Jin, your dad's here. Old Yu patted Yu Jin's shoulder forcefully. Tap tap. A moment later, Yu Chen also ran upstairs. He didn't know what had happened, but seeing Yu Jin's reaction, Yu Chen ran up to Yu Jin and gave him a big bear hug. Brother, you'll always be my brother. Yu Jin stayed alone in his room. Old Yu, Cao Fang, and Yu Chen didn't disturb him, giving him time to process his emotions. From beginning to end, none of the three asked what was written in the letter left by the old headmaster. How much time had passed? Outside the small windows of the room, the sky was gradually darkening. Yu Jin exhaled a long breath. This letter had indeed had a profound impact on him. Considering the current state of the Wasteland game on Blue Star, the impending journey through the Wasteland, and the approaching Oumuamua, potentially spreading pollution, and the system inexplicably bound to him, everything seemed shrouded in a thick fog, and Yu Jin was at the center of that fog, unable to touch or see clearly. What should I do? Yu Jin asked himself. Soon, he got the answer. Become stronger. For him, these fogs were completely inaccessible at this moment. Only becoming stronger was the only answer. With this thought in mind, Yu Jin took out his phone. Section 103. He dialed Yin Yao's number. Beep beep. The call connected. What's wrong, President? Yin Yao's voice sounded tired. Yu Jin didn't know, she had spent the entire day leveling up in the Wasteland. Could the nuclear waste arrangements be moved up a bit? Yu Jin asked earnestly. According to the original plan, he was supposed to wait until tomorrow morning to set off for the nuclear waste base in the northwest of Great Xia, but Yu Jin realized that time might not be enough. He had slept for a whole day to advance from rank 7 to rank 8, and from rank 8 to rank 9, if he fell into a long slumber again, he wouldn't have time to unleash a full-blown purification light on Oumuamua before transmigrating. Yes, I'll go talk to Grandpa. Yin Yao didn't understand why Yu Jin wanted to move up, but she still gave a very affirmative answer. The call ended. Yu Jin let out a long sigh. Now that he was at the 8th rank, crystals of the 6th rank and below would have a negligible effect on advancing his rank, even if he consumed them. He had actually considered. Today, the penultimate day, he could go to the aquarium or the sea to see if he could fleece some sharks, whales, or other mutated beasts. But ultimately, he didn't go. Because rather than wasting a lot of time on 6th, 7th, or even 8th rank mutated beasts for a couple of crystals, it was better to speed things up and head straight for nuclear waste. Chapter 75 The Base. September 8, 2025, 7 p.m. 29 hours until crossing into the Wasteland. In the state of Yi, at the entrance of Old Yu's noodle shop, Yu Jin said goodbye to his family. Little Jin, no matter what you do, you must be careful, you must. Old Yu repeated over and over. Xiao Jin, Mom's waiting for you here. Cao Fang cried her eyes out. Brother, I'll work hard to level up and become stronger in the Wasteland. If you also transmigrate, I'll protect you. Yu Chen pumped his fist, his youthful face filled with seriousness and determination. Let's go. A figure dressed as a soldier led Yu Jin away from the noodle shop. Meanwhile, another group of soldiers chose not to leave, but stayed. For the next period of time, we'll be responsible for your safety. Clearly, this was also Yin Shanhai's arrangement. 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhongcheng, Airport. Yu Jin boarded the helicopter. The deafening roar of the propellers was ear-piercing. We're going to the northwest base. The whole journey will take about 4 to 5 hours. Across from Yu Jin, a man with a badge on his shoulder and bronze skin shouted, "Okay." Yu Jin responded loudly. At the same time, following the other party's suggestion, he put on his earmuffs. A few minutes later, the fully loaded armed helicopter slowly took off. With the roar of its propellers, the helicopter roared away from Zhongcheng, heading northwest. On the helicopter, Yu Jin looked out the window. Zhongcheng was brightly lit at this moment. Even now, news of crossing the Wasteland and Oumuamua remained strictly blocked. But Yu Jin had learned some information from Yin Yao before boarding the helicopter. Starting tomorrow, that is, after midnight tonight, Great Xiao would enter a state of martial law. All transportation will be gradually suspended starting tomorrow night at midnight, before the time travel occurs. Simultaneously, all industrial facilities, including power plants, will activate backup power to prevent paralysis due to Oumuamua interference. Furthermore, regional forces will be mobilized to maintain social order and stability. The evening news broadcast at 7 p.m. tomorrow will inform the entire nation of the impending Wasteland crossing. In the final 5 hours, information about the Wasteland world and survival skills will be disseminated to 1.4 billion people. Yin Yao hasn't mentioned the Oumuamua crisis at all. Yu Jin's suspects. Yin Yao is probably still being kept in the dark by Yin Shanhai. At yesterday's dinner, although Yin Shanhai didn't mention rebirth, Yu Jin is quite certain that the information brought by the rebirth is likely from Yin Yao herself. The reason is simple. The Wasteland game only appeared on September 2nd, as did the helmet. Yin Yao, on September 2nd, proactively sought to join the club. These two events occurred incredibly close, almost simultaneously. If it were an ordinary person who had been reborn, even if he reported the information, Yin Shanhai would likely need time to investigate and verify it. Only after investigation and verification would Yin Yao, as his granddaughter, know and, based on the rebirth information, take the initiative to approach him. There would definitely be a time lag in this process. But if it were Yin Yao herself who had been reborn, her identity and background would eliminate most of the time lag. Furthermore, she wouldn't need to wait for the investigation and verification results, she could come to him directly. As for Yin Yao seeking his help, Yu Jin found it quite reasonable, human nature. One should judge actions, not intentions, and by intentions, no one in the world is perfect. But why Yin Shanhai would conceal information about Oumuamua from Yin Yao, Yu Jin didn't know. Perhaps it was out of personal motives? He didn't want Yin Yao to worry about her family, so he could travel to the Wasteland without worry? Old Master Yin probably didn't choose to wear the helmet, he's gambling on the remaining probability of not traveling. Yu Jin speculated in his mind. After a moment, Yu Jin shook his head, temporarily setting aside these chaotic thoughts. He looked down and opened a document. This was the document Yin Shanhai had given him at the dinner party last night, which included the intelligence information about the Wasteland world that Guojia's forces had collected so far. The document was thick, containing a lot of information. Section 104. Ember hadn't had a chance to examine it closely before, but now, on the way to the nuclear waste base, he could finally digest it properly. The Wasteland world is not virtual, its essence is a celestial body similar to Earth, temporarily named Wasteland Planet. Based on the coordinate information brought back by 100,000 people, a 3 might be the planet's number, and 01-99 might be the region numbers. Currently known, each region varies in size, but each region has at least hundreds of refuge cities. The Wasteland world has a large number of native inhabitants. Preliminary speculation suggests they are veteran players who previously traveled from other planetary civilizations. These veteran players control almost all the refuge cities on the Wasteland. During the closed beta, these veteran players seem to have a knowledge barrier regarding our Blue Star users. Analysis suggests this might be due to the new player protection mechanism introduced during the closed beta. That is, during the closed beta, Blue Star players had extremely low visibility compared to the native inhabitants. They were even unaware of the anomalies that appeared out of nowhere when new players logged into Wasteland. Meanwhile, during the closed beta, the native inhabitants showed very little malice towards Earth players. Unless actively provoked, new players were almost never attacked by natives. But the above newbie protection mechanism immediately became ineffective after the mass transmigration. The Wasteland world has a self-sufficient survival system. The food source for ordinary refugees is mostly low-level mutated beasts in the wild, but the meat of these beasts is contaminated, and long-term consumption will cause refugees to become infected. The water source for ordinary refugees comes from refuge cities. These refuge cities seem to have a special mechanism that continuously produces drinking water for the refugees. Water sources exist outside the refuge city, but they are mostly occupied by mutated beasts/infected beings, with only a few remaining unclaimed. The most important resource in the Wasteland world is crystals. Contaminated crystals are the most widely distributed. Their origin and why they haven't dried up despite continuous mining are currently unknown. Infection crystals and energy crystals both originate from mutated beasts or infected beings. Mutated beasts may have mutated from plants and animals that crossed over to the Wasteland. Infected beings mutated from humans. Ember turned the pages of the document. Before this, unable to log into Wasteland, his information about the Wasteland world came from online forums and descriptions by Old Kui and his group. The information was there, but scattered. In contrast, what Yin Shanhai gave him was carefully organized and meticulously analyzed data. Its value was comparable to the map brought back by 100,000 people. And this further solidified Yu Jin's resolve to purify Oumuamua. No matter what, I must give it a good thrashing before I cross over. Even if I can't completely purify it, I must weaken its polluting properties as much as possible. That way, Blue Star might have a chance to survive until the day I return from the Wasteland. Yu Jin murmured to himself, gazing out the porthole. While he was reviewing the data, over 4 hours had unknowingly passed. At this moment, the helicopter was slowly descending. What Yu Jin saw was a desolate, uninhabited Gobi Desert under the cover of night. According to Yin Yao's information, beneath this Gobi Desert lay a staggering 100,000 tons of nuclear waste. Chapter 76, 9th Tier Contamination Source. Gobi Desert. Great Xi'an Nuclear Waste Storage Base. My country generates approximately 3,200 to 3,500 tons of nuclear waste annually, accounting for nearly one-third of the global total. Of this, high-level radioactive waste accounts for about 1% of the total. It is extremely radioactive and has a half-life of tens of thousands of years. Low and intermediate-level radioactive waste accounts for 99%, with a shorter half-life. It is treated using cement and asphalt solidification technologies. The most concerning is the high-level radioactive waste, which is the most polluting and cannot be completely treated with current technology. It can only be treated using vitrification technology and then buried. We melt high-level radioactive waste liquid with glass raw materials at a high temperature of 1100 degrees Celsius. After cooling, a stable glass body is formed, which is then encased in metal containers and bentonite and buried 500,1000 meters underground. Yu Jin, the place where you are standing right now is the largest solid nuclear waste burial site in our Great Xia. It contains thousands of tons of high-level radioactive waste and nearly 100,000 tons of low and intermediate-level radioactive waste. Base Conference Room. Several elderly experts, all holding academician titles, were explaining nuclear waste to Yu Jin. On either side of the conference room, armed figures stood guard, their eyes sharp and expressions serious. Yu Jin. The elderly experts at the front of the conference room exchanged glances. The one with the least hair looked at Yu Jin and spoke first. Nuclear waste disposal is not something that can be done overnight. You, alone, trying to handle nuclear waste, especially nearly 100,000 tons of nuclear waste, is simply impossible. The elderly expert initially wanted to say nonsense, but considering that the young man's trip was personally approved by Yin Shanhai, he carefully chose a more tactful approach. His words fell. The other experts in the base, including the routine maintenance personnel, all echoed his sentiments. Yes, Yu Jin. Nuclear waste radiation is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could cause irreversible damage to your body. How about we just take a look? We can avoid getting close to the nuclear waste? Yu Jin knew these people were thinking of him, but he didn't want to waste time on empty talk. Yu Jin stood up and looked directly at the old expert who had spoken first. You said the nuclear waste is buried 500,1000 meters below us, right? The old expert nodded. Can people go down there? Yu Jin pressed. The old expert looked hesitant, but still answered truthfully, generally speaking, it's not recommended for people to go down. In recent years, we've been using automated robots to transport and bury underground nuclear waste. So you can go down. Yu Jin nodded, having received a definite answer. Then take me downstairs. Yu Jin's tone was extremely serious. After he finished speaking, the people in the conference room exchanged glances. Several experts and officials wanted to say something, but after moving their lips, they couldn't utter a single word. They recalled the authority in Shanghai had granted Yu Jin for this trip. His exact words were, "Fully support all actions." Section 105. He's going to blow up the nuclear waste base. We'll all support him. Yu Jin, wearing thick protective gear, stood on the underground hoist platform. Around the hoist, a group of experts and managers, also wearing protective suits, all wore worried expressions. To be honest, in their eyes, this young man, Yu Jin, was simply fooling around. How could he go down alone, without any tools, without any technology, empty-handed, to purify nuclear waste? This kind of thing, isn't it child's play? If it weren't for Yin Shanhai's approval, these experts would have already given Yu Jin, this hothead, a good dressing down. Ready. Despite their inner turmoil, the official documents were paramount. Since Yu Jin insisted on going down the hoist alone, everyone could only fully support him. At this moment, the base's chief manager looked at Yu Jin, making a final confirmation. Ready. Ember's voice, muffled and deep, came through the thick protective suit. Okay. The underground situation is complex, and there are no surveillance cameras. In case of any situation, please communicate immediately via radio. Please ensure your own safety. The chief supervisor finished speaking. Whoosh. Clatter. The shaft of the hoist turned. Ember on the platform began to descend deeper underground. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. When the hoist reached 500 meters underground, the platform stopped. Before Ember's eyes appeared a large, flat underground level. Above the level, the nuclear waste wasn't piled up in containers like in the movies. On the contrary, the nuclear waste had all been complexly processed and, like batteries, inserted one by one into cylindrical pits 3 to 5 meters in diameter and about 10 meters deep. Ember stepped off the platform and walked directly to the nearest pit. Warning! Warning! You are approaching a 9th-tier contamination source nuclear. The contamination source is massive in scale. Your ant-like body cannot withstand its corrosive effects. Please move away immediately. The system notification arrived as expected before Yu Jin's eyes. As anticipated, the nuclear contamination was indeed classified as 9th tier. This brought a slight sense of relief to Yu Jin. He crouched down and reached out to touch the battery buried in the crater. Purifying light. A thought flashed through Yu Jin's mind. A dazzling halo erupted from his hand, illuminating the previously dim underground level. Then, the system gave no further indication. No effect? Yu Jin was immediately stunned. He frowned, lost in thought. Nuclear contamination, in essence, is actually contamination by highly radioactive elements. It includes uranium, U, plutonium, Pu, neptunium, Np, and other highly radioactive elements. Nuclear contamination is called contamination because this radioactive radiation causes irreversible damage to nature and living organisms. But, essentially, they are also elements, not dirty stuff. It's just that humans define them as dirty stuff. The effects of the purifying light are healing, purification, and dispelling. Purification should correspond to the kind of contamination found in the Wasteland world. Things like the unknown substance carried by Oumuamua are dirty stuff, so it's ineffective against nuclear waste. Ember concluded. Then, he changed his approach. Ember reached out and touched the glassy nuclear waste buried in the crater again. Buzz! The space trembled slightly. A deep black hole, no bigger than a fist, appeared above Ember's right hand. The black hole emitted waves of spatial attraction. Crack! 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 A series of crisp cracking sounds emanated from the glassy waste. In just a few seconds, they were sucked into the spatial black hole and annihilated. Before Yu Jin's eyes, a new text message popped up on the system panel. With the body of an ant, you have purified a 9th-order pollution source, core, beyond your level. Such a feat, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounds throughout the Wasteland. You have gained Wasteland points 1,000,000. You have gained resources 8th order energy crystal *1. Prompt. Due to the enormous scale and vast number of 9th order pollution sources, you can choose to accumulate purification progress and claim the reward all at once, or claim the reward separately after each purification is completed. Chapter 77 The Torrent. Whoosh. A flash of white light, and Yujin found himself holding an irregular crystal radiating abundant energy. This time, the system was considerate, offering the option to claim the reward independently. Yujin didn't hesitate and claimed it immediately. Although 100% purification might make the reward more generous, time was tight, and Yujin wasn't even sure if he could process all 100,000 tons of waste in the last day. Moreover, claiming the reward all at once meant that even with a large quantity of crystals, Yujin would have to consume them all in a short time. Unsurprisingly, he would definitely fall into a deep sleep. And Yujin's choice was crack. A crisp sound echoed through the level 500 meters underground, consuming crystals while purifying. After all, although he didn't use his abilities often, Yujin understood the energy consumption mechanism of superpowers. Buzz. Yujin used both hands. Each hand generated a small black hole. Crack, crack. The sound of solid glass shattering echoed continuously. Crash, crash. The highly radioactive nuclear waste, which terrified countless people outside, was sucked into the black holes and instantly annihilated. Section 106. Hey, even with high radioactivity, it's still matter, still an element. If it's matter, then Cave Bro should absorb it. The dimly lit underground level, scattered with countless pits. Each pit contained a cylindrical solid nuclear waste. Ember tirelessly absorbed it one after another. On the semi-transparent panel before him, lines of text information popped up. With the body of an ant, you purified a ninth-order contamination source nuclear. Such a feat, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounds throughout the wasteland. You have obtained resources 8th-order energy crystal *1. It's worth mentioning, after what seemed like the umpteenth purification, the system's repeated reward mechanism was triggered again. The crystal was still given, but the points were no longer available. This made Ember feel somewhat regretful. Snap! Another 8th-tier energy crystal was consumed. Yujin could feel himself one step closer to the 9th tier. However, Yujin also clearly felt that the energy required to advance from the 8th to the 9th tier had reached an unbelievable level. If breaking from the 7th tier to the 8th tier was like filling a pond with energy, then going from the 8th to the 9th tier was like filling the Pacific Ocean. The difference was terrifying. No, running around like this is too inefficient and too slow. Even if I purified nonstop until midnight, I'd still have a slim chance of breaking through to the 9th tier. After a brief period of frenzied absorption by the black hole, Ember stopped. He began to ponder whether there was a more efficient way to purify the black hole. Expand the black hole's size? No, the larger the black hole, the stronger the gravity. The entire underground would collapse if we're not careful. Wait! Ember's eyes suddenly lit up. Elements, metallic elements. No matter how radioactive nuclear waste is, its essence is still metallic elements. Whoosh! Ember's mind raced, and he brought up his personal panel. His gaze fell on the abilities section. More precisely, the metal attribute ability section. Tier 1 metal attribute ability, metal manipulation LV1. Passive effect, can sense the distribution of surrounding metallic elements, immune to metal attacks of lower tiers than oneself. Active effect, manipulates metallic substances within its range, altering their shape and density. 5th tier metal attribute ability, metal torrent LV1. Active effect, decomposes metallic substances within the area, forming a controllable metal storm. Solid nuclear waste is essentially a solid liquid mixture containing various heavy metal radioactive elements. Then, it's coated with cement and bentonite, forming the cylinders I see. So, I only need to use metal manipulation to sense the distribution of elements like uranium in the surrounding area. Next, I'll use metal torrent to decompose the uranium and other heavy metal elements I want to purify, transforming them into small metal storms. Finally, then, I'll control the storms to enter the spatial black hole I've condensed. As long as the sensing and control range of metal manipulation and metal torrent is wide enough, I can even sit still and wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Fully automated production line, done. Ember thought it was increasingly feasible. The next second, he ran to the center of the vast underground level and sat down on the floor. Then, Ember closed his eyes and activated metal manipulation LV.1. In an instant, the world he saw changed. He could see various free-floating metallic elements, or, in chemical terms, metal atoms. In short, Ember could see them. Even Ember, who wasn't proficient in chemistry, could accurately distinguish various different metallic elements with the help of this ability. Uranium, U, plutonium, Pu, neptunium, Np, actinium, Ac, americium, Am, curium, Cm, berkelium, Bk, californium, Cf, einsteinium, Es. All of these together constituted the 9th-order contamination source nuclear. Nuclear, come here. Ember opened his eyes and shouted in a childish, Shuyunibia tone. Whoosh, whoosh. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the cylindrical structures previously buried underground began to vibrate gently. Then, centered on Yujin's body, countless heavy metal elements on the underground level converged and intertwined, actually condensing into a dazzlingly colored torrent. Actually, although it was said to be 100,000 tons of waste, the actual core extracted was not much. Come to the holes! Yujin shouted again. He stretched his hands forward. Before him, one small spatial black hole after another appeared. Yujin could control quite a few black holes, dozens in total, but currently he couldn't let them stray too far from his body. Sizzle! Sizzle! The torrent silently and quietly disappeared into the small black holes. Before Yujin's eyes, the text information popping up on the panel jumped wildly, like garbled code. Awesome! Yujin felt incredibly refreshed. Crunch! He even had time to pop out one 8th tier energy crystal after another. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Yujin thought of an even better way to improve efficiency. 2nd tier proliferation attributability, split LV1. Active effect, creates a physical clone that lasts for 1 minute, inherits 30% of the original's attributes. This was a new ability granted to him by the proliferation attribute. Now, it could also come in handy. Section 107. Although it could only last for 1 minute, although it could only create one, and although it only possessed 30% of the original's attributes. But, it was enough. Ember's mind stirred. His flesh and bones began to write strangely. A moment later, an identical Ember stood before him. Heh! Ember grinned, revealing his teeth. Heh! Ember followed suit, grinning with his teeth. The physical clone lacked the ability to think, it could only mechanically obey commands and mimic Ember's actions. A moment later, in a level 500 meters underground in the Gobi Desert, two figures sat cross-legged, hundreds of meters apart. A torrent of metal surged, a black hole of time swirled. A crisp crack echoed incessantly. Chapter 78. Another punch. Northwest Desert. Great Xi'an Nuclear Waste Storage Base. The gray-haired experts, the base's chief supervisor, the nuclear waste maintenance personnel, each wore a worried expression, pacing back and forth like ants on a hot plate. 3 hours. He went down into the well at 1 p.m., and it's been a full 3 hours. The chief supervisor's originally square face was now completely wrinkled, almost becoming a round face. Xiao Lu, I told you to call him, has there been any response? He called over the newly hired intern at the base. No. Xiao Liu's voice was hoarse now. Thank God. He had been calling out Ember into the pager for 2 whole hours. By the end, he felt like he was almost turning into the shape of Ember himself. Keep calling. The chief supervisor gave the order. Okay. Xiao Lu answered, forcing a smile. Time slowly passed. Another hour went by. The sky over the northwestern desert was beginning to lighten with the pale glow of dawn. It was 6 in the morning, almost daylight. But Yujin, since going down the well, there had been no sound from him. No, we can't let him mess around like this, something bad will happen. Xiao Lu, put on your protective suit, I'm going down to find him. The chief supervisor shouted. But, the words had barely left his lips. Swish, swish. 2 heavily armed figures blocked the chief supervisor's path. According to orders, no one is allowed to interfere with Yujin's actions without his permission. If you want to go down the well, you must get Yujin's consent. The crew-cut youth spoke each word clearly. The chief supervisor's face darkened, but he knew that reasoning with these two was pointless. For them, obeying orders was their duty, everything else was futile. But, he couldn't just stand by and watch Yujin disappear after going down the well. Although he didn't know Yujin's exact identity, a young man who could have Yin Shanhai personally approve and endorse if something happened to him, the head of the department broke out in a cold sweat. No, give me permission, I need to call Elder Yin. The words had barely left his lips. Tap tap. Several middle-aged men wearing thick glasses and work uniforms stumbled up to him. Chief Engineer Do. Radiation. The radiation is decreasing. Northwest Base. Data Monitoring Room. As a base for burying 100,000 tons of nuclear waste, a crucial task here is monitoring nuclear radiation data. But at this moment, the base's chief supervisor, Do Qingfeng, stared blankly at the steadily declining curve on the large screen. The curve represents radiation intensity. Do Qingfeng has been at this base for a full 20 years. He's seen the radiation curve rise slightly each time waste was buried, but he's never seen the radiation curve is declining. You have to understand. The half-lives of those high-level radioactive elements are often tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Logically speaking, with a human lifespan of a mere 100 years, there's simply no way they could witness a decline in the radiation curve, let alone such a significant and sustained decline. Embers? What did he do? He moved tens of thousands of tons of nuclear waste? No, impossible. He's just one person, he couldn't possibly move even a single solid waste column, let alone tens of thousands of tons. Dou Qingfeng stared at the screen, growing increasingly bewildered. His scientific understanding and worldview, built up over many years, were shattered at this moment. After a long while, he made up his mind. Go down the mine, I have to go down. I want to see what he's doing in there. Section 108. If we say. Previously, he was worried about something happening to Eugene, but now, he is truly seeking the truth and unraveling the mystery. After all, he had dedicated decades to the field of nuclear waste disposal, and he truly couldn't comprehend the situation unfolding before him. If it weren't for repeated verification, he would have thought the monitoring equipment was malfunctioning. Half an hour later, Dou Qingfeng's request to speak with Yin Shanhai was approved. 5 minutes later, beep beep, the landline rang. Dou Qingfeng picked up the phone, first offering a standard and sincere greeting in official English, then briefly reporting the unusual situation at the base to Yin Shanhai. A brief silence followed on the other end of the line. Application to go down the mine, denied. Ember work, full support. Yin Shanhai left Dou Qingfeng with these 16 words before hanging up. Dou Qingfeng stood there, unable to recover for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly began to question the meaning of life. This world, is it really still the world he knew? Time slowly passed. Noon, Northwest Base. Dou Qingfeng received news that filled him with immense joy. Yu Jin replied, but unfortunately, Dou Qingfeng's joy lasted only 2 minutes. Yu Jin wants us to continue lowering the drilling platform. He said he's going to a flat layer 1,000 meters underground. Dou Qingfeng desperately wanted to ask Yu Jin what he was doing down there, how he managed to reduce the radiation. But, he didn't even have a chance to ask, because Yu Jin had already hung up the pager, and subsequent calls went unanswered. Lower the hoisting platform. Target depth, 1,000 meters. Dou Qingfeng took a deep breath and gave the order. Boom! Rumble! The hoisting platform's axles roared. Yu Jin stood on the platform, his eyes glazed. He wasn't putting on airs or refusing to answer Dou Qingfeng's call. But, he was about to reach his limit. Not the nuclear radiation. For someone already at the 8th rank, mere radiation was insignificant. What truly overwhelmed him was the 8th rank energy crystal. For the past 11 hours, he had been relentlessly purifying the nuclear contamination and also relentlessly consuming crystals. Yu Jin didn't know how many 8th rank crystals he had consumed. He was numb. But, as he consumed more and more crystals, that familiar, intense feeling of dizziness and vertigo returned. No, I can't sleep. Yu Jin bit his tongue. But the pain wasn't enough to keep him awake. I still need to break through to the 9th rank, I still need to purify Aomo before I transmigrate. Yu Jin told himself this over and over. When the hoisting platform stopped, he was almost numb as he moved his body off the platform. Then, he repeated the process. Split into a physical clone, manipulated the metal sensory elements, condensed a torrent of metal, unfolded a spatial black hole, and then, crack, never before had Ember felt that consuming crystals was such a painful and torturous thing. The intense dizziness had exceeded physiological limits, reaching the deepest recesses of his soul. Even at the 8th rank, Yu Jin was completely powerless to resist. No, I can't sleep. Just as Yu Jin's consciousness began to wane again, and his vision was about to completely disappear into darkness, he gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his fist. He slammed it down heavily between his legs. Ah! A piercing scream of extreme pain echoed from 1,000 meters underground. Just 5 minutes later, under the effect of first-rank proliferation attributability cell regeneration LV1, Yu Jin's lost limbs were restored. But, crunch, another crystal was swallowed, and Yu Jin's consciousness began to wane again. Damn it! Yu Jin cursed, throwing another punch. Chapter 79, A Glimpse of Life. Time passed slowly. The Gobi Desert. Dou Qingfeng and the others watched the sun rise in the east and set in the west. In the blink of an eye, the entire day passed. Now the sun was setting, and it was dusk. He still hasn't come out. Dou Qingfeng sighed, having given up on the idea of going down the well to investigate. In the base's not-so-large conference room, it was now crowded with people. During the day, the base received a notice from above, instructing everyone to assemble on time to watch tonight's news. Section 109. Dou Qingfeng was puzzled, but obeyed. On the large screen at the front of the conference room, after the familiar opening theme played. However, the person appearing on the television screen was not the host from the balcony. Ladies and gentlemen, Yin Shanhai's expression was extremely serious. It was a seriousness that Dou Qingfeng, and the other 1.4 billion people, had never seen before. It is now, September 9, 2025, 7 p.m. Only 5 hours remain before countless people around the world are transported to the Wasteland alternate world. Yin Shanhai's opening statement was a bombshell. It instantly plunged the base's conference room into dead silence. Do King Feng's eyes widened, thinking he was hallucinating, but when he looked at the others, he found everyone's reaction was the same as his. Except, the two crewcut youths responsible for protecting Yu Jin seemed to have known this information all along. Now, this is a cataclysmic change unprecedented in thousands, even tens of thousands of years for our great Xia, and for the entire planet Blue. A strange, higher-dimensional civilization, using methods beyond our human comprehension, has invaded Blue. The Wasteland game is the vehicle for this invasion. 5 hours later, nearly half of the world's population, along with its flora and fauna, will be forcibly transported to a post-apocalyptic wasteland to struggle for survival. On the television screen, Yin Shanhai spoke each word clearly. The 1.4 billion people of Great Xia were stunned and numb. During the day, various regions suddenly imposed martial law. The 1.4 billion people were unaware of what was happening, even believing it was going to be a war. But, now, Yin Shanhai himself told them, it wasn't a war, it was a journey to another world. And not just any other world, but a perilous post-apocalyptic wasteland. On the other side, not only Great Xia, but even other countries across the ocean were completely dumbfounded upon receiving this news. They knew about Oumuamua and the Wasteland game, but they didn't know there was also time travel, and only 5 hours left. Yanjing, Dongcheng District, a courtyard house. Yin Yao watched her grandfather's speech on TV, silently scooping up a mouthful of rice. Yao Yao, when you go over there, you must protect yourself, okay? Yin Yao's mother, a lady in a cheongsam, repeatedly urged her. Yao Yao, remember, no matter what, you must cling to Ember's coattails. Dad believes in you. You will definitely forge a different future in the Wasteland this time. Yin Yao's father, a middle-aged man with a square face, spoke while downing a deep glass of baijiu. Neither he nor his wife chose to wear helmets. Yin Shanhai did the same. It wasn't that they were reluctant to give up their wealth and status in Great Xia, but rather that they understood that transmigration wasn't the end. The catastrophe that Oumuamua was about to bring to Blue Star was the true calamity. Yin Yao was still unaware of this catastrophe. Yin Shanhai also wouldn't reveal it on the news. After all, regarding Oumuamua's contamination, everything was just speculation. The specific extent and scale of its impact remained unknown. Dad, Mom, if you are also chosen to transmigrate, please, no matter what, you must come to Dawn City. Yin Yao pursed her lips, her eyes already moist. She was a reborn person, but at this moment, she was also a child who might never see her parents again. Even if her parents transmigrated, the hope of seeing her again remained incredibly slim. Yin Yao knew better than anyone the vastness and cruelty of the Wasteland. She wasn't Yu Jin, she didn't have as many methods, nor as many abilities. All she could do was quietly stay by her father and mother's side on this last night. Zhejiang Province. Old Kui sat at the dinner table with his family. Compared to the hysterical shouting of their neighbors next door, Old Kui's family reacted much calmer. Because Old Kui had told his parents everything when he returned yesterday, Old Kui's parents naturally didn't believe him, but the next day, which was today, Great Xia began to impose martial law. And then, on the news broadcast, Yin Shanhai personally confirmed the fact of his transmigration. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Yan Yan and I toast you. I didn't have time to marry Yan Yan in this life, but in the next, I, Kui Zion Jiao, will definitely do it. Old Kui stood up, holding a glass of baijiu, and downed it in one gulp. Standing beside him was his girlfriend, Zhao Yan Yan, who was already sobbing uncontrollably. Yanjing, Outer Ring Road. Yu Fei locked himself in his study. He repeatedly scribbled on his draft notebook filled with evidence. Finally, rip, he silently tore the paper to shreds. Behind him, Yu Fei's mother entered, sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Fei's father leaned against the door, chain-smoking. The smoke stung the man's eyes, making them red. He had quit smoking 21 years ago. Su Province. Zhongcheng University. Tang Yungsuan stared blankly at the helmet on the table. Due to the nationwide lockdown and the suspension of all transportation, most of Zhongcheng University students were stranded on campus. Tang Yungsuan had been staring at the helmet for an entire day. To wear it, or not to wear it? Section 110. Tang Yungsuan was in agony. He didn't want to go to that perilous wasteland. Compared to a 100% chance, he'd rather let God roll the dice. He just wanted to be a college student on Earth, helping Lao Yu with environmental protection in his spare time, and chatting about philosophy with his female classmates. Someone like me. I'm a hopeless case, a complete waste of space. I really feel bad for the helmet Lao Yu gave me. Tang Yungsuan slapped himself hard, looking away from the helmet. He took out his phone and made a video call to his parents. Zhongcheng. Yu Wenbo sat in front of his computer. On the computer screen was the results of the recently concluded League of Legends match. and in the lower right corner of the screen, a forced pop-up appeared in Shanghai's speech livestream. Yu Wenbo remained silent for a long time. He called his parents, then he called his friends. Finally, he remained silent, moved the mouse, and clicked on League of Legends. Despite being a journalist, Yu Wenbo harbored a lifelong dream of becoming a professional gamer. Welcome to the League of Legends. The voice of his favorite game character, Draven, echoed from the computer screen. If I were chosen to travel to the Wasteland, I'd never be able to play a game as fun as League of Legends again. Yu Wenbo took a deep breath and put on his headphones. Zhangcheng, the second detention center. Tong Xiong, wearing silver handcuffs, stared intently at the live television broadcast through the iron bars. Ha ha, he laughed maniacally, again and again. Wasteland, apocalypse, time travel. I don't have to go to jail anymore. The words had barely left his lips. Bang! The bald, burly man in his cell delivered a powerful elbow strike. Idiot! The bald man cursed. Outside the iron bars, the uniformed man in the hat handed the bald man a cell phone. Just a few hours left, call your family. Chapter 80 Black Moon Meteor. September 9, 2025, 11 p.m. 1 hour since the time travel occurred. Blue Star, this azure planet carrying billions of humans, quietly orbits the sun at the center of its galaxy, just as it has for the past 4 billion years. But, in the silent space, a strip-shaped celestial body, about 40 kilometers long, is hurtling closer. It trails a long, luminous tail, resembling a comet, but it is not a comet. In the name given by the humans of Blue Star, it is Oumuamua, outer space of Blue Star. Inside the International Space Station, several astronauts stare blankly at this visitor from outer space through the porthole. Buzz! Buzz! Inside the space station, a series of piercing electrical crackling sounds began to echo. Warning! Warning! Various monitoring instruments started issuing frequent error messages. Ah! The astonished expressions on the faces of the international astronauts remained frozen, but uncontrollable screams of pain escaped their throats. Willows of black mist billowed from their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. In just a few seconds, the astronauts' eyes lost their luster, and their skin turned black. Ugh! Strange, unpleasant whimpers escaped their throats. Meanwhile, the electrical crackling throughout the space station grew increasingly sharp and chaotic. Then, boom! Rumble! The massive space station, under some influence from Oumuamua, suddenly detached from its near-Earth orbit and began to plummet into the atmosphere of Earth. They fell down as well. There are also tens of thousands of artificial satellites orbiting in outer space around the blue planet. Mommy! It's a shooting star! Daxia! An innocent child pointed at a dazzling shooting star in the night sky and shouted excitedly. The child's mother, wiping away tears, knelt down, forcing a gentle smile. My dear, if you suddenly can't see mommy, don't be afraid, don't cry, okay? Just now, all of Great Xia's communications failed. The televisions that were broadcasting Survival Guide to the Wasteland world all went silent. Countless people panicked, like this mother and daughter, running from their homes to their balconies or outdoors. Then, they witnessed an unforgettable meteor shower. Children cheered with joy, but the adults all knew. Those weren't meteors, but satellites. Countless people had barely accepted the fact that they might have been chosen to travel through time, only to discover that what lay ahead might not just be time travel, but also an unprecedented apocalyptic catastrophe. Yes, the adults weren't stupid. Even though Yin Shanhai hadn't mentioned Oumuamua at all the signs indicated that this so-called time travel was not as peaceful and simple as imagined. Mom! Section 111. Why isn't the moon bright? The little girl pointed her chubby finger at the sky. The young mother looked up. Fear and confusion deepened in her eyes. Today, according to the lunar calendar, is mid-July, when the moon should be at its fullest and brightest. But, she watched helplessly as the moon, as if being swallowed, gradually turned from bright to pitch black. It was blacker than the night itself. In just a short time, the bright moon disappeared, replaced by a black moon. At the same time, whoosh! In an instant, the once brightly lit city was plunged into darkness. People quickly took out their phones and turned on their flashlights for illumination. Following the communication failure, the power supply also collapsed. Only a very few facilities that had activated their backup power beforehand were still barely maintaining operation. But the backup power supply didn't last long either. At 11:30 p.m., half an hour before the time travel occurred, even the backup power source couldn't escape Oumuamua's influence and was forcibly paralyzed. Countless people's cell phones, used as light sources, began to go out one after another. It wasn't that the phones ran out of battery, but rather, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the phones withered and rotted at a visible speed, turning into bricks in just a few seconds. Great Xia and Blue Star were plunged into darkness. Endless panic spread to billions of people. Great Xia, Yanjing. In a courtyard house, Yin Yao looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. How could this be? In her previous life, she had traveled to Blue Star completely unaware while asleep. She had no idea what had happened on Blue Star at the moment of her travel. But now, everything before her seemed to tell her that what would happen at midnight tonight might be far more than just time travel. Yao Yao. This is the choice of your father, mother, and grandfather. Go to the Wasteland with peace of mind, and try your best to survive. Don't worry about us. The noblewoman walked to Yin Yao's side and gently hugged her daughter. The family had been keeping the possibility of Oumuamua causing a cataclysmic event on Blue Star a secret from Yin Yao, because they knew very well that, given Yin Yao's personality, she would definitely make them wear the helmets, thus guaranteeing a 100% chance of time travel. Those in positions of power must fulfill their responsibilities. There must always be sacrifices. The square-faced man stepped forward and patted Yin Yao's shoulder. But Yin Yao's words trailed off. Seeing the resolute looks in her parents' eyes, she didn't continue. Great Xia, Northwest Base. Dou Qingfeng, along with a group of experts and staff, walked out of the base. They stood on the desolate Gobi Desert, gazing blankly at the sky. A shooting star, a black moon, and the long, visible trail of Oumuamua. Ironically, in this pitch-black Gobi Desert, where you can't see your hand in front of your face, the only source of light is Oumuamua's comet-like, bright trail. The end is coming. Dou Qingfeng sighed, his voice carrying a desperate calm. Just moments ago, when communications had just failed, before the power supply collapsed, he was worried about the Embers underground, thinking of using a drilling platform to pull them up. But now it seems, whether he comes up or not, it makes no difference. Looking at it this way, crossing the wasteland has become a lifeline. Dou Qingfeng murmured, a bitter expression on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, under their feet, 1,000 meters underground. Crack! Yu Jin was still consuming crystals. Almost there, so close to the 9th rank. Yu Jin was in a panic. He purified the nuclear waste even faster, consuming crystals at an even higher frequency. At the same time, the increasingly intense waves of dizziness caused him to punch himself even harder. Ah! Another scream. Yu Jin's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. This pain, even at the 8th rank, he couldn't bear it. Faster, faster, faster. Yu Jin was racing against time. Even 1,000 meters underground, he could feel the relentless approach of Oumuamua in space. Because, as Oumuamua drew closer, the feeling of being suppressed that Yu Jin had been experiencing since his awakening was gradually disappearing. 11:55 p.m. 5 minutes since the transmigration. Yu Jin consumed the last piece of 8th tier crystal. Your rank has increased. You have become a 9th tier evolver. This time, Yu Jin didn't throw a punch. Whoosh, he stood up. Section 112. Boom, rumble, unprecedentedly intense lightning erupted from Yu Jin's body. He was going to purify Aomomo in the final moments before his transmigration. Chapter 81, A God Among Mortals. Gobi Desert. Thump, thump, thump. In the last 5 minutes, Dou Qingfeng and the others, who were looking up at the sky, quietly awaiting God's roll or the arrival of their doom, suddenly changed their expressions. The ground beneath their feet began to shake without warning. An earthquake? Dou Qingfeng's stunned silence lasted only a moment. The next second, he answered his own question, giving his conclusion. An earthquake, that's quite reasonable. An extraterrestrial body passing by or even colliding with Earth has a high probability of causing localized earthquakes and tsunamis on Earth. However, before Dou Qingfeng could finish speaking, thump, the ground beneath their feet shook violently again. This tremor was even more violent than the previous one. Even with some initial analysis in their minds, Dou Qingfeng and the others instinctively looked down at the ground. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The Earth. It's lit up? Dou Qingfeng was completely bewildered. In his vision, deep within the Earth, it seemed as if a blazing sun was buried. No, it wasn't just a sun. Faintly, Dou Qingfeng could also hear bursts of crackling thunder. It's coming. Behind Dou Qingfeng, the intern, Xiao Lu, shouted hoarsely. Boom! Under the gaze of hundreds of utterly horrified eyes, the earth cracked open. From that opening emerged a human figure. He had wings of light on his back, like the sun, like lightning. He roared and surged forward, without looking back, like a rocket shooting straight out of the depths of the earth, straight up into the sky. Faster, faster, even faster. The cold night wind brushed against Yu Jin's face. He pursed his lips, clenched his fist, and charged towards the higher reaches of the sky. Oumuamua wouldn't directly collide with Earth, but would instead pass through a near-Earth orbit less than 50 kilometers away. Therefore, Yu Jin needed to get incredibly close to purify Oumuamua. Although the light of purification is essentially light, it doesn't mean that Ember can purify Oumuamua from tens of kilometers away using it. Although the previous suppression and castration eased somewhat as Oumuamua approached and Ember broke through to the 9th rank, it still existed. Perhaps it eased from 99% suppression to 98%. There was some relief, but not much. So, Ember's plan is to rush straight out of space, ideally reaching Oumuamua and delivering a powerful, face-to-face purifying beam. Only in this way. Only then can the purification efficiency be maximized. Only in this way. Only the cataclysmic pollution of Earth will offer a turning point. 50 kilometers isn't far for an Ember already at the 9th rank, but due to suppression and the gravitational pull of Earth, it can't be considered close. Light wings. Flash. Flying Thunder God technique. Although each attribute's ability has a cooldown period, Ember has enough attributes and a wide variety of abilities. Therefore, he could alternate between 3 different attribute abilities, thus smoothing out the cooldown time and achieving an effect where his speed not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. 50 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 30 kilometers. In Yujin's vision, Oumuamua's appearance became increasingly clear. Oumuamua's position as it passed over Blue Star was precisely above Great Xia, although not directly above the northwest, but this distance deviation was constantly decreasing as Yujin moved further away from the ground. This was perfect for Yujin's plan to purify Oumuamua at close range. Time ticked by. 11:59 p.m. 1 minute left before crossing over. Yujin had completely broken out of Blue Star and was in space. The distance between him and Oumuamua had also shortened to only 5 kilometers. At the same time, at this moment, Yujin witnessed it with his own eyes. Oumuamua, defying the laws of physics, split into 2 parts, one large and one small. The larger part passed over Blue Star and continued flying deeper into the solar system. The smaller portion was covered in an unknown, pitch-black substance. It plummeted towards the atmosphere of Blue Star. And, as it fell, the black substance spread evenly in all directions, like ink. It wasn't just going to pollute the place where it fell, but the entire Blue Star. Warning! Warning! You are approaching a 10th tier galaxy level pollution source Wasteland. The pollution source is of extremely high tier, massive scale, and extremely dangerous. It is enough to easily pollute the entire planet. You, with your ant-like body, cannot resist. Please get away as soon as possible, get away as soon as possible. The system notification popped up before Yujin's eyes. Yujin only glanced at it before looking away. 10th tier, galaxy level pollution source? Today, let alone 10th tier, even 20th tier, 30th tier, or even 100th tier, he, Yujin, would give it a good beating. Light of purification. Ember did not immediately use the reunification ability. Section 113. He needed to test whether the light of purification could cleanse this pollution. You, with the body of an ant, have purified a 10th order galaxy level pollution source Wasteland. Such a feat, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounds throughout the Wasteland galaxy. Current purification progress 0.0001%. If it can be purified, then let's do it. Ember ignored the minuscule 0.0001% progress. Return to 1. He activated the Return to 1 ability he had previously purchased from the shop. Ability, Return to 1, LV1. Effect, all things return to 1, gathering and concentrating all one's attribute energy into a specific ability, greatly enhancing the ability's effect. After activating the ability, Ember discovered he could choose which attribute energy to gather. All in. Ember didn't hesitate for a moment. And the instant he made his decision, whoosh, the wings of light behind Yujin vanished into thin air. The light attribute energy was instantly drained. ZZZZT. The lightning surrounding Yujin vanished completely. Lightning attribute energy followed suit. Buzz. The spatial attribute energy that had supported Yujin's mid-air stance also disappeared. After that, metal multiplied. Yujin's aura weakened visibly. At this moment, he concentrated all his attribute energy into the light of purification. Come! Yujin thrust out with both hands. Boom! From the palms of his hands, a pillar of light, thousands of meters in diameter and almost illuminating Blue Star, shot out, instantly engulfing Oumuamua's split body. At the same time, Yujin's figure, propelled by this pillar of light, plummeted rapidly towards the land of Blue Star. You, with the body of an ant, have purified a 10th order galaxy level pollution source Wasteland. Such a feat, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounds throughout the Wasteland galaxy. Current purification progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Above Blue Star, a blazing pillar of light illuminated the entire night sky of the northern hemisphere. Countless humans, silently counting down the days and awaiting their fate, looked up in horror. They saw black ink and white light intertwined in the sky. No one understood what had happened. No one could see clearly. The source of that pillar of light, a full 1,000 meters in diameter, was a slender figure plummeting backwards at breakneck speed. Only, northwest base. Do Qingfeng and the others, gazing at the sky, had collapsed to the ground, seemingly out of nowhere. This was a group of scholars and experts who had studied science for decades and were absolute believers in materialism. But at this moment, the same phrase echoed in their minds. A god among men. Chapter 82 Wasteland Era. Great Xia. Northwest skies. Yu Jin's body plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball. The cold night wind brushed against his face. The familiar feeling, just like a few minutes ago. Still, couldn't do it. That ultimate purification light in return to one state had exhausted all of Yu Jin's energy. At this moment, besides his physical stats, he couldn't use any of the abilities of a 9th tier evolver. He couldn't even control his body to stop the fall. It's alright. Falling from that height, I shouldn't die, but I hope it doesn't kill anyone else. Yu Jin murmured, even in self-deprecation, his tone still betraying his disappointment. In the end, Blue Star's suppression of his abilities was still far too ruthless. Before his eyes, the system's semi-transparent panel displayed clear numbers. Purification progress 89%. This was the final result. Even with Yu Jin's utmost effort, even if he truly burned himself into ashes, he still couldn't achieve 100% purification. This meant 11% of the pollution would still spill onto Blue Star. If Yu Jin had more time, he might have been able to unleash another light of purification after recovering. But there was no time. Perhaps it was the boost from being a 9th tier evolver, or perhaps it was the system's friendly reminder. Yu Jin could feel the surrounding spacetime was gradually slowing down, slowly approaching stagnation. Without a doubt, the moment of stillness was the instant the transmigration occurred. Still not strong enough. Yu Jin felt extremely unwilling. At the 9th rank, purifying a 10th rank pollution source, even if described by the system as resounding throughout the Wasteland galaxy, still felt it wasn't enough, far from enough. With the body of an ant, you have purified a 10th rank galaxy level pollution source Wasteland. Such a magnificent achievement, unprecedented and unparalleled, resounding throughout the Wasteland galaxy. Final purification progress 89%. Claim reward? In the moment before time almost completely froze. Before Yu Jin's eyes, new text appeared on the system panel. Claim. Yu Jin didn't hesitate, immediately reciting it in his mind. He was far too weak at this moment. If he were to transmigrate to the Wasteland in this state, while he wouldn't be killed by wild mutated beasts and infected, he certainly wouldn't be at his peak. Section 114. That scene was something Yu Jin didn't want to see. From the day he bound himself to the system, he had been leveling up non-stop, all for the sake of finally logging into the Wasteland with a max-level character. What kind of max-level character was a 9th tier character with depleted energy? You have received 9th tier energy crystal *3. You have received. Yu Jin didn't have time to see what other rewards were available. He could clearly feel that he was less than a second away from transmigrating. Whoosh! 3 irregularly shaped, 7-colored crystals appeared in Yu Jin's hand. The last moment before transmigrating, Yu Jin mobilized the last bit of power in his body and, at top speed, stuffed all 3 crystals into his mouth. Crunch! You have used a 9th tier energy crystal. Yu Jin didn't have time to see the text information that immediately appeared on the panel. He could only feel his nearly depleted energy recovering at an incredible speed. But, at the same time, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Going to sleep again? No, not a deep sleep. Damn! It seems to be a side effect of Return to 1. Yu Jin didn't have time to continue his thoughts. At this moment, the clocks in every household of the Great Xia dynasty struck exactly 12 o'clock. Yu Jin's backward-falling figure abruptly stopped in mid-air, along with his thoughts and ideas. At the same time, buzz, an indescribable aura, mysterious and terrifying to the extreme, instantly swept across every corner of Blue Star. Humans, animals, plants, oceans, mountains, rivers, everything froze at this moment. Time and space seemed to have been paused. Blue Star remained in this frame. This frame was so brief, yet so long. Across the planet Earth, countless faces froze, expressions swirling in disbelief. Countless movements stopped, like puppet shows. The journey through time took place, but it came silently, quietly, without any fanfare. None of the dramatic scenes depicted in Marvel movies, where countless people were slowly reduced to ashes under the grieving gazes of their loved ones. Earth was utterly silent. Until a tick. The clock struck the next second. On Earth, half of humanity vanished into thin air. With them, half of the animals, plants, even microorganisms. All that existed as life was chosen by God's dice, disappearing in half. What awaited them was a perilous wasteland, a struggle for survival. At the same moment, Clumps of pitch black, deep matter, not belonging to any solid, liquid, or gas state, crashed onto the surface of Blue Star. Zhongcheng University. Tang Yongsuan stared blankly at what was before him. The helmet on the table was gone. Yet, he felt nothing amiss. It was as if the helmet had never existed. Tang Yongsuan reached for his phone to check the time, only to realize it was long since bricked. He turned to look at the old-fashioned mechanical clock hanging on the dormitory wall. The second hand had just passed 1 second. Is it over? Or did nothing happen? Tang Yongsuan was in Eugene dormitory, room 615. He was alone in the dormitory. He groped his way out of the dark, opened the door, and rushed out. The corridor was pitch black. "Hey!" Tang Yongsuan called out. "Hey!" A voice answered from the end of the corridor. "Did you sense anything happening?" Tang Yongsuan shouted into the darkness. My 2 roommates are gone." The student answered in a low voice from the end of the darkness. Tang Yongsuan froze. Yanjing, a conference room. Yin Shanhai looked down at his wrinkled hands, then looked up at the conference room, which had been full but was now nearly half empty, although he hadn't sensed anything unusual. But the fact was undeniable: the time travel had occurred, and it was over. Yin Shanhai placed his hands on the table and stood up. He took a deep breath and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Comrades! We don't have time to grieve for our relatives, friends, and comrades who have crossed over. What we face next is an even more severe challenge. Communications broken, energy paralysis, technological decay, population halved. The road ahead is fraught with difficulties, but we must unite all forces that can be united. We must fight against all potential crises. We must do everything in our power to hold on until the day when Ember brings our compatriots back to Earth. I believe, and I ask you all to believe. That day will come." Chapter 83 Ember. Section 115. Wasteland Planet. A 308 sector, White Rock Refuge City. September 12, 2025, Blue Star Calendar. 3 full days have passed since half of Blue Star's humanity arrived here. At this moment, at the entrance to the refuge city, thousands upon thousands of emaciated, ragged wasteland refugees lined up in a long queue at the city gate. Some were expressionless, their eyes filled with numbness and despair. Some were wounded, with broken legs and even exposed white bones, yet they failed to attract any extra attention from those around them. Others stood there blankly, staring at the imposing city gates, laughing and crying, even uttering strange cries. The vast majority of these refugees came from Blue Star. They had all arrived near White Rock Refuge City. At the city gate, a barefoot, emaciated young man, dressed only in tattered clothes, trudged out. He glanced at the long line of people waiting in front of the refuge city, wanting to say something, but after moving his lips, he lowered his head and walked away. For them, to have survived these 3 days in the wilderness and successfully found the refuge city is already a great achievement. If I were to tell them now, even if they entered the refuge city, they would only be used as mining slaves by the city lord, what good would that do? We new players from Blue Star have no choice at all. A deep sadness and sorrow filled the young man's eyes. His name was Yu Wenbo. Before transmigrating, he was a reporter for the Zhongcheng Times. But after transmigrating, he was just an ordinary wasteland refugee. His only luck was that his starting spawn point was very close to the White Rock Refuge City, allowing him to successfully enter the refuge city on his first day. Unlike many others, these past few days, Yu Wenbo had heard a lot of news from his fellow Blue Star citizens in the city. For example, a certain female celebrity, immediately after transmigrating, was captured by a group of refugees, brutally abused, and ended up as meat on a grill. A certain boxer, supposedly quite famous on Blue Star in his previous life, was immediately attacked by a group of mutated beasts upon transmigrating. When people passed by later, they only saw a cold corpse covered in claw marks. Another example is that someone saw Nig, with jet black skin, instantly become infected the moment he landed. 3 days. How many humans from Blue Star had died, Yu Wenbo didn't know, but he knew it must be a terrifyingly exaggerated number. After all, the wasteland was truly too cruel and too dangerous. Crack! Yu Wenbo's step slowed slightly, and the blood-stained whip lashed across his skin and bones back. Hiss! Yu Wenbo gritted his teeth, trying hard not to scream, because screaming would only bring more whippings. What are you daydreaming about? If each of you doesn't dig up 2 pieces of contaminated crystals today, you're all getting out of White Rock City. There are plenty of refugees in the wasteland now. If you don't dig, plenty of others will. Behind Yu Wenbo's group, a burly man cracking a whip shouted, "If only I could become an evolved being." Yu Wenbo endured the pain and quickened his pace. Over the past 3 days, he had gained some understanding of the wasteland world. Although Yin Shanhai had explained information about evolvers on the news before his transmigration, knowing information and experiencing it firsthand are 2 different things. Just like now, The burly man holding the whip was a quasi-evolver. He had successfully awakened, but hadn't activated his attributes. Even so, the physique and strength of a quasi-evolver were far beyond what ordinary refugees could contend with. Not to mention, that burly man was also a member of the Overseer's team in White Rock City. 5 hours later, about 10 kilometers northwest of White Rock Refuge City, Yuwenbo, covered in dust and dirt, stared intently at the irregular, black crystal he had just dug out. Contamination crystals. Crystals that can awaken ordinary people into quasi-evolvers. Yuwenbo carefully turned to the side, preventing the burly overseer in the distance from seeing his harvest. For the past 2 days, he had dug up crystals and handed them in. But Yin City not only didn't give him any reward, but also whipped him several times because he only dug up 1 crystal, failing to meet his performance target. Most importantly, there was no food. Perhaps due to the large number of newly arrived refugees in the Wasteland, Yin City didn't treat Yuwenbo and his group like human beings at all. They weren't given food, only a small amount of water for survival, yet they were forced to risk their lives every day digging for crystals in the wild. If they didn't find any, they would be driven out of the city. Clearly, Yin City was using refugees like Yuwenbo purely as expendable resources. If they died, so be it. Anyway, new refugees could take their place. Should I swallow it? The thought popped into Yuwenbo's mind. He'd only dug up 1 piece so far today, and the chances of finding a second one in the remaining time were slim. This meant that not only would he be whipped when he got home, but he'd still be hungry. And if he didn't eat, he'd truly starve to death. Either way, he was going to die, so he might as well take a gamble. This thought, once it took hold, spread like wildfire through his mind. Gulp. Yuwenbo swallowed hard. He glanced back at the distance and saw the burly overseer was several hundred meters away. Yuwenbo's heart pounded. Sand flew into his eyes. He didn't have time to wipe them away, but instead glanced back at the distance again. Then, run! Yuwenbo's emaciated body unleashed its last strength. He ran barefoot across the gravelly wasteland with all his might. He didn't know how long he had been running. Finally, he was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. No, nobody's chasing me. Yuwenbo glanced back and saw that the burly man hadn't followed at all. He breathed a sigh of relief. Section 116. Although he couldn't figure out why, but the instant he turned his head, Yuwenbo's blood seemed to freeze. At this moment, just 10 meters away from him, 2 eyes, each half the size of a person, were staring silently at him. I'm done for. Yuwenbo's face turned deathly pale. He instantly recalled the information he had just heard in Yin City yesterday. It was said, not far northwest of Yin City, dwelled an extremely terrifying 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise. Yuwenbo looked up. He swore to the heavens, he had never seen such a huge terror in his life. 7th tier. Yuwenbo immediately gave up resisting. The city lord of Yin City was a 5th-tier evolved being. Yuwenbo had sensed his aura from afar. That power made his hair stand on end, as if a single thought could crush him. And now, a 7th-tier mutated beast. This was a being capable of killing the city lord of White Rock City with a single slap. To put it bluntly, being killed by it would, in a sense, be considered asking for more. Yuwenbo sighed, preparing to face his fate. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute passed. The mutated giant tortoise stared silently at Yuwenbo, motionless. Yuwenbo was stunned. He thought for a moment, then mustered all his strength and boldly stood up. Then, he finally saw. On the mutated giant tortoise's enormous head, on the tortoise's head, lay a person. This person looks familiar. Even though it was only a profile, Yuwenbo recognized him in just a few seconds. Yu Jin. Yeah, isn't this Yu Jin? Yuwenbo's eyes widened. The next second. Perhaps because of his loud shouting, or perhaps because Yuwenbo's timing was perfect. Anyway, Yu Jin, who had been lying quietly atop the head of the 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise, suddenly twitched his eyelids, about to slowly awaken. Chapter 84 Author's Note. Available for purchase at midnight on September 9th, tomorrow night, may be delayed by a few minutes. 10 chapters. 38,000 words. Updates after purchase, at least 10,000 words per day. Update time remains the same, midnight daily. Bonus chapter for every 500 monthly votes, currently 3 chapters owed, will be paid starting on the 10th. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting first subscription. Orts. Chapter 85 Logging in, max level main account. On the enormous head of the 7th-tier mutated dragon tortoise, Yu Jin slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness was somewhat hazy, his thoughts still lingering on the moment he transmigrated. Damn! This seems to be a side effect of Return to One. The thought returned. Ember suddenly froze. He realized. The sky he was looking up at wasn't night, but daytime. he realized. What rushed towards him wasn't a biting night wind, but a howling sandstorm. I've been transported to the Wasteland, Ember realized. And the next second, beep beep, a cold, mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Hello, player Ember from Earth. You have logged into the A3 planet server of the game Wasteland. Congratulations! You have become the first player on the A3 planet server to break through to the 9th rank. Your ranking on the A3 planet player ranking has improved. Current ranking, number 1. You have received a reward from the game Wasteland. 3 of your random abilities have been upgraded to the maximum level. Your ability Light Wings LV1 has been upgraded to LV9. Your ability Flying Thunder God LV1 has been upgraded to LV9. Your ability Eye of Insight LV1 has been upgraded to LV9. You have obtained resources Attribute Activation Stone *10. Ember. He was a little confused. This wasn't a system notification. It came from the game Wasteland. But soon, Ember realized he'd been too hasty, because the mechanical notification hadn't finished. Your identity has been detected as Lord of Dawn City. Current level of Dawn City, level 0. Your ranking on the A3 Planet Refuge City level ranking has improved. Current ranking, number 20,001. Ranking too low, you have not received any rewards. Section 117. Based on your personal rank and Refuge City level, your ranking on the A3 Planet Player overall ranking has improved. Current ranking, number 111. You have received a reward from the game Wasteland. You have received resources Attribute Activation Stone *1. Friendly reminder. In 180 days, the top 10 players on the A3 Planet Player overall ranking will have the opportunity for promotion, leaving A3 Planet for a higher level star system server. Promotion is based on refuge cities, including city lords and their direct subjects. Ember sat atop the massive head of the 7th tier mutated giant tortoise, stunned for a long while. This amount of information was enormous. The intelligence reports Yin Shanhai had compiled for him didn't mention receiving messages from Wasteland upon logging in, let alone receiving rewards. Because I'm tier 9? Too high a level? So I was classified as a high-level player by the Wasteland game. Yu Jin made this guess. No big deal. The good news is, I'm tier 9, a max-level character starting the game. According to the Wasteland game, I'm currently the only tier 9 player on this A3 planet server. Logged in, max-level character. Yu Jin felt much more at ease. Although the Wasteland game's message mentioned higher-level star system servers, implying there were levels above tier 9, on the current A3 planet server, tier 9 was undoubtedly the maximum level. He had been a little worried before. Now, the weight was lifted, and Yu Jin no longer needed to be cautious as Superman, but could freely enjoy Superman. Yu Jin shook his head and observed his surroundings. The first thing he saw was the large tortoise sitting beneath him. Eye of Insight LV9 activated. The corresponding information appeared before Yu Jin's eyes. Mutant Giant Turtle. Rank, 7th. Attribute, none. Mutant beasts do not possess specific attributes, but can temporarily utilize attribute abilities. Abilities, Rock Solid LV7, Tornado LV7, Water Tornado LV6, Impact LV7. Evaluation, originally an 8th rank Overlord mutated beast in region A308, it fell to 7th rank after its mate took half its energy. For nearly 30 years, it lived a melancholy life here until 3 days ago, when you appeared out of nowhere and landed on its head. Terrified of your aura, it dared not move for 3 whole days. Just another turtle with a story. Yu Jin. Yu Jin's thoughts were interrupted by a low-pitched call. You get down here right now. This is a 7th tier mutated beast. Yu Wenbo was on edge, whispering while gesturing frantically towards the giant tortoise beneath Yu Jin. Yu Jin stared at the face, searching his memory. He recognized the man. He'd interviewed him before when the sewage river and chemical plant were being cleaned up. Yu Jin had glimpsed the reporter's badge on his chest. It seemed to be called Yu Wenbo? Yu Jin called out the name. Yu Wenbo was startled. But he wasn't surprised that the other man knew his name, rather, he was surprised by the loudness of Yu Jin's voice. Such a loud voice would surely alert the 7th tier mutated giant tortoise. Although Yu Wenbo didn't understand why the tortoise had remained so quiet and hadn't attacked him and Yu Jin, it was undeniably a terrifying 7th tier mutated beast, far beyond what the two of them could handle. His task was to warn Yu Jin and lead him far away without alerting the monster. However, Yu Wenbo never expected this. The next second, he didn't hear Yu Jin's reply, but rather the mutated giant tortoise's response. At this moment, the mutated giant tortoise's enormous eyes stared at Yu Wenbo, emitting a low whimper. Man, don't be afraid. Tortoise, afraid. 7th tier mutated beasts were different from ordinary mutated beasts. They possessed intelligence no less than that of humans, and could even understand and speak human language. Yu Wenbo froze on the spot. Jin chuckled upon hearing the tortoise's words. The 7th tier mutated beast senses were extremely sharp. Even without releasing his 9th tier aura, the giant turtle was filled with fear. Thump, Yu Wenbo knelt down. He bowed his head, unsure whether to Jin, the giant turtle, or both. Our compatriots on Blue Star are suffering an oppression in White Rock City. We beg Jin and Lord Turtle to give them hope and salvation. Boom. Rumble. On the Wasteland. A giant turtle, 100 meters long and 30 meters tall, moved its body. Wherever the giant turtle passed, dust swirled and the earth shook. Jin rode on Xiao Ming's enormous head, with Yu Wenbo sitting nervously beside him. Xiao Ming was the name Jin had given this turtle for convenience. A moment earlier. After some thought, Jin agreed to Yu Wenbo's request. The two of them and the tortoise were now heading towards Dawn Refuge City. According to the map information in his memory, his current location wasn't far from Dawn City, about 200 kilometers away, and Dawn City happened to be a necessary stop on the way to Dawn City. Since he was already here, and his compatriots were suffering, and it was along the way, Jin couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Of course. This was also based on the premise that Jin wasn't pressed for time. He had already used his sensing ability to perceive the locations and conditions of the others. Old Yu Chen, Old Kui, and the others were all safe and sound. As for Yin Yao and Chen Gang, this direction and distance. Dawn City? After carefully sensing, Jin raised an eyebrow. Before crossing over, he had asked Old Kui and the others to send him their coordinates. Everyone else had, but Brother Gang hadn't. As for Yin Yao, she had asked Jin for his coordinates, but Jin hadn't asked her. Therefore, before transmigrating, Jin truly didn't know that these two starting spawn point was actually the city he ruled. That's right. Section 118. Spatial Imprint. Having just transmigrated to the Wasteland, the overwhelming amount of information almost made Jin forget the most important thing. A thought flashed through his mind, and he tried to activate that spatial imprint to return to Earth. But it failed. It didn't work as expected. Jin wasn't surprised, but he wasn't discouraged either. He had a gut feeling. Just because it didn't work now didn't mean it wouldn't work later. Deep Blue. No. System Brother. Jin called out in his heart. Whoosh. The familiar, semi-transparent panel appeared. Having never seen a panel since waking up after transmigrating, Jin was actually quite unaccustomed to it. But the next second, Jin stared at the text on the panel, lost in thought. Danger. Danger. Under the powerful influence of a higher dimensional civilization, you have been forcibly transported. You have been transported from a wasteland planet to a perilous wasteland star system. This place is teeming with countless star system level mutated beasts that feed on planets. This place is filled with star system level pollution sources capable of easily corroding star systems. Your current rank is too low, as weak as an ant, unable to move an inch, and unable to survive. The system is issuing you a newbie survival resource pack. Your evolver rank has increased by 3 tiers. Your rank has increased to error. Due to unknown rules, your maximum rank has been limited to rank 9. The system is seeking a solution. System enters version update. Update time remaining 1 hour. During the update, all system functions are temporarily disabled. A galaxy-level mutated beast? A galaxy-level pollution source? Jin chewed on these 2 words, his expression strange. If he remembered correctly, when he purified Oumuamua on Blue Star, the system's evaluation was 10th order galaxy-level pollution source. In other words, galaxy level should be at least 9th order. But now, Jin looked down at the 7th order tortoise he was riding. Then he looked up at a row of 4th order mutated birds flying across the sky in the distance. No, where did this galaxy-level mutated beast come from? Where did this galaxy-level pollution source come from? At this moment, Jin was somewhat dazed. This moment was just like that moment before. 7 days ago. In the Zhang University lecture hall, he was enjoying the air conditioning while looking at his junior classmates. The system encouraged him. Strive to survive in this perilous wasteland world. 7 days later. Wasteland Planet, my own max level account. Officially certified by the Wasteland game, the only 9th tier evolver on Planet A3, number 1 on Planet A3's tier ranking. The system brother warned himself. Too low tier, weak as an ant, unable to move an inch, unable to survive. Really? Weak. Ember shook his head, letting out a series of sighs. This system brother, the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he became. Originally, he thought that while logging in with a max level 9th tier account was fun, swatting ants for too long could easily get boring. But now, things seemed to be getting interesting. Time slowly passed. Ember sat on the head of a huge tortoise, gazing into the distance. The 7th tier mutated giant tortoise's movements appeared slow, but each step it took carried a sense of slipping. Only a few minutes passed, and the blurry outline of a refuge city appeared on the horizon. Before going to Dawn City, I'll take a look at the other refuge cities. I'll visit, study, and learn. Yu Jin thought to himself. The Wasteland game had mentioned this earlier. Dawn City's current level is a pitiful 0. Yu Jin didn't know how refuge cities leveled up, and the system was currently updating, so he couldn't ask. Therefore, Yu Jin decided to find the city lord of White Rock City and politely ask him. Meanwhile, Yu Wenbo, watching the approaching White Rock Refuge City, finally couldn't suppress his doubts and asked in a low voice. Yu Jin, have you awakened an attribute like beast taming or mutant beast affinity? This turtle, Master Turtle, why does it obey your commands? Yu Wenbo was completely baffled. He didn't understand why the 7th tier mutated giant turtle not only didn't attack Yu Jin, but even obeyed him. Oh, Yu Jin smiled upon hearing this. Didn't Xiao Ming tell you? It's afraid. The words fell. Yu Wenbo shook his head vigorously. Afraid? Yu Wenbo wasn't stupid. In the 3 days he'd been in the Wasteland, he had a clear understanding of the ranks of evolved beings. Ranks 1 to 3 were called novice evolved beings. Ranks 4 to 6 were big shots or strongmen who occupied their own territories. Above the 7th rank? He had never heard of any evolutionary being above the 7th rank appearing in this area. Not to mention, Ember, like him, came from Earth and had only been in the Wasteland for 3 short days. Section 119. 3 days? 7th rank or higher? Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Yu Wenbo thought to himself, then stole another glance at Yu Jin. He didn't sense the terrifying aura from the other man like the city lord of Bien. Maybe he really does have an attribute similar to beast taming? This Wasteland world has all sorts of bizarre attributes. I even heard about a poop attribute yesterday. His luck is incredible, such a perfect start. Yu Wenbo muttered to himself, quite envious of Yu Jin, but not jealous. Instead, he felt fortunate. At the same time, in his mind, Yu Jin was now synonymous with strong. I can't call him Yu Jin anymore. The Wasteland world is a dog-eat-dog world, with a strict hierarchy. He may not care, but I can't be ignorant of the rules. Yu Wenbo thought to himself, looking at Yu Jin. Ember, Lord, he called out, mimicking the refugee's address to the White Rock City Lord, testing Ember's reaction. The latter turned to look. Lord. This address felt a little strange to Ember. You can call me City Lord Yu. Ember thought for a moment and replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wenbo was stunned. City Lord? This address left Yu Wenbo somewhat bewildered. But Ember didn't explain, instead looking ahead. We've arrived. Yu Wenbo subconsciously looked up. At this moment, the 2 people and the tortoise had already arrived at the city gate of White Rock Refuge City. Outside the city gate, the refugees who had been queuing to enter the city were now in chaos, crying out in panic and despair because of the appearance of the 7th tier mutated giant tortoise. Thump, a loud noise. The once wide open gates of the refuge city slammed shut. Yu Wenbo, witnessing this, froze. He stared at Bien Refuge City, his eyes widening in shock. A flash of inspiration struck him. Whoosh! Yu Wenbo turned, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Jin. His heart was in turmoil. City Lord Yu? City Lord Yu. Hiss. Chapter 86. I didn't even use my strength. How? Bien City. The arrival of Yu Jin and the 7th tier mutated giant tortoise plunged the entire refuge city into panic. Outside the city gates, thousands upon thousands of refugees fled in all directions like headless flies. The gates of Bien City were now tightly shut. This meant they were completely without protection, exposed to the 7th tier mutated beast. Although none of the refugees knew or could discern Xiao Ming's rank, his mountain-like, imposing size and terrifying, suffocating aura, instinct and intuition told them that this was a natural disaster capable of easily destroying a refugee city. Especially, they quickly noticed 2 figures were standing on the enormous head of the mutated giant tortoise. It's over. It's not just that 7th tier mutated tortoise from the northwest. There are 2 infected beings capable of conquering such a powerful mutated beast. Even the city lord didn't dare glance at them. Also imprisoned outside the city with the refugees were dozens of White Rock City's investigators. They were responsible for registering the refugees' information and letting them into the city. Strictly speaking, they were genuine insiders of White Rock City. But the White Rock City lord's actions were incredibly swift. So swift that the investigators didn't even have time to react before the gate slammed shut. At this moment, they stared at the 2 men and the tortoise before the city gates, their eyes filled with resignation to their fate. On the other side, above the mutated giant tortoise's head, Yu Jin stood in the howling wind, looking at the tightly closed gates of White Rock City, his brow furrowed. What does this mean? He had wanted to politely inquire about the refugee city from the White Rock City Lord, but the other party seemed unwelcoming? Jin shook his head, looking at the refugees at the city gates who had given up on escape, slumped to the ground in fear and despair. Many of them had faces from Great Xia, but their condition was clearly bad, or rather, terrible. The cruelty of the Wasteland was undoubtedly an unbearable torment for ordinary people. Jin had anticipated this, but seeing this scene in person, he couldn't help but sigh. He was a 9th-tier cultivator, but that didn't change the fact that he had transmigrated. The Wasteland was too vast, and the random transmigration mechanism meant that, even if he were incredibly strong, he couldn't save countless lives in a short time. Not to mention, because of the side effects of Return to One, he was unconscious for 3 days right from the start. City Lord Yu Wenbo called out softly when he saw Jin's silence. What is it? Jin turned to look at Wenbo. You. I strongly support you becoming the city lord of White Rock City, but I'm worried, this turtle lord, does it really obey your commands completely? What if it? Wenbo's words were interrupted by Jin's wave of his hand. What tier is the city lord of White Rock? 5th tier. 5th tier? Jin frowned, somewhat disappointed. He was terrifyingly strong now. After being transported to the Wasteland, he was no longer subjected to the same oppression he had experienced on Earth. Section 120. From the moment he awoke, Jin could feel the surging, boundless energy within him reached a level he himself could hardly imagine. 9th tier energy was incomparable to 8th tier. The reason Jin hadn't revealed his 9th tier aura to Wenbo wasn't because he wanted to foolishly play the fool, but purely because he feared that releasing his aura, if not controlled properly, would directly kill Wenbo, an ordinary person who hadn't yet awakened. Compared to when he was on Blue Star, Jin could now clearly feel. With the 99% suppression suddenly lifted, his control over his attribute abilities was extremely rusty. So rusty, Jin had the illusion that if he used too much force, he could shatter this so-called A3 Wasteland planet. Of course, he knew this was just an illusion. The reason he didn't rush to Dawn City immediately, but instead made a side trip to White Rock City, was also because Jin had the idea of testing his abilities. But, 5th tier? Jin worried that he hadn't even exerted his full strength before the city lord's ashes were gone. Meanwhile, Wenbo, hearing Jin's mutterings, widened his eyes in disbelief. 5th rank? 5th rank isn't enough? He looked down at the giant tortoise beneath his feet. Then he looked up at Jin, whose face showed melancholy. Damn it! I thought you were only good at environmental protection, but I didn't expect you to be even better at showing off. Wenbo silently complained in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded in deep agreement. Yeah, 5th rank is too weak. It's utterly insignificant compared to City Lord Yu. Jin, hearing this, turned and glanced at Wenbo again. He smiled. Jin guessed part of Wenbo's thoughts, but he was too lazy to explain. From Wenbo's perspective, it was indeed difficult to understand. But it didn't matter. He'd understand soon enough. Jin pondered, glancing at the tightly closed gates of White Rock City in the distance. He was considering which ability to use. In principle, no matter what ability Jin used, he could obliterate the 5th-tier city lord, ashes and all. But there was a problem. There were other refugees inside the city, and Jin couldn't control his strength. He worried that he might accidentally destroy White Rock City. Boom! Just as Jin was struggling with this decision, the tightly closed gates of White Rock City suddenly opened again. Wenbo was astonished. A 7th-tier tortoise is attacking, and the 5th-tier city lord isn't avoiding it, but is actively engaging in battle? This thought had barely formed in Wenbo's mind when it vanished the next second. Then, the White Rock City gates opened a tiny crack. And then, thump, 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 one after another, refugees were thrown out. Their faces were filled with despair. Clearly, the news of the 7th-tier mutated behemoth attacking with infected creatures had spread throughout White Rock City, and the White Rock City Lord's strategy was to use refugees as human sacrifices, attempting to drive away the 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise. After all, once the mutated beast was fed, it would lose its desire to attack White Rock City. This was common knowledge known and skillfully utilized by countless refugee city lords in the Wasteland. Ember laughed. He didn't rush to act, simply standing on the head of the mutated giant tortoise. He deliberately made the giant tortoise roar twice. Thump, thump, thump. The giant tortoise's roar caused even more refugees to be thrown out. In the end, the refugees were even forced to line up, pouring out of the city gates like walking corpses. Time passed slowly. Not long after, the city gates of the refuge city were packed with people. Looking around, there were nearly 100,000 refugees. Lord Yu, the total number of refugees in White Rock City is less than 100,000. They're throwing all the refugees, especially those from our Blue Star, out of the city to die. Yu Wenbo shouted, his voice filled with extreme anger. Yu Jin crossed his arms and watched silently. In the end, he even shouted into White Rock City. Anything else? Ember's voice wasn't loud, but it carried throughout every corner of White Rock City. The city lord and his entourage inside White Rock City were immediately thrown into chaos. Speaks human language, possesses intelligence, truly a high-level infected. Although I don't understand why it's not black. But an infected that can keep that 7th-tier giant tortoise so quiet must be at least 7th tier, possibly even 8th. The White Rock City lord's face paled. After a brief 2-second hesitation, he made a decision. Throw them out. Except for the guard's direct subordinates, throw all the other lowly people out. Once they're full, they'll naturally leave, and the crisis in White Rock City will naturally be resolved. Thump, thump, thump. Outside White Rock City, more refugees were thrown out. Among them were even quite a few who were originally subjects of White Rock City. They were loyal to the Lord of White Rock City, yet when the crisis struck, they faced the same fate of being sacrificed as other refugees. That's it. Section 121. After waiting a few more minutes, they saw that no more refugees were being thrown out of the city. Yu Jin felt a slight sense of relief. Just to be on the safe side, he activated his light touch to check the situation inside the city. Inside White Rock City, fewer than 1,000 people remained. These nearly 1,000 people all exuded the aura of evolved beings. Clearly, they were all direct descendants of the White Rock City Lord, the core group he preserved after his drastic measures. Very good. Yu Jin nodded, indicating his approval. That way, he could unleash his full potential and test his abilities without pressure. Lord Yu, is it about to begin? Yu Wenbo was both nervous and excited. Should I go down? Should we send Lord Turtle to storm the city gate? Yu Wenbo asked. Yu Jin shook his head. The next moment, he raised his right hand, pointing to White Rock City. I'll break open the city gates first. Then I'll politely ask the city lord of White Rock City a few questions. Yu Jin muttered to himself. Yu Wenbo looked bewildered. Buzz. The next second, Yu Wenbo heard the surrounding air vibrate violently. He saw countless points of light from all directions began to converge towards Yu Jin. More precisely, they were converging towards the slender, long finger that had been extended towards him. At this moment, Yu Wenbo felt as if time was passing quickly, yet also as if it had stagnated. After a moment of disorientation, he realized, in a daze, that it was dawn. Yu Wenbo looked up at the sky. The sun of the Wasteland world was still obscured by dark clouds. He looked down, then at Yu Jin. And then, he saw a scene he would never forget. A tiny point of light suddenly appeared at Yu Jin's fingertip. That point of light, the size of a grain of rice, burst forth with a light more dazzling than the sun overhead. Buzz! In just an instant, the point of light expanded and swelled rapidly like a balloon. Buzz! Yu Wenbo didn't even have time to see what happened in that brief second. He only saw a beam of light, 100 meters in diameter, erupt from Yu Jin's fingertip. Whoosh! The beam of light shot out. In an instant, it struck the tightly closed gates of White Rock City once more. Boom! The massive steel city gate didn't even last a fraction of a second, instantly melted by the light. After that, behind the city gate, nearly 1,000 figures gathered in front of the city lord's mansion were also engulfed by the pillar of light. Yu Wenbo saw that the 5th-tier city lord, whom he had once looked up to, didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to nothingness beneath the pillar of light. The pillar of light, 100 meters in diameter, pierced through the entire White Rock Refuge city like a bullet, melting and dissipating everything in its path. The sky and earth within a radius of dozens of miles lost their color because of this dazzling light. Woo-woo! The 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise beneath his feet trembled uncontrollably. Yu Jin sighed as he watched this scene. He swore. He really only wanted to blast open the city gate of the refuge city. He hadn't expected to destroy people like that. I didn't even use my full strength. Yu Jin's tone was tinged with regret. He deliberately chose the weakest tier 1 ability, laser, and used only 1/10 of his strength. What a pity. I was going to ask how to upgrade the refuge city. Ember muttered, looking ahead. Behind the refuge city gates, where was Lord White Rock City? Some people, once missed, are gone forever. On the other side, Yu Wenbo, listening to Ember's mutterings, was completely stunned. Damn it, White Rock City was completely wiped out, and he calls that not putting in enough effort. Yu Wenbo, Ember called out. Thump! Yu Wenbo's knees buckled, and he knelt down. Ember was speechless, but didn't want to waste any more time. Just now, he suddenly received a call from Neil, saying, Dawn City was in considerable trouble. So, he had to rush back to Dawn City immediately. You manage White Rock City for me for now. Xiao Ming, you assist him. Yu Jin looked at Yu Wenbo and the 7th-tier mutated tortoise, making the arrangements. Okay. The man and the tortoise nodded vigorously, and Yu Jin took a step forward. Flying Thunder God. Boom! Thunder shook the ground. His figure instantly disappeared on the horizon. Before leaving, he didn't forget to cast a purifying light on the stunned refugees outside the city gates. Section 122. He also left a coordinate imprint on the spot, making it easy to return at any time. Above the giant tortoise's head, Yu Wenbo stared at the direction where the embers had disappeared, speechless for a long time. He turned his head stiffly like a puppet, looking at the hole in White Rock City blasted open by the light, a hole 100 meters in diameter. And, outside the gates of White Rock City, nearly 100,000 refugees, even more bewildered than him. After a long while, Yu Wenbo looked down at his feet. He felt a sense of existential crisis. Everyone had just transmigrated from Blue Star. He hadn't even awakened yet, but the embers seemed to be at max level. Brother Turtle, do you have any clues? The 7th-tier mutated tortoise, Xiao Ming, whimpered, sending out a low reply. Turtle, I'm scared. Chapter 87 Dawn City, your city lord has returned. Boom. Rumble. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Ember's figure darted through it. Thanks to the rewards from the official Wasteland game developers when he first logged in, Ember's Flying Thunder God ability was now at level 9, maxed out. 2nd-tier Lightning Attribute ability, Flying Thunder God LV9. Active effect, transforms into lightning for high-speed movement, ignoring physical obstacles for short distances. Max level effect, this ability has no cooldown, it can be continuously used as long as there is enough energy. Back on Blue Star, Ember could only cover 10 meters with Flying Thunder God. But now, 9th tier plus LV9 plus unaffected by obstacles. With these triple buffs, Ember can now cover over 10 kilometers with every step. The distance from White Rock City to Dawn City is 200 kilometers. For countless Wasteland refugees, 200 kilometers, even without encountering any danger, would take 10 days to half a month on foot. But for Ember, 200 kilometers at most, that's only 20 steps. This is a true Superman. Amidst the lightning, Ember uttered a heartfelt exclamation. Besides his exclamation, he even had time to look down at the wasteland below. To be honest, since awakening, Ember hadn't properly observed this world, this so-called A3 wasteland planet. Light Touch LV1 activated. Ember took in everything below. On the yellowish-brown land, not a trace of green was visible. The sky was dark, and except for the area near the refuge city, a thin layer of black mist permeated the land. The wasteland was covered with withered and ugly gray-black mutated plants. These plants secreted a black, viscous liquid, which sizzled and burned as it fell to the ground. Ember noticed. On a black, mutated vine, hung upside down the corpses of dozens of refugees. The faces of the refugees were still frozen with the despair and fear of their impending death. At this moment, the black vine was drawing blood and energy from their corpses. The scene was extremely gruesome. Whoosh! Ember raised his hand and fired a laser at it. In an instant, the black vine vanished into nothingness. The most disgusting thing is this kind of thing that torments other people's corpses even after they're dead. Ember spat, shifting his gaze elsewhere. On the desolate and vast wasteland, there were many groups of refugees moving in groups like ant colonies. They advanced slowly, cautiously wary of any danger that might appear at any moment. More numerous than the refugee caravans were monstrous, roaming mutated beasts. They searched the wasteland for humans as prey. Deep within the earth, using his spatial perception ability, Yu Jin saw a series of complex and enormous nests, like a honeycomb. These are the nests of the mutated beasts and infected? Yu Jin frowned slightly. On the incomplete map he received from the system and the map given to him by Yin Shanhai, aside from the location of the refuge city, the most frequently marked areas were various nests. Originally, Yu Jin had assumed these nests were exposed on the surface, allowing the refugees to avoid them from afar. But the reality was, these nests were extremely well hidden deep underground. Above the nests, they appeared no different from the rest of the wasteland. But, if any refugee were to actually set foot on that land, certain death and despair awaited them. At this moment, Ember intuitively understood how crucial a map was in the wasteland world. Thinking of this, Ember exhaled a breath of stale air. He thought of Earth. Although he had done his utmost to purify 89% of the pollution sources on Oumuamua before transmigrating, 11% of the pollution sources still fell onto Earth. This meant, Earth would still be polluted, Earth would still evolve into a wasteland planet. Pollution sources? Infected beings? Mutant beasts? The dangers facing the remaining half of humanity on Earth wouldn't be much less than those in the wasteland. Hopefully, after the system updates, it'll be ready. That way, I can get back to Earth as soon as possible. Ember thought to himself, but his steps didn't slow. Boom! Lightning flashed. At the edge of Yu Jin's vision, the phantom of a small refuge city appeared. Dawn City, my city. A surge of indescribable warmth and excitement rose in Jin's heart. At this moment, he even ignored the other voice echoing in his mind. You defeated and killed 5th tier evolver Lord White Rock City. The loot of the strong, LV1, activated. You gained one of his attributes. You awakened your 7th attribute, Boulder. At this moment, what Jin didn't notice was Section 123. As he transformed into lightning and hurtled towards the distant city of Dawn. Below, on the Wasteland, a small, unremarkable group of Wasteland refugees, numbering only about 20, suddenly stopped and looked up. Nia, what's wrong? Is there danger ahead? The moment the small figure named Nia stopped, the group's leader, a burly, shirtless man, anxiously asked. Over the past few days, if Nia hadn't always been able to sense danger in advance, their entire group would have been wiped out long ago. No. Under the hood, the small figure shook her head. That's good. The group leader breathed a sigh of relief. The other refugees in the group instantly relaxed. Sigh. It's been several days since we escaped from Bright City, and I don't know how long it will take to find another refuge. Besides, we don't know if the new refuge will be like Bright City, still treating us refugees like slaves. The leader of the group gazed ahead, sighing softly, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Let's go there. Nia suddenly spoke, pointing in the direction where the embers had disappeared. There, perhaps, is a decent refuge. Wasteland, Dawn City. The massive steel city gates were tightly shut. Outside the city gates, a vast, seemingly endless horde of mutated beasts and infected huddled together, emitting piercing, high-pitched roars. Inside Dawn City, tens of thousands of refugees had gathered on the outer city streets. Hearing the roars from outside the city, the refugees trembled with fear. On the walls of Dawn City, the only 1,000 evolved beings in Dawn City were all tense. 3 days ago, the mutated beasts and infected lairs surrounding Dawn City, for some unknown reason, collectively rioted. Over the course of 3 days, hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts and infected beings surrounded Dawn City from all sides. And now, after several probing attacks, the besieging beast tide seemed finally ready to launch its offensive. On the Wasteland, such beast tides besieging refuge cities were common occurrences. But the truly fatal thing was that Dawn City's powerful and mysterious new city lord had disappeared at this crucial moment. He vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Sigh. On the martial arts arena, Chen Gang looked up at the figure standing at the forefront of the city wall. Angelina Neal, a 5th-tier mechanical evolved being, the strongest being in Dawn City at present. Chen Gang had witnessed this powerful figure's strength firsthand. Just 2 days prior, the day after his transmigration to the Wasteland, he had passed the test under this person's tutelage, becoming a member of the Dawn City Guard. Thinking of this, Chen Gang looked beside him. Yin Yao, now the captain of the guard and his direct superior. But this senior student, Yin, was also filled with worry. 6th-tier infected, 7th-tier mutated beasts. Dawn City simply can't hold them off. Chen Gang heard Yin Yao murmur softly. Sigh. Chen Gang couldn't help but sigh again. Today was only the 3rd day since his transmigration. I wonder if old Yu has transmigrated yet. I wonder how old Kui and Yu Fei are doing. Looks like brother Gang is going to be leaving first. Chen Gang muttered to himself, turning to look at the group of people behind Yin Yao. This group wasn't members of the guard team, but rather new faces who had joined Dawn City 3 days ago. They were few in number, in their early 40s, both men and women, and all looked rather youthful. Coincidentally, they were not only from John University, but also members of the Ember Environmental Protection Society. 3 days ago, after their transmigration, they found themselves in Dawn City. At that time, this group felt incredibly fortunate, thinking they wouldn't have to survive in the Wasteland. But now, these young men and women all wore long faces, unable to smile at all. They thought it was a perfect start, but now they realized it was a disastrous one. Roar, roar, roar. Outside Dawn City, hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts and infected suddenly let out even sharper roars. It's coming. Chen Gang's face tightened instantly. Zzzzz. He activated his electricity attribute, and electricity subtly surged between his hands. Speaking of which, currently, in Dawn City, besides Neil, a 5th-tier evolver, the strongest are actually 3rd-tier evolvers. There are 7 3rd-tier evolvers in total, 5 natives, plus Yin Yao and Chen Gang. Damn it! I've become one of the top 10 cooks in the city. Isn't Dawn City doomed? Chen Gang looked at the electricity in his hands, his lips twitching involuntarily. It's coming! Another low exclamation. But this time, it came from Angelina Neal at the very front of the city wall. Crack! Crack, crack. Under the gaze of Yin Yao, Chen Gang, and the others, this 5th-tier evolver activated her mechanical attribute ability. A few seconds passed. Neil vanished. In his place stood a black humanoid mech, several meters tall. Hiss. Battle form? That's so cool. Section 124. Even with the siege looming, Chen Gang's eyes still lit up when he saw Neil's mech form for the first time. Whoosh! At the same time, seeing Neil enter mech form, Yin Yao took a deep breath and activated her sandstorm attribute. Small sandstorms began to appear around her. But the next second, Neil's action stunned Yin Yao, Chen Gang, and the others. In her mech form, she didn't attack the mutated beast horde that had begun assaulting the city walls. Instead, she raised her hand to her chest, facing east, and slightly bowed. This is. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Gang's eyes widened, completely bewildered. But then, boom, rumble, a deafening roar of thunder suddenly filled their ears. The more than 1,000 people on the city walls, and the hundreds of thousands of refugees within the city, all instinctively looked up, following the sound. They saw, on the eastern horizon, a bolt of lightning, so dazzling it almost illuminated the sky, was hurtling towards Dawn City at incredible speed. My lord, Neil awaits your arrival. Angelina Neil's devout cry echoed throughout Dawn City. Countless refugees, who had been completely bewildered, erupted in excited cheers after their initial shock. Wow, the City Lord! The City Lord, it's the City Lord! The City Lord of Dawn City has returned. Chapter 88. A small ninth-order shock. Above the sky, Ember stood amidst a sky filled with lightning. He looked at the scene on the ground below, his face darkening. Damn it! You're taking my crystals while I'm away, aren't you? At this moment, in Yu Jin's vision, within a 5-mile radius of Dawn City, teeming with mutated beasts and infected creatures of all shapes and sizes. At first glance, their numbers numbered a staggering 300,000. Using his light touch and spatial perception abilities, Yu Jin discovered, within a 50-mile radius of Dawn City, all the mutated beast/infected creature lairs were now completely empty. This was a true, all-out attack. Excellent! Yu Jin laughed in exasperation. He was just worried about having no one to practice on after logging in, and this horde of reckless beasts had delivered themselves to him. If I don't give you a little numerical shock today, my breakthrough to the 9th rank will have been for nothing. Thinking this, Yu Jin didn't even land on the city walls of Dawn City. Instead, a thought struck him. Whoosh! Behind Yu Jin, wings of light a full 100 meters long materialized out of thin air. Tier 3 light attribute ability, Light Wings LV9. Active effect, condenses illusory light wings, levitating off the ground, consumes energy for short distance flight. Max level effect, ignores gravity, infinitely increases flight altitude, can absorb starlight in the starry sky, speed increases exponentially. Whoosh! The light wings flapped gently. Ember's figure appeared a full 3,000 meters above Dawn City. A dazzling halo bathed him, making him resemble a blazing sun. Below, on the city walls of Dawn City, Angelina Neil remained in a bent-over posture, but her silver mechanical face was already filled with excitement and piety. In contrast, Chen Gang looked up, nearly 180 degrees, gazing at the sky. Hiss! He gasped, staring at the figure whose light had already surpassed the sun. This is the new City Lord? He hasn't even made a move yet, and I already feel his terrifying strength. In an instant, Chen Gang decided to abandon the backstabbing the new City Lord cooperation he had previously reached with Yin Yao. What a joke! What are you going to use to backstab him? On the other side, Yin Yao also looked up at the sky. But unlike Chen Gang, in her heart, a name echoed incessantly. Yu Jin! This aura, this familiar yet strange, this terrifying aura of a 9th-tier evolved being, Yin Yao had only felt it once before. In her past life, when she saw Yu Jin from afar. The new City Lord. Is it Yu Jin? Yin Yao's eyes were glazed over, her mind a complete mess. This wasn't an oversight she hadn't considered. After all, the new City Lord's displayed attributes of light, lightning, and space were exactly the same as Yu Jin's. But, how could the new City Lord be Yu Jin? It doesn't make sense, so many things just don't make sense. At this moment, Yin Yao's mind was a complete mess. She even lost the ability to think. The only thing she could do was quietly gaze up at the figure in the sky. Above the sky. Section 125. Ember looked down at the surging beast horde below. Eye of Insight activated. Information on various mutated beasts and infected creatures appeared. Sand Scorpion Leader. Race, Mutant Beast. Rank, Tier 5. Abilities, Poison Sting LV5, Sand Trap LV5, Pincer Strike LV5. Lava Giant Lizard King. Race, Mutant Beast. Rank, Tier 6. Abilities, Lava LV6, Fireball LV6, Whiplash LV6. Thorn Earth Dragon King. Race, Mutant Beast. Rank, Tier 7. Abilities, Bone Spike LV6, Toxin LV6, Earthquake LV6. Mika Hawk. Race, infected. Rank, tier 6. Attribute, blood. Abilities, bloodlust LV6, blood explosion LV6, blood elementalization LV6. Ember withdrew his gaze, too lazy to look any further. Tier 6 and 7 were not enough to attract his attention. Whoosh! Ember's mind stirred. The system's personal information panel appeared before his eyes. He now possessed a total of 7 attributes, and his total number of abilities had surpassed 50. This time, Jin wasn't going to use a low-level ability like Laser casually. Laser was powerful, but clearing monsters was too slow. Jin's idea was one-click sweep. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Back on Blue Star, 7th, 8th, and 9th tier abilities were all sealed. We couldn't even look at them, let alone use them. Jin muttered, looking at the last few items in the abilities section of the panel. 7th tier light attribute ability, Sunshine LV1. Active effect, sunlight melts everything. A giant snake? Jin raised an eyebrow and continued reading. 7th tier lightning attribute ability, Thunderous Prison LV1. Active effect, uses lightning as a cage to imprison and annihilate all enemies within range. Lightning squirrel? Jin simply looked at the last one. Since he was going to test a high-level ability, he might as well go all the way. 9th tier spatial attribute ability, Dimensional Prison LV1. Active effect, confines and banishes all enemies within the area to a lower dimensional prison, where they are subjected to eternal spatial strangulation. Good heavens! Jin's eyes lit up instantly. This 9th tier ability looks incredibly powerful. You're the one. Jin, like choosing a concubine, selected this 9th tier spatial attribute ability from over 50 abilities. Come! Jin gave a light shout, reaching out to draw a circle on the ground below. The circle perfectly encompassed all 300,000 mutated beasts and infected beings surrounding Dawn City. Can't let friendly fire get in. Jin muttered, drawing another circle. This time, the circle completely encircled Dawn City. Here, Jin had completed the enclosure of the area. Let me see how powerful a 9th tier ability is. Jin's thoughts stirred, activating Dimensional Prison. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, a deafening cracking sound echoed through the vast heaven and earth. On the city wall of Dawn City, Chen Gang stared ahead, his eyes wide open. At this moment, just 10 meters away from him, outside the city wall, the space there shattered inch by inch, like a mirror. Roar, roar! The horde of mutated beasts stirred, letting out terrified screams. But a few seconds later, the screams vanished, vanishing along with them. Hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts and infected also disappeared. Chen Gang looked bewildered. What happened? Equally bewildered. Around the other nearly 1,000 evolved beings on the city wall, they looked at each other, then turned to look outside the city. A hallucination? At this moment, in their view, the sky was clear and the air was calm. Outside Dawn City, where were the endless hordes of mutated beasts and infected? Hey, no, I saw it. On the ground, holy crap. On the ground. Behind Yin Yao, a boy from the Environmental Protection Club widened his eyes and screamed. Upon hearing this, Chen Gang and the others popped their heads out from the city wall, looking at the ground. Section 126. In an instant, everyone's scalp tingled. Outside Dawn City, on the Wasteland within a 5-mile radius, murals appeared. The content of the murals was precisely the hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts and infected that had previously besieged the city. Even more terrifying was, these murals were gifts. Just like now, Chen Gang witnessed it with his own eyes. A mutated sand scorpion, compressed into a QR code, was being continuously sliced by invisible lines. In just a few seconds, the sand scorpion's shape vanished, leaving only tiny pixels on the ground. Gulp! Chen Gang swallowed hard. Poet's stern gaze. Is this really an evolved being like us, not a god? Brother Gang's question came from the depths of his soul, but clearly, he had questioned too soon, because just 1 minute later, all the animated GIFs on the ground froze. The 300,000 mutated beasts and infected creatures had been reduced to vibrantly colored pixels on the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Something even more terrifying and chilling happened. Thud! A crisp sound of something landing echoed outside the city. Chen Gang's eyes widened, as if he'd seen a ghost. What is that? Tell me what that is. That's infection crystals? Energy crystals? Thud! Thud! In a short while, a dazzling crystal rain began to fall on the wide open ground outside Dawn City. First tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, even fifth tier and sixth tier crystals were plentiful. Chen Gang was numb. The tens of thousands of refugees who had rushed from the outer city streets onto the city walls and witnessed this scene were also numb. Only Yin Yao remained. Her eyes were glazed over, her lips murmuring repeatedly, "Ember, Ember, this is an ability only Ember possesses." From her past life in the Wasteland, Yin Yao had heard countless rumors about Ember. One of them was exactly the same as the scene before her eyes. The invincible Lord of Dawn City, Lord Ember, merely raised his hand and drew a circle, and all enemies within the circle collapsed into a lower dimension, being strangled and annihilated. Even more miraculous is, the crystals carried by the strangled enemies would fall from the sky, like rain. High above, Ember watched the crystal rain fall and nodded in satisfaction. When he first used the dimensional cage, he had been somewhat negligent, forgetting that these mutated beasts could also provide crystals. But the good news is, 8th tier spatial attribute ability, spatial folding LV1. Active effect, folds 2 points of space, causing spatial strangulation, or folds 2 points of space, achieving interdimensional teleportation, limited to inanimate objects. As it turns out, as long as there are enough types and quantities of abilities, even if there's a momentary lapse, there's always time to remedy the situation. Spatial folding plus dimensional cage constitutes a combo skill. The combination of the two creates the spectacular scene that Yin Yao and the others are witnessing now. Ember didn't use light, lightning, or metal/rock related attributes, but it's clear that spatial attributes are more mysterious and awe-inspiring. Ember's actions were both an experiment with his abilities and a way of establishing his authority. The object of his authority wouldn't be Chen Gang, Yin Yao, and their ilk, but rather the hundreds of thousands of ordinary refugees in Dawn City. In the future, Ember intended to develop Dawn City, and these people, as his initial core group, absolutely could not be questioned in terms of loyalty and faith. Whoosh! The siege of Dawn City was lifted, and Ember retracted his enormous wings of light, a full 100 meters long. This thing was rather flamboyant. Boom! Ember took a step forward. Lightning crackled behind him. The next second, he was already atop the walls of Dawn City. "My lord!" Angelina Neal shouted. "Lord of the city!" Hundreds of thousands of refugees knelt on their knees, excited and devout. "Old you!" Chen Gang stared at Ember descending from the sky, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "President!" The 40-odd junior students of the Environmental Protection Club were all stunned and bewildered upon seeing Eugene. Yin Yao stood rooted to the spot, staring intently at Eugene's face, unable to utter a single word. So that's it. Eugene never needed to replace the city lord of Dawn City. So that's it. Eugene was the mysterious and powerful new city lord. So that's it. After transmigrating, in just 3 short days, Eugene was able to achieve the 9th rank, to stand at the very top of this wasteland world's pyramid, overlooking all living beings. Chapter 89. You suppressed a 10th rank galaxy-level mutant beast. Dawn City. Outer City Street. Neil deactivated his mecha form and bowed as he led the way. On both sides of the street. Section 127. Tens of thousands of refugees knelt and bowed their heads. They shouted in unison, "Lord of the city. Loyalty. Dawn City. Loyalty." Ember followed behind Neil, gazing at the city that belonged to him. The streets were narrow, the environment dilapidated, and the area small. The refugees he saw were mostly ordinary people who hadn't awakened yet. He understood why Dawn City was classified as level 0 by Wasteland, ranking 20,001st on the leaderboard. "I'm at max level, but Dawn City is still level 0. This can't really be considered max level," Eugene thought to himself. Behind him, Yin Yao, Chen Gang, over 40 members of the Environmental Protection Society, and Dawn City's only 1,000 evolved beings followed closely behind. Their gazes were fixed on Eugene's retreating figure. Their eyes were brimming with a myriad of emotions. Shock, bewilderment, surprise, astonishment, doubt, relief. A whole host of emotions were expressed. A short while later, led by Neil, Eugene crossed the walls separating the inner and outer cities. A bit pathetic. Looking at the small inner city, with only a few dozen scattered houses, Eugene's resolve to develop the city only strengthened. Old you. Taking advantage of Neil leading the way, Chen Gang jogged up to Eugene and whispered. Earlier on the city wall, when Eugene had first appeared, after calling out "Old you," Chen Gang received a fierce glare from Neil, which made him a little intimidated. "What's wrong, Gang Ge?" Eugene turned around, smiling at his roommate who loved his brothers even more than gold. Well, the skill you used before, the one that turned all the mutated beasts into mural gifts. What level of ability?" Upon hearing this, everyone behind Eugene pricked up their ears. They were all very curious about this question. They only knew that in just 3 days, Eugene had become terrifyingly strong, even transforming into the city lord of Dawn City. But they didn't know, what level was Eugene at now? And now, Brother Gang had become their mouthpiece. 9th level, Eugene said casually. 9th level? Upon hearing this, Chen Gang was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Old you, are you kidding me? You've only been here for 3 days, and you weren't even wearing a helmet for the closed beta test. How can you be 9th level already? Are you kidding me? But Chen Gang smiled and smiled. He noticed the crowd was quiet, and Yujin's face was serious. Even Neil, who was leading the way, stopped and turned around, staring intently at him with his blue eyes that gleamed with a mechanical light. Chen Gang's smile vanished. Gulp. Chen Gang swallowed hard. Really 9th rank? His voice was very low. Really 9th rank. Yujin was open and honest, making no attempt to hide it. You cheated. Chen Gang remained silent for a long time before finally managing to utter this question. Yujin smiled but didn't speak. Behind him, Yin Yao's expression changed repeatedly after hearing these words. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. Bold, previously unthinkable speculations began to surface. Yujin had once told her to dream, and that doing environmental protection can turn you into a superhero. Now, thinking back, those might not have been jokes after all. But, at this moment, the truth no longer mattered. Boom, boom. The city lord's mansion gates, sealed for several days, were pushed open by Yujin himself. At this moment, before everyone's eyes was a council hall of approximately 200 square meters. And, at the very front of the hall, the empty seat of the city lord, seemingly cast from some special metal. Whoosh! Yujin took a step forward. A spatial fluctuation spread out. The next second, Yujin was already seated. Nearly 1,000 people, including Chen Gang, silently entered the council hall and stood on either side. This scene had a distinctly surreal feel to it, reminiscent of a courtroom scene in a movie or TV drama. Yujin's gaze swept over the figures in the hall. Neil, at the very front, stood with his head bowed. Nearly 1,000 evolved individuals, all natives. Yin Yao and Chen Gang were old acquaintances, needless to say. The Environmental Protection Society members, numbering over 40, surprised Yujin, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, when recruiting members, the system had classified them as citizens of Dawn City. So, after transmigrating, their initial appearance in Dawn City was perfectly plausible. The city lord's mansion hall. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Even Gang, who was closest to Yujin, dared not speak loudly at this moment. After all, the roommate relationship was back on Earth. Now they were in the Wasteland, Ember was the city lord, and they were just subjects. The two were not comparable. The members of the Environmental Society shared the same thought. Even. Section 128. They became even more cautious. On the city lord's seat, Ember remained silent. Just moments before, the system update had completed precisely the instant he sat down in the city lord's seat. He was now staring at the semi-transparent panel before him. System updated to version 2.0. New version changes. Given your location in the extremely dangerous Wasteland galaxy, some system functions have been updated simultaneously. Regarding the previous issue of the Newbie Survival Resource Pack, upgraded to Tier 3, rewards not being successfully distributed. The system has bypassed some rule restrictions. The Newbie Survival Resource Pack rewards have been converted to. The restriction that your maximum rank is 9 has been lifted. Your current maximum rank cap has been increased to 12th rank. Notification. Due to rule restrictions, your abilities above rank 9 will still be partially suppressed. Good news! Ember can now break through the server's maximum level of 9 and continue upgrading until it reaches level 12. Bad news! This A3 Wasteland planet only has a maximum level of 9, and we don't even know if there are any level 9 infected or mutated beasts. Where am I supposed to break through to level 12? Just by consuming level 8 or even level 9 crystals. Unrealistic. The thought had barely formed in Yujin's mind when new text appeared on the panel before him. With the body of an ant, you painstakingly suppressed the 8th tier mutant beast Sand Scorpion leader, Wasteland points plus 1 million. Resource acquired, 7th tier energy crystal *1. With the body of an ant, you painstakingly suppressed the 9th tier infected Mika Hawk, Wasteland points plus 5 million. Resource acquired, 9th tier energy crystal *1. With the body of an ant, you suppressed the 10th tier galaxy level mutant beast Thorn Earth Dragon King, a beast of a higher tier, Wasteland points plus 8 million. Resource acquired, 9th tier energy crystal *1. Ember fell into deep thought. Sand Scorpion leader, tier 8? Mika Hawk, tier 9? Thorn Earth Dragon King, tier 10? This must be referring to those tier 6 and tier 7 mutated infected beasts that he had turned into gifts during the siege of Dawn City? Good heavens! The Void added a tier 3, right? Ember realized. The system has bugged twice again. My lord! Ember's thoughts were interrupted by Neil's respectful call. Your people await your command. Neil said softly. Ember snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting from the panel. He decided to study the system later. For now, he should assign tasks. After all, The ground within several miles outside the city was still littered with infected crystals and energy crystals of various tiers. While Ember couldn't use those low-level crystals, they were invaluable resources for upgrading his subjects. Chen Gang, Ember called out. Here. Chen Gang strode forward, his eyes resolute. Take all the evolved beings and go outside the city to collect all the crystals. Any problems? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Gang's eyes lit up. Crystals. Crystals are great. Better than gold. Unexpectedly, Yujin entrusted him with such an important task with complete confidence. No problem. Chen Gang shouted loudly. Then, without further adu, Chen Gang led nearly 1,000 evolved individuals from the council hall, heads held high, out of the city lord's mansion and ran towards the city outskirts. Wang Yunpeng. Yujin called out another name. Ha! Here! A slender boy stepped out from the Environmental Protection Club. He hadn't expected the club president to remember his name. He had originally intended to join the game club, but upon learning about the extra credits, he had switched sides and joined the Environmental Protection Club instead. He thought he'd be suppressed, but unexpectedly, take the new members of the Environmental Protection Society and count the number of refugees in the city, register their information. Especially record how long they've been in Dawn City. Any questions? Wang Yunpeng stood up straight and blurted out, no problem. Wang Yunpeng never imagined that he, an ordinary person who hadn't even awakened, could be so highly valued by the society leader. No, the city lord. Loyalty. He shouted at the top of his lungs before leading the 40-odd new members of the Environmental Protection Society out of the council hall. Interestingly, as the 40-odd people left, they all imitated Wang Yunpeng, shouting loyalty. Their faces were filled with excitement and surprise. Ordinary people have no value in the Wasteland. But, City Lord, you gave them value. This seemingly small matter of registering information, but in reality? This foreshadows that in the future, City Lord, you might be willing to invest resources in nurturing them. Think boldly. Becoming an evolved being like Senior Sister Yin isn't impossible. The departure of another group of people left the council hall empty once more. My lord, what can Neil do for you? Angelina Neil was somewhat anxious. She wanted to help her master, but hadn't been assigned a task yet. Ember stared at Neil for a while. A back massage, would you do that? A moment later, Neil stood behind Ember, activating his mechanical attribute, conjuring 4 mechanical bionic arms, and began massaging Ember's back from head to toe. Section 129. A satisfied smile spread across Neil's mechanically colored face. The council hall. Only Yin Yao remained standing alone. Yujin looked up at the senior student who had fed him hand and foot on Blue Star, and who had practically elevated him to 9th tier before his transmigration. Before his transmigration, Yujin had used his Eye of Insight to examine Yin Yao's information. But at that time, it couldn't reveal whether she was the reborn person Yujin suspected. And now, ability, Eye of Insight, LV9. Active effect, can perceive information about items/creatures. The higher the skill tier, the more detailed the information displayed. Max level effect, can ignore obstacles and perceive information about any item/lifeform not higher than the user's tier. Lines of text appeared before Yujin's eyes. Yin Yao. Homeworld, Blue Star. Rank, Tier 3. Attribute, Sandstorm. Abilities, Sandstorm Control LV2, Sand Whirlpool LV2, Sand Tornado LV2. Evaluation, a reborn individual who unknowingly triggered the Nirvana talent prematurely. She wants to improve, wants to become a member of Dawn City, wants to cling to Ember's coattails, wants to become stronger, wants to save Blue Star. Nirvana talent? Ember saw this new term and felt a surge of curiosity. He asked the system administrator, but the latter didn't answer. Ember shook his head, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. He stood up, striding from his high seat as the city lord to Yin Yao. Senior Sister Yin. Ember's address caused Yin Yao, who had been looking down, to stiffen slightly. Just a second ago, she clearly felt that Ember had seen through her. Reborn, clinging to a powerful figure. She didn't know how Yujin would view her past actions, nor whether he would resent this purposeful approach and help. She had considered this moment, but she hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Yin Yao stood frozen, her expression tense as she awaited judgment from her superior. Thank you. Yujin's voice echoed in the empty hall. The complex emotions flickering in Yin Yao's beautiful eyes froze instantly. She looked up blankly, a hint of uncertainty in her eyes, meeting Yujin's gaze. Are you willing to become a member of Dawn City, willing to contribute to Dawn City, willing to be my right-hand man? Are you willing to join me, leading our people to conquer the Wasteland, so that one day we can return to and save Blue Star? Yujin spoke each word clearly. His voice was soft, yet resolute. I am. Yin Yao's eyes instantly reddened. She couldn't tell if it was excitement or joy, resentment or relief. She only knew this. From this day forward, she no longer had to feel awkward like before. From this day forward, she could openly contribute to Dawn City, doing everything in her power to cling tightly to Ember, the strongest and most powerful force in the Wasteland. Chapter 90, Hope for Returning to Blue Star. 11th Tier Refugee? City Lord's Mansion. Ember watched Yin Yao's departing figure. He looked down at the attribute activation stone in his hand. This senior, with red eyes and tears streaming down her face, still refused his small thank you. She said, "No reward without merit." Really no merit? Jin sat in the city lord's seat, muttering to himself. Yin Yao's rebirth was of extraordinary significance to both himself and Blue Star. Without Yin Yao's constant soft rice, relying on him for financial support, he most likely wouldn't have been able to break through to the 9th rank before transmigrating. Without breaking through to the 9th rank, he couldn't purify the 89% pollution of Aomamo, and Blue Star might have been completely polluted or even destroyed. Even if Jin was invincible in the Wasteland, it wouldn't change this fact. Without breaking through to the 9th rank, the system might not update, and he wouldn't be able to break through the 9th rank cap and continue to advance his rank. After all, the root of the update was the reward for advancing 3 ranks hadn't been issued. Jin guessed that in the timeline before Yin Yao's rebirth, when he logged into Wasteland, he was probably only at the 6th or 7th rank. Jin let out a long breath. System brother, the coordinate imprint can't return to Blue Star. Is there any way to solve this? Jin asked in his mind. This was the answer he had been searching for since waking up. Searching. Search complete. Due to unknown rules governing the A3 Wasteland planet and surrounding star systems, coordinate imprint teleportation failed. Solutions. 1. Increase the evolver's rank. The higher the rank, the stronger the attributes and abilities, and the greater the probability of breaking through the A3 planet's rule restrictions. 2. Increase the coordinate imprint skill level. The higher the skill level, the greater the probability of breaking through the A3 planet's rule restrictions. 3. Increase the refuge city's level. The higher the refuge city's level, the weaker the A3 planet's rule restrictions within the refuge city's area. Jin raised an eyebrow at the system's response. He hadn't expected that the system would not only answer his question but also provide 3 solutions at once. This was his hope of returning to Blue Star. Good system. Jin praised softly, considering the feasibility of each solution. Increasing rank? This was something he was supposed to do anyway. Although Ember was already at rank 9 and ranked first on planet A3, a higher rank always brought more confidence. After all, Wasteland had clearly told him that there were even higher-level Galaxy Wasteland servers above planet A3. A max-level account logging into Galaxy Wasteland? It wasn't impossible. Upgrading his coordinate imprint level? Ember skipped that. Upgrading his refuge city level? Whoosh. Ember's mind stirred. A semi-transparent light screen appeared before him. This light screen didn't come from the system, but from the Wasteland game. Planet A3 player ranking number 1. Planet A3 refuge city level ranking number 20,001. Planet A3 player overall ranking number 111. The ranking of 20,001 was extremely conspicuous. His overall ranking of 111 was likely due to his low refuge city level dragging him down. Section 130. A moment ago. The instant he sat in the city lord's seat, various information about the upgrade of the refuge city automatically flooded his mind. The refuge city's level depends on 2 factors. 1. The number of subordinate cities. 2. The number and rank of subjects/evolvers. Subordinate cities are refuge cities under the rule of Dawn City, similar to vassal cities. The number and rank of evolved beings vary depending on the refuge city's level. Dawn City is currently only level 0. A level 1 refuge city requires at least 3 subordinate cities, 200,000 subjects, and 2,000 evolved beings, including at least 3 4th-tier evolved beings, excluding the city lord. Ember doesn't yet know the requirements for a level 2 refuge city. He'll only know after Dawn City reaches level 1. For Ember, this is undoubtedly a huge constraint. After all, if there were no restrictions on the number of subjects and evolved beings, Ember doesn't even need to develop Dawn City. He can completely follow the lone wolf route. At rank 9, Ember is confident he can conquer the Wasteland single-handedly. Rank 9 isn't enough? Then rank 10, 11, 12th. In terms of personal power, a max-level Ember has complete control. So it seems. Wasteland is less about post-apocalyptic survival and more about a battle for supremacy among lords? The refugees see it as a post-apocalyptic struggle because the Wasteland is fraught with danger, and they are weak and powerless to resist. But in reality, after reaching a certain rank, the threats in the Wasteland aren't many. High-ranking mutant beasts/infected creatures are powerful, but few in number. From White Rock City to Dawn City, we haven't even seen many high-ranking mutant beasts/infected creatures. In contrast, the City Lord is the true player at the table in Wasteland. Ember deduced this conclusion based on the available information. Before this, he had always harbored a question. In the future vision known to Yin Yao/Yin Shanhai, he was a 9th-tier evolver, the Lord of Dawn City, and had conquered over 1,000 refuge cities. A 9th-tier evolver and the Lord of Dawn City, Yu Jin wasn't surprised. But why conquer over 1,000 refuge cities? Yu Jin had pondered this question many times. Now, with the timeline converging, his question was finally answered. At the same time, Yu Jin's plans for the future were gradually becoming clearer. Keep upgrading while rapidly developing Dawn City. Mass up troops, sweep through, no easy targets. We need both invincible personal strength and unparalleled Dawn City power. We must manage both, and make both strong. Let's set a small goal first. Sweep through the A308 region and conquer the refuge cities within. While we're at it, wipe out all the mutated infected beasts in the A308 region, especially the high-level ones, and use the system's resources to upgrade our crystals. Following the system's pattern of adding 3 levels to the void, if we're lucky enough to encounter a level 9 infected. Level 9 to level 12? Not impossible. Ember never complained about his upgrade speed. Just kidding. With all this cheating, why bother with slow, steady upgrades? It's all about being unreasonable, about getting it done in one go. Snap! Having figured things out, Yu Jin couldn't help but consume some crystals to cheer himself up. He hadn't even used the several tier 9 crystals the system had rewarded him with yet. Yu Jin wasn't in a hurry to go out and hunt monsters. His plan was to wait until Chen Gang and the others had collected all the crystals before distributing them to boost Dawn City's strength. The Wasteland world was too vast. Instead of scrambling across the mountains to find high-level infected, it would be better to use Dawn City as a center and launch a carpet-bombing-style expansion outwards. Refugee City? A city under Dawn City's jurisdiction. Refugees? Citizens of Dawn City. Mutant beasts/infected? A walking crystal in Dawn City's warehouse. A 3 Wasteland planet? Dawn Wasteland planet. Any objections? Go tell City Lord Yu of Dawn City, who's a tier 9/10/11/12. Dawn City. Outside the city gate, Chen Gang, leading over 1,000 evolved beings, relentlessly bent down to pick up the crystals scattered on the ground. Not far away, Yin Yao, having left the city lord's mansion, also joined the group. She used Sand Whirlwind to collect crystals, making her much faster than the others. But, even at their fastest speed, collecting over 100,000 crystals couldn't be done in a short time. Damn it! To think I'd ever be bothered by having too many crystals? Despite being a 3rd-tier evolved being, the constant bending and standing had left Chen Gang exhausted. He panted, looking ahead. As far as the eye could see, there were crystals everywhere. Thank heavens. Back then, he'd almost fought a mutated beast to the point of having its brain spilled out for a single 2nd-tier crystal. But now, 2nd-tier crystals on the ground, even the dogs of Dawn City wouldn't give them a second glance. Speaking of which, old you must be cheating. No, 9 levels in 3 days, even cheating wouldn't be this outrageous. Chen Gang muttered to himself, but his hands didn't slow down at all. Being tired was one thing, crystallizing was another. On Blue Star, Chen Gang's favorite thing was gold. Seeing that bright yellow gold, his legs would instantly give way. But now, he's in the Wasteland. Chen Gang cleverly upgraded his love of gold to love of crystallization. Pick it up. Pick it up like crazy. If I don't finish, I'll beat you up. Chen Gang's fierce words weren't directed at anyone else, but at himself. This scene, while astonishing the other nearly 1,000 evolved beings, their hands moved even faster. Damn it! Section 131. Striving for excellence? Striving for loyalty? Who's afraid of who? On the other side, in Dawn City, the 40-odd new members of the Environmental Protection Club were also doing their best to demonstrate their loyalty. Name? Age? Measurements? No. Why do we need to register measurements? Of course, it's to make it easier for the club president the city lord to better understand his people. Not far away, at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, Neil, having finished his massage work, was sent by Ember to act as a supervisor. At this moment, Angelina Neil gave an order. Click, click, click. Thousands upon thousands of mechanical flying insects echoed across the sky above Dawn City. The eyes of the mechanical flying insects flashed crimson, recording the scene from every corner. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Neil let out a soft exclamation. The mechanical flying insect reminded her. A small group of about 20 refugees had arrived outside Dawn City. A small group of refugees naturally wouldn't warrant Neil's attention. But, there seemed to be a fairly strong evolved human in this group. 4th tier? 5th tier? To enhance Dawn City's strength, perhaps my lord will like it. Neil muttered to himself, then vanished in a flash. Dawn City, outside the city gates. Chen Gang was still collecting crystals. Little crystal, do you like my big hand? Do you want me to use my big hand to pick you up firmly? Speak. Chen Gang muttered to himself, stuffing yet another crystal into his pocket. His pockets were already bulging, almost overflowing. Chen Gang was about to bend down again to pick up the crystals on the ground when he noticed a group of refugees had appeared in front of him. Gulp. At the head of the group of refugees, a burly, shirtless man swallowed hard. What the hell? Where did all this come from? Whose refuge gate is covered in crystals of all kinds? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, even Tier 5 and Tier 6 crystals. What? Trying to steal? Sensing the aura of a Tier 2 evolved being emanating from the shirtless man, Chen Gang felt emboldened. He could use electricity, it might not be a disadvantage. Zzz. Chen Gang's hand crackled with electricity. The shirtless man instinctively took 2 steps back. Behind him, the rest of the refugees, who had been stunned by the crystals scattered on the ground, also came to their senses after hearing the crackling sound of electricity. No. The shirtless burly man hurriedly waved his hands. He wasn't afraid of Chen Gang, but rather, the 6th tier crystals on the ground were still warm. What did this mean? It meant that the city lord of this refuge city could suppress even 6th tier infected beings / 7th tier mutated beasts. What terrifying strength was that? He was merely a 2nd tier evolver. Let alone stealing the crystals, even glancing at them would be disrespectful. We wanted to. The shirtless burly man looked at the nearly 1,000 evolvers surrounding Chen Gang, his words stammering. He originally wanted to say join your refuge city, but the crystals scattered all over the ground made him unable to utter those words at all. What do you want? Chen Gang held his head high, exuding arrogance. We want to join the refuge city. A petite figure stepped out from behind the burly, shirtless man. Hello, my name is Nia. The petite figure removed her large, heavy hood, revealing 2 chestnut-brown ponytails that cascaded over her shoulders. She was only about 1.5 meters tall, her chubby cheeks dusted with wasteland sand. Chen Gang stared at Nia, slightly taken aback. This ragged group of refugees actually contained a strikingly different twin-tailed loli? His name is Edmund, and he's the leader of this group of refugees. We came from the bright refuge city, hundreds of kilometers away, wandering here, hoping to join your refuge city and receive the protection of the city lord. Nia's voice was somewhat soft, but her tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and carried just the right amount of respect. She was also the only refugee who hadn't been distracted by the crystals scattered all over the ground. Chen Gang was stunned for a moment. He realized that the little girl before him seemed completely unafraid of him, a 3rd-tier god of electricity. Even his physical instincts prevented him from meeting her gaze. Her crystal-clear eyes seemed to easily see through his every thought. Whoosh! In a daze, Angelina Neal's figure flashed to the front of the refugee group. Her blue mechanical eyes passed over the leader, Edmund, and looked at the petite Nia. Tier? A tribute? Neal's voice remained mechanical and cold. Section 132. 5th rank, Prophecy. Nia blurted out. Her words fell. Chen Gang's eyes widened. Yin Yao, who had rushed over, suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Even the burly man Edmund, the leader of the refugee group, looked completely bewildered. 5th rank? Nia, didn't you say you were only 2nd rank? Dawn Inner City, City Lord's Mansion. After consuming a 9th rank crystal, Eugene stepped down from his seat and looked around the City Lord's Mansion. He noticed a large, separate area behind the council hall. The separate area itself wasn't particularly special, but even with his light touch, a 9th rank cultivator, Eugene couldn't see clearly what was inside. This couldn't help but attract Eugene's attention. Living area? The City Lord's private impromptu area? Eugene was somewhat curious, but after taking only a few steps, several lines of text suddenly popped up before his eyes. System notification. 11th tier star system level Wasteland refugee Naya has applied to join Dawn City. Chapter 91 Naya's fully automated wool production. Dawn City. City Lord's Mansion, Council Hall. Ember sat upright in the City Lord's seat, watching with interest the petite figure standing not far in front of him. Naya. Ember uttered the name. Yes, Your Excellency City Lord. Naya requests to join your Dawn City. Nia longs to become a member of Dawn City. Naya lowered her head, placing one hand on her chest, bowing slightly. Her chestnut-colored twin ponytails swayed gently. A very standard posture of submission. At the front of the hall, Neil watched the scene, his mechanical eyes flashing blue light incessantly. Yin Yao stared intently at the suddenly appearing refugee girl, her gaze full of scrutiny. For some reason, she had a feeling. This Nia seemed to be after Eugene. Just like herself 10 days ago, when she had just been reborn. Hiss. A 5th tier evolver actively seeking refuge? Is this old used strength? Is this the allure of a 9th tier revolver? In a corner of the hall, Chen Gang, clutching a handful of crystals, was secretly amazed. He, and the members of the Environmental Protection Society, even though they had received a definite answer of 9th tier from Yujin, actually, they had no concept of 9th tier. They were even less aware that Yujin was currently the only 9th tier revolver on this planet A3. Oh, Nia. Sitting upright in the city lord's seat, Yujin murmured the name again. Really named Nia? Yujin suddenly spoke. His voice fell. Nia's petite figure stiffened slightly, but she quickly recovered. Yes. However, she only managed to utter one word. Ember waved his hand, interrupting her. You have one last chance. Don't say you weren't warned. Upon hearing this, the council hall fell into complete silence. Emmond and the other 20-odd refugees with Nia first widened their eyes, then with a thud, they knelt down on both knees. Lord, we are perfectly law-abiding citizens. Emmond cried out his innocence, immediately disassociating himself from Nia. The Lord's wrath was far beyond what a few Wasteland refugees could bear. Not to mention, this was a powerful city lord capable of easily suppressing 6th and 7th tier mutated beasts. The atmosphere inside the hall was silent and oppressive. Yujin sat high above, carefully scrutinizing this uninvited 11th tier refugee. 11th tier, of course, was just a misjudgment by the system. After the system update, everyone appeared as Void Realm plus 3 tiers. This Nia no, she should be called Naya, was actually an 8th tier revolver. Naya. Mother planet, more star. Tier, 8th tier, limit. Attributes Ice, Fire, Prophecy. Abilities Ice and Fire Dual Realms LV8, Eye of Foresight LV8, Fate Gaze LV7. To be honest, when Yujin used his Eye of Insight to see through the various abilities of this twin-tailed lowly, he was stunned for a moment. Although, the total number of her abilities wasn't as many as his own. 3 attributes, providing 24 abilities. Besides, she even possessed numerous other attribute-less abilities. At a glance, her total number of abilities was no less than 30. Even more astonishing, almost every one of her abilities was at level 7 or even level 8. If it weren't for the fact that her rank was only 8th, Yujin would have thought she was more like a max-level character than himself. However, 8th rank is ultimately just 8th rank. Compared to 9th rank, it's a world of difference. Back on Blue Star, Yujin broke through to 8th rank without much effort, simply consuming crystals along the way. But from 8th to 9th rank, Yujin purified a full 100,000 tons of nuclear waste, consuming 8th rank crystals almost continuously underground for 24 hours. Section 133. And that's it. She only barely broke through to the 9th rank in the last 5 minutes before transmigrating. Therefore, even if this lowly is exceptionally capable, Yujin is confident he can suppress her single-handedly. Of course. What reassured Yujin even more was the evaluation given by the Eye of Insight. Evaluation 100 years ago, she devoted all her efforts to glimpsing a corner of future destiny. Guided by fate, she has waited bitterly on the A3 Wasteland planet until now, just aboard that man's ship, thereby gaining the recognition of a higher dimensional civilization in the future galactic wasteland, giving hope for the continuation of the more star civilization. 5 days ago, she abandoned her identity as the city lord of Naya and came to the A308 region to find that man. Note, that man is you. In short, Yin Yao. The difference is, Yin Yao was reborn to cling to a powerful figure, while this Naya is a pure prophet. Interesting. Ember stared at the 100-year-old lowly in the hall, feigning composure, wanting to see her choice. Will she continue to conceal her identity under a false name, or be honest? This would determine her fate. How could this be? Nyarlathotep lowered her head, not letting Ember see the change in her expression. She was certain, absolutely certain. Under the concealment of her prophetic attribute ability Fate's Void LV8, no one on this planet could spy on her. Even a 9th tier revolver couldn't. But this man warned her of last chance. Trying to trick me? The thought flashed through Nyarlathotep's mind. But quickly, she dismissed it. In the glimpse of the future she saw, the guy sitting in the city lord's seat was hunting down star-devouring mutated beasts across the vast galaxy. Only those above tier 20 were qualified to be called star devourers. Even in the wastelands of a star system teeming with tier 10 and tier 10 evolved beings, any lord of an interstellar refuge fortress would turn tail and run at the sight of it. But alas, this guy before her was chasing after a star-devouring mutant beast, running all over the star system. At that moment, the man's eyes, practically glowing with excitement, were something Naya couldn't forget even 100 years later, even becoming a nightmare for a time. The silence didn't last long. Naya lowered her head even further. Her ponytail swayed slightly on either side of her cheeks. If the millions of citizens of Naya City on Moorstar were here, their Deo hearts would shatter on the spot. When had they ever seen this leader, seated on the throne of ice and fire, ever act like this? In the city lord's seat, Jin raised an eyebrow. He thought this little girl would continue to be stubborn. In that case, he would have to consider suppressing the Tier 11 refugees. And now, Jin looked at the text displayed on the system panel before him. With the body of an ant, you overpowered 11th tier star system level Wasteland refugee Naya, forcing him to admit his alias in disguise. Such a feat defies the heavens and shakes the universe. Wasteland points plus 10 million. You have obtained resources, 10th tier energy crystal *1. You have obtained resources, a legacy left by a certain 10th tier powerhouse. Evaluation: upon opening, there is a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, and memories of a 10th tier powerhouse, but there is also a chance to obtain nothing. Hint: can only be opened after reaching 10th tier. A 10th tier blind box? Ember became interested. This thing has a chance to yield a 9th tier widow. My lord. Neil bent down and walked to Ember. She looked at Nia, her eyes carrying a hint of killing intent. Clearly, in Neil's view, Nia's deliberate concealment of her name had already offended her master's authority. Nia knows her mistake and is willing to accept punishment. However, before Neil could speak, Nia's voice rang out in the council hall. Ember looked up at Nia. Nia's clear eyes were full of sincerity. Ember knew she wasn't pretending. She had waited a full century in the A3 star system for this powerful figure. Seeing Nyarlathotep reveal her true name, Ember didn't press further about her true rank, identity, or abilities. After all, some things, once revealed, lose their appeal. Leaving them unsaid makes them more interesting. Maximum level gave Ember the confidence to seek his own amusement. Ember dismissed his thoughts, slowly rose, his expression serious. You deserve punishment. Ember hissed. Naya is willing to accept any punishment. Naya buried her head. Your punishment is: stay by my side for the next 2 days, responsible for massaging my legs. Whether you can become a member of Dawn City depends on your performance these 2 days. The words had barely left her lips. Whoosh! Lines of text popped up on the system panel. You, in your insignificant state, have oppressed 11th tier star system level Wasteland refugee Naya. Such a heroic act, defying the heavens, resounds throughout the star system. Wasteland points plus 10,000,000. You have obtained resources, 10th tier energy crystal *1. You have obtained resources, fragmented map *3. Specifically includes one detailed map each of areas A306, A305, and A304. Heh. Ember smiled. He was right. This Naya is truly an automatic wool-producing machine. She only needs to fiddle with it a couple of times, and the system's wool just falls out. However, Jin's blatant punishment astonished everyone in the hall, especially Yin Yao. Her eyes narrowed to pinpoints. Section 134. An invisible tension spread through her heart. The council hall. Ember sat astride the city lord's throne. Neil massaged her left arm, while Nyarlathotep rubbed her right. Although time was short and Nyarlathotep hadn't had time to change into her maid outfit, her clumsy movements gave Ember a strange feeling. I'll find an opportunity to try Nyarlathotep's ice and fire duel heaven, Ember muttered to herself. As the appointed person in charge, Chen Gang had just led 1,000 evolved beings to collect all the more than 100,000 crystals outside the city. Although the mutated beast/infected horde numbered over 300,000, most of them were first-tier mutated beasts, which did not drop crystals upon death. Clang! Clang! Chen Gang and his men gently placed the crystals on the hall floor, piling them into a small mountain. The abundant energy emanating from the crystals made the air in the hall subtly thicken and become heavy. This scene reminded Jin of descriptions in cultivation novels. They described it as a blessed land rich in spiritual energy, where even a single breath could elevate one's cultivation level. Now it seemed those authors weren't just making things up. Reporting to the city lord. After inventory, the harvest this time. Tier 1 infected crystals, 52,015 pieces. Tier 1 energy crystals, 8,054 pieces. Tier 5 infection crystals, 148 pieces. Tier 5 energy crystals, 13 pieces. Tier 6 infection crystals, 7 pieces. Tier 6 energy crystals, 1 piece. Chen Gang stood before the mountain of crystals, reporting methodically. Jin nodded. Although the number of high-level crystals was somewhat small, overall, the harvest was still quite substantial. Of course, the substantial harvest was for Dawn City. For Ember, even if these crystals numbered in the hundreds of thousands, they wouldn't be of much use. The higher the rank, the less effective the low-rank crystals. Right now, letting Ember consume a 6th or 7th rank crystal was practically like eating candy. Neil! Ember raised his hand. A 6th rank energy crystal flew out from the small hill, hovering in midair in front of Neil. My lord! Neil was overjoyed. Her excitement wasn't because of the 6th rank crystal, but because her master called her name first. While I was away, you managed Dawn City with great care. Ember looked at Neil. No, it is Angelina Neil's honor to manage Dawn City on behalf of my lord. Neil leaned down, gently touching the back of Ember's hand with her forehead. The cold touch of the mechanical material made Yu Jin raise an eyebrow slightly. Senior Sister Yin. Yu Jin raised his hand again. A 6th-tier infected crystal landed in front of Yin Yao. But Yin Yao didn't take it. Instead, her expression turned troubled. Yu Jin frowned. She refused the attribute activation stone before, and now she refuses the energy crystal too? My lord. Neil's voice rang in Yu Jin's ears. She's only at the 3rd tier now. She can't use a 6th-tier crystal yet. At most, she can only use a 3rd-tier crystal. If her physique can withstand it, perhaps she can challenge a 4th-tier crystal. 5th and 6th tiers are absolutely beyond her capacity. No evolved being can ingest a large amount of energy in a short period of time. They'll explode and die. The only exception is an ordinary person awakening, who can use a maximum of 2nd-tier energy crystals. Even pure energy crystals from the 3rd and 4th tiers are unusable. He continued. Neil looked at the 6th-tier energy crystal that Ember had just rewarded him with, adding, even for someone like me, it would take at least 7 days to fully digest this 6th-tier energy crystal. And only after digesting this crystal can I absorb the next one, otherwise, my body can't handle it. Neil finished speaking. Ember raised an eyebrow. Can't handle it? Before he transmigrated, he had consumed hundreds of 8th-tier crystals in a single day. Damn, I almost forgot. Ember slapped his forehead in annoyance. I'm a cheat. Chapter 92 Ember, I've become a wasteland tycoon? Dawn City. Outer City Street. Name. Emend. Rank. 2nd rank, attribute, muscle tyrant. When did you arrive in Dawn City? Just joined today. Wang Yunpeng looked up at the burly, shirtless man before him. 2nd rank infection crystal. He lowered his head to write it down in his notebook. Beside Wang Yunpeng, another member of the Environmental Protection Society picked out a 2nd rank infection crystal from a small mountain of crystals and handed it to Edmund. Loyalty. Loyalty, City Lord. Edmund's muscles trembled with excitement. He hadn't expected that even a newcomer like himself, a refugee who had just joined Dawn City, could receive such a precious crystal resource. At this moment, even though he had just joined Dawn City, his loyalty to the city and to the City Lord was already off the charts. Next. Name. Similar scenes played out throughout the streets of Dawn City. The city of Dawn had tens of thousands of refugees. No, perhaps they should be called subjects now. Section 135. Except for a very few elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people, most received crystals. Loyalty. Throughout Dawn City, such cries echoed almost continuously. Many subjects, after receiving their crystals, knelt and kowtowed towards the city center, towards the City Lord's mansion. Your Majesty's grace. Grace. In the cruel wasteland world, weakness is the source of all suffering. But just moments before, the City Lord, before hundreds of thousands of Dawn City residents, proclaimed his vision of everyone becoming a dragon, outlining the blueprint for all people evolvers. After that, he even arranged for his subordinates to distribute crystals to everyone. I'll give you 2 days to awaken, evolve, and improve. 2 days later, send out troops. Conquer the other refuge cities. The City Lord's words still resonated in the hearts of hundreds of thousands of subjects. Snap! The subjects, filled with gratitude and loyalty, began absorbing the crystals. Boom! Boom boom! Inside Dawn City, the sounds of ordinary people awakening as evolved beings never ceased. On the inner city's martial arts plaza, the nearly 1,000 evolved beings originally belonging to Dawn City also received the blessing of Ember, obtaining precious crystals. Boom! Yin Yao, in the center of the plaza, opened her eyes. She had broken through. A 4th-tier evolved being. Yin Yao looked down at the swirling sand in her hand, which seemed almost alive, utterly bewildered. This was a height she had never reached in her previous life. But now, less than 2 hours after Ember took office in Dawn City, she had successfully broken through by absorbing the 4th-tier energy crystals bestowed upon her. Crack! After breaking through to the 4th tier, Yin Yao did not immediately get up. Instead, she remained seated cross-legged, crushing a transparent geometric crystal in her hand. An attribute activation stone. This was a gift from Ember, given to her personally. Originally, Yin Yao didn't want to accept such a generous gift, and had refused before. But the sudden appearance of Naya filled her with a sense of crisis. Therefore, when Ember bestowed this crystal upon her again a moment ago, Yin Yao didn't hesitate this time. I will strive to awaken a new attribute and contribute to the growth of Dawn City. Yin Yao remembered her promise. Time slowly passed. Yin Yao's long eyelashes trembled slightly. You used the attribute activation stone. New attribute awakening. Congratulations, awakening successful. You have awakened your second attribute, mind control. City Lord's Mansion. Neil and Niar followed closely behind Ember, venturing deeper into the secluded area behind the council hall. Niar's arrival had previously interrupted Ember's plans to explore this area. Now, the exploration continued. Is this really the impart area? After venturing some distance, Ember stared at the energy shield in front of him, which reflected images like a mirror but obscured the view behind it, and fell into deep thought. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome, esteemed Lord of Dawn City, Ember. Cold, mechanical notifications echoed from all directions. Buzz. Ember stepped through the energy shield. Neil and Niar followed closely behind. Unlike the impart 10-meter-long bed he had imagined. After passing through the light barrier, what appeared before Yujin was a vast, carbon-gray space, futuristic in appearance and resembling a spaceship's cockpit. The space was quite large, several hundred square meters. At its center stood an irregularly shaped, semi-transparent crystal, about 1 meter tall. Yujin was somewhat bewildered. Where did I end up? Is this still the Wasteland? Wasn't all the technology in the Wasteland corrupted and unusable? Lord City Lord. This is the core area of the Refuge City. The crystal at the center is called the City Core, the energy source of the entire Refuge City. Because of its existence, a buffer zone exists around the Refuge City. At the same time, it is also because of its existence that waves of mutated beasts and infected creatures attack the Refuge City from time to time. Naya, as a former 8th-tier city lord, was extremely knowledgeable about this. She proactively explained to Yujin. Of course, I learned all this through my prophecy ability. Naya hadn't forgotten her excuse. City core? Energy source? Ember muttered these two terms. He stepped forward and walked to the irregularly shaped crystal, about half his height. How do I use it? Ember looked at Naya. Your Excellency, simply place your hand on the city core, and it will automatically verify your identity. Naya answered softly. Okay. Ember didn't doubt the little girl from Mole Star and pressed down. Buzz. The huge geometric crystal vibrated slightly. A moment later, a futuristic-looking light screen was projected into the air. Refuge City information. Name, Dawn City. Level, 0. Number of subjects, 153054. Section 136. Number of cities, 0. City Lord, Ember. Facilities, city walls, city gates, underground water supply system, City Lord's Mansion. Good heavens! After seeing the lines of information on the screen, Ember exclaimed, good heavens! So this is how the Wasteland game works? He had recently guessed that the City Lord was the real player at the table. Now it seems completely confirmed. At the same time, Ember also recalled a discovery Yufei made during the closed beta before his transmigration. The Refuge City wasn't built by human hands. It's like a product born alongside the Wasteland world. It naturally stood there, only the city lords and residents changed generation after generation. Like a game facility. It all connected. Everything connected. At this moment, looking at the scene before him, Ember felt a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Who would believe it if I told anyone? This self-proclaimed max-level 9th-tier character was only just now learning this information. Your Excellency, Lord City Lord. Naya took small, quick steps to Yujin's side. She bowed slightly, her twin ponytails swaying. Viewing information about the Refuge City is merely the most basic function of the city core. Its true purpose is to unlock Your Excellency's exclusive resource shop. Yujin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Resource shop? Speaking of the shop, since the system updated to version 2.0, the point shop that once captivated Yujin with its shopping spree had vanished without a trace. Could it be related to this? Yujin couldn't help but make the connection. Niar explained in more detail. As the city lord, you can mobilize your subjects, or the refugees from the Wasteland who have come here. You can even personally take to the field. Collect crystals. Contamination crystals, infection crystals, energy crystals. Crystals of different qualities and ranks can all be converted into Wasteland points through the city core. Wasteland points are the only currency in the resource shop. In the resource shop, you can buy any resource, ability, intelligence, even attributes you can think of, as long as you have enough points. Niar's explanation made Ember's heart skip a beat. Good heavens! Wasteland points? Is this the Wasteland points I was thinking of? Whoosh! Ember's thoughts raced. A semi-transparent panel, visible only to himself, appeared. Wasteland points, 160 million. Unbeknownst to him, Ember's Wasteland points had accumulated to an unbelievable number. Of these, the vast majority came from the purification of nuclear waste and the purification of Oumuamua. Before the transmigration, Ember only had time to claim the 9th-tier crystal reward for purifying Oumuamua. He didn't have time to claim or even look at the other rewards. After transmigrating to the Wasteland, the system updated. Those unknown rewards were converted into Wasteland points by the system. And then, this little girl from Mole Star, who had only been in Dawn City for a short time, had already given him another 20 million points for free. Respected City Lord. Actually, when you decided to distribute crystals to the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Dawn City just now, Naya wanted to remind you that the crystals could be retained and converted into points. Although Naya knew that those low-level crystals wouldn't bring you any level increase. But Naya didn't finish her sentence. The atmosphere, the scene at that time. Naya knew that even if Ember knew the function of points, he would probably still distribute the crystals without hesitation. Otherwise, it would greatly damage the City Lord's prestige. Ember didn't take Naya's words to heart. He only wanted to verify one thing now. Are the points of the Refuge City the same thing as the points he obtained from the system? Or rather, are his 160 million points useful in the so-called Refuge City resource shop? Ember's right hand, which was resting on the giant crystal, applied a little more pressure. The light screen in mid-air shifted accordingly. A moment later, one by one, familiar item slots appeared on the screen. Wasteland Gold 1 kg. Price, 800 points. Evaluation, a hard currency used for thousands of years, it has lost its status in the Wasteland world and is worthless. An old friend, but the price is wrong. If Jin remembered correctly, this thing only cost 500 points in the system's points shop. 4th tier energy crystal. Price, 30,000 points. Purity, 75%. Evaluation, an energy source with extremely high purity, a rare treasure in the Wasteland world. This sense of déjà vu is too strong. So strong that Jin thought he was browsing the system's points shop. The only difference is that the price is inflated again. Not only is the purity lower, but the price is also 20,000 more? Jin then realized how generous the system was. That's a good system. After that, Jin looked at a few more items. Familiar format, familiar prices, familiar reviews. Jin was almost certain that his points could be used here. Let's try it out. Jin thought to himself, silently reciting filter and sort. Although the prices in this shop were a bit outrageous, the number of items was enormous. Jin simply chose price descending. Whoosh! The screen changed. The product information changed. Let me see how expensive the most expensive one is. Jin was somewhat expectant. Section 137. Tier 1 ability max level. Price, 3 million points. Effect, after purchase, your designated Tier 1 attribute ability will be upgraded to the maximum level of LV9. Evaluation, instant max level, you deserve it. Jin was stunned for a long time. On one hand, this instant max level was truly unexpected. When he looked at Naya's ability panel before, he was still curious. How did this little girl from Mole Star manage to have almost every ability at LV7 or LV8? Abilities like lasers and lightning, which can kill monsters and gain experience, might not be difficult to level up. But functional abilities that can't kill monsters, such as the prophecy attribute ability, while not exactly difficult to level up, Jin didn't even know how to improve them. But now, the shop openly sells instant max level. Amazing! Incredible! Jin clicked his tongue in amazement. Besides, another reason he was stunned was, the most expensive one is only 3 million? So cheap? Who do you think you are? The words fell. Naya's crystal clear eyes froze instantly. 3 million points. Cheap? Naya didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Even as the former lord of an 8th level refuge city, she wouldn't dare say 3 million points was cheap. This lord before her didn't seem to realize how difficult it was to acquire points. Even converting all the more than 100,000 crystals that Dawn City had harvested today into points wouldn't be enough for 3 million. Naya looked at Jin, hesitant to speak. She wanted to say something, but was afraid of seeming offensive. But the next second, bye. Jin waved his hand. Beep beep. The mechanical notification sound of Wasteland rang out from all directions. You have purchased item Tier 1 ability max level. Quantity, 6. Points deducted, 18 million. Points balance, 142 million. Naya's cherry-like mouth gaped open, completely stunned. Steal her. Chapter 93. You conquer the Interstellar Refuge Fortress alone. Your Tier 1 Light Attribute Ability Laser level up to LV9. Your Tier 1 Light Attribute Ability Lightning level up to LV9. Your Tier 1 Spatial Attribute Ability Spatial Perception level up to LV9. To date, Ember has awakened a total of 7 attributes. Excluding the numerical attribute, the Tier 1 abilities of the other 6 attributes are all maxed out with one click. Awesome! Ember felt billions of pores all over his body relax. Before, he was just a cheater. Now, he's a god-tier cheater. Looking at it this way, what kind of max level was that before? All level 1 and level 2 skills, does that even qualify as max level? Every attribute and every ability must be maxed out, that's what a true max level is. Yu Jin was full of anticipation for the future. But at the same time, he also felt a little regretful. He still had over 140 million points left unspent. Even, right next to him stood a fully automated wool-producing machine. Why is the most expensive one only 3 million? Yu Jin was annoyed. He looked at Naya, only to find the little Moorstar Loli's mouth still agape, as if it could fit an egg. Naya! Ember called out. Naya's unfocused pupils slowly returned to their senses. 140 million. Naya murmured to herself. She didn't understand. This man before her, though terrifyingly powerful in the future star system Wasteland, though already a 9th tier higher than her after only a few days in this world, but 140 million, including the 18 million spent, the total is 160 million. Naya swore. She had spent 150 years in the Wasteland, yet never before had she felt so lost. Yes, lost. She remembered 50 years ago, in order to raise her Ice and Fire Dual Heaven ability to level 8, she mobilized over 1,000 refuge cities under her command to collect crystals. Even she herself had left Naya City to search for rare high-level mutated beasts/infected beings. Even so, it took her a full 3 years to accumulate enough points. But now, in front of this man, Naya felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Hello? Yu Jin stared at Naya and called out again. Naya finally slowly raised her head. She looked at Yu Jin, really wanting to ask where he got so many points. Respected City Lord, is there anything Naya can do for you? Naya responded softly to Yu Jin's call. The form of address was still the same, but her tone inexplicably carried a hint of unspoken reverence. Oh, it's nothing. Seeing Nyarlathotep come to his senses, Yu Jin voiced his doubts. Why is the most expensive item in this shop only 3 million points? That doesn't seem right, does it? And I looked around, the highest crystal I found was only tier 5, not even tier 6 or 7. Isn't this shop a bit too shabby? Section 138. Nyarlathotep took a deep breath. Her barely noticeable chest heaved slightly at Ember's words. The most expensive is only 3 million. Your Excellency, the City Lord. Nyarlathotep replied in an extremely complex tone. The grade and quality of goods in the resource mall are limited by the level of the refuge city. The higher the refuge city level, the higher the grade of the goods, and the more expensive they are. Ember nodded upon hearing this. This was roughly what he had guessed. Since there was a refuge city level system, it made sense for the mall to correspond accordingly. What's the typical exchange rate for crystals to points? Ember asked again. It's rather complicated. Because crystals include polluted crystals, infected crystals, and energy crystals, different crystals have different grades, including different levels of purity. Nyarlathotep stopped mid-sentence. What you're holding in your hand? Nyarlathotep stammered. Oh, you mean this? Ember waved the irregularly shaped, 7-colored crystal in his hand. I had one left over from before, and I wanted to see how many points I could get for it. Ember's tone was casual, but Naya froze, completely stunned. No, if she wasn't mistaken, that was a 9th tier crystal? Right? It must be. She had consumed countless 8th tier crystals, there was no way she wouldn't recognize one. The energy aura of this crystal was clearly stronger than 8th tier, no, far stronger than 8th tier. Not only that, its purity was something Naya had never seen in her 150 years. She even suspected that its purity might be over 95%, almost completely uncontaminated. Beep. A mechanical notification sounded. While Naya was still stunned, Yu Jin gently tossed a 9th tier energy crystal into the air. At the same time, beams of light shot from the crystal symbolizing the city core, scanning it up and down. A moment later, the mechanical notification continued. 9th tier energy crystal, purity 100%. Evaluation: an unprecedented treasure on the A3 Wasteland planet, its value is immeasurable. Evaluating the recycling price. Recycling price, 500 million points. 500 million? Yu Jin was stunned by the price. Good heavens! He seemed to have underestimated the value of system-made products. Sell? The usually cold mechanical voice spoke with a slightly hurried pace. No rush. Yu Jin didn't rush to sell, instead collecting the 9th tier crystal floating in midair. While the price of 500 million points was tempting, Yu Jin felt it was more reliable to ask the system administrator later. We've been using cheats and spending real money. We need to be careful about the risk of getting caught by the server. On the other side, Naya's delicate, porcelain doll-like face had completely lost the ability to express expressions. How to describe the feelings of this former 8th tier city lord of Naya City? 9th tier energy crystal, 100% purity, the leftovers? City Lord's Mansion, Council Hall. Yu Jin sat back in the City Lord's reserved seat. To be honest, he disliked this seat quite a bit. It was hard and a bit uncomfortable. Most importantly, it lacked any prestige. Naya, Ember called out. Your Excellency, how can Naya do something for you? Naya, who was massaging Ember's shoulders, paused slightly. With the upgrade of the refuge city, will this seat upgrade as well? I just looked around the shop and didn't see any items related to seats. Ember's tone carried a hint of regret. Yes, it will. Your Excellency, the seat will upgrade with the refuge city's level, and only with the refuge city's level. Naya gave an affirmative answer. In Naya City, her throne, a tapestry of ice and fire, was a result of the level 8 refuge city. Actually, it wasn't just the throne. The infrastructure of a refuge city, such as city gates, walls, and the Lord's mansion, will upgrade along with the refuge city's level. Other methods cannot influence this. A widely circulated anecdote circulates in the Wasteland. The lord of an ordinary refuge city mobilized 100,000 subjects to reinforce the city walls, but by dawn the next day, the walls had returned to their original state. 100,000 people reinforced nothing. Upgrading the refuge city is imperative. Naya heard the man on the Lord's throne speak with unprecedented firmness. Naya didn't understand, but was shocked. A short while later, Naya was politely invited out of the Lord's mansion by Ember. She was somewhat apprehensive, unsure if she had somehow offended this terrifying being. We must be cautious. We cannot afford to be careless and lose everything. Inside the tightly closed Lord's mansion, Ember murmured to himself. While he could easily suppress Nyarlathotep, who was only at the 8th rank, it wasn't appropriate for her to be present when he was consuming crystals. Snap! Section 139. 10th tier energy crystal consumed. The reason he didn't consume a 9th tier crystal was because he had just asked Brother Tong. Brother Tong's answer was, selling 9th tier crystals was fine, but anything above 9th tier risked being banned by the server. Yujin didn't like taking risks, and right now, there was absolutely no need for him to. So, I can keep the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier crystals. I'll sell them when I don't have enough points. 10th tier and above, I won't sell, I'll consume them myself. Crunch, another 10th tier crystal consumed. The familiar drowsiness followed. Compared to 9th tier crystals, the energy abundance of 10th tier crystals reached another level. So much so that Yujin, at the 9th tier, had only consumed 2 crystals and already vaguely felt that he wasn't far from breaking through. Tong, will there be any problems if I break through to the 10th tier on planet A3? Yujin was worried. After all, the highest rank on planet A3's server is only rank 9. Breaking through to rank 10 here seems rather presumptuous. Searching. Search complete. Breaking through to rank 10 on planet A3 will likely cause a server rule tremor. Solution. Upgrade the refuge city's level. The higher the refuge city's level, the weaker the rules of planet A3 within its area. What level do I need to upgrade to? Yujin pressed. Level 1 refuge city plus system avoidance, safe breakthrough to rank 10. The system's answer came quickly. Level 1. This surprised Yujin somewhat. He thought he'd need a refuge city of level 5, 6, or 7 at the very least. In that case, he wouldn't be able to break through to rank 10 anytime soon. Of course, Yujin knew very well the system's efforts definitely played a larger role. First, digest the energy from these 2 10th tier crystals in Dawn City. If there's still time after digesting them, go to White Rock City. Ask Little Ming the turtle to guide me, hunt some high-level mutated beasts or infected, and loot some 8th and 9th tier crystals. If we can get 10th and 11th tier crystals, even better. Yujin made his plan. The next day, early morning, White Rock City. The 7th tier mutated giant turtle, Little Ming, lay about a kilometer outside the city gate. Yuwenbo sat on its enormous head, watching the refugees coming and going at the city gate. Lord Yu, will he come back? Yuwenbo looked in the direction where Yujin had disappeared. A day had passed since Yujin's laser. Yuwenbo and the turtle had also been guarding this place for a day. It's worth mentioning, the great hole blasted into White Rock City by Ember a day ago had automatically healed. This change astonished the hundreds of thousands of displaced people in White Rock City. On this day, because of the fall of the White Rock City Lord, the displaced people who had been used as slaves in White Rock City regained their freedom. Many of these displaced people, mostly from Blue Star, traveled in groups, working together to search for and hunt first-tier mutated beasts near the buffer zone. Although the process was difficult, the displaced people finally obtained food and filled their stomachs. However, everyone knew, White Rock City now belonged neither to Yuwenbo, nor to the mutated giant tortoise, but to that man, Ember. His name had become known to everyone in White Rock City in just one day. Several young men with buzz cuts reacted with extreme excitement upon hearing the name. Yuwenbo assumed they were Yujin's acquaintances or friends, but after inquiring, he learned they weren't. How come the soldier knows Yujin too? Yuwenbo pondered this question. Ugh. Suddenly, he felt the turtle beneath him tremble slightly. Scared, the turtle whimpered softly. Whoosh! Yu Wenbo abruptly looked up. Lord Yu is returning? The words had barely left his lips. Buzz! The space not far from the man and the turtle rippled like water. In an instant, a slender figure appeared in the sky, standing on air. Lord Yu! Yu Wenbo shouted excitedly. Yu Jin raised an eyebrow. What strange titles! Lord Yu and Sir all at once? Yu Wenbo's shout was undeniably loud. So loud that the refugees at the gates of Bin City turned to look at the sound. And there they saw Yu Jin in the sky. Lord Yu! Just a few minutes later, inside and outside Bin City, tens of thousands of refugees shouted in unison. At the same time, a system panel notification suddenly popped up in front of Yu Jin. You descended with divine might, conquering the White Rock Interstellar Refuge Fortress single-handedly with the body of an ant. Wasteland points plus 1,000,000. You gained resources, 10th tier energy crystal *1. You gained ability, loyalty LV1. Loyalty LV1. No attribute ability, can view the loyalty of the target. Hint: the more subjects you have, the higher the loyalty, and the higher the level of this ability. Detected that your current subjects have high loyalty, this ability level has been increased to LV2. Section 140. White Rock Interstellar Refuge Fortress. Ember looked up at White Rock City in the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 94. Did you lure the 9th tier demon here? White Rock Refuge City. Ember's arrival elicited cheers from tens of thousands of refugees. After that, led by Yu Wenbo with a bow, he passed through the city gate and entered White Rock City. White Rock City, like Dawn City, was a lowest level, level 0, refuge city. Looking around, there wasn't much difference. Narrow streets, dilapidated surroundings, and, everywhere, ragged refugees could be seen. Compared to Dawn City, the refugees here were clearly living much harder lives. Although Ember had used a light of purification to heal their injuries before leaving, problems like malnutrition couldn't be solved by the light of purification. Surrounded by the crowd, Yu Jin crossed the street and walked straight into the city lord's mansion. Since the city lord of White Rock was sent away by his laser, White Rock City currently has no new city lord. Therefore, Yu Jin easily made his way into the core area of White Rock City. Beep beep. Identity verification in progress. Your identity is the city lord of Dawn City. Do you wish to relinquish your status as City Lord of Dawn City and take over as City Lord of White Rock? A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the mirror-like energy shield. No, Yu Jin answered. Beep beep. You relinquish your position as City Lord of White Rock. Do you wish to subjugate White Rock City as a subordinate city of Dawn City? If subjugated, you will need to appoint an acting City Lord. The acting City Lord enjoys some of the rights of a City Lord, but you may dismiss or replace him at any time. The mechanical voice continued. Yu Jin was not surprised by this. Before coming to Bin City, he specifically learned about the procedures for subjugating subordinate cities from Brother Tongze. Yu Jin turned to look at Yu Wenbo, who stood behind him with a blank expression. Aren't you going to be the city lord? He had brought Yu Wenbo here specifically for this purpose. Me? City lord? Yu Wenbo was even more stunned. Lord Yu, I'm afraid I won't be a good city lord. Bin City, City Lord's Mansion, Council Hall. Yu Jin sat casually in the city lord's seat. Yu Wenbo was still somewhat dazed, muttering incessantly. Are you going to be one? Yu Jin raised his voice. Thump, yes. Yu Wenbo knelt down. Yu Jin shook his head and chuckled. There wasn't any particular reason for choosing Yu Wenbo as the city lord, simply because he looked familiar. Although the crewcut youths in Bin City were also quite good, Yu Jin felt they were more suitable to be trained as high-level evolved beings than city lords. Yu Jin had an idea. He wanted to build an army composed entirely of high-level evolved beings. 7th tier, 8th tier, even 9th tier. Even though it was only the second day since his transmigration, Yu Jin's gaze was already fixed not on the A3 Wasteland planet, but on the vast, galactic wasteland. When he woke up, the novel Wasteland had said. 180 days later, the top 10 players on the A3 planet player overall ranking will have the opportunity for promotion, leaving A3 planet for a higher-level galactic server. Promotion is based on refuge cities, including city lords and their direct subordinates. Promotion is not a choice. Even if promotion were a trap, like in some cultivation novels, Yu Jin wouldn't stay on the A3 Wasteland planet forever just to avoid it. If everything goes smoothly. When others promote, city lords are at the 8th or 9th tier. And when I promote, my soldiers are all at the 8th or 9th tier. Just imagining that scene made Yu Jin feel incredibly satisfied. Top 10 city lords? The common soldiers are no match. Imagination is wonderful, but action must follow. Thinking of this, Yu Jin rose from his city lord seat. He gave Wenbo a second-tier energy crystal and several third and fourth-tier energy crystals. Use the second-tier crystal for awakening first, and use the rest for upgrading. Since he had chosen Wenbo as the acting city lord, Jin naturally wouldn't be stingy with resources. If he didn't need it now, he could easily give away even 5th or 6th tier crystal embers. After all, the stronger the acting city lord, the more stable White Rock City would be. Ember didn't want the subordinate cities to cause trouble every now and then, distracting him. Lord Yu, loyalty. Wenbo stared at the crystals before him, his eyes reddening. He swore. He hadn't cried even when he suffered a 20-game losing streak in League of Legends ranked matches. But now, he couldn't hold back. It was the position of City Lord again, and energy crystals. Loyalty. Wenbo shouted again. But, when he looked up, he realized that Ember's figure had vanished. Wenbo was stunned for a moment, then silently got up, carefully picked up the few crystals on the ground, and hugged them tightly to his chest. Loyalty. After a long while, in the empty council hall, a crisp crack sounded. You used a second-tier energy crystal. You have successfully awakened. You have become a first-tier evolver. Section 141. Energy surplus, automatic advancement. You have become a second-tier evolver. Your awakened attribute, Blood Axe. Outside White Rock City, the 7th-tier mutated tortoise Xiao Ming, carrying Ember, disappeared into the edge of the Wasteland. Ember came to White Rock City to have Xiao Ming lead the way to hunt high-tier mutated beasts/infected creatures, to exploit the system and earn crystals. The Wasteland is too vast. Even a 9th-tier Ember couldn't possibly search every nook and cranny for high-tier mutated beasts/infected creatures. Especially, Ember had just experienced a small 9th-tier shock in Dawn City yesterday. High-tier mutated beasts and infected creatures possess intelligence no less than humans and perception far exceeding that of evolvers. Ember worried that they would hide because of this. Xiao Ming, Ember called out. Master, you. Xiao Ming responded with a sob. This form of address was probably learned from Wenbo, but not completely, sounding somewhat strange. Jin didn't pay attention to these minor details, and slowly said, in Area A308, you should know quite a few high-level mutated beasts/infected beings. Yesterday, when he used the Eye of Insight to look at this turtle, it showed that it was formerly an 8th-tier overlord mutated beast of Area A308. Xiao Ming responded with a sob. Do you know where they live? Jin asked again. This time, Xiao Ming's sob was much lower. Alright, take me there. I want to communicate with them, spar with them. After all his first-tier attribute abilities were instantly maxed out, Jin had been eager to try them out. But, Xiao Ming clearly had the moral principles of a mutated beast. It didn't want to become a traitor to the beast. Jin raised his hand, light gathering in his palm. Laser LV9. Okay. Xiao Ming immediately backed down. Its massive body trembled slightly, its limbs moving faster. A 308 area, southwestern Wasteland. Jin sat on Xiao Ming's head, gazing at another giant tortoise, as imposing as a small mountain, not far away, lost in thought. Mutant giant tortoise. Rank, 7th. Attributes. Abilities. Evaluation. Originally a 6th-rank mutated tortoise from a 308 area, after taking half of its mate's 8th-rank mutated tortoise energy, it broke through to the 7th rank, then abandoned its mate, establishing itself as king of this area, and for the past 30 years has been obsessed with raising male mutated fitness tortoises. Xiao Ming, tell me the truth. You brought me here as your first stop, isn't that partly due to personal grudges? Jin looked down at Xiao Ming. Woo! Xiao Ming remained silent, only whimpering. Not far away. Roar! Roar! Perhaps it was because Jin hadn't actively released his aura, and was quite far away. Perhaps it was because her ex-husband had suddenly appeared. Or perhaps it was simply because the 7th-tier mutated female tortoise was slow-witted and stupid. In any case, upon seeing Jin and Xiao Ming arrive, the 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise roared, its various elemental energies surging. This was a prelude to an attack. Oh, a preemptive strike? Jin smiled. Whoosh! He lightly stomped his foot, his figure soaring into the sky. Then, he extended a finger. Tier 1 Lightning Attribute Ability, Lightning. Passive effect, immune to lightning attacks of lower tier than himself, and can absorb lightning and convert it into energy. Active effect, releases lightning, dealing damage. Max level effect, lightning inflicts the annihilation effect. Lightning, LV9. Boom! Thunder roared for miles around. In an instant, a dark purple lightning pillar with a diameter of 1,000 meters roared out. The 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise, as large as a small mountain, didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the lightning, and then vanished into nothingness. Whoosh! Below, on the ground. Although Xiao Ming's body trembled instinctively with fear, a sharp scream escaped his throat. You descended with divine might, defying the 10th tier galaxy-level mutant beast soul turtle with your ant-like body. Wasteland points plus 8 million. You gained resources, 9th tier energy crystal *1. Yu Jin nodded in satisfaction. This trip was worthwhile. With a little more effort, defeating a few more high-tier mutant beasts would give him enough crystals to break through to the 10th tier. Next stop. Yu Jin stepped forward, landing on Xiao Ming in midair. Woo! Xiao Ming didn't move immediately, but whimpered, looking in a certain direction. Yu Jin followed its gaze. What came into view was a group of mutated fitness turtles, only at the 4th and 5th tiers. Fellow turtles? Yu Jin's expression was strange. Woo! Section 142. Xiao Ming's sobs grew louder. Stone, LV9. Yu Jin stood in midair, his right hand waving lightly. Tier 1 Boulder Attribute Ability, Stone. Active effect, summon stones, inflicting physical damage on enemies. Max level effect, stones grow larger, adding a crush effect. Boom! Rumble! The midday sky suddenly darkened. Stones hundreds of meters in diameter fell from the sky like meteorites. Roar! The Tier 7 mutated giant wolf roared to the sky, attempting to resist. But, thud, the earth shook. You descended with divine might, using your ant-like body to defy the Tier 10 star system-level mutated beast howling moon wolf king. Wasteland points plus 8 million. You gained resources, Tier 9 energy crystal *1. Tisk. Yu Jin clicked his tongue in surprise as he looked at the system notification. Xiao Ming, are there any mutated sheep in this area? BAA. BAA BAA. Yu Jin frowned slightly as he looked at the flock of sheep on the ground. These sheep, why is it so dark? Ember raised his hand. Whoosh, laser, level 9. The monstrous flock of sheep that had wreaked havoc was reduced to ashes. You descended with divine might, using your ant-like body to defeat the 10th tier galaxy-level mutant beast Dark Sheep Leader. Wasteland points plus 8 million. You gained resources, 9th tier energy crystal *1. You descended with divine might, using your ant-like body to suppress the 9th tier mutant beast son of the Dark Sheep Leader. Dark Sheep? That name sounds familiar. Green-haired turtle. It's you. You lured the 9th tier demon here. Beast traitor, you green-haired beast traitor. A figure shrouded in black mist stood in midair, pointing at Xiao Ming and cursing. Enough with the nonsense. Ember raised his hand. A laser level 9 shot. Whoosh. You descend with divine might, suppressing the 9th tier infected Sawyer SEK with your ant-like body. Wasteland points plus 5 million. Resource acquired, 9th tier energy crystal *1. Next stop. While Ember was busy hunting monsters and gathering resources outside Dawn City, evening approached and darkness fell. Wang Yunpeng and the other members of the Environmental Protection Group finally finished distributing the crystals. Huff. The boys and girls were panting, somewhat exhausted. Distributing over 100,000 crystals to more than 40 people was a considerable workload. But, they had completed the task diligently and responsibly over a day and a night. We must work hard, we must be loyal, we must demonstrate our value. Otherwise, we will be letting down the city lord's trust in us. Wang Yunpeng's tone was solemn. He now seemed to be taking on the role of leader for the group. Yes, we must work hard, we must be loyal. The boys and girls responded. All right. Next, we will distribute the crystals to each of us according to the city lord's previous standards. We will supervise each other and absolutely not allow any cheating, shirking responsibility, or even hiding crystals. 5 minutes later, Wang Yunpeng's face was extremely grim. Who? Step forward and confess. 42 crystals are missing, including a 3rd tier energy crystal. You dare steal the city lord's crystals. Don't you value your life? Wang Yunpeng cursed. But, the group of young men and women from the Environmental Protection Society looked at each other, their faces filled with innocence. They really hadn't stolen any crystals. But still, 40-odd crystals had vanished without a trace. You won't admit it, huh? Fine, then I'll have to report it to Lord Neil, to City Lord Yu. Anyone who dares to steal Dawn City's crystals will pay an unbearable price. Seeing that no one would confess, although he felt a pang of reluctance, he took a deep breath, took a step, and walked towards the City Lord's mansion. Blue Star, Great Xia. For days have passed since the cataclysm occurred. Section 143. Zhongcheng University. Tang Yongsuan leaned against his dormitory window, gazing at the gloomy sky outside, his eyes filled with sorrow. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from below. Another person tried to leave the dormitory and was attacked. Tang Yongsuan's face turned bitter. After the great cataclysm, everything changed. The once beloved calico stray cat on campus had mutated into a monstrous creature, its body shrouded in black mist, ready to devour anyone it encountered. With half the population gone and all communication technology malfunctioning, Zhongcheng University now resembled an isolated island. Tang Yingxuan had been trapped in his dormitory for 4 days. During this time, he had been surviving only on his stockpiled instant noodles and bottled water. But this couldn't possibly bring any hope. I heard from the dorm next door that the authorities are organizing a rescue operation. I wonder when they'll be able to get to Zhang University. Tang Yingxuan sighed deeply and sat back down at his desk. His computer, tablet, and phone were all unusable. The only way Tang Yingxuan had been passing the time these past few days was with the book in front of him, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Whoosh! Tang Yingxuan turned the pages, trying to distract himself and ease the tension and fear in his heart. But the next second, thud! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Thud! Another sound echoed in the silent dorm room. Tang Yingxuan stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Before him, lying quietly, were 2 geometrically shaped, translucent crystals. He had just witnessed. These 2 crystals had fallen from air. 10 chapters completed, please vote with monthly tickets. As the title says, 10 chapters have been completed since the book's release. The Wasteland world story is gradually unfolding. The story ahead is even more exciting. This humble author is here to ask for monthly tickets. 500 monthly tickets will get an extra chapter. Currently, I owe 3 chapters, which I will repay starting tomorrow. After the book's release, updates will be at midnight every day, 3 chapters, 3,500 words each, totaling 10,000 words. On top of that, I will give extra monthly tickets for bonus chapters, and I guarantee I will repay them by the end of the month. Please use your monthly tickets to spur this humble author to write more and update more. Chapter 95. Oh, I really didn't intend to betray my friends for personal gain. A 308 area, Central Region. Ember stood atop the head of the mutated giant tortoise, gazing at the distant, majestic, and sprawling mountain range. The blood-red sunset was slowly sinking below the horizon. The dark red sunset cast a hazy silhouette of the mountains. I originally thought this planet was just endless wasteland, but I never expected such a massive mountain range. This scale and height, it's almost as tall as the Himalayas. Yu Jin stared at the snow-white peaks, somewhat surprised. The map of Region A308 he received from the system marked refuge cities and mutated beast lairs, but didn't show any terrain features. Yu Jin only saw this majestic mountain range, which bisected Region A308 in 2, after arriving here. Throughout the day, from dawn till dusk, Yu Jin, guided by Xiao Ming, slayed one high-level mutated beast and infected creature after another. Thanks to the system's Void plus 3-tier bug. Although they were all tiers 6 and 7, the system classified them as tier 9 and 10. Ember thus gained 13 9th-tier energy crystals, 2 10th-tier energy crystals, and 120 million wasteland points. It seems like a lot, but it's actually quite a difference. You see, this is the entire harvest of half of area A308. Really nothing? Don't let me find out you're protecting your old beast buddy. Ember looked down at the giant tortoise at his feet. Woo! Little Ming shook its head, letting out a whimper. It wasn't proficient in human language, so it conveyed more specific information to Ember through telepathy. A 308 region is inherently very remote, and its overall strength is weak. Before you fell to the 8th rank, were you the only 8th rank mutated beast in this half of the region? The strongest in this half of the region besides you, those 2 7th rank infected, have already been killed by me? You haven't been to the mountains, so you don't know the situation there? What a pity. Yu Jin shook his head and sighed. He had thought he would encounter a 9th rank infected today, allowing him to obtain a 12th rank crystal. Now it seems that it won't be that easy. The wasteland is still too vast. Yu Jin guessed that this planet might be dozens or even hundreds of times larger than Blue Star. After all, this is only one region, A308. According to the map Yin Shenhai gave him, there are at least nearly 100 more regions on this planet. The road to conquering the wasteland is long and arduous. Yu Jin exhaled a breath of stale air. He was now a 9th tier evolver, and with the 9th and 10th tier crystals he had acquired today, breaking through to the 10th tier wasn't far off. But the individual power of a 9th or 10th tier evolver was still somewhat insignificant in the face of this vast and expansive wasteland planet. Back in White Rock City, Brother Tongza said I conquered the interstellar refuge fortress. Does that mean that in the higher level star system wasteland server, the refuge city will be upgraded to an interstellar fortress? Furthermore, players will no longer be on a single planet, but in a much more vast and boundless star system? Yu Jin couldn't help but make these connections. Before directly experiencing the vastness of the wasteland, the idea of a lone wolf was still faintly surfacing in Yu Jin's mind. But now, Yu Jin saw reality clearly. No matter how strong an individual's power was, it ultimately depended on the collective. If he didn't develop Dawn City, even if he advanced to the star system wasteland at the 10th or 12th tier in the future, he would still have to face the siege of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of other players' subjects alone. Although, Yu Jin felt that as long as he continued to level up ahead, dealing with the siege wouldn't be a problem. However, besides personal strength, the overwhelming power of his subordinates was also a source of enjoyment. I must grasp both, and make sure both are strong. Yu Jin reaffirmed his plan for the future. Ugh. Section 144. Beneath its feet, Xiao Ming whimpered. Through its thoughts, it asked Yu Jin if it should cross the mountain range. Xiao Ming wasn't curious about what lay beyond the mountain, it was simply worried. This terrifying 9th-tier demon hadn't had its fill of killing, it would soon send Turtle to its death with a laser beam. The day's experiences had shown Turtle what a terrifying upright ape truly meant. It swore. On this planet, perhaps there was no being more terrifying, more bloodthirsty than this creature. Anyone above 6th or 7th tier, regardless of race, male or female, would be struck by a laser beam or lightning bolt 1,000 meters thick. Ha ha. Xiao Ming's soft plea for mercy made Yu Jin chuckle. His laughter only intensified Xiao Ming's fear. Let's go take a look. Let's see what's on the other side of the mountain, hopefully, it'll bring me a little surprise. Yu Jin's words trailed off as he suddenly stopped. He let out a soft exclamation. Just now, Neil had called out to him from afar. Ever since Neil was resurrected using the system's power, a special sensory connection had been established between him and Ember. This connection was vague before Ember's transmigration, allowing Neil to only send the most basic requests. But after Ember arrived in the Wasteland, this connection allowed the two to communicate remotely. The crystals have disappeared? Can't find the cause? Hearing Neil's report, Ember frowned. He had entrusted the collection and distribution of crystals to Brother Hong and members of the Environmental Protection Society. This arrangement naturally included Ember's personal considerations. He wanted to cultivate these acquaintances, to involve them in the management of Dawn City, and even to make them mid-level or high-level personnel in Dawn City in the future. But now, he'd only been gone a day, and trouble had already struck. Hopefully, it's not an internal problem. The traitor trope is old-fashioned and cliché, it better never happen in Dawn City. Ember muttered to himself, activating his spatial imprint. He and Xiaoming had been traveling eastward for a full day, perhaps tens of thousands of miles from Dawn City. Xiaoming, go cross that mountain and scout ahead. Make some friends among the mutated beasts or infected. I'll come back to find you later. Ember also left a coordinate imprint on Xiaoming's turtle. After descending into the wasteland and the suppression was lifted, all of Ember's abilities were enhanced. Among them, the initial limit of 6 coordinate points for the coordinate imprint was greatly increased to 999. Also, Ember could now mark moving objects or living beings with the coordinate imprint. The only thing that bothered Ember was that the coordinate imprint could only be used for his own travel, not for others. To achieve the goal of a spatial teleportation array, perhaps I need to upgrade the level of this ability. Level 1 is still too weak. Ember's words still echoed, but his figure had already vanished in a spatial fluctuation. Woo! Before the mountain range, Xiao Ming let out a low whimper. The whimper carried a hint of relief, but not long after, it began to move its massive body towards the distant mountain range. To make more friends. Xiao Ming kept repeating the task Yu Jin had given him. This former 8th-tier mutated tortoise overlord was destined to go further and further down the path of betraying friends for personal gain. Dawn City. City Lord's Mansion. Yu Jin sat high on the City Lord's throne, with Yin Yao, Chen Gang, and others standing on either side of the council hall. Nyarlathotep was behind Yu Jin, diligently performing her massage. In the center of the hall, Wang Yunpeng and over 40 other members of the Environmental Protection Society stood in 2 rows. My lord. Neil walked to Yu Jin's side and explained the whole story clearly. This is footage recorded by the mechanical flying insects. Neil reached out and gently touched his chest. Whoosh! A clear image was projected onto Neil's chest. The image showed the entire process of Wang Yunpeng and the others distributing crystals over the past day. To make it easier for Yu Jin to view, Neil sped up the image. Finally, at a certain moment, the scene slowed down frame by frame. This is it. 42 crystals vanished into thin air, without warning. Neil guesses it might be the result of some kind of space-related attribute ability. The words had barely left his lips. Wang Yunpeng and the others in the middle of the hall hurriedly tried to prove their innocence. Lord, none of us 40 people have used any crystals so far, and we haven't awakened any attributes at all. Yu Jin frowned slightly, looking at the group. Ability, Loyalty LV2, activated. Clear numbers appeared before Yu Jin's eyes. Wang Yunpeng, Loyalty 85. Zhao Zixuan, Loyalty 80. Yu Qingyu, Loyalty 91. 91? Yu Jin's gaze lingered on the girl in the second row for a moment. A loyalty score of over 90 could only be described as completely devoted. This junior looks familiar. Yu Jin remembered, this was the first girl in white stockings he'd healed during their team building activity. Jin didn't think much of it, shifting his gaze to the others. The result was that everyone's loyalty score was above 75. Just to be safe, Jin used his eye of insight to check them all again. It's not their problem. Jin shook his head, speaking softly. A simple sentence, yet at this moment, felt like a judgment of fate. Wang Yunpeng and the others, relieved, slumped to the ground. Section 145. The junior student in white stockings, Yu Qingyu, even had tears welling up in her eyes. Heaven knows how terrified they were just now. Although Jin hadn't appeared particularly cold throughout, everyone unconsciously recalled the scene of him annihilating the 300,000-strong beast tide of Dawn City yesterday. The Wasteland world is a dog-eat-dog world, with a strict hierarchy. Even though Jin had been gentle with them from beginning to end, they themselves dared not overstep their bounds in the slightest. Disperse. You all go back and absorb the crystals. It's been hard on you all, distributing crystals for a whole day and night. It was my oversight. Jin spoke, raising his hand. More than 80 clear, bright crystals fell before Wang Yunpeng and the others. It wasn't hard work. Loyalty. Wang Yunpeng's face flushed red as he shouted loudly. Jin gave each of them one second-tier and one third-tier energy crystal. This is far better treatment than that of other citizens of Dawn City. Loyalty. Yu Qingyu carefully held the crystal in her hands, secretly glancing at Jin, her eyes shimmering with tears. Senior Sister Yin? The council hall. The crowd dispersed, but Yin Yao stayed behind. Jin looked at Yin Yao, somewhat surprised. City Lord, regarding the disappearance of the crystal, I have some vague guesses. Jin raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. It's like this. Before the transmigration, during the game's closed beta, several things happened in Dawn City. The new City Lord distributed benefits, distributed infected crystals, distributed mutated beast meat. Yin Yao calmly and methodically recounted the events. Originally, Yin Yao hadn't considered this aspect, but the suddenly disappeared crystal, and the 40 Environmental Protection Club members who coincidentally appeared in Dawn City. Connecting this to the things Jin had done before his transmigration, Yin Yao was clever, she grasped the key point. Of course, she didn't expose Jin's cheat code. Some things, even if you suspect or are certain in your heart, cannot be said aloud. Yin Yao understood this perfectly. She wouldn't tell Jin, she certainly wouldn't tell anyone else. On the other side, Jin listened, seemingly lost in thought. He genuinely didn't know about the new City Lord of Dawn City distributing benefits. My actions on Earth were projected into Wasteland. Now, my actions in Wasteland are also indirectly projected into Earth? No, this time it shouldn't be called projection, but rather connection. 42 crystals roughly correspond to the number of remaining environmentalists who haven't transmigrated. In other words, although they didn't transmigrate, they were initially identified by the system as Dawn City citizens. Therefore, when I distributed crystals to all citizens in Dawn City, they received them even though they weren't in the Wasteland. Thinking this, Ember had a stronger desire to verify it. Speaking of which, although I distributed crystals to the citizens, I forgot about food. The beast tide was annihilated by the space, leaving not a single piece of mutated beast meat. The entire city almost went hungry. Thinking this, Ember rose from his seat and walked deeper into the City Lord's mansion. Mutant beast meat can be purchased in the Refuge City's resource mall. However, very few City Lords do this. They prefer to exchange points for crystals to improve themselves or acquire abilities. That night, every citizen of Dawn City received a considerable amount of mutated beast meat, specifically third-tier beast meat rich in energy. For a time, even in the deep of night in Dawn City, words of loyalty echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, Jin stared at the 42 pieces of beast meat that had vanished into thin air, lost in thought. Chapter 96, Defying the Heavenly Cause and Effect Attribute. Rewriting the rules, reversing cause and effect. It didn't work? Dawn City. Jin stared at the crystals that remained unchanged, not vanished into thin air, his brows furrowed deeply. After testing the beast meat, Jin distributed crystals to his citizens again. But the crystals did not disappear. Why? Is there a CD? Jin asked the system in his mind. Since the 2.0 update, although it wasn't explicitly stated, the system's always responsive nature was quite remarkable. Searching. Search complete. In the short term, speculative behavior of deliberately distributing excess resources to subjects cannot be recognized by the system and will not be rewarded. Jin raised an eyebrow at the system's explanation. Although the system didn't give a direct answer, Jin vaguely understood. The reason the crystals disappeared out of thin air, traversing an infinitely vast distance to reach Blue Star, was because the system judged it as distributing resources to subjects. However, his deliberate distribution of extra crystals went unrecognized. The crystal's disappearance, and even their possible appearance on the infinitely distant blue star was essentially due to the system's manipulation, mistakenly classifying those members of the Environmental Protection Society who hadn't transmigrated as subjects as well. What a pity. Ember sighed softly. If not for this, he could have exploited the loophole and launched a massive airdrop of crystals to his fellow citizens on Blue Star. But overall, this discovery was timely. At least, once the first batch of crystal subjects has digested it, I can issue more crystals and successfully obtain the judgment. Ember had an idea. Then, he took out a map of Area A308 and began planning tomorrow's expedition. The night was long. In the City Lord's mansion, Naya tirelessly massaged Ember, occasionally answering his questions. The millions of citizens of Moorstar probably couldn't imagine that their Supreme Queen had used all her 8th tier stamina on Ember's shoulders and arms. Neil sat silently in a corner of the council hall, absorbing crystals while acting as a guard. The latter half of the night, Ember finished formulating his plan, rose from his seat, and walked deeper into the City Lord's mansion. In principle, at the 9th level, he doesn't need to sleep anymore. But, Section 146. Before Dawn City reached level 1, he couldn't break through using crystals. If I remember correctly, when I bought beast meat before, I saw quite a few large beds in the shop. Yu Jin muttered, head down, walking forward. Naya, following closely behind him, heard the words large bed, and a blush crept onto her delicate, porcelain doll-like face. Although she had been on planet A3 for a full 150 years, she led the Moorstar people to establish the level 8 Naya city on the Wasteland, experiencing thousands of battles, large and small. But, those kinds of battles, Naya had never even seen, let alone experienced them. Before transmigrating to the Wasteland, Naya was just a naive 16-year-old girl. In front of the millions of people on Moorstar, Naya possessed the strength of an 8th tier revolver and the aura of the Naya City Lord. But for Yu Jin, 8th tier was insignificant. City Lord Naya had become City Lord Yu's personal maid. When all the glory faded, Naya was actually no different from the naive little girl she was 150 years ago. Dawn City, the core area of the City Lord's mansion. Beep beep. You have purchased the item, Super Deluxe 10-meter bed. Quantity purchased, 1. Points deducted 800,000. Points balance, 260 million. The mechanical notification sounded. Whoosh. The 10-meter luxury bed appeared out of thin air. Not bad. Yu Jin looked around the bed and nodded in satisfaction. Spending 800,000 points on a bed certainly wasn't for in part. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary bed. Super luxurious 10-meter king bed. Technological features. 1. Withstands physical impacts up to level 7. 2. Constant temperature system, vibration mode, waterbed mode. Extraordinary features. 1. Automatically generates an energy shield upon activation, granting 30% damage reduction within a 10-meter radius of the bed, allowing for more focused and worry-free crystal absorption. 2. Increases crystal absorption efficiency by 10% and the probability of new attribute awakening by 1% on the bed. 3. Resting on the bed slightly reduces contamination levels. Yu Jin scoffed at terms like physical impact and waterbed mode. What he truly cared about were the 10% increase in crystal absorption efficiency and the 1% increase in the probability of new attribute awakening. Speaking of new attributes, Yu Jin remembered that he seemed to still have quite a few attribute activation stones he hadn't used. There's still some time before dawn. Breaking through with crystals requires waiting for Dawn City to upgrade, so why not use a few attribute activating stones? Yu Jin suddenly perked up. He plopped down on the 10-meter-long, ultra-luxurious bed. Beside the bed, Naya lowered her head, her face flushing even deeper. But, how exactly should we begin that kind of thing? Naya possessed the prophecy attribute, but she wasn't omniscient. This, at least, touched upon an absolute blind spot in her knowledge. Clang, clang, the crisp sound startled Naya. Her petite, 1.5-meter-tall body instinctively shrank back. The next second, when Naya mustered her courage and looked up, she was stunned by the scene before her. Yu Jin had indeed done something very revealing, but what he revealed was a stack of 30 attribute activation stones. Naya's cherry-like lips involuntarily parted slightly again. These divine items, attribute activation stones, weren't even sold in the level 8 Refuge City shop. Naya's only known way of obtaining attribute activation stones was through ranking rewards in the Wasteland game. 100 years ago, when Naya ranked 10th on the overall leaderboard, she received 5 attribute activation stones as a reward. It was precisely those 5 attribute activation stones that awakened her heaven-defying prophecy attribute. According to the legends of the Moors, Naya was born with the 3 attributes of ice, fire, and prophecy. But initially, she only had the ice and fire attributes. It was only because of the opposing nature of the ice and fire attributes that her combat power far surpassed other dual attribute level 8 evolvers. At the same time, it was precisely because of awakening the prophecy attribute that Naya poured everything into peeking into the future, then waited patiently for 100 years, until today, becoming Yujin's little maid. Who? Naya took a deep breath, her flat chest rising and falling slightly. I need to learn to get used to it, not to overreact. Anything that happens to this man is reasonable, Naya told herself. A moment ago, when Yujin bought the bed, his 260 million points balance had already given her a shock exceeding 100 million. Several times, her repeated loss of composure made Naya feel a little embarrassed after all. She was an 8th-tier powerhouse who had sat on the ice and fire throne for 100 years. Click, crack. Before Naya could even process the thought, she heard a series of crisp cracking sounds. Oh! Naya looked up at Yujin on the 10-meter-long bed. Just for a moment, her crystal-clear eyes involuntarily narrowed. Yujin, right in front of her, used all 30 attribute activation stones in one go. That's a whole 30 attribute activation stones. Naya had heard. Even the top-ranked player on the Wasteland leaderboard only gets 15 stones. Naya remained silent, speechless. To be honest, if this man weren't so terrifyingly powerful, Naya would have really wanted to use her prophecy to find out where he got so many attribute activation stones, so many points. On the 10-meter-long, ultra-luxurious bed, Yujin had no idea that this little girl from the planet More could have such a rich inner world in such a short time. He stared at the semi-transparent panel before him, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. You used an attribute activation stone. New attribute awakening in progress. Awakening failed. One after another, all failures. Section 147. Damn it. 30 stones, and not a single one succeeded? Isn't that too much? Last time, I only used 10 for the space attribute. Ember wanted to curse. Although the more attributes you have, the lower the awakening probability, and I already have 7 attributes, but I'm a cheater, this logic shouldn't apply to me. Crack, Ember crushed another one. This was the second to last one, the 29th. You used an attribute activation stone. New attribute awakening in progress. Awakening successful. Ember was about to crush the last stone when he saw the information on the panel and his spirits lifted. What attribute? 29 stones. It would be a shame if it didn't have a powerful attribute, right? You awakened your 8th attribute, causality. You comprehended a first-tier causality attribute ability, causality perception LV1. Passive effect, immune to your own causality, cannot be perceived by enemies not exceeding one major tier higher than yourself. Active effect, analyzes and perceives the causal chain on the target. You comprehended a second-tier causality attribute ability, probability locking LV1. Active effect, locks the probability of an attack or a certain event, making it certain to occur. Prompt, you can only lock events that can be affected by your current tier. You cannot lock events that are beyond your tier's influence. For example, locking the probability of a 3-planet collapse is impossible at the current level, i.e., the lock fails. You have mastered the 3rd-tier causal attribute ability, causal correction LV1. Active effect, corrects or reverses the outcome of a local event. Current level can influence the event. You have mastered the 4th-tier causal attribute ability, backlash link LV1. Active effect, applies a causal chain to 2 or more targets, causing them to share the negative status. You have mastered the 5th-tier causal attribute ability, buff link LV1. Active effect, applies a causal chain to 2 or more targets, allowing them to share a positive buff. The greater the difference in rank between the targets, the lower the buff percentage. You have mastered the 6th-tier causal attribute ability, causal judgment LV1. Active effect, applies a causal penalty to the target, if successful, annihilates enemies of lower rank than yourself. You have mastered the 7th-tier causal attribute ability, causal reincarnation LV1. Active effect, creates a causal cycle, allowing enemies in the area to repeatedly bear or enjoy negative/positive status effects. You have mastered the 8th-tier causal attribute ability, causal domination LV1. Active effect, rewrites the causal rules within the region. This ability may cause causal disorder. You have comprehended the 9th-order causal ability, reversing effect into cause. Active effect, anchors the outcome of an event, increasing its probability of occurrence. This ability is not affected by your own rank. Note, the larger the event scope, the lower the original probability of occurrence, and the lower the increased probability, and vice versa. Friendly reminder, please use the causality attribute ability with caution. Improper use may cause the rules within the region to collapse, leading to annihilation. Ember remained silent. For a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. This new attribute, it's a bit too overpowered. So overpowered that even Yujin, who always considered himself overpowered, was speechless. Causal correction? Causal reincarnation? Causal judgment? Reversing cause and effect? Compared to the direct and destructive attributes like light, lightning, and even space, the causal attribute was a completely different story. Rules, conceptual abilities. These words echoed in Yujin's mind. At the same time, this was also the first time since Yujin awakened 8 attributes that he had seen an attribute with a friendly reminder, advising him to use with caution. These 29 stones. It's no longer a question of whether they're worth it. After carefully digesting all 9 abilities, Yujin sighed softly. Every time, he felt invincible. But every time, the system told him, you can be even more invincible. Speaking of which, attributes are incredibly diverse. While attributes based on the concept of cause and effect are extremely rare, there should still be a few. From now on, when facing enemies, I'll need to be just 1% more serious, to avoid being caught off guard and defeated. Ember muttered to himself. On the other side, Naya, having removed her shoes and white socks, sat alone on the large bed. She blinked her crystal-clear eyes, somewhat curious. She took in Ember's reaction. Clearly, this man had awakened a new attribute, and it must be an extremely powerful one. What is it? Naya lowered her head, lost in thought. But, the next second, ouch! Nyarlathotep suddenly screamed. She'd been bitten by a mosquito. Nyarlathotep froze. She was an 8th-tier limit evolver, a 3-attribute evolver of ice and fire prophecy. How could she be bitten by a mosquito? Even if she was completely unprepared, what kind of mosquito could bite her? Besides, where did these tiny mosquitoes come from in this wasteland? In this core area, besides herself and Ember, there were no other life forms. Whoosh! Nyarlathotep abruptly looked up at Ember. Yujin silently watched the cause and effect lines visible only to him. Locked result, Naya bitten by a mosquito. Activated ability, reversing cause and effect. On the evening of September 5, 2025, Blue Star Calendar, Yujin deliberately cut his finger to attract mosquitoes, letting his blood fall to the ground. The following evening, on Langlang Mountain in Zhangcheng, a mosquito unexpectedly discovered the bloodstain on the ground. Its kin suffered a bloody massacre the night before. It is 1 in a million survivor. Summoning its courage, it sucks the nearly dried blood from the ground. After sucking blood, the mosquito falls into a deep sleep, undergoing a strange transformation. On the night of September 9, 2025, the mosquito transmigrates to the A3 Wasteland, starting spawn point core area of the Dawn City Lord's Mansion. The mosquito mutates, becoming a Tier 1 mutated beast, and simultaneously gains the abilities Absolute Stealth LV1, Absolute Armor Penetration LV1, Absolute Stealth Undetectable, unless 9 tiers higher than itself. Absolute Armor Penetration, bites will always penetrate its defense, unless 9 tiers higher than itself. Section 148. Ember awakens the causality attribute. Ember anchors result, Naya gets bitten by a mosquito. The mosquito, which had been lying in wait for a long time, locked onto Naya as its target. This is unbelievable. Ember looked up at the sky, feeling that his past self seemed like a greenhorn compared to his present self. Chapter 97. Even 9th tier has a gap. The number monster is me? City Lord's Mansion core area. On a super luxurious 10-meter long bed. Smack! Ember raised his hand and swatted the poor mosquito in the air. Naya, however, was still blankly clutching her bitten right arm, her face full of confusion. She, at the limit of 8th tier, how could she be bitten by a 1st-tier mutated mosquito? Is this right? Ember glanced at Naya, roughly guessing her thoughts, shook his head, and didn't explain further. To be honest, causality is too complicated. For example, Yujin had clearly awakened the causality attribute just now, and then reversed cause and effect, which led to the scene of the mosquito biting Naya. But, making the mosquito biting Naya happen was just an impromptu thought of Yujin's, a way to test his ability. And his test of his ability was because he had awakened the causality attribute. Causality is nested, intertwined. And this small experiment allowed Yujin to truly witness the terrifying power of causality. This ability really needs to be used with caution. Reversing cause and effect might change not only what I see before me, but also other things I haven't seen. Yujin looked at the mosquito's corpse, a slight chill running down his spine. Putting everything else aside, just the 2 abilities Absolute Concealment and Absolute Penetration made even his own overpowered abilities seem absurd. However, while this ability shouldn't be abused, it came at a truly opportune time. Ember's gaze fell on one of the abilities related to causality. 5th tier causality ability, Buff Link LV1. Active effect, applies a causal chain to 2 or more targets, allowing them to share a positive buff. The greater the difference in tiers between the targets, the lower the buff percentage. It's been almost 5 days since he transmigrated to the Wasteland, 3 of which were spent unconscious, and he's only been awake for less than 2 days. During this time, Ember occasionally used his perception ability to sense the condition of old you and the others. The good news is, they're all safe. The bad news is, they're all very far away. Especially Yu Chen, so far away that Ember even doubts whether he's still on planet A3. His foster mother, Cao Fang, probably hadn't transmigrated. She's the furthest away, so far that she's practically invisible, and Ember's perception of her is extremely weak. Ember is most worried about old Yu and Cao Fang. Current maximum number of causal chains, 2. While the causal attribute is incredibly powerful, it also comes with significant limitations. Yu Jin didn't hesitate much, immediately giving his 2 remaining slots to old Yu and Cao Fang. His younger brother, Yu Chen, has the luck attribute and shouldn't have any major problems in the short term. Old Kui, Yu Fei, and the others, benefiting from early access to the closed beta and being already awakened attribute evolvers, will likely also be able to establish themselves. Causal chain binding. Binding objects, Yu Jin and Yu Liman. Binding objects, Yu Jin and Cao Fang. Causal chain ability, enhancement link LV1. Effect, when you yourself gain an increase in stats, abilities, etc., Yu Liman and Cao Fang can simultaneously receive a portion of the increase. Due to the large difference in rank, the current simultaneous increase percentage is 0.1%. Yu Jin stared at the glaring 0.1%, speechless. This percentage. I wonder if it can help old Yu and Cao Fang. If only I could see my stats. Yu Jin suddenly froze. Stats? Doesn't he have an attribute called stats? Back on Earth, Yu Jin used this attribute a lot. But after transmigrating to the Wasteland, with so much information flooding in, Yu Jin hadn't had a chance to use it yet. Perhaps the power of the stats attribute will truly manifest after the Wasteland is no longer suppressed? Yu Jin boldly guessed. You see, stats is, to date, the only one of his 8 attributes that is solely a single ability. At the same time, it was the only one marked as having a special attribute by the system's leader. Even the heaven-defying causality attribute didn't receive this treatment. Buzz. Ember activated its numerical attribute and looked at Naya. In an instant, Ember felt much more at ease. It really is. At this moment, before his eyes, the numbers displayed above Naya's head were no longer 36D or 150 centimeters, but Naya. Rank, 8th tier limit. Life coefficient, 99,999. Energy coefficient, 99,999. Attack coefficient, 99,999. Defense coefficient, 99,999. Contamination coefficient, 99.99%. Overall coefficient, 99,999. Good heavens. A series of 99,999s left Ember completely stunned. Nyarlathotep is at the limit of rank 8, you could say she's only one step away from rank 9. Could it be because of her contamination level? She can continue to consume crystals to improve, but her contamination level will increase accordingly. If her contamination level exceeds the limit, she'll go from being human to an infected being. Yu Jin recalled the document Yin Shanhai had given him, which contained this information. So, the coefficient limit for rank 9 should be 100,000. Yu Jin's mind stirred. He looked down at himself. Soon, a series of numbers appeared. Yu Jin. Rank 9. Life coefficient 800,000. Energy coefficient 800,000. Attack coefficient 800,000. Section 149. Defense coefficient 800,000. Contamination coefficient 0%. Overall coefficient 800,000. Yu Jin guessed his values might be a bit high, but he didn't expect even the unit to be changed to tens of thousands. After consuming the crystals, I felt I wasn't far from the 10th rank. So, the coefficient threshold for the 10th rank should be 1 million? It seems the coefficient gap between ranks widens as you go. Thinking of this, Yu Jin activated his light touch ability. His vision instantly covered every corner of Dawn City. He saw, Yu Qingyu was fading away. No, this isn't right. He saw the values of first dash, second dash, and third rank evolvers. Quickly, Yu Jin drew a rough conclusion. Rank coefficients. Rank 1, 0 to 10. Rank 2, 10 to 50. Rank 3, 50 to 100. Rank 4, 100 to 500. Rank 5, 500, 1000. Rank 6, Rank 7. Rank 8, 10,000 to 100,000. Rank 9, 100,000 to 1 million. Since there are currently no rank 6 or 7 evolvers in Dawn City, Yu Jin is unsure about the numerical values for these 2 ranks. So I'm this strong? At this moment, Yu Jin had a clearer understanding of his 800,000 value. At the same time, he silently calculated in his mind. Once he breaks through to rank 10, the value will increase from 800,000 to 1 million, an increase of 200,000. 200,000 asterisk 0.1% equals 200. A coefficient of 200 falls within the 100 to 500 range, which roughly translates to a 4th tier evolver? If I break through to the 10th tier, will my adoptive parents also become 4th tier evolvers? Suddenly, Jin felt much more at ease. A 4th tier evolver, whether on Blue Star or in the Wasteland, can generally guarantee their safety for the time being as long as they don't act recklessly. Crunch! Jin remained silent and began consuming crystals. On the large bed, Naya, seeing this, was as surprised as usual, but also secretly relieved. Regardless, Jin didn't challenge her to a battle tonight, which was already good news. She wasn't fully prepared for that kind of battle, and besides, she wasn't very good at it. Perhaps I should brush up on the relevant knowledge beforehand? Naya thought. For the future of the more star civilization. It's all worth it, even if it's Naya who has to pay the price. Naya told herself softly, while simultaneously sitting cross-legged on the large bed, beginning to suppress her own level of contamination with her elemental energy. Her level of contamination was already extremely high, only a hair's breadth away from becoming an infected. And on the Wasteland, such cases were common. Or to put it another way, as far as Naya knew, every named 8th tier limit evolver on planet A3 had a contamination level below 99%. On planet A3, the true strongest were never 8th tier limit city lords like Naya, but rather, outside the Wasteland, countless people who, over countless years, attempted to break through to the 9th tier, only to fall and succumb to their excessive contamination, 9th tier infected. If it were Ember, perhaps only then would there be a chance to defeat those monsters. A 369 area. Mang City. This refuge city was significantly larger than Dawn City. It was late at night. Yet, the refuge city was brightly lit, even equipped with electric lights. In a technologically barren wasteland, the existence of electric lights spoke volumes about the refuge city's resources. At this moment, in a thatched hut on an outer city street, Yu Liman stared blankly at the dark night sky. "A Fang, Xiaojin, Xiao Chen. I wonder if you're all right." 5 days had passed since he transmigrated to the Wasteland world. Yu Liman's experiences during these 5 days had been quite bizarre. On the first day, he appeared in Mang City before transmigrating. He had followed Yu Chen's instructions to arrive at the nearest refuge city ahead of time and log off there. At that time, around Mang City, tens of thousands of refugees like Yu Liman from Blue Star appeared. They crowded together, queuing to enter the city. The city lord of Mang City was a powerful 7th tier evolved being. Mang City also ruled over dozens of surrounding refugee cities. In Mang City, there was no situation like the black slave miners seen in Bin City. On the contrary, the refugees here could exchange work for water and food. Sweeping the streets, maintaining the streets, mining outside the city, transporting animal meat, there were even chef jobs. Yu Liman entered the city intending to apply for a chef job. But as soon as he entered, 3 young men with buzz cuts approached him. "Uncle Yu." Yu Liman was a little confused, but quickly recognized one of them as the young man who had protected his family at Old Yu's noodle shop before his transmigration. After that, Yu Liman didn't go anywhere, staying in the house all day. The 3 young men, however, all found jobs transporting animal meat in Mang City. Although it was tiring, it earned them enough water and food. Yu Liman was thus kept by the 3 young men. Sigh. Thinking of this, Yu Liman sighed. Besides missing his family, he also wanted to leave the city and see what this wasteland was really like. Although over 50, Old Yu's heart was still young. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate the poor in old age. But awakening requires crystals, and crystals are very precious. 3 young men working hard for a month might earn 1 or 2 crystals, but Old Yu couldn't do that. Section 150. He possessed basic moral integrity. The way these 3 young men had taken care of him already made Old Yu feel incredibly indebted. If only it were like in the movies. A stroke of luck, a sudden ascension to immortality. Old Yu sighed, gazing at the night sky. His words had barely left his lips. Old Yu suddenly froze. He felt. His body suddenly became burning hot. Old Yu screamed in terror. Outside the house, the 3 young men, who had been leaning against each other on night watch, heard the commotion and rushed over. I think I'm burning up. Ouch, it's so numb. Like touching an electric wire. Old Yu cried out, jumping up and down. The 3 young men were extremely anxious, pulling Old Yu up and down, fearing something had happened to him. This was Yu Jin's adoptive father. The task of taking care of him was personally assigned by Yin Shanhai. Suddenly, crackling, before the 3 youths even touched Yu Liman, a dazzling burst of lightning erupted from his body. At the same time, his aura was also visibly rising. In an instant, the 3 youths froze on the spot. Crackling, lightning flashed incessantly, bathing Old Yu in its light. A short while later, the Mangcheng security team heard the commotion and rushed over. The leader of the security team was a 4th tier evolved being, and when he saw Yu Liman, his eyes widened instantly. 4th tier, and lightning attribute. Chapter 98 What the heck? Blue Star, Great Xia Island, Survivor Base. Surrounded by several short-haired women, Cao Fang sat in the tent, hugging her knees, lost in thought. 5 days had passed since the cataclysm. Old Yu, Yu Jin, and Yu Chen had all been transported to the Wasteland. She was left behind alone. Sigh. Cao Fang sighed. She missed Old Yu and her 2 sons terribly, but she really didn't dare go to that wasteland alone. Just hearing Yu Jin's description terrified her. And such a vast wasteland, if she weren't careful and ended up in a very remote place, her fate could be tragic. Women are different from men. Cao Fang had watched many war dramas and had a deep-seated fear of such things. She wasn't narcissistic, but rather clear-headed. In the post-apocalyptic world, women, regardless of age, are a resource. And Cao. The tent flap opened, revealing a young woman with slightly dark skin and neat short hair, who called softly, "Oh dear, Ah Zhen. You don't need to keep this old woman company. Go ahead and do your work. It's chaotic outside, isn't it? Driving away monsters and rescuing survivors." Although Cao Fang was traditional, she wasn't unreasonable. "It's all right, Auntie. I just came to chat with you, to keep you company so you won't get bored." A woman named Ah Zhen sat down beside Cao Fang. "You." Cao Fang sighed, knowing she couldn't persuade her otherwise. Time passed slowly. The old woman and the young woman chatted. From Ah Zhen, Cao Fang heard a lot about what happened after the cataclysm. Mutant beasts, infected beings, sources of contamination. Cao Fang was timid and felt frightened just listening to them. But at the same time, she was even more worried about Old Yu and his 2 sons who had transmigrated to the wasteland. If only the transmigration hadn't happened in a random location. That way, if I transmigrated with Xiao Jin and Xiao Chen, and we encountered any danger, this old woman could risk her life to protect them. Cao Fang was gentle by nature, but a mother's love is strong. Ha! Suddenly, Cao Fang let out a soft exclamation. She felt something strange happening to her body. "What's wrong, Auntie?" Ah Zhen, having received professional training, instantly noticed Cao Fang's abnormality and immediately tensed up. At the same time, she quickly pulled open the tent and shouted in a certain direction, "Medical team! Emergency medical team! Quickly, to tent number 1. But the words had barely left her lips. Boom! The steel-framed tent suddenly rose into the air. Ah Zhen froze on the spot. Cao Fang stared blankly down at her hand. Just now, she had instinctively waved her hand, and the tent had flown away. Not only that. Whoosh! With a single thought, Cao Fang's steel frame began to twist and collapse. In a short while, the steel frame vanished, replaced by a fried rice spatula in Cao Fang's hand. Ah Zhen was stunned. The medical team that had rushed over from a distance was stunned. Inside the base, the disheveled survivors were also stunned. Section 151. Holy crap. Magneto, Auntie? Wasteland, Planet A3. One night passed. On a super luxurious 10-meter-long bed, Yu Jin opened his eyes. Huff. He exhaled a long breath. Just one step away. Yu Jin's heart skipped a beat as he checked his stats. After a night of consuming crystals, his various coefficients had increased from 800,000 to 990,000. Yu Jin could sense that with another 9th tier crystal, he should be able to break through to the 10th tier. 10th tier. Planet A3 may have had 9th tier beings before, but it definitely hasn't had a 10th tier evolver, has it? Yu Jin thought, a strange feeling inexplicably rising in his heart. Reaching this point today was all thanks to staying up all night consuming crystals. All he saw was sweat and effort. Respected City Lord. Naya's soft, sweet voice sounded from behind. Yu Jin turned to look at the little girl from Mole Star. Naya, I hope you can also contribute to Dawn City. Naya begs you. Allow Naya to join the expedition. As she finished speaking, Naya raised her head, a touch of adorable stubbornness appearing on her delicate face. One night passed. She could clearly feel that Yu Jin was much stronger than yesterday. Probably about twice as strong as Naya? All right. Yu Jin had improved considerably and was in a good mood, so he immediately agreed. Dawn City. Outside the city gates, 150,000 refugees stood in a vast, imposing crowd. Although over 100,000 crystals had been distributed the day before yesterday, not all refugees had successfully awakened. Fortunately, since the lowest level crystal used was Tier 1, only a very small number of those who failed to awaken died. Most simply suffered a painful but ultimately futile awakening, without leaving many other side effects. Currently, Dawn City possesses 30,000 Tier 1 evolvers, 40,000 Tier 2 evolvers, 500 Tier 3 evolvers, Tier 4 evolvers Yin Yao, Chen Gang, Tier 5 evolvers Neil, no Tier 6 or 7 evolvers, Tier 8 Naya, and Tier 9 Ember. The number of evolvers has increased, but the quality, it's lacking. Especially tier 4, 5, and 6, there's almost a gap. It can only be said that 2 days is still too short. The current 40,000 tier 2 evolvers are only possible because Ember distributed 40,000 tier 2 crystals, allowing ordinary citizens to awaken and advance in one step. Ember shook his head and took a deep breath. Whoosh! Light Wings LV9. 100-meter-long light wing extended out, almost illuminating the early morning sky as if it were midday. At the city gate. At the front of the crowd, Chen Gang stared at the wings of light behind Yujin, his mouth practically watering. What man could resist such a show-off ability? Let alone 100 meters. Even a 1-meter wing of light would be incredibly cool to Chen Gang. In the sky, Yujin's gaze swept over his subjects below. He had already arranged for Yin Yao and Neil to distribute today's expedition plan. Now, it was only he, as the city lord, who was giving a small mobilization. Dawn City. Yujin raised his hand. Loyalty. Loyalty. Yujin watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Despite their weak strength, their spirit and morale were still quite high. Marching. Ember didn't waste any words. Boom! With a flap of his wings, he headed east. Dawn marches forth. Not a blade of grass will survive. The 150,000 refugees shouted, dividing into 3 formations. The largest formation, numbering over 100,000, consisted of 80,000 unawakened refugees and the remaining 20,000 first-tier evolved beings. They were all led by Chen Gang, following Ember eastward. The other 2 formations had an equal number of people and evolved beings. They were led by Neil, Yin Yao, and Naya respectively. The former went south, and the latter went north. From this day forward, the name of Dawn City will resound throughout the Wasteland. Yin Yao and Neil exchanged a deep look at Naya. Naya remained expressionless, her chestnut ponytail no longer swaying. At this moment, she showed none of the adorable, innocent demeanor she displayed in front of Ember. Despite her petite frame of only 1.5 meters, she exuded an inexplicable aura of power. Let's go! Naya spoke softly. To join Dawn City, today she would demonstrate a small part of her abilities. As her words fell, the more than 20,000 evolved beings behind her felt a chill run down their spines. This lowly is not simple. We must take refuge city faster than her. That will make our lord value us more. Neil watched Naya depart, his voice still mechanical and cold, but a glint of light flickered in his blue eyes. She had no past emotions or memories. From the moment of her resurrection, her world consisted only of Ember. Section 152. Let's go! Destination, Osaka Castle. Yin Yao called out softly, sand swirling beneath her feet. She gracefully rose into the air. Click click. Neil remained silent, simply transforming. In just a few seconds, a black mech, several meters tall, drew its azure laser longsword from its waist. For my lord! For Dawn City! Boom! Rumble! Chen Gang gazed at the figure in the sky above. It was Ember. He was indiscriminately slaughtering monsters. Thunder trembled. Laser beams crisscrossed. Space shattered. Even Chen Gang saw. The sky suddenly darkened, and meteorites hundreds, even thousands of meters tall, fell from the sky, plummeting into the depths of the distant earth. Holy crap! So this is what 9th rank means. Chen Gang was speechless with shock. He only knew 9th rank was powerful, but he didn't know 9th rank could be this powerful. And in just over an hour, Ember flew across the wasteland, effortlessly annihilating all the mutated beast/infected layers along its path. How many did it kill? Chen Gang didn't know. He only knew he was leading 100,000 people, constantly collecting crystals and moving beast meat, and he was simply overwhelmed. Yes, the reason Chen Gang's team was mostly composed of ordinary people was because they weren't there to fight, but to collect resources. Besides Chen Gang, the team also included over 40 members of the Environmental Protection Society, such as Wang Yunpeng. Because of the crystal distribution and crystal disappearance, they had a day less time to level up by consuming crystals compared to others, and therefore weren't assigned to combat. Does this seem familiar? Wang Yunpeng, carrying a sack, stuffed crystals into it while watching the figure in the distant sky intently. Collect as fast as you can. Even if I die, it will only be from exhaustion collecting crystals. Chen Gang stopped looking at the sky and lowered his head, speeding up his work. No one knew collecting crystals better than him. Shouldn't be done by now? High in the sky, Yujin glanced back. Chen Gang and his 100,000 strong army were already dozens of kilometers away. No matter how fast they collected crystals, it couldn't keep up with his speed of killing monsters and clearing the map. All the mutated beast/infected layers marked on the map along this road have been cleared. The next step: to find a few city lords and have a friendly exchange. To add a few more subordinate cities to Dawn City. With subordinate cities, Dawn City can upgrade, and I can break through to the 10th rank. Thinking of this, Ember was unusually excited. Boom! His 100-meter-long wings of light remained in place, but lightning was already spreading beneath his feet. Light Wings LV9 plus Flying Thunder God LV9. With the combined speed, only a blurry afterimage could be seen in the sky. Bright City. This is an ordinary refuge city east of Dawn City. Nyarlathotep's group of refugees had escaped from Bright City and wandered all the way to Dawn City. Dig hard. If you can't dig up the contaminated crystals, you bunch of trash players from Blue Star will all be thrown out to feed the mutated beasts. A few kilometers outside Bright City, thousands of ragged, emaciated refugees, heads bowed, dug with their bare hands in the barren earth. Even the most basic tools were refused by the Bright City Lord. After all, these refugees were merely expendable resources. Boom! Suddenly, a distant thunderclap resounded. The thousands of refugees instinctively flinched, then belatedly raised their heads, looking towards the sky in the direction of the sound. That's... The refugees' eyes widened. At this moment, what they saw was a beam of light that stretched across the sky, tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters wide. A lightsaber. Ha! Some refugees, long unable to withstand the hunger and torment, collapsed helplessly to the ground. A strange whimper escaped his throat, his face contorted into a stiff, numb, yet ironic smile. No one present could have survived the terrifying sword strike, but he felt no fear, no terror. Instead, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. He shifted his gaze, not at the terrifying sword of light hurtling towards him overhead, but at the City of Light's refuge a few miles behind him. The sinful City of Light. It will eventually face the Sword of Light, a symbol of judgment. Ah ha ha. First subscription surpassed 10,000. A pleasant surprise. Thank you all for your support, Orts. Today I'll complete the basic 3 chapters of 10,000 words and the 500 monthly vote bonus. Tomorrow I'll add an extra chapter to reach 10,000. Thank you again. Chapter 99 Yukiwazuo's junior brother Jin. Above the heavens. Radiant light. Section 153. A beam of light, tens of thousands of meters long, blotted out the sun, hurtling down towards Bright City. This sword illuminated the heavens. This sword was unavoidable for the 5th-tier city lord of Bright City. He didn't even have time to react before being engulfed by the beam of light. Inside the city lord's mansion. On a 5-meter-long bed, several naked girls, covered in wounds, let out piercing screams. Gone. The city lord is gone, melted away. A young woman screamed hoarsely. Her tone was filled with the exhilarating satisfaction of revenge. 4th-tier light attribute ability, Lightsaber LV1. Active effect, condenses a giant light sword, unleashing a single target attack. Back when they were exterminating mosquitoes at Lang Lang Mountain, Yujin had complained about this skill. But now, this ability is undeniably useful. Single target damage, targeting the city lord, so there won't be any accidental harm to other civilians. These are all future subjects of my Dawn City. It wouldn't be good if they died or were injured. Especially since many of them are fellow citizens of Blue Star. Ember murmured, descending step by step from the sky. You defeated and killed 5th-tier Evolver Lord of Light City. The loot of the strong, LV1, activated. You gained one of his attributes. You awakened your 9th attribute, Peace. Ember frowned. He continued walking, his mind racing as he examined the Peace attribute. Taking Yin to replenish Yang? Extracting life force? Good heavens. This Lord of Light City is truly superhumanly strong. After reading the descriptions of several abilities, Ember clicked his tongue in astonishment. This attribute is unorthodox and rubbish. At best, it's just a tiny branch under the Yin-Yang attribute, and a rather unorthodox one at that. If I could awaken the true Yin-Yang attribute in the future, I might consider pursuing a superhuman path. Yu Jin's thoughts raced. A short while later, he stood before the city gates of Bright City. Outside the gates, several rows of figures knelt in unison. My lord. I am the Deputy City Lord of Bright City. On behalf of the 140,000 people of Bright City, I respectfully welcome your arrival. The figure at the very front was dressed neatly and cleanly, even possessing a somewhat plump and wealthy appearance. A rare sight in the Wasteland. Yujin glanced at the Deputy City Lord. ZZZ. Laser LV9. The scream didn't come from the Deputy City Lord, because in an instant, he was melted into nothingness by the laser beam shot from Yujin's eyes. A scream came from the young woman beside the Deputy City Lord. Ember glanced at her. Natalia. Homeworld, Capri. Rank, 4th tier. Attributes. Abilities. Evaluation. For many years, together with the Deputy City Lord, she has captured a large number of young female refugees for the Lord of Light to torture and extract their life force. Ember didn't finish reading the rest of the information. ZZZZT. Natalia vanished. In an instant. Outside Light City, deathly silence reigned. The kneeling refugees wore expressions of surprise mixed with awe. The Light City backbone at the forefront, however, were deathly pale, not daring to breathe. This terrifyingly powerful figure, appearing out of nowhere, didn't even exchange a single word upon meeting, simply unleashing a laser beam. The city lord was gone, the deputy city lord was gone, even the city lord's wife and deputy city lord's lover was gone. But clearly, it wasn't over yet. ZZZ. Laser beams shot out again from Ember's eyes. The front row of core members, dozens in total, all vanished into nothingness. Gulp. The tens of thousands of refugees kneeling behind him frantically swallowed hard. Terrible, utterly terrifying. They had thought the Lord of Light City was already a ruthless scoundrel. Unexpectedly, today, a Wasteland version of Homelander had appeared. That's enough. Now, who among you can tell me about this refuge city? Ember spoke, already stepping forward, walking alone into the city. The kneeling refugees exchanged bewildered glances, then rose in a flurry, following closely behind. They didn't know. Would this suddenly arrived new city lord be even more tyrannical than the ruthless lord of the past? All they could do was resign themselves to fate. As you can see, Your Excellency. Although many new refugees have recently arrived, the current number of refugees in Bright City is not large. This is because many refugees, unable to bear the burden or lacking food, have died. Ember strolled along the outer streets of Bright City. Compared to Dawn City and White Rock City, the streets here were far more dilapidated. Meanwhile, the refugees' condition could no longer be described as bad, but rather horrifying. On both sides of the streets, refugees could be seen everywhere, sobbing and struggling to move. Ember noticed. The hands of these refugees were bloodied and mangled from constantly digging for crystals. Their exposed bodies, beneath their tattered clothes, were covered in clear welts whip marks. What a bright city. Section 154. Yu Jin's expression darkened. Although he had already witnessed their evil deeds when he used his eye of insight to observe the deputy city lord and the city's core members outside the city. But knowing and seeing with one's own eyes are two different things. Among them were many familiar faces from Blue Star and Great Xia. Whoosh! Yu Jin raised his hand. He cast a purifying light on the refugees on the street. Yu Jin, a 9th-tier cultivator, using a level 6 purifying light, could heal the flesh and bones of these ordinary people in an instant, let alone reach the level of resurrection and healing flesh and bones. Ah, my lord! My benevolent lord! On both sides of the street, the healed refugees, after their initial astonishment, scrambled to their feet, their postures reverent, bowing their heads to the ground. Behind Yu Jin, the middle-aged man who was giving the introductions was also taken aback by this scene. His impression of Yu Jin's one laser attack outside the city was so deep that he had assumed this seemingly unseen figure was someone like the Lord of Light City. Unexpectedly? Sir. Where do you come from? I don't mean to pry into your background. I'm simply curious. It seems no one of your strength has ever appeared in this area before. The middle-aged man asked, mustering his courage. He was also a 3rd-tier evolver, but unwilling to commit evil deeds with the Lord of Light City, he had only ended up as a mining foreman. Blue Star. Yu Jin spoke calmly. Blue Star. The middle-aged man was stunned. The next second, his eyes widened suddenly. Blue Star. Blue Star, the home of all those new refugees who've recently flooded in? The humans from Blue Star only arrived in the Wasteland a few days ago, they're all new players. The middle-aged man's outburst startled the many refugees kneeling on both sides of the street, too afraid to look him in the eye. Blue Star. A glimmer of light appeared in the refugees' previously unfocused eyes. This was the name of their homeland. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the refugees mustered their courage and looked up at the important figure surrounded in the center. Blue Star. The refugees murmured, their voices filled with an indescribable yearning. Blue Star. Ember sighed softly, offering confirmation. Blue Star. The refugees excitedly rose from the ground. But the next moment, realizing their disrespect, they quickly knelt down again, just as before. But their eyes were no longer as dark as before. Their faces beamed with satisfied, proud, and ecstatic smiles. This young powerhouse who had slain the city lord with a dazzling light sword was a fellow countryman from Blue Star, just like them. Blue Star. Really from Blue Star? Bright City, Outer City. At the end of a secluded alley, in an abandoned, dilapidated house. Yupanner pressed her face against the window, listening to the rising and falling shouts outside, hesitant. She had been here for 5 days. The good news was, she had started her journey in this dilapidated house. The bad news was, the Lord of Bright City was extremely lecherous and cruel. Even though she hadn't stepped out of the house for 5 days, Yupanner still. Every day, she peeked out the window at the scenes on the streets. She saw young men being seized by the overseers, whipped, and driven out of the city like livestock. In the morning, a group of 30 men went out. When she returned at night, only a small portion was left. Besides that, she also saw young girls who, as soon as they appeared on the street, would be abducted by the burly men of the overseer team within 2 minutes. The young and beautiful ones were sent to the city lord's mansion, the ones of average appearance. Even in broad daylight, Yupaner could hear their piercing, desperate screams and wails. It was excruciating torture. For 5 days, she hadn't stepped outside the house. For 5 days, she survived on a piece of blackened, minced meat in the corner of the room and a basin of filthy water. But after 5 days, her food and water were exhausted. Yupaner faced a choice: stay inside and wait to die, or go outside and suffer a fate worse than death. Should I go out? This might be the best opportunity. Judging from their shouts, the city lord is dead, and a new, powerful evolved being has arrived. He seems to be from Blue Star. After a brief hesitation, Yupaner gritted her teeth and pushed open the locked door of the dilapidated thatched hut. Blue Star, Blue Star. The distance from the outer city streets to the city lord's mansion was only 2 or 3 kilometers. But, along the way, behind Yujin, thousands upon thousands of refugees had gathered. They shouted loudly, they screamed excitedly. They were all from Blue Star. Ha ha ha. Finally, I've waited for it, I've waited for it. I knew so many people from Blue Star had crossed over. There must be some powerful figures, there must be a big brother. Look, the big brother has arrived, the Blue Star players have a bright future. In the crowd, a thin, bony young man, his lips cracked and bleeding, kept grinning foolishly. His name was Tang Yan, from Blue Star Daxia. Section 155. He received the helmet back during the closed beta of the game Wasteland. Back then, after logging into Wasteland, he was immediately captured by Bright City and forced to mine. For 7 days, he tried to resist, tried to escape, and even willingly chose to die and restart. But, every time the game refreshed, he was near Bright City. 5 days ago, he was transported to Bright City. Tang Yan, unsurprisingly, found himself in Bright City. Having mined crystals for 7 days during the closed beta, he was now being treated like a slave, forced to continue mining crystals. How can a Blue Star player remain subservient to others for long? Big brother, loyalty. Tang Yan waved and shouted excitedly. Even Ember turned around and glanced at him. My lord, the city lord's mansion is just ahead. The former city lord, rife with sin, has been personally slain by you. Now, you only need to enter the mansion to assume the position of city lord. The middle-aged man respectfully reminded him. Yujin nodded, but didn't immediately step out. Subordinate cities need to appoint acting city lords. He wouldn't linger in Bright City. After killing the city lord and finding an acting one, he would continue east to appoint other refugee city lords. On this trip, Yujin planned to add at least 10 subordinate cities to Dawn City. Who should I look for? Yujin turned around, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of refugees who had followed him. Finally, he looked at Tang Yan, a man with a great xia face, who seemed rather energetic. How about? The thought had only formed halfway in Yujin's mind. The next moment, a clear, high-pitched voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Yujin, junior brother. Yupaner, staggering, squeezed her way out of the crowd. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Yujin before her, the former vice president of the dance club was momentarily stunned. Bonus chapter for the first 10,000 words. Thank you all for your continued support. 3 guaranteed 10,000 word chapters will be updated at midnight tonight, followed by a bonus chapter for monthly votes at noon. Chapter 100, Yupaner's new attribute? A skilled ventriloquist in the capital, 13 guaranteed. Bright City. City Lord's Mansion, Council Hall. Yujin sat upright on the City Lord's throne. Below, Yupaner and Tang Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. Outside the council hall, thousands upon thousands of refugee players from Blue Star craned their necks to look. Everyone looked at Yupaner and Tang Yan with envy and longing. Just now, the powerful Yujin gave each of them a second-tier energy crystal for awakening and advancement. That's a second-tier energy crystal. You couldn't even get one by digging crystals to death in Bright City. The refugees sighed repeatedly. They were both surprised and excited by Yujin's arrival, and didn't hide their hatred and resentment towards the former lord of Bright City. Of course, these refugee players from Blue Star also occasionally stole glances at Yujin, who sat high on the city lord's throne. It's only been 5 days since I transmigrated. How did the powerful Yujin become so strong? Tens of thousands of people looked at each other, unable to find an answer. The lord of Bright City is a 5th-tier evolver. The powerful Yujin can kill with a single sword strike from a distance. He must be at least a 6th-tier evolver. He might even be a 7th-tier evolver. Some dared to speculate. 7th rank? Many people looked bewildered upon hearing this. 7th rank. It was far too distant for them. So far. They couldn't even imagine what that level was like. They only knew that former 5th rank Lord of Bright City was already as powerful as a god. If only it were truly 7th rank. With this big shot as our city lord, our hard times are finally over. Even if he still makes me go out of the city to mine crystals, it's still much better than before. At least I'm willing. The council hall. Tang Yin opened his eyes, his face full of joy. Big boss you. I succeeded. He stood up abruptly. Thump, then he knelt down again. Brother you're my father, my real father. Wah! I dug for crystals for 12 days, I was so tired I wanted to die. But brother you came. Not only did you come, you even made me an evolver. Yu Jin didn't speak. He chose this guy as a candidate for acting city lord because he thought he was very energetic. But now, it seemed he was a bit too energetic. Tang Yan. Homeworld, Blue Star. Rank, 2nd tier. Attribute, Wild Grass. Abilities, Wild Grass Entanglement LV1, Wild Grass Whip LV1. Evaluation, Strong-willed, Grateful, Loyal. Seeing the last line of evaluation, Yu Jin raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had seen the Eye of Insight give such a positive evaluation, and 3 at once. This boy has the makings of a city lord. Yu Jin mentally evaluated him. Time slowly passed. Not long after, Yu Panner also opened her eyes. But, Section 156. Compared to Tang Yan's excitement, the former vice president of the dance club had a strange expression on her beautiful oval face. Yu Jin, intrigued, activated his Eye of Insight. Yu Panner. Homeworld, Blue Star. Rank, 2nd tier. Attribute, Tongue. Ability. Evaluation, a skilled ventriloquist in the capital. Yu Jin fell into deep thought. Lord Yu Panner stammered, a slight blush rising to her ears. She didn't know how to explain her attributes and abilities to him. Perhaps, could she ask Yu Jin to experience, no, to give her some guidance? Boom, lightning flashed. Yu Jin's figure disappeared from the sight of hundreds of thousands of people in Bright City. The big boss is gone. Sigh. I thought he'd stay and be the city lord. I didn't expect he'd just find an acting city lord. The big boss said not to call him sir, but city lord you. Does that mean he has his own refuge city? Right. What's the name of the big boss's refuge city? Where is it? Are they still recruiting? I want to go. City Lord Tang Yan. Hey, no, just call me acting city lord. The true master of this bright city is Big Boss Yu. What are we going to do next? The big boss said we should all go out of the city to collect crystals, gather them up, and then wait for his orders to distribute them. Collect crystals. Distribute them? Those who heard this news were confused, yet shocked. Not far away, deep within the city lord's mansion, Yu Panner emerged, her face flushed. She touched her lips with her slender hand, gazing at the distant horizon. She hadn't chosen to become the acting city lord, instead, she wanted to join Dawn City. Yu Jin agreed to her request. The reasons weren't complicated, one was because of an acquaintance, and the other was because Yu Panner's peculiar personality was indeed unsuitable for being a city lord. She couldn't very well put on a show of verbal sparring when enemies attacked, could she? Boom! The wasteland was filled with thunder and lightning. Where Yu Jin passed, nothing grew. Not long after, before Yu Jin's eyes, the outline of an ordinary refuge city appeared once more. I have a sword. Yu Jin shouted in a childish tone. Whoosh! Lightsaber LV1. After Yu Jin used his light touch ability to lock onto the city lord from a distance, the lightsaber, tens of thousands of meters long, hurtled down. You defeated and killed 5th tier evolver Peak City Lord. The spoils of war, LV1, of the strong are on cooldown. You have not received any rewards. Speaking of which, killing an evolved being doesn't seem to trigger any notifications or rewards from the system. Not only that, but the experience gained from the lightsabers LV1 didn't increase either. It seems that in the system's eyes, fighting against pollutants like mutated beasts and infected is the right path. Yu Jin muttered to himself, flying towards the city below. He didn't plan to linger. He would choose one he found agreeable as his acting city lord and continue towards the next refuge city. Dawn City is currently level 0, advancing to level 1 requires at least 3 subordinate cities, but Yu Jin's goal is to take over at least 10 subordinate cities today. Area A308. 300 kilometers south of Dawn City. Cooper Refuge City is in complete chaos. Kill. For Dawn City, kill. Hey, I surrender. I'm a new refugee. I'm not with them. Don't kill me. Yin Yao's team consisted of a full 10,000 Tier 1 evolvers, 20,000 Tier 2 evolvers, and 250 Tier 3 evolvers. In comparison, the total number of evolvers in Cooper City was only a little over 2,000. This was inherently a battle with no suspense. Not to mention, after breaking through the city gates, the Tier 4 Yin Yao fully activated her mental control, and 800 of Cooper City's 2,000 evolvers rebelled on the spot. Outside the City Lord's mansion in Cooper City, Neil drew his laser longsword and charged towards the 5th Tier City Lord. Yin Yao fought 2 4th Tier Deputy City Lords alone. Things were different now. 3rd and 4th tiers, seemingly only 1 tier apart. But it was the difference between a refugee and a Deputy City Lord. Sandstorm. Yin Yao raised her hand, and a sandstorm howled incessantly. Half an hour later, Cooper City changed hands. Dawn City gained 1 more subordinate city. Section 157. At the same moment, north of Dawn City, Red Leaf Refuge City, the City Lord's mansion, Naya appeared out of thin air before the 5th Tier City Lord. You? Who are you? The 5th Tier City Lord was shocked. He hadn't even noticed when the other party had entered. He was always cautious. There were over 100 evolved beings guarding the City Lord's mansion. Naya didn't speak, only quietly observing the City Lord. Mysterious symbols began to flash in Naya's crystal-like eyes. Heh, playing tricks. Judging by your aura, you're only 5th tier. Once I capture you, I'll interrogate you thoroughly. The Red Leaf City Lord's words were cut short. His eyes widened in horror. Naya had already appeared behind him. Your words are utterly meaningless. I don't want to hear them a second time. Besides, a 5th tier attribute ability that takes so long to charge up is trash. Naya's voice was light and airy. The 5th tier Red Leaf City Lord also felt it was light and airy. His head was slapped by Naya's small hand and flew off. His body remained standing in place. His hands, hidden behind his back, formed a complex hand seal, attribute energy continuously gathering. He had uttered those harsh words to buy time to complete the charge. But this little lowly, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, didn't give him any chance at all. Why? The 5th tier City Lord was puzzled, his eyes filled with confusion. He was certain this was the first time he had met Naya, yet she seemed to know everything about his abilities and trump cards. Naya shook her head, her chestnut ponytail swaying slightly. She took 2 steps. He bent down and lifted the still wide-eyed head of the 5th tier City Lord. Bang! Naya kicked open the gates of the City Lord's mansion. From this day forward, this city belongs to Dawn City. Naya's voice was crystal clear, yet it echoed throughout every corner of Red Leaf City. Tens of thousands of citizens were utterly bewildered. Outside Red Leaf City, more than 30,000 evolved beings who had been waiting in place surged towards the city gates. When, outside the City Lord's mansion, the faces of more than 200 evolved beings were still filled with confusion. Clearly, they had been dutifully guarding the City Lord's mansion. But, how did the City Lord's head get cut off? Naya remained silent, simply flashing away. Bang! Bang bang! Each time Naya waved her little hand, a flying head appeared in the sky. Really? It's been so long since I've fought like this. Naya muttered to herself, her hands never stopping. She didn't use her 8th tier stats and abilities, she genuinely suppressed herself to the 5th tier. But these people were too weak. So weak that Naya couldn't even muster the slightest interest. Back when she led the people of More Star to build Naya City step by step, her opponents were all powerful 7th or 8th tier evolved beings. Speaking of which, I wonder how the things I asked them to do are going. Only 175 days left until the advancement. At Dawn City's current development speed, reaching the level 8 refuge city is still a long way off. But how am I going to tell Ember that I'm planning to give him 1,000 refuge cities? Naya's slightly chubby face scrunched up slightly. But her movements didn't slow down, in fact, they quickened. Thump, thump, thump. Outside the City Lord's mansion, heads flew everywhere. Surprisingly, not a single drop of blood stained Naya's body. Chapter 101 Refuge City Characteristics? Dawn Sky City. 23 guaranteed. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. A day passed. Dawn City. Buzz. Spatial fluctuation spread. Ember sat upright in the City Lord's seat. Neil, Yin Yao, Naya, Chen Gang, and others stood with their heads bowed. In the past day, all 3 teams completed their respective missions. Neil and Yin Yao captured Cooper City. Naya led her team to capture Red Leaf City. Chen Gang, leading 100,000 subjects, collected and inventoried all the crystal resources in the surrounding area. Since the mutated beast meat was so abundant and widely distributed, and so far from Dawn City, Ember personally used space folding LV.1 to collect the meat and teleport it to Dawn City remotely. Before this, Ember had already traveled eastward, conquering 7 refuge cities single-handedly. 7 cities, of course, were not Ember's limit. He didn't continue collecting because the Wasteland game indicated a level 0 refuge city can only have a maximum of 10 subordinate cities. To have more subordinate cities, the refuge cities must be upgraded first. Dawn City only needs 3 subordinate cities to upgrade from level 0 to level 1. There are also requirements regarding the number of evolved beings and subjects. Subjects, 200,000. Evolvers, 2,000, at least 3 tier 4. Section 158. The game Wasteland has a more detailed classification of its citizens. Direct citizens are the 150,000 in Dawn City. Branch citizens are the inhabitants of subordinate cities like White Rock City. The good news is, the number of citizens required for a refuge city's advancement is not limited to direct citizens. This undoubtedly greatly facilitates Dawn City's expansion. Otherwise, after Ember conquers a subordinate city, he would have to find a way to absorb 50,000 citizens from the Wasteland or other subordinate cities into Dawn City. This would severely delay Dawn City's advancement, especially since the coordinate imprint ability cannot yet be used as its spatial teleportation array. I heard from Naya. The refuge city's advancement takes time. During this period, the city will be closed off, and entry and exit will be impossible. So, we need to distribute resources like crystals and mutated beast meat before the refuge city's advancement, allowing the citizens to digest these resources and improve their strength during this time. Having made the plan, Ember didn't delay. He waved his hand and issued the tasks. Chen Gang, Wang Yunpeng, and others were responsible for counting and distributing the crystals. Yin Yao, Neil, and others were responsible for distributing the mutated beast meat. Yupaner led another team to register and check people entering Dawn City. After this expedition, many refugees from surrounding cities and the Wasteland became aware of Dawn City's existence. Over the past day, refugees have been arriving intermittently and applying to join Dawn City. Of these, the vast majority are players from Blue Star. Ember warmly welcomed his fellow countrymen. Even if it wasn't a strict requirement for promotion, as Dawn City developed, it would inevitably need more direct subjects. Otherwise, expanding the city 100-fold but still only having a few 100,000 subjects would be far too desolate. City Lord's Mansion, core area. Yujin sat on the ultra-luxurious 10-meter-long bed. Naya sat behind Yujin, her legs crossed, massaging his shoulders. Naya, you've been behaving quite well these past 2 days. Yujin said, glancing at the projection of the resource mall in midair. Your Excellency, the City Lord. It is Naya's honor to serve you. Naya behaved very obediently. Yujin smiled. He had heard. This little girl, back in Red Leaf City, had blown the head off another city lord. And not just the city lord. According to his evolved subordinates, when they arrived at the city lord's mansion, the ground was littered with heads, over 200 in total, a truly gruesome scene. Clearly, Naya wasn't as weak and easily bullied as she usually appeared in front of Yujin. The city lord of the 8th tier Naya City, the leader of the More Star civilization, only a ruthless figure could attain that position. Tell me about the advancement of the refuge city. Once they've distributed the crystals, I'm preparing to officially begin the advancement. Ember turned back to look at Naya. The advancement of Dawn City was extremely important to him. First, he could break through to the 10th tier. Second, he could test his coordinate imprint ability, to see if he could return to Blue Star under the weakened rules of a level 1 refuge city. Third, Dawn City's advancement means an improvement in the quality of the points mall. Putting everything else aside, Ember needs to get his hands on the instant max level 2nd tier ability first. Your Excellency, City Lord. Naya was clearly prepared for Ember's question. She continued massaging Ember as she spoke. Her movements were fluid and effortless, even more practiced than a couple of days ago. Refuge cities are divided into levels 0 to 9, equivalent to the evolver's rank. The higher the level of the refuge city, the larger its scale, the stronger its characteristics, and the more citizens it can shelter, as well as the more subordinate cities it possesses. Ember keenly grasped the key point. Characteristics? Refuge city characteristics? Ember had never heard of this term before. Yes, refuge cities possess unique characteristics. And these characteristics are determined during the first advancement and cannot be changed afterward. Naya's tone held an unusual seriousness. For example, Ember raised an eyebrow. For example, a refuge city that Naya knows. It possesses 2 characteristics, concealment and reproduction. Ember's interest grew even stronger after hearing this. Explain in detail. Naya nodded, her twin tails swaying gently. The concealment characteristic, as the name suggests, grants the refuge city extremely strong concealment. When this concealment is maximized, it can make a massive city right in front of you, yet you cannot see it or sense it. At the same time, entry and exit from the city require permission. Otherwise, even if you know it's there, you cannot enter or attack. Naya explained in great detail and vividly. Ember blinked. The little girl was talking about. It must be her own level 8 Naya city? Anything else? What does reproduction mean? Yujin continued to ask. Reproduction, it's a relatively rare trait, and very few refuge city lords choose it. The city I know of only chose reproduction when it advanced to level 8 and gained a second trait selection. The effect of this trait is, within the refuge city, reproduction is possible. The last sentence, those simple 8 words, made Eugene narrow his eyes. Normally, reproduction isn't possible in the Wasteland world. Although Eugene's question was deceptive, his tone already carried a hint of certainty. Nyarlathotep nodded, adding, on the Wasteland, mating is possible, but reproduction is impossible. For civilization, this is a more invisible and deadly disaster than wild mutated beasts and infected. Even though evolved beings generally have a maximum lifespan of 100 to 200 years, the inability to reproduce means that the population and civilization cannot continue, ultimately fading into the annals of history. Nyarlathotep's voice deepened. In fact, a large part of the reason she chose this trait was because of the man before her. The prophecy told her to wait for hundreds of years on planet A3. Section 159. Over a century, countless Moors simply couldn't afford to wait. So, she chose the reproduction trait. However, even with the reproduction trait of an 8th level refuge city, the effect was still very weak. The birth rate in Naya City remained shockingly low. After listening to Naya's description, Ember fell into deep thought. He began to ponder a question that had appeared long ago but remained unanswered. Where did the Wasteland game come from, and why does it exist? Combined with the fact that half of humanity transmigrated, Oumuamua contamination, and the inability to reproduce on the Wasteland, Ember speculated that Wasteland was likely playing the role of a civilization filter. But, did Wasteland come because of Oumuamua, or did Oumuamua exist because of Wasteland? Ember frowned deeply. Time slowly passed. Half a day went by. Ember received a message from Neil. The crystals and mutated beast meat had been distributed. You can begin the advancement. Ember shook his head, temporarily setting aside his various speculations about Wasteland. Go for it, Your Excellency, Lord. Nyarlathotep waved her little fist, cheering Ember on. The first characteristic of the refuge city is randomness. It's not about choosing whatever you want. Wasteland randomly provides some characteristics for you to choose from. To truly freely choose characteristics, you have to wait until the refuge city advances to level 8 and you can choose the second characteristic. Eugene let out a long breath, stood up from the bed, and walked to the core. He reached out and pressed it. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome, esteemed Lord of Dawn City, Eugene. Dawn City's advancement requirements have been met. Do you wish to select the first characteristic and proceed with the advancement? The cold, mechanical voice echoed. Eugene didn't hesitate. Yes. The words had barely left his lips. Whoosh. A semi-transparent light screen projection appeared in midair, randomly selecting refuge city traits for you. Selection successful. You can choose one of the following 5 traits as Dawn City's first trait. Hint. Once a trait is selected, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. At this moment, Ember subconsciously held his breath. While expectant, he was also a little nervous. On the large bed, Naya's crystal-like eyes stared intently at the light screen. The following are selectable traits. 1. Reproduction. Effect: reproduction is possible within the refuge city. 2. Purification. Effect: reduces the rate at which pollution accumulates among citizens within the refuge city. 3. Amplification. Effect: increases the efficiency of crystal absorption within the city, lowering the threshold for attribute awakening. 4. Teleportation. Effect: establishes short-distance spatial teleportation channels between subordinate cities. 5. Sky. Effect: the city floats in the air, it can move by consuming a huge amount of energy. Hiss. Ember hadn't finished reading yet. Naya had already begun to gasp. This little girl from Moor Star doesn't usually gasp easily. But, at this moment, she couldn't hold back. No. How did it come about like this? Naya even forgot to use the respectful term for Ember for a moment. As a former 8th-tier city lord, Naya knew many traits, and which of them were extremely rare and powerful. But now, the 4 most powerful traits she knew, all of them were there. The last one, the sky trait, she hadn't even heard of in the last 150 years. Is there? Eugene turned to look at Naya, somewhat surprised by her reaction. He felt, apart from the last one, sky, the previous traits seemed rather ordinary. Reproduction? Useful, but he couldn't use it. Purification? Useful, but he had the light of purification. Amplification? Useful, but Eugene didn't care about the crystal absorption efficiency. Teleportation? Useful, but once Dawn City advanced to level 6, Eugene could instantly max out the 6th tier coordinate imprint ability, and its effect might not be worse than this trait. It was the last sky trait that held Eugene's gaze for a long time. Sky City? It looks rather pathetic. Chapter 102 Respected City Lord, give Naya a shot too. 33 guaranteed. Yu Jin had always felt that his luck was rather average. Compared to Yu Chen's lucky streak, he could only say he wasn't unlucky, but definitely not lucky either. But Yu Jin wasn't stupid. After seeing Naya's reaction and thinking it over carefully, he realized these 5 traits might be the best 5 traits. All at once. This isn't right. Yu Jin had a clear understanding of his own luck. Brother Tongzi, did you do this? Section 160. Yu Jin asked himself a question. The system's reply was simple and direct. Even though it was cheating, the attitude was more open and honest than someone who wasn't using it. Yu Jin fell into deep thought. Clearly, his development of the system was less than 1%. Beep beep. Respected Lord of Dawn City, Yu Jin, are you sure you want to choose Sky as Dawn City's first characteristic? Prompt. Once a characteristic is selected, it cannot be changed. Yes. Yu Jin didn't hesitate. Although he didn't know how much huge energy was in the characteristic description of moving by consuming a huge amount of energy. But, after careful analysis, considering all aspects, and relying on his intuition, Yu Jin made this choice. Sky City. Ember wasn't sure if a Sky City had ever existed on the A3 Wasteland planet during its thousands, even tens of thousands of years of history. But a mobile refuge city was of immense significance to Ember. Yesterday's expedition, though successful, made Ember realize a problem. Even with his relentless investment of resources, Dawn City's development could hardly keep pace with his own, especially as Dawn City faced the increasing number of refuge cities to conquer and the expanding territory to rule. A stationary Dawn City, with its insurmountable distances, would be extremely time-consuming. Of course, there was another crucial reason. A Sky City. It sounded incredibly appealing. At least, deep down, Ember couldn't resist it. They actually chose Sky. Naya listened to the cold, mechanical voices around her, her small face filled with astonishment. In her opinion, the best characteristic was definitely purification. On the Wasteland, any ability even remotely related to purifying pollution levels, even just a tiny bit, is invaluable. Like Nyarlathotep herself. If she could find a way to slightly reduce her own pollution level, even from 99.9% to 98%, she was confident she could break through to the 9th rank in one go. However, his choice doesn't seem to be a problem. After all, he's already at the 9th rank, and his pollution level doesn't seem that high. Nyarlathotep murmured, lowering her head and letting out a barely perceptible sigh. She didn't and wouldn't interfere with Ember's choice of trait. But, if Ember really did choose the purification trait himself, she could actually benefit from it, reducing her own pollution level, and might even have a chance to break through to the 9th rank before advancing. Nyarlathotep felt a little disappointed, but quickly cheered up again. 8th rank or 9th rank, it doesn't matter. As long as we can stay by this man's side, as long as we can board his great ship, Naya and the countless people of More Star will see a bright future. Naya, come on, you can do it. Naya bit her lip, encouraging herself in her heart. Beep beep, trait selection. Initiating advancement. Friendly reminder. During the Dawn City advancement period, the city lord and his subjects will not be able to leave the city. Estimated advancement time, 3 days. Dawn City. Outside the city gate. A small group of refugees who had traveled a long way stood frozen, staring at the city gates that had been abruptly shut. Are we too late? They won't accept refugees anymore? The 20-odd refugees exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting deep regret and sorrow. They came from White Rock City. They had walked for 2 days to finally arrive here. Sigh. The refugee group sighed, yet they were reluctant to leave. And so, they set up camp a few miles outside Dawn City. We'll ask again when the city gates open. If we could join Dawn City, and gain the protection of a powerful evolved being like Lord Yu, that would be the greatest fortune in this wasteland. They had witnessed Ember's laser pierce through White Rock City. They had also witnessed a 7th-tier mutated giant tortoise become as docile and obedient as a little turtle in front of Ember. It is worth mentioning, as time passed, outside Dawn City, more and more small groups of refugees appeared. None of them were willing to leave, they all settled nearby, quietly waiting for the day the gates of Dawn City would reopen. Dawn City, City Lord's Mansion. Ember informed Yin Yao and Neil about Dawn City's upcoming advancement. Although nothing had changed in Dawn City yet, there were no earthquakes, no city walls floating in the air. But everyone still believed Ember's words without question. My lord, Neil has already closed the city gates, cutting off all entry and exit. Neil reported to Ember, bringing another message at the same time. My lord, as you instructed, Neil monitored the distribution of crystals and mutated beast meat around the clock and from all angles. The result is, the crystals and beast meat have all vanished into thin air, 35 pieces. Section 161. Upon hearing this news, Yujin's expression changed slightly. 35 pieces? Last time, 42 pieces disappeared when the crystals were distributed. If only 1 or 2 pieces were missing, Yujin wouldn't have thought much of it. But the loss of 7 pieces meant, in the past 2 short days, of the approximately 40 environmental protection members who remained on Blue Star and hadn't yet crossed over, 6 or 7 might have tragically perished. It's important to know that those environmental protection members, after receiving the crystals, would most likely have used them to become evolved beings. If evolved beings are dying one after another, one can imagine the plight of ordinary people. My previous assessment of Blue Star seems to have been somewhat overly optimistic. Yujin felt a chill run down his spine. He had previously believed that after purifying 89% of the pollution sources on Oumuamua, the remaining 11% shouldn't pose a significant threat to Blue Star. But Ember had clearly underestimated that mere 11% of pollution. Oumuamua was, after all, a 10th tier star system level pollution source. And Blue Star? No transcendent beings, no tier. Even 11% of a 10th tier pollution source was something a 0 tier Blue Star couldn't withstand. We need to speed things up and upgrade Dawn City. Once Dawn City's upgrade is complete and it can hover and move, we'll start pushing across A308 and the surrounding area at top speed, striving to upgrade it to a level 6 refuge city in the shortest possible time. The pressure on Ember's heart suddenly increased considerably. And then, Neil told Ember, after these crystals are distributed, the subjects will absorb them and upgrade as quickly as possible. But at the same time, absorbing a large number of crystals in a short period will also cause the subject's own pollution levels to increase dramatically. Neil's tone was full of worry. In the council hall, Chen Gang and the others also looked tense. They could see it. Ember was desperate to increase their strength and develop Dawn City. But, if they continued at this pace, constantly consuming crystals to level up, they might not even see Dawn City become great again. They themselves would become infected due to their pollution levels skyrocketing. This was not an exaggeration. Take Chen Gang as an example. In the past 3 days, he absorbed 3 Tier 3 energy crystals and 1 Tier 4 energy crystal. His pollution level soared from 50% to 80%. Pollution level can be suppressed by attribute energy. The purer and more singular the attribute, the better the suppression effect. But the prerequisite is no crystal consumption during the suppression period. Respected City Lord. Seeing that Ember remained silent, Naya spoke softly. While developing Dawn City is important, but if the pollution level increases too rapidly in the short term, it will be difficult to suppress later, even without using energy crystals. Continuously consuming crystals to increase pollution levels could easily lead to a self-destructive situation. The council hall. Silence. Neil stood beside Ember, as if she would fully support whatever decision he made. Wang Yunpeng stood on the left side of the hall with members of the Environmental Protection Society, a hint of embarrassment and bitterness on his face. They felt that they were too weak, holding City Lord Yu back. Chen Gang lowered his head, rubbing his wrists, which ached from collecting crystals over the past few days. Regardless, he believed that Ember wouldn't do something like watching them become infected. Neil. Ember finally spoke. My lord, Neil awaits your command. Angelina Neil responded respectfully. Summon all citizens of Dawn City. Remember, all citizens, including those who haven't awakened their evolution. After speaking, Ember stood up and led the way towards the martial arts arena outside the City Lord's mansion. Chen Gang and the others exchanged glances, puzzled, but still followed with their heads down. Ember stood in mid-air, looking down at the vast crowd below. The 150,000 citizens of Dawn City were all present. The not-so-spacious martial arts arena was packed with people. Many more people even crowded into the streets of the outer city. At this moment, everyone looked up at the embers in the sky. In front of the martial arts arena, Yin Yao, Neil, Naya, Chen Gang, Wang Yunpeng, and other trusted followers stood in a row. They didn't know what the embers were up to. Gentlemen, the embers had just begun to speak. Loyalty. The 150,000 subjects below shouted. The embers' lips twitched slightly. These subjects were truly loyal at all times. Fine, too lazy to say more, let's just purify them. The embers had originally wanted to say a few more words, to mobilize and increase the subjects' loyalty. But it seemed the embers had worried too much about loyalty. Purify. The embers spoke again. Their voice was soft, but it echoed throughout every corner of Dawn City. The 150,000 subjects looked up blankly. They didn't understand what this meant. At the forefront of the martial arts arena, Yin Yao, who had been frowning and seemingly deep in thought, suddenly trembled. Meanwhile, Naya's cherry-like lips involuntarily formed an O shape once more. Purification? This man actually possesses the ability to purify pollution levels. Naya's heart was filled with astonishment. This ability. In the Wasteland, its value is simply outrageous. Section 162. It's that kind of a strategic resource that, whenever it appears, causes a massive fight among 8th-tier city lords. I wonder how effective its purification ability is. 100 years ago, a talent with purification abilities appeared. He could purify 1%-3% of the pollution level. If the target was an ordinary evolver of a much lower rank, that number could reach 5%. Naya couldn't help but reminisce. Back then, even she almost couldn't resist leading Naya City into that multi-party War 4 talent. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye. In the time it took Naya a few thoughts, Ember stretched out his finger and gently pointed downwards. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. One after another, beams of light shot out from his fingertip. Ah! The subjects enveloped in the light emitted strange, indescribable cries. It was like, GC? Chen Gang's eyelids twitched. Whoosh! A halo of light descended upon him. Ah! Chen Gang uncontrollably let out the most ecstatic groan of his life. This feeling, I'm flying. Chen Gang felt as if he had lost all weight, floating lightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naya's eyes widened. She saw wisps of visible black mist sizzled under the halo of light. In just a few seconds, the black mist dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. This level of purification. Naya was speechless. This wasn't just a matter of 3% or 5%. This was practically complete purification, zero pollution. Whoosh! Naya abruptly raised her head. Her crystal-clear eyes revealed an unprecedented, pleading and longing. Your Excellency, Lord City Lord, please, give Naya a go too. 3 chapters guaranteed, totaling 10,000 words, are delivered. There will be another 3,000 word bonus chapter for monthly tickets during the day, afternoon. Please vote for me. Future updates will follow this pattern, a guaranteed 10,000 words at midnight, with bonus chapters for monthly tickets or other means during the day. Chapter 103 Ice and Fire Twin Tail. Yin Yao's third attribute? Dawn City. Ember stood in midair. He lightly tapped his fingertip. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Milk-white halos shot out one after another. Ah! Ah ah! From every corner of Dawn City, a series of Chen Gang-style, ecstatic moans echoed. Purification Light, LV6. This is the first ability Ember has acquired. Back then, Ember still felt a slight regret because of his role as a healer superhero, but now, in the polluted wasteland, the true value of the Light of Purification ability is revealed. This ability not only grants Ember immunity to pollution, but more importantly, it allows the citizens of Dawn City to also ignore the threat of pollution. In the Wasteland, advancing in rank is both difficult and easy. It all boils down to consuming crystals. Take Naya as an example. At rank 8, ruling over 1,000 refugee cities, would she lack rank 8 crystals? Theoretically, with enough rank 8 crystals, breaking through to rank 9 would be effortless for her. But what truly trapped her, and countless other 8th-tier peak powerhouses, was the level of pollution. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the powerful refuge city on the Wasteland were also limited by the level of pollution. Theoretically, given sufficient crystal quantity and absorption time, any evolver could break through to the 8th or even 9th tier. But with the Light of Purification, the threat of pollution vanished. Ember only needed to periodically unleash this on all its inhabitants, and everyone's pollution level would be completely reset to 0. Nyarlathotep's guess was correct. Ember wasn't purifying 3% or 5%, but completely purifying. The Light of Purification was the foundation for Dawn City's future massive military buildup, even leading to the emergence of a high-tier Evolver Legion. Boom! Rumble! Throughout Dawn City, besides strange groans of ah-ah, bursts of elemental energy shot into the sky. Bathed in the purifying light, Chen Gang took off, his entire body surging with electricity. Even the tens of thousands of ordinary citizens who hadn't yet awakened their powers faintly emanated elemental energy. This scene made Yu Jin raise an eyebrow slightly. Respected City Lord. In front of the martial arts square, Naya stared longingly at Yu Jin, her eyes filled with desire. She really wanted to be with Yu Jin, even if it wasn't a complete purification of the pollution. Even just 1% or 2% purification would make her ecstatic. Yu Jin looked down and glanced at the little girl. This is a benefit only citizens of Dawn City enjoy. If you want it, you must first confirm your membership in Dawn City. Although Naya had been in Dawn City for 3 days and had even led a team to conquer Red Leaf Refuge City, she hadn't officially joined Dawn City yet. I'll add. Dawn City, loyalty. Section 163. Naya nodded frantically, her chestnut twin tails bobbing up and down. With your ant-like body, you have bravely protected 11th tier star system level Wasteland refugee Naya, making her a citizen of Dawn City. Such a heroic act has defied the heavens and resounded throughout the star system. Wasteland points plus 50 million. You have gained resources, 10th tier energy crystal *5. You have gained resources, attribute activation stone *10. Not bad. Ember was satisfied with this freebie. Whoosh! Ember raised his hand and fired a purifying light at Naya as well. Of course, no matter how much Naya harbored thoughts of clinging to a powerful figure, she was ultimately not a member of the Blue Star race. Therefore, Ember still held back, controlling the power of this purifying light. Loyalty! Naya shouted crisply, looking rather cute and adorable. But, the next second, the cute and adorable art style instantly changed. The moment Naya was enveloped in the light of purification, the attribute energy and rank aura that had been hidden within her surged uncontrollably. Boom! A pillar of flame shot into the sky. An aura of ice and snow swept across the entire city. Mysterious symbols continuously emerged from the void, seemingly weaving scenes of the future. At the same time, Naya's chestnut-brown twin tails gradually changed color. One red, one blue, ice and fire intertwined. Not far from Naya, the electric current flowing through Chen Gang's body froze as a result. Yu Jin frowned slightly upon seeing this. Although Naya didn't do it intentionally, he still needed to control himself to protect the safety of the other citizens. Yu Jin raised his hand. Buzz! Second tier spatial attribute ability, spatial barrier LV1. Active effect, generates a spatial shield, absorbing physical/energy attacks. An invisible barrier completely enveloped Naya in midair. The power of ice and fire was thus isolated within. But, the terrifying pressure of an 8th tier limit evolver still made Chen Gang and the others turn deathly pale. In front of the martial arts arena, Yin Yao, who had not yet been granted the light of purification, saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes narrowed to pinpoints. 8th tier. Yin Yao bit her red lips, a bitter smile appearing on her face. Ever since Naya arrived in Dawn City, she had felt a strong sense of crisis. She was almost certain this little girl was after Yu Jin, trying to latch onto his coattails. But, despite her efforts to continuously consume crystals, breaking through her previous life's limits to become a 4th tier evolver. But what is a mere 4th rank compared to an 8th rank opponent? A hint of disappointment and confusion flickered in Yin Yao's eyes. She could use crystals, but so could Naya. She could improve, and so could Naya. Even after this purification and contamination is over, Naya might have a chance to break through to the 9th rank. What rank would she be then? 5th rank? 6th rank? Still lackluster, still meaningless. I was first. Yin Yao gritted her teeth, resentment and unwillingness welling up inside her. Huff. Yin Yao took a deep breath, looked up at the embers in the sky. The embers, having already shifted their gaze from Naya, were now quietly watching Yin Yao. Their eyes met. Yu Jin understood Yin Yao's emotions. He sighed softly, said nothing, but simply raised his hand. Whoosh! A milky white light enveloped Yin Yao. Sizzle! Black mist billowed from Yin Yao's body, instantly melting away. Whoosh! Like other evolved beings, the attribute energy within Yin Yao's body erupted uncontrollably. A sandstorm howled, the wind and sand spreading. Her eyes instantly turned a pale white. Mental power surged within her eyes, even subtly evolving towards materialization. No, I'm not reconciled. Yin Yao's heart surged with emotion. And the next second, boom, a new attribute energy erupted from her body. Not a sandstorm, not mental control, but a phantom image of a girl. Ha! Yu Jin was stunned by what he saw. Behind Yin Yao, a faint, ethereal figure of a young girl appeared and disappeared. The figure was curled up, arms wrapped around her knees. She crouched on the ground, flames burning around her, ashes flying everywhere. Poof! The ethereal figure existed for only a second before vanishing completely. Yin Yao, however, remained with a tense expression. Yu Jin used his eye of insight. He discovered that her attributes hadn't increased, she still only possessed sandstorm and mind control. What's going on? Yu Jin frowned, recalling the Nirvana talent he had seen on Yin Yao earlier. The extraordinary system of the Wasteland game seemed to be more complex than it appeared. Loyalty. Loyalty. The blessing of the purifying light ended. Section 164. Amidst the cheers of 150,000 subjects, Yu Jin returned to the city lord's mansion. Also returning were Naya, Neil, and Yin Yao. Yin Yao seemed somewhat uneasy. For the past few days, Naya and Neil had been by Yu Jin's side, her interactions with him limited to official business in the court hall. Yu Jin remained silent, simply heading towards the core area. Naya, beaming with joy, skipped along on her short legs, her face radiant with happiness. Her contamination level had been purified by a full 10%. Although the other subjects' contamination levels were instantly reduced to 0, Naya was still very satisfied and pleasantly surprised. A 10% contamination surplus meant she had a real chance to break through to the 9th rank using crystals in the coming period. Tap, tap. The group remained silent, only the sound of their footsteps echoing. A short while later, the four arrived at the core area. Yin Yao was initially curious and nervous, unsure why Yu Jin had suddenly brought her here. But the next second, she saw a 10-meter-long, ultra-luxurious bed not far away. Your Excellency, Lord of the City. Regarding your questions, Naya might be able to offer some assistance. Contamination is rooted in the deepest recesses of the soul and body, including attribute energy. When you purified Miss Yin Yao's contamination, you touched her deepest recesses. Therefore, her latent third attribute was activated, even manifesting as anomalies. Naya, having removed her leather shoes and wearing white socks, sat behind Yu Jin, massaging his shoulders as she explained in a crisp voice. On the 10-meter-long bed, Yin Yao sat tense on the edge. When Yu Jin brought her here, she thought, a latent third attribute? Yu Jin narrowed his eyes and glanced back at Naya. Explain in detail. Naya nodded obediently and continued. Actually, there's a widely circulated saying in the Wasteland. The attributes of evolved beings aren't randomly awakened, but are innate. Attributes are more like genes. They always exist, awakening is merely activating and manifesting them. Lord City Lord, you must have noticed. Those unawakened ordinary people you bestowed the light of purification upon today also emitted different attribute energy auras to varying degrees. Yu Jin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. This statement wasn't difficult to understand. It meant, everyone's awakened attributes, and those they might awaken in the future, are predetermined. If the prophecy attribute doesn't exist in their genes, then even with countless attribute activation stones, the prophecy attribute cannot be awakened. Yin Yao possesses a third attribute that can be activated, and it seems quite special. This third attribute might even be related to the Nirvana talent that led to her rebirth. Yu Jin reached his first conclusion. But then, Ember discovered an even bigger problem. What about me? If we use a pool to describe everyone's innate attributes, my pool seems to be a little larger than everyone else's? Thinking of this, Ember's mind stirred. He activated Eye of Insight LV9 on himself. Speaking of which, after transmigrating to the Wasteland, Ember had looked at his stats, but hadn't yet used his Eye of Insight to examine his information. Ember. Rank 9th tier. Attributes: light, lightning, space, numerical, metal, proliferation, boulder, causality, union. Evaluation? Please continue to upgrade the Eye of Insight skill rank to have a chance to obtain more information. Ember stared at after the attributes section, lost in thought. Chapter 104A Heaven-defying new attribute? Resurrection armor for everyone. Dawn City. Core area. On a 10-meter-long, ultra-luxurious bed, Yin Yao looked at the new attribute activation stone that Ember handed her, biting her lip. She knew how precious this stone was. But, she was unwilling to be left far behind by Naya like this. Take it, I have a few more if you need more. Yu Jin said softly, placing the attribute activation stone in her hand. After getting another 10 from Naya, Yu Jin now had 11 activation stones left. Using 11 stones on himself might not awaken a new attribute. But for Yin Yao, a few activation stones could transform her from a sparrow into a phoenix. Thinking of this, Yu Jin took out 2 more stones. Yin Yao's delicate body trembled slightly. Thank you, City Lord. Her voice was very low. City Lord? Yu Jin frowned. Senior, how do you address me like that? Yu Jin's tone became more serious. The help Yin Yao's rebirth had given him, and its significance for his future development, needed no further explanation. In the past few days, Yu Jin had been busy with the advancement of Dawn City and had indeed neglected this senior's feelings. Therefore, after discovering her third attribute, Yu Jin generously gave her the attribute activation stone. Right now, at the other end of the large bed, 8th tier Naya was staring intently at the stone in Yin Yao's hand. Then, Yin Yao bit her lip, unsure how to address him. Calling Yu Jin by his name would undoubtedly damage his authority in front of the citizens of Dawn City. But if not Lord City Lord, what should she call him? Yu Jin? Old Yu? Junior? Club President? Whatever you like, it's fine. Just don't add Lord, it sounds too distant, and it's a disservice to all the time you fed me on Blue Star. Yu Jin joked with a smile. These words instantly lightened the somewhat somber atmosphere. Okay, Club President Yu. Yin Yao raised her head, her beautiful eyes losing some of their gloom and gaining a gleam. Crack! A short while later, she sat on the large bed, crushing the attribute activation stone, attempting to awaken her third attribute. Section 165. On the other side, Yu Jin looked at Yin Yao, whose eyes were tightly closed, his furrowed brows not yet fully relaxed. I need to improve Senior Yin's strength. Yu Jin felt that these 2 stones weren't enough to repay her soft rice, i.e., her dependence on him. If only I could have another causal chain. Yu Jin sighed, then suddenly paused. He remembered that after awakening his causality attribute, he hadn't yet maxed out the first tier ability of causality. First tier causality attribute ability, causality perception LV1, passive effect, immune to one's own causality, cannot be perceived by enemies not exceeding one major tier higher than oneself. Active effect analyzes and perceives the causal chains on the target. Although Yujin decided to use the causality ability as little as possible after all, causality is too complex, sometimes a small change can have far-reaching consequences. But the causal chain was still very useful, and its impact wasn't that great. Yujin got up and walked to the city core. Whoosh! The light screen projection appeared. Wasteland points -3 million. Your Tier 1 causal attribute ability, causal perception, has been upgraded to LV9. Actually, there was also a Tier 1 ability with the harmony attribute, but Yujin thought it was utterly useless, polluting his skill pool, so he simply didn't bother upgrading it to avoid wasting points. Let's see if the number of causal chains has increased. Yujin's mind stirred, and he checked his abilities. The next second, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Maximum number of causal chains, 3. Number of used causal chains, 2. Good news, more. Bad news, only one more. Besides Yin Yao, there's also Xiao Chen. Thinking of his adopted younger brother Yu Chen, Yujin shook his head. These past 2 days, he had used his perception ability to sense Yu Chen's condition. Although the distance was extremely far, but he could vaguely sense that Yu Chen's condition was beyond what could be described as good. Yujin even suspected, with the blessing of the luck attribute, Yu Chen might have already grown to the 4th or 5th tier, becoming the new city lord of some refuge city. The value of the auspicious fortune gu was still quite substantial. Old Yu and Mom are both bound. Old Kui Yufei and the others are relatively safe too. Looking at it this way, it seems that senior sister Yin is really the most suitable. After all, Dawn City currently has a complete void in 6th and 7th tier evolvers. Once Dawn City's advancement is complete, we'll start large-scale map exploration. If we encounter 6th or 7th tier city lords then, we can't always rely on me or Naya to intervene. Yujin pondered, making a decision in his heart. He would ask Yin Yao's opinion after she awakened. Half an hour later, on the 10-meter-long bed, Yin Yao's eyes snapped open. Did you succeed? Before Yujin could speak, Naya, who had been watching closely, couldn't help but ask first. No, almost. Yin Yao bit her lip, an apologetic look on her face. Although she felt she was very close, failure was failure. Snap! The words had barely left her lips. 3 more semi-transparent attribute-activating stones appeared in front of Yin Yao. Yin Yao fell silent. Is this what it feels like to cling to someone powerful? There are a few more if you need more. Your improvement will greatly benefit the future development of Dawn City. So, don't feel pressured. Ember's voice rang in Yin Yao's ears. She took a deep breath, without feigning hesitation, and picked up the activation stone in front of her. Thank you, President. Yin Yao said, applying slight pressure to her hand. Click. This time, she did it. Moreover, she successfully awakened it using only 1 stone. Buzz! A peculiar aura emanated from Yin Yao's body. Ember raised an eyebrow in surprise, activating Eye of Insight. Hiss! Ember inhaled sharply. This attribute, Soraka? No, old man time. At this moment, information about the new attribute flooded Yin Yao's mind. You used the attribute activation stone. New attribute awakening. Congratulations, awakening successful. You have awakened your 3rd attribute, Rebirth. This attribute is a special attribute. You have comprehended the unique ability of the Rebirth attribute, Rebirth LV1. Active effect, activating the ability, reviving the target from death. Note, this ability cannot currently change the timeline, only the target's life state. Limitations. 1. This ability can only be used on targets of a lower rank than yourself. 2. The greater the difference in rank between the target and you, the more times you can be reborn, maximum 9 times. 3. This ability can be used within a certain range, but it consumes a large amount of energy and carries the risk of energy depletion. Please use it with caution. 4. This ability cannot be used on yourself. Yin Yao remained stunned for a long time. She never expected her 3rd attribute to be so incredibly powerful. Rebirth? And even area-based rebirth? President. After a long silence. Section 166. Yin Yao snapped out of her daze and immediately told Yujin about her attributes and abilities without reservation. Yujin, and Naya on the bed, felt their scalps tingle after hearing this. Good heavens! A resurrection armor? An area of effect resurrection armor? This is even more powerful than the old man of time. Yujin was speechless. But at the same time, Yin Yao's new attribute also gave Yujin a glimpse of a brighter future for Dawn City. Mass troop production, rampage, resurrection. Theoretically, As long as Yin Yao's rank is high enough and her energy is sufficient, she could even, without regard to consumption, equip every citizen of Dawn City on a campaign with a resurrection armor. A true all-out resurrection armor? How could they possibly lose? Senior. Thinking of this, Yu Jin was almost impatient. President. Yin Yao smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with joy. But her joy wasn't for her awakened new attribute, but for the immense help this attribute could bring to the development of Yu Jin's Dawn City. Do you want to level up while lying down? Yu Jin stared intently at Yin Yao. Want? Ha! Yin Yao's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She looked down at the 10-meter-long bed beneath her. Gulp! Yin Yao swallowed hard. Level up while lying down? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, outside Dawn City, more and more refugees gathered. Because the mutated beast/infected beings within 100 kilometers of Dawn City had long been completely wiped out by Yu Jin. Therefore, even outside the city, the refugees were completely safe, without any danger. Standing atop the walls of Dawn City now, one could see a vast horde of refugees, their numbers exceeding 10,000. Most of these subjects came from subordinate cities like White Rock City, with a smaller number being true refugees from the Wasteland. Over the past few days, the name Dawn City had spread throughout the region. More and more people knew. The city lord of Dawn City was an extremely powerful figure, suspected to be a 7th or even 8th tier super powerful figure. More importantly, in the past few days, several subordinate cities of Dawn City had begun distributing precious resources such as crystals and mutated beast meat in an orderly manner. Many Wasteland refugees initially thought this news was utterly unbelievable. No refuge city in the Wasteland had ever distributed such welfare. If they weren't forced into enslavement and mining, the refugees would praise their good city lord. Dawn City. We've arrived. Tents and campfires dotted the wasteland outside the city. A massive caravan of 5,000 or 6,000 refugees gazed upon Dawn City, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They came from Light City. They came from Earth. For the past 3 days, they had trekked hundreds of kilometers, supporting each other through the night. Finally, they had arrived at Dawn City. Although Dawn City's gates were currently closed, but these Earth players were filled with excitement and anticipation. Even though they had never set foot in Dawn City, just gazing at it from afar filled them with an indescribable pride. This is a refuge city built by Earth players. This is a beacon in the wasteland, guiding countless Earth brethren. In fact, after Yu Jin slaughtered the Lord and Deputy Lord of Bright City, along with other key figures, and installed Tang Yan as the acting Lord, Bright City no longer exploited the refugees as it had in the past. But these 5,000 or 6,000 Blue Star players still chose to trek here. The reason was simple. In their hearts, the place where Lord Yu was the true home for Blue Star players. To put it more dramatically, even if Dawn City was unwilling to accept them, they wouldn't regret the arduous journey. Not seeing this refuge city ruled by their fellow Blue Star citizens would be a true regret. The vast Blue Star player contingent, following the example of other refugees, set up camp a few miles from Dawn City. Time passed slowly. Boom! Rumble! The ground within a few miles of Dawn City suddenly trembled. Chapter 105. From this day forward, the sky belongs to Dawn City. What's happening? Outside Dawn City, tens of thousands of refugees felt the ground suddenly tremble beneath their feet, causing a stir. An earthquake? They'd never heard of earthquakes in the wasteland. And why is it only affecting an area of a few kilometers around Dawn City? Look! Suddenly, a sharp-eyed refugee noticed that the previously unremarkable Dawn City had suddenly been enveloped by a semi-transparent energy shield. The shield was enormous, like a dome, covering the entire city. That's what? The refugees looked at each other, bewildered. Boom! Section 167. Rumbling. The earth trembled more and more violently beneath their feet. Even not far in front of them, huge cracks began to appear in the ground. Crack! 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 The jagged cracks spread like a spiderweb. The earth shattered as a result. Some refugees, mustering their courage, approached, only to be met with a blindingly bright blue halo emanating from beneath the earth. Back up! Back up! Be careful not to fall into the cracks, it's dangerous. The quick-reacting refugees immediately organized their companions, retreating away from Dawn City. Boom! Rumbling. The earth continued to tremble, and the ravines continued to spread. But soon, the refugees discovered a pattern. The cracks in the earth seemed to all appear around Dawn City. They're like a circle, completely surrounding Dawn City. Someone shouted hoarsely. Tens of thousands of refugees gazed at Dawn City from afar, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, streams of blue-white energy erupted from the cracks in the earth surrounding Dawn City. In just a few seconds, Countless blue-white rays of light, like pillars, enveloped the entire city of Dawn. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from beneath Dawn City. Then, under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of refugees, Dawn City began to rise, little by little. A refugee city can grow taller? A refugee uttered the existential question. But soon, he realized he had underestimated the situation. It's not growing taller. It's rising. Dawn City is rising. Tens of thousands of refugees, witnessing this scene, were utterly horrified. Their scalps tingled, goosebumps rose all over their bodies. At this moment, the earth trembled violently. At this moment, Dawn City, along with the surrounding land for hundreds of meters, slowly floated into the sky. This scene was indescribable. Boom! Rumble! Deafening roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In just a short moment, where Dawn City had originally stood, only a bottomless, enormous crater remained. And Dawn City? The entire city, like a warship, had risen tens of meters into the air. And, after rising to a certain height, Dawn City began to expand at a visible rate. Mom, I saw a miracle, a miracle. A young man knelt on the ground, shouting shrilly. But, no one among the surrounding refugees mocked him, because everyone's feelings at this moment were the same utter shock. Amidst the shock, an indescribable bewilderment lingered. When had they ever seen a flying refuge city? Boom! Rumble! The deafening roars continued. In a short while, the area occupied by Dawn City its sky area had expanded to approximately 4 times its original size. It was daytime, yet the shadows cast by the city enveloped tens of thousands of refugees. They craned their necks, looking up. What they saw were countless blue-white energy streams, each hundreds of meters in diameter, flowing beneath Dawn City. It was like a warship engine, relentlessly gushing forth, supporting this unprecedented sky city. And Dawn City, after ceasing its expansion, it continued to rise slowly, soaring higher into the sky. Flying, it's flying? Dawn Inner City. Martial Arts Square. Chen Gang stared blankly at the sky, drawing ever closer, his expression a complex mix of emotions. In the past 21 years, he had taken flight many times, but this time, the entire city was flying with him. Dawn City, both inside and outside. 150,000 citizens were all gazing at the sky. Everyone was incredibly excited, many even performing high jumps on the spot, unsure how to express their emotions. 3 days ago, the city lord told them that Dawn City would undergo an ascension, becoming a floating city in the sky. 3 days later, Dawn City detached from the earth and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless emotions were beyond words. Only loyalty. Dawn City core area. Ember's right hand was pressed against the city core. Beep beep. Dawn City's advancement complete. Dawn City's level increased from 0 to 2. Sky trait activated. You can manually or mentally control Dawn City's levitation and movement. Section 168. Alternatively, you can choose to land Dawn City on the ground to reduce energy consumption. Prompt: when reserve energy is insufficient, Dawn City will automatically choose the nearest area to land. Current energy source, Tier 10 Energy Crystal *1. Current energy remaining 99.99%. The cold, mechanical notification ended. Ember let out a long breath. Let's go take a look. Behind Ember, Naya and Yin Yao's faces were also filled with anticipation, especially the former. She hadn't quite understood why Ember had chosen the sky instead of the purification trait. But now, when Dawn City truly rose from the ground and soared into the sky, even as a former level 8 city lord of Naya City, she couldn't help but feel envious. Buzz! Ember's figure appeared in the sky above the martial arts arena. Loyalty! The shout shook the entire city. Ember smiled, his gaze sweeping over Dawn City, taking in the changes. Its area had nearly quadrupled compared to before. The outer city streets were now wide and clean. The training grounds in the inner city had also expanded considerably, and both the inner and outer cities had seen numerous new buildings appear out of nowhere. Yufi is right. The essence of the refuge city is a game facility. Ember took a deep breath, his mind racing. Whoosh! A semi-transparent panel appeared before him. This was Dawn City's control panel. It displayed a dazzling array of options. Ascending, landing, moving forward, moving backward. These were the most basic. Ember's gaze fell on the weapon option. Dawn City's advancement this time wasn't from level 0 to level 1, but a direct jump to level 2. A level 2 refuge city requires 10 subordinate cities, 500,000 subjects, and 5,000 evolvers, including 3 Tier 5 evolvers. The first 2 conditions were met after the first expedition. Only the third condition remained, the number of Tier 5 evolvers. Over the past 3 days, Yin Yao successfully broke through from Tier 4 to Tier 5 by continuously feeding herself with crystals from the embers. Chen Gang, though usually boisterous, was meticulous when it came to crystal consumption. He worked day and night for 3 days, consuming crystals and digesting energy, and also successfully broke through to Tier 5 this morning. Including Neil, the third condition was successfully met. Therefore, Dawn City skipped a level and became a Level 2 Refuge City. The weapon option is a new effect of the Sky trait after becoming a Level 2 Refuge City. The effect of the Level 1 Refuge City Sky trait is a light shield. This is the energy shield currently enveloping Dawn City. It insulates against the strong winds generated by Dawn City's flight, while simultaneously providing the entire city with exceptional stability. This stability ensures that even if Ember suddenly accelerates Dawn City, the city's inhabitants won't feel any swaying or staggering. The control panel has many buttons, but they are all grayed out, and even the text information is unreadable. Clearly, unlocking them requires a higher level of Refuge City. Ember sighed, shook his head, and cleared his mind. He reached out and tapped the weapon button. Click, click, click. A series of sounds, like gears turning, rang out. The sounds originated from the 4 corners of Dawn City. Whoosh! Another tremor followed. 4 massive cannons rose from the ground at the 4 corners of Dawn City. Let's try it. Yu Jin's mind raced. Boom! Pale blue beams of light shot out from the 4 cannons, heading towards the surrounding clouds. Yu Jin didn't fire at the ground. He knew there were still many refugees below. However, with Yu Jin's current 9th tier perception, even firing into the clouds, he could roughly estimate the power of this attack. Roughly equivalent to a full force attack from a 6th or 7th tier revolver? Yu Jin was quite satisfied with this result. 6th and 7th tiers were weak, but this was only the beginning, and Dawn City was only level 2. As levels increased in the future, it wasn't impossible for a single shot to kill a 9th tier revolver. Excellent! Sky City's choice seems absolutely correct. Ember was in high spirits. He put away the control panel and looked down at the 150,000 subjects who were watching him with fervent enthusiasm. From this day forward, the sky belongs to Dawn City. Ember raised his arm and shouted, "The sky belongs to Dawn City. Loyalty. Dawn City, inside and out." 150,000 subjects shouted hoarsely, their voices echoing for a long time. Boom! Rumble! Dawn City did not continue to rise into the air, but after reaching a certain height, it began to slowly descend to the ground below. A short while later, dust billowed, and Dawn City landed steadily. Thump! A loud crash. The gates of Dawn City, which had been tightly closed for so long, opened again. Not far away, tens of thousands of refugees, seeing the scene, were so excited that they almost jumped up on the spot. It's open! It's open! The gates of Dawn City have opened. We have a chance, a real chance, to join the Sky City. Section 169. Dawn City. Core Area. Ember sat cross-legged on the bed, taking deep breaths to calm his emotions. He was preparing to break through to the 10th rank. He had waited a long time for this moment. At this moment, the core area was empty except for himself. Neither Yin Yao nor Naya were allowed to stay here. Ember couldn't guarantee what would happen after breaking through to the 10th rank. Even though Brother Tangza said that the rules of the Level 2 Refuge City had been weakened, making the risk of being caught by the server when he broke through to the 10th rank very, very low. But even with the low risk, there was still a chance. Whoosh! A crystal as dazzling as a star appeared in Ember's hand. Snap! You used a 10th rank energy crystal. Energy surplus. You are one step closer to becoming a 10th rank evolver. Snap! One piece not enough? Then another one. Chapter 106 10th tier. The planet pulses for you. You used a 10th tier energy crystal. Energy surplus, automatic advancement. Your tier has increased. You have become a 10th tier evolver. On the panel, lines of text flashed. The risk Yu Jin had imagined did not materialize. Clearly, Yu Jin had far underestimated the abilities of the system's leader. But why is there another earthquake? Before Yu Jin could even feel the advancement from 9th to 10th tier, he sensed the earth shaking beneath his feet. This commotion, it was far, far greater than the Dawn City ascent. You broke through to the 10th tier, causing fluctuations in the rules of Planet A3. The rules of Planet A3 are carefully searching every corner, looking for loopholes. During this period, the entire planet will pulsate for you. Before Ember could ask, Master Tong had already given his answer. In an instant, Ember fell into deep thought. Planetary pulsation? That sounds very prestigious. Tens of thousands of miles from Dawn City, a refuge city comparable in size to Naya City, quietly stood. Boom! Rumble! But at this moment, the earth trembled, the mountains shook. Even the sky began to dim and lose its color. What's going on? Could it be that the city lord has broken through to the 9th rank? Ah, invincible city lord, have you finally done it? 40 years. Within the vast city, tens of millions of citizens wailed. But the next second, shut up! A figure appeared out of thin air above the city. Buzz! In an instant, a terrifying gravitational pressure swept across the entire city. Tens of millions of citizens who were congratulating the city lord just a second ago were all forced to their knees by this gravity. Some of lower rank, or whose posture was not convenient for kneeling, even broke their bones with a crack under the gravity. But, even with broken bones, even in pain, they dared not scream, because the figure in the sky was their Ghost King city's invincible 8th rank city lord. Who is it? Who has broken through to the 9th rank? Above the city, Austin Zorn stared into the distance, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. He could feel the entire planet beneath his feet raging. This riot was unprecedented. The most likely explanation was that someone had broken through to the 9th rank, alarming the game server. Whoosh! A semi-transparent light screen appeared before Zorn. On the screen was the leaderboard for Planet A3. Zorn's gaze fell on the Planet A3 player rank leaderboard. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3, Austin Zorn. The leaderboard didn't show information for anyone else. Zorn was unsure who had caused this commotion. That madman from 10 Mile City? That old lowly from Moorstar? Zorn speculated for a long time but couldn't get any definite answers. Only 175 days remain until the advancement begins. At such a crucial juncture, if someone really reaches the 9th rank, Zorn's expression grew slightly grave. Section 170. For the past 100 years, not a single 9th tier city lord has appeared on planet A3. This has led to the 8th tier being the pinnacle of the pyramid. The top 10 city lords are all roughly equal in strength and influence, maintaining a state of mutual restraint for many years. But what if a 9th tier city lord were to emerge? This would be unacceptable to any 8th tier city lord. No, if someone really takes that step, we must communicate beforehand and unite. Zorn made his decision. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew by. Austin Zorn's figure vanished. But in the sky, black mist still lingered. Within the black mist, the faint, piercing wails of ghostly spirits could be heard. A 369 region. Mang City, City Lord's Mansion. Yu Lyman sat there casually, his face flushed. Across from him sat a refined-looking middle-aged man. Uncle Yu, let me offer you another toast. The middle-aged man, dressed in white, was elegant and refined, a stark contrast to the Wasteland's aesthetic. He picked up his glass, tilted his head back, and downed the liquor in one gulp. In the Wasteland, there was naturally no such resource as alcohol. These 2 bottles of liquor were specially purchased with points from the Refuge City's resource shop to entertain Yu Lyman. Oh, you're too kind, too kind. Ha ha. Yu Lyman was a picky drinker, though he loved to drink. At this moment, after a few glasses of liquor, he was already quite tipsy, and his speech was incoherent. Little Luo, why are you calling me uncle? From now on, we'll be brothers. You call me brother, I'll call you younger brother, and the others will still call you city lord. How about that? The middle-aged man smiled slightly upon hearing this. Brother Yu, as your younger brother, I'd like to offer you another toast. The words had barely left his lips. Boom! The earth around Mang City suddenly trembled. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing slightly, but quickly relaxed again. Nothing happened, brother Yu, let's continue. Area A349. Kui Zionjaya walked alone across the wasteland. He carried a heavy pack, his face covered in sand and dust. At this moment, in his vision, he could already see the faint outline of a refuge city in the distance. Finally, another refuge city. Kui Zionjaya breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. Not far away, the refuge city also began to shake. What? Earthquakes in the wasteland? Kui Zionjaya was shocked. While steadying himself, he formed hand seals. Waves of elemental energy containing spatial fluctuations emanated from his body. This was a new ability he had unlocked in the previous refuge city. Wandering path, charge up and advance and teleport in a fixed direction. Although this ability had no combat power, it was a godsend for his wandering in the wasteland. In the past few days, he had relied on this ability to repeatedly escape danger when encountering powerful mutated beasts and infected. Boom! The earthquakes continued. Kui Zionjaya stood ready, wary of the mutated beasts that might suddenly appear from all directions due to the earthquake. Area A316. Alpha City. 5 days ago, a bookstore appeared in the city. Bookstores in the wasteland were quite rare. The bookstore owner was none other than Wu Yufei, who had awakened the knowledge attribute. Through the bookstore, he sold knowledge to the refugees and acquired knowledge from them. He had only been in the world for 5 days. Originally inheriting the 3rd tier level from the old man on Alpha Star, he was already not far from the 4th tier. Boom, Alpha City shook. Yu Fei, who was engrossed in his work, stopped writing. Earthquake? Yu Fei shook his head. According to historical records, no natural earthquakes have ever occurred in Alpha City and its surrounding area. If it's not natural, then it's man-made. Yu Fei pondered, unlike the other refugees in the city who panicked. Instead, he picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. Speculation on the game mechanics of Wasteland. Man-made earthquake. Personal speculation: when a player or refugee city faction unlocks a new achievement or breaks through to a very high rank in this game, it may cause a localized or global earthquake. The earthquake is just a symptom. The essence should be a fluctuation in the game rules. After writing the last sentence, Yu Fei put down his pen. He gently closed his eyes and waited quietly. Buzz! A fluctuation suddenly emanated from his body. Congratulations! Recorded new knowledge. Section 171. This knowledge is extremely confidential, and its inheritance value is extremely high. Your rank has increased. You have become a 4th-tier evolver. Yu Fei opened his eyes, his face expressionless. Knowledge is power. He murmured, continuing to work at his desk. Charge! Down with the city lord. Seize the refuge city. Big boss Yu Chen promised. Once he becomes the city lord, we will never again suffer the oppression of the past. Inside a refuge city of unknown name, Yu Chen led hundreds of evolvers, launching a massive attack on the city lord's mansion. You unruly commoners! How dare you! A powerful figure emerged from the city lord's mansion. He looked at Yu Chen, who was leading the charge, and laughed in fury. So it was you. 3 days ago, you narrowly escaped from my grasp. 3 days later, you dared to deliver yourself to my doorstep? The city lord sneered, the aura of a 5th-tier evolved being emanating from him. But the next second, the city lord's sneer froze, slowly turning into terror. How is this possible? In just 3 days, how did you break through from 4th to 5th tier? Yu Chen remained silent, only charging forward. Swish! A blade flashed. Blood splattered. The 5th-tier city lord's head flew into the air. Hasn't anyone told you that villains die from talking too much? While you were babbling on, my 5th-tier ultimate attack was already fully charged. Yu Chen shook his head disdainfully. Just 2 hours later, the refuge city changed hands. Amidst shouts of Lord Yu Chen, unable to refuse the enthusiastic invitation, reluctantly assumed the position of the new city lord. It's worth mentioning that the ground beneath his feet remained completely still throughout Dawn City. The tremors caused a small commotion. But this commotion wasn't panic, but excitement. We're flying again. The new citizens who had just registered and successfully joined Dawn City were filled with anticipation. Outside the city gates, the queuing refugees were incredibly anxious. Don't fly yet. I haven't boarded the vehicle yet. No, I haven't entered the city. Chen Gang stood at the city gate, looking at the refugees, and gave a light snort. Queue up properly. No cutting in line. Otherwise, you won't get a chance to collect crystals later. Meanwhile, inside a detached building in Dawn Inner City, Yin Yao, who had just finished consuming a 4th-tier crystal and was silently digesting and absorbing its energy, suddenly froze. She sensed something emerging from the deepest part of her body. It was an incomparably vast and surging energy. Boom! In an instant, Yin Yao's aura surged. 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier. Yin Yao was horrified to discover that although her tier hadn't increased, her pressure and energy had skyrocketed to the level of a 7th-tier evolver. Confused, Yin Yao remembered what Yu Jin had told her 3 days ago, leveling up while lying down. Yin Yao murmured, somewhat puzzled. She hadn't even laid down yet. How could she have leveled up? Dawn City. Core area. Yu Jin lay on a 10-meter-long bed, his eyes closed. After breaking through to the 10th tier, Ember wasn't in a hurry to test his abilities because the rules of Planet A3 were constantly searching for loopholes. With nothing else to do, he decided to open the 10th tier Powerhouse Legacy blind box. The result: 9th tier Widow, nothing. You have obtained a memory fragment of a certain 10th tier powerhouse. Undoubtedly, it was a bad result. In that instant, Ember knew this was the worst result of his 3 blind boxes, but he'd already opened it. Not claiming it would be a waste. So, Yu Jin decided to claim it and see what this memory fragment was all about. As it turned out, not looking was fine, but once he looked, Ember, who had just broken through to the 10th rank and felt invincible, instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. My name is Sick, from planet Owen. Today, I unexpectedly received a gaming helmet. After 50 years, I, at the 9th rank, led the level 9 city of Owen to the Galactic Wasteland. The Galactic Wasteland is extremely dangerous, teeming with powerful 10th rank mutant beasts and infected. My subjects and I must proceed with extreme caution. Section 172. I successfully broke through to the 10th rank, increasing my chances of being chosen by a higher dimensional civilization. I discovered a desolate planet, conquering it will improve my ranking. A group of strange players descended from the sky, wanting to seize the planet I had conquered. They were clearly only at the 9th rank, yet I was no match for them. I died at the hands of a 9th rank evolver. Before I died, I heard him call me a vermin of a low-level civilization. P.S. A patch. Although I mentioned the protagonist's background earlier, the protagonist is from Blue Star, with pure Blue Star blood, to avoid misunderstandings later in the story. Thanks to LV90 for the generous donation. I'll add an extra chapter tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 107, Vermin of a Low-Level Civilization vs Ants of a Higher Civilization. Half a day passed. Ember groggily awoke. The tremors on the Earth, or rather, on planet A3, had ceased. Inferior civilizations, vermin? He opened his eyes, the faint phrase still seeming to echo in his ears. There was no mockery, no contempt, no emotion. It was simply stating a given fact in the calmest tone. I'd become a vermin? Ember frowned. Although he had only obtained fragments of memories from a 10th-tier powerhouse named Psyche, he had gleaned considerable crucial information from those scattered fragments. For example, before Psyche transmigrated to Wasteland, his planet Owen was at a similar technological level to Earth. Psyche's transmigration to Wasteland was also through receiving a beta test of the game headset. The difference was, unlike planet A3, Psyche's Wasteland planet did not lack traces of 9th-tier evolved beings. Before his advancement, Psyche had already successfully broken through to the 9th rank. This suggests that there might be differences between planetary servers. Furthermore, he had conquered a total of 10,000 refuge cities, raising their level to 9. A 9th rank evolver plus a level 9 refuge city, ranking first on the planet. Yet, after advancing to the star Wasteland, he was killed by someone of a higher rank, even being labeled a bug. Yu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He carefully considered the words lower civilization. If there is lower civilization, then there must be higher civilization. So, are there advanced civilization players in the star system Wasteland server? Advanced civilizations can also be forcibly transported to the Wasteland? The difference is that advanced civilizations might have a higher starting point and might possess methods that lower civilizations lack, thus gaining a significant advantage when facing lower civilization players, even overwhelming them. A 10th tier being defeated by a 9th tier player isn't just a minor reversal of fortune. Yu Jin took a deep breath, his mind racing. Whoosh! His stats after breaking through to the 10th tier appeared. Yu Jin, tier, 10th tier. Overall coefficient, 1.3 million. 9th tier values range from 100,000 to 1 million. But 10th tier? Although Yu Jin had only just broken through, he could clearly feel that he was still far from the 11th tier. Therefore, the upper limit of the 10th tier was definitely not just 2 million, it might be 3 million or even 4 million. After the 10th level, it is not in the same dimension as the 1st and 9th levels at all. It's important to know that even at the peak of the 8th rank, Nyarlathotep's power level was only 99,000. Of course, since the highest rank on planet A3 is limited to 9th rank, Ember's power and abilities exceeding the 9th rank would be partially suppressed. This was something Tongze had told him long ago. Buzz! Ember raised his hand, attempting to fully activate the energy within his body. A moment later, he obtained the exact suppression percentage. 50%? That's considerably lower than expected. Ember was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought it would be suppressed by 99%, like on Blue Star. So my current maximum combat power is 100 plus 30 asterisk 50% equals 1,150,000. It doesn't seem like a significant increase, but Ember had only just broken through to the 10th rank. Moreover, on this planet A3, there's no one at the peak of the 9th rank, not even at the 9th rank itself. The strongest is only at the peak of the 8th rank, like Nyarlathotep, with a power level of just 99,000. I can take on 10. No, that's not how it's calculated. At least 100. Ember was in a good mood, but at the same time, he felt a little bored. Becoming invincible too quickly was also a kind of trouble. If only I could encounter higher level players on planet A3. These players now aren't enough for a bug like me. Ember sighed softly. Atong, do you have any clues? Busy. Special fluctuations detected in planet A3 rules. Decoding. Decoding successful. After repeated checks, the planet A3 server rules did not find your loophole. Planet A3 rules have sent a communication to a higher level star system server rules, seeking assistance. Communication deciphered, content as follows. A bug-like player is suspected to have appeared on this server, requesting the deployment of higher-level civilization players to assist in the search. Ember was momentarily stunned. Good heavens! This episode, invincible under heaven, yet an enemy descends from the sky? Just now we were talking about advanced civilization players, and now they're really coming? Ember pondered for a moment, then asked in his mind, what exactly makes them advanced civilization players? They've been deployed to planet A3. Can they break through the 9th tier limit? Advanced civilization players refer to players from level 2 civilizations or higher. Their initial tier is relatively high, usually 9th tier or higher, and they may have already awakened talents. After arriving on planet A3, they cannot break through the 9th tier limit. Those above 9th tier will be forcibly restricted to the 9th tier limit. Section 173. The server tier caps are limited by the underlying source code of Wasteland, and the rules of planet A3 cannot affect the source code. Ember fell into deep thought. Fluctuations detected in the rules of planet A3, currently deciphering. Deciphering successful. The Galaxy server responded to the communication. The content is as follows. 3 days later, one level 2 civilization player will be deployed to assist in the investigation. 1. Ember frowned. This, looking down on bugs, huh? Can the location be locked when deploying? Ember asked. Yes, Ember felt relieved. High-level civilization players, abbreviated as pro players. Low-level civilization bugs, abbreviated as cheaters. Pro player vs cheater. Clearly, this will be a very evenly matched confrontation. This is getting interesting. Ember sighed at how powerful the system was as always, and felt much more relaxed. Consider it. A big punching bag has arrived, a good warm-up. And by the way, I can also use the loot of the strong to skim some profits off those so-called pro players. Talent? Yin Yao's rebirth seems to be due to the Nirvana talent. Looks pretty pathetic. That makes me hope more pro players come along. Your talent is good, but now, it's mine. Yu Jin murmured, standing up. Before his eyes appeared the leaderboard of the Wasteland game. A 3-planet player ranking number 1. A 3-planet refuge city level ranking number 111. A 3-planet player overall ranking number 99. The refuge city level ranking jumped directly from 20,000th to 111th. Clearly, on the Wasteland, the vast majority of refuge cities, like Dawn City before, are only level 0. Conquering and ruling other refuge cities is something only high-level evolved beings are qualified to do. Right, let's test the coordinate imprint. Ember realized. Whoosh, a spatial fluctuation spread. It failed. But, there's a slight loosening. The refuge city's level is still a bit low. Once it reaches level 6, I can instantly max out the coordinate imprint, and then I should be able to return to Blue Star. Ember was full of motivation. For the past few days, both he and Dawn City had been in a state of dormant development. And now, after developing, it's time to officially bring a small, devastating blow to A308 and the surrounding area. Whoosh, Ember's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Dawn City. Half a day later, all troops will march. Target 100 subordinate cities. Yu Jin's voice fell. Loyalty. The hundreds of thousands of subordinates who had been busy with their own tasks immediately stopped what they were doing and shouted in unison. Yu Jin nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. He flashed back to the core area. Dawn City upgraded to level 2, and the quality of the goods in the resource shop also improved accordingly, leaving aside everything else. First, let's give all the 2nd and 3rd tier attributes a one-click max level. A 308 area. White Elephant City. Boom. Rumble. The sudden tremor caused a stir among the hundreds of thousands of people in White Elephant City. What happened? Outside the city, the refugees, who had been digging in the ground, looked up blankly. Inside the city lord, who had been sitting high on his throne absorbing the crystal energy, opened his eyes. A mutated beast tide? The White Elephant City lord was startled. Close the city gates. Throw out human sacrifices. He issued the city lord's order immediately, even though he hadn't yet confirmed whether it was truly a mutated beast tide. But closing the city gates and throwing out the refugees was, in 99% of cases, the best course of action. Wait, that sound came from the sky? Powerful flying mutated beasts? The White Elephant City Lord, being a 5th tier evolver, quickly realized what was happening. He looked up at the sky. What came into view was a thick layer of clouds in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blue-white beam of light shot out from within the clouds. Boom! In an instant, a blue-white beam of light struck the City Lord's mansion. Ah! The White Elephant City Lord screamed in shock. Then, he died. This blue-white beam of light was comparable to a full-force attack from a 6th or 7th tier evolved being. He, a mere 5th tier being, naturally couldn't withstand it. Section 174. Boom! Rumble! The Lord of White Elephant City is dead, but White Elephant City still has hundreds of thousands of refugees. They looked up at the sky in terror. A short while later, to their horror, they saw a refuge city emerge from the thick clouds above them. A refuge city in the sky? Thump! After appearing, the refuge city plummeted rapidly. In no time, a sky city, 4 times the size of White Elephant City, landed steadily beside White Elephant City. The sandstorm it stirred up swept through every corner of White Elephant City. Click! The gates of the refuge city opened. Tens of thousands of evolved beings surged out. For Dawn City! Charge! They shouted, their bodies erupting with various elemental energies. Thump! 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 Inside and outside White Elephant City, refugees and even the city lord's personal guards, before the evolved beings could even reach them, they were all kneeling on the ground. Loyalty! They imitated the evolved beings, shouting at the top of their lungs. Their shouts of loyalty almost drowned out the crowd of Dawn City's inhabitants. Damn it! Outside Dawn City, Chen Gang looked at the huge line of kneeling people before him, somewhat annoyed. He had just broken through to the 5th rank yesterday and was eager to test the effectiveness of his electric powers. But this is the 5th city already. Why did they all surrender after just one encounter? Can't they have some backbone? Can't they put up some resistance? Behind Chen Gang, Wang Yunpeng and the other members of the Environmental Protection Society remained silent, simply walking forward. All players from Blue Star in White Elephant City, step forward. Now, I will briefly introduce Dawn City and the Great Lord of Ember City. You have 1 hour to consider whether to join. 1 hour later, Dawn City will once again soar into the sky. Chapter 108 Principal Zhang? Lord Yu, a 308 area. Central Wasteland. Naya stood in midair. Her twin tails had changed from chestnut brown to one red and one blue. HOH. She let out a soft, sweet cry. Boom. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, hundreds of meters high ice and fire tornadoes appeared. Wow. Hiss. Below, in the mutated beast's lair on the ground, screams and howls continued. In just a few seconds, thousands of mutated beasts turned to ashes, thousands more shattered into ice crystals. Naya watched this scene, her small face expressionless. Whoosh! She moved swiftly, flying towards another mutated beast nest in the distance. Since being struck by Ember's purifying light, Naya's 3 attributes of ice and fire prophecy, as well as her 8th tier level, were exposed. Now, she has been appointed by Ember as Dawn City's diplomat, specially responsible for diplomatic negotiations with the remaining mutated beasts and infected in Area A308, thereby persuading them to willingly hand over their crystals and beast meat. Take off. Dawn City. Chen Gang stood on the city wall, the roar echoing in his ears. He looked at the land receding into the distance below, his smile radiant. Damn, electricity, it's really sharp. A moment earlier, when Dawn City arrived at the 8th refuge city, although the city lord of this refuge city was killed by a single cannon shot, the 2 deputy city lords chose to put up a stubborn resistance. Chen Gang fought them both single-handedly. A 5th tier warrior easily defeated 2 4th tier warriors, successfully achieving a double kill. This was also the first time he had killed an evolved being since his transmigration. In principle, Dawn City didn't necessarily need to kill these city lords or deputy city lords, but, unfortunately, in all the refuge cities Dawn City had visited so far, the Blue Star player refugees were all in a state of exploitation, even persecution, mining, human sacrifice, slavery, prostitution, livestock. Because of this, Yin Yao, who had taken over the control of Dawn City from Ember, showed no mercy nor any saintly compassion. Perhaps from the perspective of those city lords, the old players had all treated the players of the new civilization in the same way. But Yin Yao couldn't care less about that. Harm my fellow Blue Star people? Then let's take down Dawn City. She's only responsible for sending these city lords to hell. As for judging sins, that's up to God. The 8th city. The president's goal is 100 subordinate cities, including the previous 10, a total of 19, still 81 short. Above Dawn City, Yin Yao stood in mid-air, manipulating the semi-transparent panel before her. A 5th tier evolver can activate attribute energy to achieve brief levitation. And Yin Yao, 3 days ago, after being given a causal chain by Ember and enjoying buff link LV1, as Ember broke through to the 10th tier, her stats skyrocketed from over 500 to over 3,500, reaching the level of a 7th tier evolver. Section 175. And it's been steadily improving these past few days. Yin Yao didn't know how Yu Jin had managed it. She only knew that she had truly latched onto a powerful figure now. And this powerful figure was ridiculously strong. President. Yin Yao's thoughts were interrupted by a shout. She frowned slightly and turned to look at Yu Panner standing below. I'm no longer the president of the dance club. And, you'd better not use that title so casually. Yin Yao's last sentence carried a hint of indescribable emotion. President, that was clearly her exclusive title for Yu Jin. Why was Yu Panner calling her that? Oh, sorry. Then I'll call you. Yin Yao looked at the map, controlling the flight direction of Dawn City, and casually replied, "Just call me by my name." "Okay." Yu Panner nodded. Seeing that Yin Yao was busy with important matters, she moved her lips as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She turned her head to look at the city lord's mansion, its gates tightly shut. "I also want to contribute to Dawn City, just like them. But, with my attributes, how can I contribute?" Yu Panner's pretty face wrinkled. Not far away, Neil stood in the martial arts arena, controlling mechanical flying insects, monitoring every corner of Dawn City. Over the past day, as Dawn City conquered one refuge city after another, the number of its subjects increased significantly. The vast majority of these were players from Blue Star. But, although they were of the same race, it didn't necessarily mean complete loyalty. Neil's mechanical attributes allowed her to judge the behavior of these new subjects with extreme calm and objectivity. Therefore, when distributing resources such as crystallized beast meat later, she could differentiate them into different tiers. City Lord's Mansion. Core area. Ember sat cross-legged on the 10-meter-long bed, eyes closed. Crunch. He was consuming crystals. Constantly consuming crystals. He had delegated all matters concerning Dawn City to Naya, Yin Yao, and others. After all, a 308 region consisted entirely of level 0 refuge cities, and the city lord was only barely at the 5th rank. There was no need for him to personally intervene. The benefits of cultivating subjects and developing strength lay precisely in this. You used a 10th rank energy crystal. The extraterrestrial enemy 3 days later forced Ember to take it seriously. Although the pro player was likely no match for the cheater. Although the opponent would be limited by the rules of Planet A3, with a maximum rank of only 9, while he himself was at 10th rank. But strategically despise the enemy, tactically take them seriously. Ember wasn't taking the challenge lightly, especially considering the formidable opponents he was about to encounter in the Wasteland. The only solution was to consume crystals, and consume them relentlessly. Ideally, he wanted to break through to the 11th rank within 3 days. Ember didn't like things that were almost certain, he only wanted things that were absolutely certain. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Ember opened his eyes. What a pity! He looked down at his empty hand, his crystals completely depleted, and sighed softly. Aside from the 10th tier crystal that served as an energy source for Dawn City, he had used up all the other crystals in the past 2 days. This included the reward from the territory module after Dawn City conquered Refuge City the previous day, which included 15 10th tier energy crystals. Even so, Ember still hadn't broken through to the 11th tier. He took a deep breath, a thought forming in his mind. Whoosh! The numerical values appeared. Ember. Tier, 10th tier. Overall coefficient, 2.6 million. This crystal consumption doubled his numerical value. Even considering the 50% suppression, it still had a value of 100 plus 160 asterisk 50% equals 1.8 million. The limit for the 9th tier was 990,000. Ember's value was already twice the limit for the 9th tier. But, unstable. Yu Jin shook his head. I still need to find high-level monsters and collect more high-level crystals. Yu Jin muttered to himself, but didn't rush out of the city to grind monsters. He stood up and walked towards the council hall outside. Just now, when he woke up and habitually used his light touch ability to check the situation in Dawn City, Yu Jin saw the figure of an old friend. This old friend was worthy of his personal greeting. Time rewinds slightly. Buma City. This is the western region of A308, an ordinary level 0 refuge city. But, an hour ago, a refuge city flew in from the sky. Without saying a word, that refuge city fired a cannon at the city lord's mansion. The poor city lord died on the spot. After that, the refuge city landed near Bulma City. Tens of thousands of evolved beings, a vast horde, rushed in shouting loyalty. Section 176. Then, loyalty. Throughout Buma City, from its inhabitants and refugees to the city lord's personal guard, everyone chanted loyalty. This scene, Chen Gang and his group had witnessed 15 times in the past day. The number of Dawn City's subordinate cities had reached an astonishing 25. 25 cities, exactly meeting the requirements for upgrading to a level 3 refuge city. Therefore, after landing near Buma City this time, Dawn City did not immediately take off and fly away as before, but instead temporarily established itself there. At this moment, outside Buma City, disheveled refugees formed a long queue. Looking around, there were easily over 10,000 people. These were all players from Blue Star. They were qualified to join Dawn City. Name: Wang Yunpeng and other members of the Environmental Protection Club, leading a team of Blue Star evolvers, were registering the information of these refugees. Zhang Hoquan. Wang Yunpeng didn't even look up, picking up his pen to write it down. But, wait a minute? Wang Yunpeng suddenly froze. He abruptly looked up. Before him stood a sallow, thin, square face. Zhang, Principal Zhang. Wang Yunpeng was shocked. Although the other person had bloodstains on their face and slightly swollen eyes, that face, that voice, who else could it be but the principal of Zhang University? What? Wang Yunpeng's shout attracted Chen Gang, who was maintaining order in the line not far away. Whoosh! Chen Gang took a step, instantly leaping over 10 meters, appearing at the front of the line. Damn! It really is Principal Zhang. Chen Gang's eyes widened, staring at the other person in astonishment. Zhang Hoquan swallowed, unable to speak. A bitter expression crossed his sallow face, emaciated from malnutrition. In just 6 days, everything had changed. He was nothing like the former principal he once was. In this cruel wasteland, he was incredibly lucky to have survived this long. He hadn't worn the helmet, yet he was still chosen by God to transmigrate here. Zhang Hoquan walked along the outer streets of Dawn City. As a Blue Star player, he had successfully gained the qualification to join Dawn City. Originally, Wang Yunpeng and the others wanted to report his information to Yu Jin, but Neil stated. Yu Jin was in seclusion at the city lord's mansion, and no one was allowed to disturb him. Unfortunately, Yin Yao was also in seclusion consuming crystals at the moment, unaware of Zhang Hoquan's arrival. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't dare abuse her power to favor Zhang Hoquan. Everyone knew that Ember was the sole master of Dawn City. This is Ember's Dawn City? Even with some mental preparation, Zhang Hoquan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the streets, much wider than Bulma City, and the rows of buildings. Before transmigrating, he knew Ember would be very powerful in the Wasteland, a 9th-tier evolver, the Lord of Dawn City. But only 6 days had passed since he transmigrated. He was still a black slave mining in Bulma City. But Ember? He was already the Lord of Dawn City. His refuge city not only had hundreds of thousands of subjects, but it could also fly. How did they do that? I heard Yao Yao is here too, perhaps she's become a powerful evolved being as well. Zhang Hoquan sighed repeatedly. He walked on, head down, and gradually realized he seemed out of place among the crowd. It wasn't his tattered clothes, but evolved beings? Why are they all evolved beings? Zhang Hoquan stopped, his face blank. In Bulma City, there were only a little over 1,000 evolved beings. Each evolved being received the city lord's attention and granted an official position in the refuge city. In the past 6 days, Zhang Hoquan had considered secretly using a piece of polluted crystal to gamble on the chances of a successful awakening. But after seeing a companion die in agony during an attempt to awaken, Zhang Hoquan gave up. But now, although Zhang Hoquan wasn't an evolved being, after 6 days in the wasteland, he could already sense the difference in aura among the evolved masters. How come even the children are evolved beings? Zhang Hoquan stared at a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old not far away, his pupils contracting. They're all evolved beings. Except for me, and the new subjects who just joined Bulma City? Zhang Hoquan was bewildered. He lowered his head, walking numbly towards the Dawn inner city. Because when he entered the city, Wang Yunpeng told him that new subjects had to go there to receive the most basic benefits. What kind of benefits? Food? Water? Maybe they'll even give us clothes. Zhang Hoquan guessed, because he noticed that the people passing by were all very clean and tidy, unlike his own disheveled appearance. A short while later, Zhang Hoquan arrived at the martial arts square. He saw. The wide square was filled with people. They were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, their eyes closed. This is. Zhang Hoquan looked puzzled. Boom! The next second. Section 177. A ball of flame suddenly erupted from a figure not far from Zhang Hoquan, startling him so much that he took 2 steps back. Awakening? Evolution. Zhang Hoquan belatedly realized what was happening. The figure excitedly stood up, raising its arms and shouting, "Loyalty!" Hey! A call brought Zhang Hoquan back to his senses. Newcomer. A young man wearing the uniform of the Dawn City Guard walked up to Zhang Hoquan. Ah, yes, newcomer. Zhang Hoquan nodded repeatedly. Here. The young man placed a slightly grayish-black crystal in his hand. 2nd-tier infection crystal, a welcome bonus upon entering the city. Go sit in the square and awaken. Theoretically, you have a 95% chance of success. If you fail, you'll need to collect crystals and move beast meat for Dawn City to accumulate enough contribution points before you can exchange for a new crystal. Oh, and remember to collect your identity token, food, water, and new clothes after awakening. Being sloppy like this affects the appearance of Dawn City. The young man finished speaking but didn't leave. Instead, he stared intently at Zhang Hoquan. Zhang Hoquan was confused and felt somewhat awkward. Loyalty? The young man suddenly spoke. Loyalty. Zhang Hoquan quickly replied. Oh, right. The young man nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Zhang Hoquan stood there, watching the young man's departing figure. For a long time, he looked down at the crystal in his hand. 2nd-tier crystals? John Hokwon finally understood why he had only seen evolved beings on his way here. He also finally understood how the people sitting on the ground in the plaza ahead, awakening, had arrived. This is Dawn City? John Hokwon swallowed hard. Although he had never seen second-tier crystals before, he knew very well how precious they were. In Buma City, let alone second-tier crystals, even first-tier crystals were incredibly rare and unattainable resources for the common people. Buzz. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the space in front of John Hokwon. Ember appeared out of thin air. Principal Zhang. He addressed him softly, his tone respectful. After a moment of stunned silence, John Hokwon lowered his eyes and spoke respectfully. City Lord Yu. Upon hearing this, Yu Jin was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Chapter 109 The Turtle and Its Friend. Uncle? In a detached house in the inner city of Dawn, Yin Yao looked at John Hokwon standing behind Yu Jin, slightly startled, then her eyes revealed a deep joy. She hadn't expected to encounter her family so quickly in the vast alien wasteland. Yao Yao! John Hokwon was also happy to see Yin Yao, but sensing the terrifying aura of an evolved being emanating from his niece, he instinctively felt somewhat uneasy. Yin Yao's current aura was no different from that of a 7th or even 8th tier evolved being. Moreover, because this aura came from the buff link, she herself couldn't control it. This led to John Hokwon, who was still an ordinary person and had not yet awakened, was now feeling a bit breathless from the pressure. Senior, why don't you help Principal Zhang awaken first? Don't be stingy with energy crystals. Take the best from Dawn City's warehouse. Yu Jin spoke, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere between the uncle and nephew. Then, he added, also, Dawn City has seen a lot of new residents lately, which might cause some problems with security management. Principal Zhang has extensive experience in this area. I plan to set up a dedicated department, and Principal Zhang will be in charge. What do you think? He looked at John Hokwon when he said this last sentence. John Hokwon was speechless for a moment. Alright, then it's decided. Family reunion, you two chat. I have some things to attend to, I'll go now. Yu Jin said, smiling and waving to the two of them, especially to John Hokwon. Whoosh! Yu Jin took a step forward, his figure disappearing from the spot. In Yin Yao's detached house, a long silence followed. Uncle, Yin Yao tentatively began, wanting to ask John Hokwon about his experiences over the past few days. Sigh. John Hokwon sighed deeply, his face full of bitterness. He wanted to speak, but didn't know where to begin. After a long while, he looked up and whispered, Yao Yao, can you tell me about Lord Yu, and about Dawn City? Old friends meet again, but things have changed. Dawn City, City Lord's mansion. Yu Jin recalled his interaction with John Hokwon earlier, a wave of emotion washing over him. Yu Jin felt grateful and respectful towards this Principal Zhang. The sewage river treatment campaign was thanks to his support, resulting in a grand event with thousands of participants. The title of Zhang City Environmental Ambassador was also secured for him. The citywide environmental campaign in Zhang City, which later became the chemical plant remediation, was also spearheaded by this principal. It's no exaggeration to say, without Principal Jiang's help, breaking through to the 9th rank before transmigrating wouldn't have been so easy. However, many times, a change in status and position affects many things. Even though Yu Jin didn't want to display any City Lord demeanor, John Hokwon still addressed him as City Lord Yu. Speaking of which, Brother Gang hasn't called me Old Yu in a long time. Yu Jin sighed softly, gazing into the distance. Section 178. He shook his head, temporarily setting those thoughts aside. Currently, only 2 days remained before the extraterrestrial enemy appeared. His task for those 2 days was clear grind monsters, collect loot, and farm crystals. The mutated turtle in White Rock City, aka Xiaoming, had been crossing the mountains to the northern part of region A308 for several days. Ember had left a coordinate mark on it. I wonder how many new friends Xiaoming has made. The more friends he has, the more crystals I'll get. Ember muttered to himself, spatial fluctuations emanating from his body. Buzz. In an instant, his figure had vanished. Region A308. Northern part. Below the towering mountains, a dozen enormous mutated beasts roamed in packs. In midair, several figures shrouded in black mist stood suspended in midair. Woo! Friends! Almost there, almost there. Xiao Ming led the way, letting out a series of strange cries. Over the past few days, it had practically become a social butterfly in the A308 area. Whether it was infected or mutated beasts, it would greet them enthusiastically, make friends, and tell them it had discovered an 8th-tier pollution source. During this time, the butterfly had also taken quite a few beatings. If it weren't for its thick shell, it would probably be covered in wounds by now. After all, high-tier mutated beasts and infected creatures have extremely strong territorial instincts. Many times, before the butterfly could even utter a word, the attack would already be upon it. Old turtle. Where exactly is this 8th tier pollution source you mentioned? We've been walking for days, why haven't we seen it yet? Behind Xiaoming, a 7th tier mutated beast resembling a fox couldn't help but ask. Soon, it's just ahead, not far ahead. Xiaoming answered confidently. An 8th tier pollution source, of course, doesn't exist. Low-tier mutated beasts can gain energy and thus increase their tier by eating humans or eating mutated beast flesh, but high-tier mutated beasts must rely on pollution sources to continue increasing their tier. Pollution sources themselves are extremely precious and hidden. Most mutated beasts, even these 7th and 8th tier mutated beasts and infected, would find it difficult to occupy a pollution source on their own, let alone an extremely precious 8th tier pollution source. Old turtle, you've said that dozens of times. You're not lying to us, are you? Mutated beasts aren't stupid, their intelligence is no less than that of humans. Xiao Ming's lie was undoubtedly clumsy, but the allure of an 8th tier pollution source was simply too strong, and they could hardly fathom what strength or audacity this mere 7th tier old turtle possessed to deceive or even ambush them. Almost there. Once we cross this mountain, we'll find it. Xiao Ming responded, head bowed, whimpering. Humph. The mutated beasts following behind, though dissatisfied, ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the 8th tier pollution source. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, Xiao Ming, at the very front, its massive body slightly paused. It sensed. The spatial marker above his head seemed to emanate a fluctuating aura. Buzz. In an instant, Ember's figure appeared atop the turtle's enormous head. Ha! So lively? Ember was stunned upon seeing the scene before him. Good heavens! A dozen high-level mutated beasts, all of them 7th or 8th tier. Several infected creatures were flying in the sky, also appearing to be 6th or 7th tier. Hiss, there's even an 8th tier infected creature? Ember's eyes lit up instantly. Woo-woo. At his feet, the turtle whimpered. It seemed to be recounting the beatings and grievances it had suffered over the past few days. Although Ember didn't understand beast language, he could sense Xiao Ming's meaning through mental perception. He immediately waved his hand. Xiao Ming, you did a great job on the mission. So many crystals, no, so many friends. You've made me very satisfied. After I've dealt with them, I'm going to give you a small reward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's enormous body trembled. Woo whoosh, it cried out excitedly. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of mutated beasts and infected creatures, seeing the sudden appearance of Ember, were first stunned, then instantly enraged. You old bastard, you actually colluded with humans? They didn't finish their sentence, because Ember had already made his move. This time, Ember didn't use any first-tier abilities like lasers or lightning. After Dawn City reached level 2, Ember also spent points to instantly max out his 2nd and 3rd-tier abilities of each attribute. Now was the perfect opportunity to test them out. 3rd-tier spatial attribute ability, Dimensional Slicing LV9. Active effect, tears apart a localized area of space, continuously slicing through enemies within range, annihilating them. Max level effect, when this skill is activated, a localized area of space freezes, and enemies within the space are briefly frozen and imprisoned. Buzz. Section 179. Spatial fluctuations spread throughout the heavens and earth. On the ground, a dozen mutated beasts, their eyes wide with terror, were unable to move an inch despite their best efforts. In the sky, 6th and 7th tier infected, their faces shrouded in black mist, were filled with human-like fear and bewilderment. But the only 8th tier infected, Ember gave it a little special treatment. The 8th tier infected was specifically targeted by Ember's dimensional slash. Crack. Space shattered. The 8th tier infected was dead. You descended with divine might, suppressing the 11th tier infected Geo von Braun with your ant-like body. Wasteland points plus 50 million. Resources gained 11th tier energy crystal *1. Not bad. Ember smiled broadly. However, his smile, in the eyes of the other mutated beasts and infected trapped in the frozen space, was nothing short of demonic. They couldn't understand, nor could they fathom. Where did this terrifying human come from? Geo von Braun, an 8th tier infected. He was the most powerful being in this region, without exception. Even the city lord, a 7th tier evolved being, would turn tail and run at the sight of Geo von Braun. But now, killed by Niu. Xiao Ming, say goodbye to your friends. Ember looked at the turtle at his feet, speaking with a half-smile. Woo. Xiao Ming whimpered, his voice tinged with the joy of revenge. Friends. Goodbye. Xiao Ming's words had barely left his lips. Crack. Crack. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, space was instantly torn apart. Invisible yet deadly blades of space sliced all the mutated beasts and infected creatures in the area into nothingness. You descended with divine might, defeating the 11th tier galaxy-level mutated beast Crimson Tyrant Elephant with your ant-like body. Wasteland points plus 20 million. You gained resources, 10th tier energy crystal *1. The system notifications kept popping up. Yu Jin's smile grew even brighter. He felt that his plan to send Turtle to make friends was absolutely correct. What does it mean to wipe them all out? This is it. Xiao Ming, do you want to go to a wider area, to the more vast wasteland? Make more new friends? Chapter 110. The Invincible New City Lord. The majestic mountain range divided the A308 area in two. The southern region, where Dawn City is located, contains over 50 refuge cities. The northern region, where Xiaoming made friends, also contains over 50 refuge cities. At this moment, Yu Jin sat on the head of the mutated giant tortoise, gazing into the distance. At the edge of his vision, the faint outline of a refuge city could be seen. A level 4 refuge city? Yu Jin was somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to have Xiaoming take him to find a few more friends, because although the crystal harvest was plentiful this time, there was only one 11th tier crystal, which made Yu Jin feel uneasy. He had come out this time to gather enough crystal resources to break through to the 11th tier. Xiaoming, go take a look over there. Yu Jin patted the tortoise's head and pointed in the direction of the refuge city. Woo! Xiaoming whimpered and turned around. At the same time, its limbs swung even faster. Despite being a wasteland, its limbs moved with incredible speed, creating afterimages and stirring up dust storms in its path. Haha, good turtle. Yu Jin gave a soft praise, looking at the approaching outline of the refuge city in the distance, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. Speaking of which, this was the first refuge city he had seen, besides Dawn City, that had been upgraded. A level 4 refuge city, besides having at least 50 subordinate cities, also needs 20,000 evolved beings, including at least 3 6th tier evolved beings. Yu Jin murmured, listing the requirements for a level 4 refuge city. So, the city lord should at least be a 7th tier evolved being, maybe even an 8th tier? Thinking of this, Yu Jin couldn't help but feel excited. Since transmigrating, he had killed quite a few 7th and 8th tier mutated infected beasts, but 7th or 8th tier evolvers. Besides Nyarlathotep, he hadn't encountered a second one yet. I have the rank and stats, but I lack combat experience. Perfect, before the extraterrestrial enemy descends, I'll find a 7th or 8th tier city lord to practice against and exchange skills. Hopefully he's easy to talk to. Ember muttered to himself. No, Ember shook his head again. Hopefully he's not easy to talk to. That way, I can legitimately kill him. Conquering a level 4 refuge city alone, maybe Brother Tong will let me get a big windfall? Thinking of this, Ember was filled with anticipation. Xiao Ming, charge. Deluo City. Inside the city lord's mansion, which resembled a small palace, the city lord of Deluo City, a 7th tier evolver, John Shaw, sat on the city lord's throne. His face was solemn as he gazed into the distance. Outside Deluo City, a sandstorm raged. That was caused by a 7th tier giant tortoise. An uninvited guest? Section 180. John narrowed his eyes. Runes seemed to shimmer in his eyes. John exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't even see through the strength of the man sitting atop the giant tortoise's head. An attribute ability to shield against detection? John was somewhat surprised, but only slightly. He casually rose from the city lord's throne, which was engraved with countless runes. City Lord, should we assemble the Legion Guard? Beside John, a middle-aged man exuding the aura of a 6th tier evolved being asked respectfully. No need. John waved his hand. He strode towards the exit of the city lord's mansion. Since Great Luo City advanced to level 4, it's been quite a while since I've stretched my muscles. John cracked his neck, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. He had been in the Wasteland world for a full 10 years. 10 years, dual attributes, 7th tier evolved being. 10 years, a level 4 refuge city. 10 years, victory after victory, not a single defeat. Now, all 51 refuge cities in the northern part of Region A308 are under his rule. He felt incredibly proud of his achievements. He was confident that in the next promotion 50 years from now, he would break into the top 10 of the A3 planet's overall rankings. Boom! John stomped his foot, his figure soaring into the sky. Faced with the menacing giant tortoise and Ember, this lord of Great Luo City didn't consider using home field advantage, but instead took the initiative to come out of the city to fight. This scene caused nearly 1 million citizens of Great Luo City to shout loudly, "Whoa! Invincible Lord!" Unlike Dawn City's slogan of loyalty, Great Luo City's slogan for the past 10 years had always been this. In the eyes of these subjects, their city lord was invincible. 10 years in office, undefeated. So brave? Atop the giant tortoise's head, Ember stared blankly at the figure hurtling closer in the distance. He's getting fired up? Ember, too, felt a rare surge of fighting spirit. He stood up. Whoosh! Ember pushed off the ground slightly, his figure also soaring into the sky. A short while later, in the sky above the wasteland, two figures stood, one on the left and one on the right, 1,000 meters apart. Ember was sizing up John. John was also observing Ember. The eye of insight? Ember shook his head as soon as the thought crossed his mind. He'd come here primarily to gain practical experience, knowing all his opponent's abilities beforehand would be too unfair. He'd better increase the difficulty, that would make the training slightly more effective. Meanwhile, John's eyes narrowed slightly. John's eyes narrowed even more. John's eyes narrowed into slits. Damn it, how can I see through him completely? John remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, a storm was brewing. The key to his repeated victories over the past 10 years lay in his eye attribute. The eye attribute itself didn't possess combat power, but it could analyze a target's information, abilities, weaknesses, predict their actions, and even deduce their future. Visual analysis LV7, weakness detection LV6, true sight LV5, all-seeing eye LV3. All 7 abilities of the pupil attribute are observation and detection, but John used them all, but couldn't see any information at all. Even when he used his 7th tier pupil attribute ability, Fate's Insight, his soul jolted violently. His eyes stung with pain. Then, sweat? Damn, it's blood. John reached up, touching the blood gushing from the corner of his eye, bewildered. He only glanced at it. How did his eyes almost become useless? Not far away. Ember looked at John, also somewhat bewildered. Not your buddy? I didn't do anything. How come your eyes are bleeding so badly? A staged accident attribute? Ember raised an eyebrow. A 7th tier evolved being's perception is extremely sharp, even from 1,000 meters away. John heard Ember's words. He took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts. Although he didn't understand why his eye attribute abilities were collectively ineffective against this opponent. But it's not a big problem. He still has a second attribute, cards. Whoosh! John clasped his hands together. Hundreds upon hundreds of cards appeared around him. Card draw LV.7. Section 181. John shouted. Whoosh! Nearly 1,000 cards were neatly laid out before him. This was the only ability of the card attribute. Draw card LV7. Draw 7 cards from a randomly refreshed deck. Different cards have different one-time effects. Specifically includes attack card / defense card / healing card / trap card / field card / teleport card / rule cards. True sight LV5. He activated his pupil attribute ability. In an instant, the previously blurry cards gradually became clear in his eyes. He could cheat and see the effect of each card. Ha ha, John laughed. For the past 10 years, his opponents had been like that fool not far away, thinking he was performing a circus act, not even interrupting him when he activated his draw card ability. Then, you have no chance. John raised his hand, selecting the 7 strongest cards with the highest synergy from the thousands of cards before him. Logically speaking, drawing cards is completely random, purely based on luck. But his eye attribute ability made him like a cheater when drawing cards. Trap card, imprisonment. Attack card, sea of fire. Healing card, drizzle. Field card, swamp slowdown. Rule card, both sides in this area take 100% more damage. Defense card, reflect 30% of attacks. Teleport card, substitute puppet. In the blink of an eye, John completed all of this in an instant. He was like a card magician, throwing out card after card. Some were thrown at Ember, some at himself, and some even at the sky above their heads. Ember realized he was imprisoned. Crack! He used a bit of force, and the restraint shattered. John was stunned. Trap card, restraint. Effect, restrains enemies no more than 2 ranks higher than the user for 1 second. Whoosh! Ember noticed that a sea of fire had suddenly appeared around him. Buzz! Ember raised his hand, and a black hole appeared in his palm. The black hole instantly absorbed the sea of fire, as if it had never existed. John was bewildered. But soon, he realized he was too hasty in his bewilderment. The black hole in his opponent's hand slowly expanded. Whoosh! He gave it a gentle push. The black hole instantly appeared before him. Then, his cards, whether thrown into the air or hovering around him, buzz! They were all swallowed by the black hole. It actually works. Not far away, Yu-Jin watched this scene with slight surprise. Spatial black hole LV1. Active effect, disintegrates space within the area, creating a black hole that absorbs and annihilates all matter and energy within the area. He was just testing whether this guy's cards counted as matter and energy. Although Yu-Jin hadn't used his Eye of Insight yet, he understood this guy's abilities. Some skills might be powerful, some might have unique mechanics. But having everything is essentially having nothing. A spatial black hole isn't difficult to break, a sufficiently powerful energy impact can destroy it. The required energy isn't much, just a little more than what Ember used when he activated the black hole. Ember didn't use much force this time, maybe a tenth? Calculating by energy coefficient. 1.8 million asterisk 0.1 equals 180,000. Seems like I used too much. Ember scratched his head. But besides Ember's mistake, it was also related to John's abilities. He used attack, defense, and field traps average, but also mediocre. Boring. Ember shook his head, losing the desire to continue the sparring. With a thought, whoosh, the spatial black hole instantly expanded several times. John, along with his card, was swallowed up within it. Whoosh, Ember waved his hand, and the black hole vanished. You defeated and killed 7th tier Evolver Lord of Daluo City. The spoils of the strong activated. You gained one of his attributes. You awakened your 10th attribute card. Daluo City. A deathly silence fell. Ember descended from the sky, landing in front of the city lord's mansion. Not long after, nearly 1 million subjects suddenly shouted in unison, "Whoa, the invincible new city lord!" And before Ember's eyes, new text information appeared. You descended with divine might, conquering the level 4 Daluo Interstellar Refuge Fortress single-handedly with the body of an ant. Wasteland points plus 100 million. You gained resources, 40 tier 10 energy crystals. Section 182. A little late, but I still managed to finish the minimum 10,000 word update, lol. Chapter 111 Level 2 Civilization Celsa 9-year compulsory closed beta test. Dawn City. Core area. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation spread, and Eugen's figure appeared out of thin air. Whoosh. He tossed his hand, and the 10-meter-long bed was covered with crystals as dazzling as stars. Among them, 10th tier crystals, more than 50 in total. 11th tier crystals were fewer, only 1. Almost enough to break through to the 11th tier. Eugen murmured, sitting down on the bed. This trip was quite fruitful. Originally, he just wanted to meet Xiao Ming's new friend, but unexpectedly, he also encountered a 7th tier Great Luo City Lord. After a friendly exchange, the opponent was unfortunately defeated. And Eugen. Also, he obtained a full 40 energy crystals from Brother Tongzi in one go. The only thing that Eugen was dissatisfied with was, he had originally wanted to find a blue star player to temporarily serve as the acting lord of Daluo City, but he failed. A level 2 Dawn City couldn't take over a level 4 Daluo City as its subordinate city. Therefore, Daluo City and its 50 subordinate cities had to be separated first, and then Dawn City would have to go through the procedure to take them over one by one. I'll leave this matter to Yin Yao and the others later. Let Naya oversee things, so those remnants of Daluo City don't misjudge the situation. Eugen thought to himself, and sent a communication to Neil. Then, snap! Eugen started consuming crystals. There were still 2 days before the extraterrestrial enemy arrived. He planned to break through to the 11th rank before they descended on planet A3. 11th rank versus 9th rank, the advantage is mine. The star-studded depths of space. A sun silently hovered in its predetermined orbit. The sun had a strange appearance. Despite radiating boundless light and heat, it was almost entirely absorbed by the surrounding geometric rings. Above these geometric rings, countless cities and buildings could be seen. This is I-Type 2 civilization, Celsa. Unlike Earth, which hadn't even fully developed its planetary resources, Celsa, as a Type 2 civilization, possessed the technological level to fully absorb and utilize stellar energy. The geometric rings surrounding the sun, in the minds of Earth's scientists, were called Dyson rings. At this moment, Celsa, West 8th Ring region. Ula Eureka sat at his desk, gazing at the starry sky above through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. His purple eyes held a hint of bewilderment, yet also a faint glimmer of expectation. 9 years of compulsory internal testing, 4 years of university practical training. Finally, I'm about to be transported to the real Wasteland. Eureka clenched his fist, mentally encouraging himself. Unlike the humans of Earth who were forced to transmigrate to an alien wasteland, the Celsa aliens were instilled with Wasteland knowledge and received Wasteland-related education from a young age. And starting at age 7, they received helmets and underwent 9 years of compulsory internal testing. The internal testing took place on a wasteland planet teeming with low-level infected and mutated beasts. In the 9 years of compulsory internal testing, Eureka performed exceptionally well. He not only possessed dual attributes, but also raised all abilities from level 1 to 9 to the maximum level of LV9. Most importantly, he awakened a special talent. This allowed him to gain admission to the best university on Celsa Star. At university, he began studying the Wasteland system. After all, for the Celsa people, Wasteland planets were merely the lowest level training grounds, only useful for leveling up. They used helmets as a medium to randomly descend from one Wasteland planet to another, battling mutated beasts/infected creatures. The crystals within the mutated beasts/infected creatures could help them level up. Except for dropouts or professional gold farmers, most Celsa people could reach level 9 before crossing the Wasteland system at age 20. The difference lay in the level of contamination at level 9. Eureka, as a top student, had excellent control over his contamination level. Even at the peak of level 9, his contamination level was only 10%. This was because he was extremely selective in his use of crystals, never using energy crystals with a purity lower than 60%. Meanwhile, his dual attributes were both very strong, giving him a significant advantage over his peers in suppressing pollution levels. During his 4 years of university, Eureka spent all his time, besides studying the Wasteland galaxy, grinding for points. The crystals he obtained from hunting mutated beasts/infected beings could be sold in the Wasteland game to earn points. These points, officially called Wasteland points, could be traded. Originally just the currency of the Wasteland game, they were now also the universal currency of the Celsa civilization. Beep beep. A semi-transparent, illusory projection popped up before Eureka's eyes. Wasteland points, 10 billion. This was his accumulated wealth from 4 years of tireless grinding. The Celsa people could choose whether to travel to the Wasteland galaxy on their 20th birthday. Eureka's 20th birthday is in 2 days. Join the alliance of large corporations, or become a lone wolf wandering the planets. This is the choice every Celsa alien faces before transmigrating at age 20. After all, this isn't a closed beta test, it's a real transmigration. There's no rebirth after death, and no return to Celsa. Not everyone is willing to transmigrate, many would rather stay, giving up this one and only opportunity at age 20. But, not transmigrating means possibly dying tomorrow. Eureka looks up at the sky above the Western 8th region. There, a huge projection screen floats. No contaminant detected within the star system. For 20 years, the first thing Eureka does every morning is look at this projection screen. For 20 years, the text on the screen has remained unchanged. I hope it never changes. Eureka closes his eyes and makes a wish. Because, once pollution descends, it will be the end of the world, it will be annihilation. The Celsa civilization, no matter how much it resists, is destined to become history. This information arrived on Celsa along with the game Wasteland. No one knows where it came from, just as no one knows where Wasteland came from. Section 183. So, transmigration meant a glimmer of hope. Staying meant awaiting fate's judgment. Eureka chose to transmigrate, but his sister, Ula Aliyah, a month younger than him, decided to stay on Celsa from a very young age. The siblings had relied on each other since childhood, they had never met their parents. Because their parents had both chosen to transmigrate at the age of 20, leaving behind their genes beforehand. Both siblings were test tube babies, raised in incubation pods. Eureka had also left his genes a week ago, and the night before, he had obtained invaluable film and television resources from a classmate as supplementary material. Eureka shook his head, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts. He stared at his remaining points, lost in thought. After a long while, he made his decision. 10 billion points can only get you the lowest ranking position in the interstellar refuge fortresses of the large corporation alliance. But if I use it to buy a starship, I'll be its sole owner. Eureka was a young Celsa man with dreams. After making his decision, he didn't hesitate and put on the helmet on the table. Whoosh! Eureka appeared on a desolate wasteland planet. Welcome, player from the level 2 Celsa civilization, Ula Eureka. A crisp notification sound rang in Eureka's ears. Open the interstellar shop. He muttered to himself. The words fell. Whoosh! Before his eyes appeared a series of shop slots. For the Celsa people, although after transmigrating, they could no longer return to their planet and lost the chance of death and rebirth, but pre-purchase with real money was possible. The spending limit for individual players is 20 billion points. The company alliance's spending cap is rumored to be as high as 100 billion points. Miniature interstellar spaceship, codename S680. Eureka's voice was firm. Although the decision was made last, he had already chosen the spaceship model. This spaceship is small in size but fully equipped, possesses a certain level of combat capability, and is equipped with a warp drive, allowing for short-distance space jumps in emergencies. For a lone wolf interstellar player, this is the most cost-effective option. Beep, 10 billion Wasteland points deducted. Eureka exited the game and removed his helmet. The rules of the interstellar Wasteland are: earn source points to improve your ranking. A high enough ranking gives you a chance to gain recognition from higher dimensional civilizations, and it's even said you might save your own civilization from the calamity of contamination. There are 3 ways to acquire source points. 1. Kill tier 10 or higher interstellar mutants/infected beings. 2. Occupy unclaimed planets within the star system, or seize occupied planets. 3. Kill players from other civilizations to plunder a portion of their source point balance. Eureka reviewed the relevant knowledge she had learned during her 4 years of university. Traveling usually involves randomly spawning locations, unless you join a corporate alliance, in which case you'll be teleported to their affiliated interstellar refuge fortress at the start. But I purchased the S-680 miniature interstellar spaceship beforehand, so after I travel, I'll automatically spawn inside the spaceship, not on a random planet. I can pilot my spaceship, find a suitable planet to develop and level up. After reaching tier 10 or 11, I can then venture into space to find lone interstellar mutants/infected beings. Of course, the best start would be encountering players from a newly advanced Wasteland star system. Although they have very few source points, killing and plundering them can provide me with initial capital accumulation. Eureka recalled his experience during a closed beta test. That was 3 years ago. He refreshed on a desolate wasteland planet and encountered a group of players from a low-level civilization. Eureka was intrigued. He had heard that some people had encountered players from low-level civilizations on wasteland planets during closed beta tests, but the probability was extremely low as 1 in hundreds of millions or even billions. He had heard that such planets had the strange concept of refuge cities. At that time, Eureka was also discovered by that group of low-level civilization players. They mistook Eureka for an infected creature in the wild, charging at him with shouts. Then, Eureka easily slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people. That was his first large-scale massacre of life forms other than mutated beasts/infected creatures. Eureka thought he would feel some guilt, but no. He thought about it for a long time and finally understood only killing one's own kind evokes emotions. These life forms, although resembling Celsa aliens, were not his kind. From them, he obtained many crystals, which, although of low rank, could still be exchanged for a considerable amount of points. The next 3 months. On that planet, Eureka harvested a vast quantity of crystals, exchanging them for a substantial amount of points. What use do they have for these crystals? For advancement? Even if I go to the Wasteland system, I'll just be giving crystals and source points to others. I might as well make use of them and earn more points. Eureka felt even less guilty about his actions. He finally understood why the other Celsa aliens called those players insects of an inferior civilization. Humans feel nothing when they step on insects. After that, his college classmates, upon hearing this, displayed intense envy, jealousy, and resentment. What's the difference between encountering a planet full of such inferior insects and winning the lottery? Eureka, recalling this statement, couldn't help but nod in deep agreement once more. Yes, what's the difference between it and winning the lottery? Thinking this, he clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and made a wish. The Celsa aliens have had a tradition of making wishes to the stars since the dawn of civilization. The vast starry sky. Please let me, after I transmigrate, encounter a group of players from a lowly civilization as soon as possible. I need them to work diligently for me, to offer me crystals, to contribute source points. I need them to become the fuel for my conquest of the vast star system. Chapter 112 The Only Ninth Order Ember? Then kill him first. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Star Celsa. Eureka repeatedly checked, making sure he had made all the preparations before transmigrating. Beside him, his sister Aliyah was already crying her eyes out. No, brother. Section 184. She couldn't bear to part with Eureka, didn't want him to go to the dangerous Wasteland star system. Not long ago, her best friend had chosen to travel through time, and the result, she died there in just 1 month. Although the Celsa civilization had focused on the Wasteland game for the past 1,000 years, its technological development hadn't completely fallen behind, especially life science. This gave Celsa the quantum technology to detect the survival or death of living beings across countless light years. It's okay, Arya. Maybe I'll be among the top 10,000 in the star system, chosen by a higher dimensional civilization. That way, I'll still have a chance to return to Celsa, just like the pioneer 2,000 years ago who brought us information and knowledge about the Wasteland star system and unlocked the early access privilege. Eureka's smile was full of confidence. His talent was immense. Everyone said so. He also believed he would become a shining protagonist in the vast Wasteland star system. But Aliyah wiped away her tears, lowered her head, and sobbed softly. That pioneer was only projected onto Celsa. He didn't really come back. Eureka smiled and ruffled Aliyah's hair. That's because his ranking wasn't high enough. Don't worry, Aliyah. I will. Wait for me on Celsa, wait for me to become the next pioneer. Buzz. Eureka's words fell. The helmet on the table began to vibrate. This was the helmet detecting the change in Eureka's 20 years old. Now was the time to make a choice. Wear the helmet, and you would travel through time. Don't wear the helmet, and you would remain on Celsa, with no second chance to travel through time for the rest of your life. Aliyah, wait for me. Eureka gave his sister a tight hug. Then, he turned and put on the helmet. Welcome, player Ula Eureka from the Level 2 Celsa civilization. You have chosen to travel. You will travel to the Drake 3 Wasteland system, a 3 Wasteland planet, a 3-16 area. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation spread. Eureka's figure appeared out of thin air. Ha! Eureka, who had just traveled, looked at the scene before him, completely bewildered. As far as the eye could see, yellow sand filled the sky, a desolate wasteland. Where's my starship? Where's my S680 miniature starship that I bought with 10 billion points? Eureka's eyes widened, his mentality nearly exploding. Where did this come from? Only lone wolf, poor, players who haven't bought a starship would be randomly assigned to a planet within a star system after traveling. Only a small fraction of those planets could be considered safe, the vast majority were extremely dangerous. They were either rife with pollution, the level of contamination increasing dramatically the moment one approached them, or they were infested by powerful interstellar mutants/infected beings. Thinking this, Eureka quickly surveyed his surroundings. Then, he froze. A fourth-tier mutant? Eureka stared blankly at the mutated gray wolf lying trembling on the ground 10 meters away, too afraid to move. Aren't the mutated beasts in the Wasteland galaxy at least tier 7? Eureka questioned his existence. But soon, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome, player Ula Eureka from the tier 2 Celsa civilization. You have logged into the game Wasteland, server A3 Wasteland planet under the Drake 3 Wasteland galaxy. Eureka was completely bewildered. A 3 Wasteland planet? Wasteland planet? Isn't that the newbie training camp? He was supposed to be going to the Drake 3 Wasteland galaxy. Eureka couldn't laugh. But soon, after understanding the rest of the mechanical voice in his mind, he laughed. You, as a special player, have been deployed here by the Star System server. A suspected bug-like player has appeared on this planet's server. You have received a special mission, assist in the investigation. Mission deadline, 172 days, before your next promotion. Mission reward, 50 billion Wasteland points. Mission description, you need to find the suspected bug-like player and eliminate them. Mission hints, none. Although, there were no mission hints. But, 50 billion points. That's enough to buy a medium-sized starship, or a miniature interstellar refuge fortress. Eureka was excited. He never expected such a good thing to happen to him. A bug-like player? A bug in the Wasteland game? Eureka didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. In his eyes, and in the eyes of countless Celsa aliens, the Wasteland game was a game created by an extremely terrifying civilization. Its essence might be to filter civilizations, or perhaps to save them. After all, without Wasteland, all Celsa could do was pray that the pollution would never come. Eureka shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. How many 9th-tier evolved beings are there on this planet? Section 185. 100? Eureka asked inwardly. He wasn't blinded by surprise, but cautiously sought more information. On this planet's server. Number of 9th-tier evolvers, 1. Number of 8th-tier evolvers, 291. The rules of Planet A3 were thoughtful, listing the number of players at all levels. But Eureka had lost interest in listening further. 1. Just one 9th-tier? He expressed shock. The planet he had descended upon 3 years ago, the one he had slaughtered. While 9th-tier evolvers were few, there were at least 10 or so. 1 9th-tier? Too weak. This is an insult to my abilities. Eureka shook his head, the initial caution in his heart instantly vanishing. Do you have information on the 9th-tier players? Eureka asked inwardly. Name, Ember. Homeworld, Blue Star. Rank, 9th tier. Region, A308. Identity, Lord of Dawn City. The rules of Planet A3 quickly provided the information. This information was also recorded on the A3 planet server rankings. Ember. Eureka muttered the name, finding it a bit awkward. Whoosh. He had a thought and wanted to bring up the map. Nothing? Is your server that bad? It doesn't even have a map function? Eureka was speechless. Forget it, let's find a nearby refuge city and get some information. Ideally, I could find a rough regional map so I'd know where A308 is. Although he had only just transmigrated and just received the mission, Eureka already had a rough plan in mind. Catch the leader first, shoot the first bird to stick its head out. He suspected that so-called bug-type player was very likely Ember. Even if it wasn't him, Eureka could still kill him and then subdue his forces. The Wasteland planets were vast. Even as a 9th-tier evolver, searching every corner of the planet within 172 days was impossible. The lack of any mission prompts made the search for bug-type players' mission as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. So, just kill them all. Eureka muttered, slightly pushing off with his feet. Boom! His figure soared into the sky. The terrifying aura of a 9th-tier evolver swept across 100 miles. On the Wasteland. Thousands upon thousands of mutated infected beasts lay prostrate on the ground in fear, afraid to move. Ha ha, Eureka laughed. To him, this planet was a complete beginner's village, utterly effortless, a total annihilation. Eureka in the sky noticed the faint outline of a city appearing at the edge of his vision. A refuge city? Eureka realized. None of the Wasteland planets he had visited before had refuge cities. Refuge cities only existed on these Wasteland planets teeming with low-level civilization bugs. His experience 3 years ago had given him some understanding of refuge cities. Refuge cities could be upgraded from level 0 to 9, and these low-level bugs advanced into the Wasteland star system in units of refuge cities. It's worth mentioning, after advancing to the Wasteland system, the refuge city can continue to upgrade its level. When the refuge city reaches level 10, it will automatically evolve into a miniature interstellar refuge fortress. A bunch of vermin, what right do they have to possess an interstellar refuge fortress? Thinking this, Eureka felt annoyed again. His reward of 50 billion points for this special mission was barely enough to buy one miniature interstellar refuge fortress. The Celsa aliens' dislike for lower-level civilization players largely stemmed from this. Whoosh! Eureka, his face grim, flew towards the distant refuge city. Alpha City. Outside the city gates, refugees lined up, preparing to enter the city. More than 7 days had passed since the Blue Star players arrived here, but the number of refugees in the Wasteland had not decreased. Outer city streets. Inside a wooden house with a bookstore sign, Wu Yufei, who was writing at his desk, suddenly looked up towards the city gate. His eyes were sharper than ever before. The aura of knowledge? This aura, vast as an abyss, containing countless previously unseen pieces of knowledge. Yufei's left hand, gripping the pen, tightened slightly. Various symbols began to flash in his eyes. Snap! The pen broke. Almost simultaneously. Boom! Rumble! A deafening roar echoed outside Alpha City. The massive city gate shattered. Along with it, hundreds upon hundreds of refugees outside the city gate also perished. Who? A furious shout rang out from inside the city lord's mansion. Section 186. The 6th-tier Alpha City Lord roared out. These refugees were Alpha City's precious resources. Now, someone dared to destroy his resources right before his eyes. Whoosh! The 6th-tier City Lord soared into the air. Thud! The 6th-tier City Lord crashed to the ground. You! The Alpha City Lord's face was filled with horror. His earthen armor, covering his entire body, was riddled with cracks. And the other party hadn't even used any elemental abilities, merely delivering a casual slap. With his last ounce of strength, the Alpha City Lord tilted his head back, looking at the figure with one foot planted on his chest. Thud! The Alpha City Lord didn't even have time to see his face clearly. Eureka slightly increased the pressure on his foot. A 6th-tier City Lord was trampled alive, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 113 11th Tier. Qualitative Change. Attribute Ability Awakening. Alpha City. The sudden death of the 6th-tier City Lord caused chaos among hundreds of thousands of people in the city. But Eureka didn't rush into a massacre. Stomping on vermin brought him no pleasure, especially the remaining vermin who weren't even 6th tier. Whoosh! Eureka's figure flashed. He appeared in front of a wooden house with a bookstore sign. You should have a map here? Eureka narrowed his eyes, looking at the young man hunched over the table in front of him. This young man was the only one in the entire city who hadn't panicked after he killed the 6th-tier City Lord. Clearly, this was an interesting vermin. Yes. Wu Yufei took a light breath, slowly stood up, and walked to the bookshelf deep inside the wooden house, beginning to search. Interesting. Eureka stared at Yufei, a smile playing on his lips. He could tell that this young man was only at the 4th rank. 4th rank, an incredibly weak level. Yet, surprisingly, the other party didn't seem afraid of him, or rather, didn't show the fear that others should have. The map you wanted. A short while later, Yufei placed a map on the table. Eureka shifted his gaze from Yufei and looked down at the map. A map of Area A316? The map seemed newly made, the handwriting was very fresh. A316, A308, they shouldn't be far apart. That's good news. Eureka stroked his chin, a satisfied look on his face. He looked up at Yufei. Aren't you afraid of me? Eureka asked directly. Afraid, or not afraid? It doesn't matter. Yufei answered calmly. Haha, interesting. You're more interesting than that 6th-tier low-level bug. Eureka laughed and turned to leave. Give me a map to Area A308 within a day. Otherwise, everyone in this city will die. Eureka walked towards the city lord's mansion, speaking slowly and in the most indifferent tone, uttering the most cruel threat. But the words had barely left his lips. Boom! Rumble! The ground of Alpha City suddenly trembled violently. Eureka's steps faltered in midair. Whoosh! He soared into the sky, looking around. An earthquake? No, it's a planetary tremor. Meanwhile, the cold, mechanical notification sounded in his mind again. A 3-planets rules detected abnormal fluctuations. This fluctuation does not conform to the content of this planet's server program. Searching. Search unsuccessful. Player Eureka, please expedite the investigation. Player Eureka, please find and eliminate the suspected bug-type player as soon as possible. After transmigrating to planet A3, Eureka's face showed seriousness and solemnity for the first time. Bug-type player? He murmured to himself, a peculiar thought rising in his mind. On the other side, Alpha City, wooden bookstore. After being threatened by Eureka, Wu Yufi's face showed no emotion. He was unconcerned about the man-made earthquake beneath his feet. This was knowledge he had already analyzed and recorded. What he cared about was Eureka's earlier remark. You're more interesting than that 6th-tier low-level bug. After a long pause, he picked up the broken charcoal pencil from the ground. He picked up the pencil and wrote on the paper. Speculation on the game mechanics of Wasteland. Low-level bug? High-level player? Section 187. A 308 area. Dawn City. Deepest part of the City Lord's mansion. Snap. 2 days have passed. Ember is still consuming crystals. The difference is, this time, he's consuming the last crystal. And also the only one, the 11th tier energy crystal. You have used the 11th tier energy crystal. Energy surplus, automatic advancement. Your rank has increased. You have become an 11th tier evolver. You have broken through to the 11th tier, causing fluctuations in the rules of Planet A3. The rules of Planet A3 are carefully searching every corner for loopholes. During this period, the entire planet will pulsate for you. Breaking through to the 10th tier requires a level 1 refuge city plus system cover. Breaking through to the 11th rank requires a level 2 refuge city plus system cover. Dawn City is currently at level 2, just enough. Whoosh! Ember opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, as if electrified. From rank 10 to rank 11, his stats experienced a truly terrifying surge. Ember. Rank, 11th. Life coefficient, 5 million. Energy coefficient, 5 million. Attack coefficient, 5 million. Defense coefficient, 5 million. Contamination coefficient, 0%. Overall coefficient, 5 million. Exactly 5 million for each stat. This is precisely the standard threshold for the 11th rank. It's significantly higher than the 3 or 4 million that Yujin had previously predicted. This value has already brought Yujin's strength to an unbelievable level. You should know that. Naya, at the limit of the 8th rank, only has a value of 99,000. A 9th rank limit evolver's value is at most 999,000. But Yujin? Even with the excess beyond the 9th rank suppressed by 50%, his value is still outrageous. 100 plus 400 asterisk 50% equals 3 million. 3 million makes Yujin truly feel like he can destroy Planet A3. Besides the explosive increase in value, more importantly, ability awakening? Yujin's eyes showed surprise. A few days ago, when he broke through to the 10th rank, he didn't comprehend 10th rank XX attribute ability. Aside from the increase in value, there was no change at all from the 9th to the 10th rank. This initially disappointed Yujin. But now, breaking through to the 11th tier, a change has occurred. You have broken through to the 11th tier. Your Tier 1 attribute ability will unlock Ability Awakening upon reaching level 9. Ability Awakening. Your ability gains additional awakening effects on top of its original state. Awakening effects? Yujin's heart stirred. Whoosh! His personal panel appeared. The panel listed the specific information for various abilities. Tier 1 Light Attribute Ability Laser LV9. Passive effect: the body can absorb sunlight or artificial light and convert it into energy. Active effect: you can release high energy beams. Awakening effect: the beam deals additional percentage true damage. True damage ignores all opponent's defenses, dealing damage equal to your energy coefficient. Current percentage, 10%. Tier 1 Spatial Attribute Ability Flash LV9. Active effect: ignores obstacles, teleports a certain distance. Max level effect: no cooldown, reduced energy consumption. Awakening effect: upgrades to teleportation LV9. Current teleportation range: 1/4 of the planet's area. Hint: teleportation requires specifying coordinates. Tier 1 Proliferation Attribute Ability Cell Regeneration LV9. Passive effect: wound healing speed increased by 1000%. Active effect: consumes energy to accelerate regeneration of a specified body part. Max level effect: no need to specify a body part, automatically regenerates when injured. Awakening effect energy consumption reduced by 99%. Tier 1 boulder attribute ability, stone LV9. Active effect, summon stones, inflicting physical damage on enemies. Max level effect, stones grow larger, adding a crushing effect. Awakening effect, stone density increased by 100 times. After reading the lines of information, Yujin was somewhat dazed. Damn, it seems I can instantly kill my old self again. Without a doubt. From rank 10 to rank 11, Ember's abilities have undergone a true qualitative leap. The words had barely left his lips. A new line of text appeared on the system panel. A3 planet rule fluctuation detected. Decoding in progress. Decoding successful. Section 188. Level 2 civilization deployed to planet A3. Locking deployment coordinates. They've arrived. They arrived right after the breakthrough? Yujin narrowed his eyes slightly. He was itching to punch them. He really wanted to find a punching bag. Locking successfully. Coordinates A3-16-535, 679. Looking at the coordinates, Yujin raised an eyebrow. This location, near Alpha City? The area where Yufei is located? Before the transmigration, Yufei had given Yujin the coordinates. Although it was unclear whether Yufei would leave Alpha City and go to other refuge cities after transmigrating to the Wasteland. However, in just 8 days, Yufei most likely wouldn't have left the A316 area. More likely, Yufei was still in Alpha City at this moment. If I haven't broken through to the 11th rank and haven't awakened my abilities, I really won't be able to get from region A308 to region A316 anytime soon. But now, teleport. Ember stared at the coordinates given by the system, his mind racing. Buzz. A series of spatial fluctuations spread out. Teleportation is different from flashing. It doesn't happen instantly but requires a certain amount of time to build up. 5 minutes later. Buzz. Ember's figure vanished. Alpha City. The tremors of the earth didn't last a whole day like the first time. Instead, they subsided after only 3 minutes. Eureka descended from the sky and arrived at the city lord's mansion. This high-level player from the level 2 Celsa civilization, a 9th rank evolver, sat imposingly on the city lord's throne. He propped his head up, his posture languid, but his eyes flickered uncertainly. A bugged player? A bug in the Wasteland game? Someone so capable of alarming the entire Wasteland planet server that they were even sent here to assist in the investigation, offering a reward of 50 billion points? Eureka originally intended to kill everyone, including that bugged player. But now, after witnessing the pulse of A3 planet firsthand, he changed his mind. Clearly, A3 planet and even the entire star system server itself cannot directly punish bugged players. For example, killing them, demoting them, expelling them. In short, they can't directly punish them. That's why they had no choice but to send me here to assist in the investigation. Eureka stroked his chin. He had an extremely audacious idea. So-called bug-type players are most likely those who discovered a hidden bug in the Wasteland game. They use this bug to quickly level up or gain extra points. In short, they gain benefits. Then, Eureka thought of the vast Wasteland star system he was destined for. Although before his transmigration, he confidently told his sister, Arya, that he would become the next pioneer. But in reality, those were just words to comfort her. Pioneer, how easy is that? The Wasteland star system is vast and boundless, with countless players. Hundreds of millions? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Countless players compete for a single ranking of 10,000. Among them, there are also many powerful forces. At least, as far as Eureka knew, the corporate alliances on Star Celsa controlled numerous super-large refuge fortresses. They commanded countless high-level evolved beings of the teens and 20s. Even, the leaders of those major powers had already reached the highest level, the 19th tier. How could a lone wolf player like himself compete with them for rankings? A bug. Perhaps, it can be used to my advantage. A greedy smile appeared on Eureka's face. However, this smile had barely formed when it suddenly froze. Boom! Southwest of Alpha City. Approximately 200 kilometers away. A terrifying aura appeared out of nowhere. And the owner of that aura was hurtling towards Alpha City. Requesting monthly votes. There will be a bonus chapter for monthly votes at 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 114, The Allure of 3 Million Values. Instant kill. Alpha City, City Lord's Mansion. Eureka gazed into the distance, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Whoosh! He abruptly stood up. Boom! Within Eureka's body, the attribute energy at the peak of the 9th tier surged uncontrollably. The aura that had suddenly appeared in the distance made him feel an extremely intense threat. Even, deep within his soul, a faint tremor emanated. How is this possible? Eureka looked bewildered. There are still vermin on this planet who can threaten me? In the blink of an eye, It was only a thought from Eureka. Boom! A blazing sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Alpha City. It was a figure radiating endless, dazzling light. He stood there silently. Section 189. Even Eureka couldn't make out his face. But Eureka could feel his indifferent, downcast gaze. Damn it! Eureka was enraged. Although he didn't know where this guy had come from. But what right did this mere vermin from a lowly civilization have to look down on him like that? Whoosh! Eureka soared into the air. Thud! Eureka was sent flying backward. No one saw what happened. Rumble! Eureka crashed like a meteor outside Alpha City. The earth within a radius of dozens of miles shook violently. Alpha City. Hundreds of thousands of refugees stared in stunned silence at this scene, even though they didn't know Eureka's name. But that guy just crushed their invincible 6th-tier city lord with a single stomp. But now, in just one exchange, a guy even more terrifying than Eureka has arrived. Wooden bookstore. Wu Yufi's gaze was fixed on the figure shrouded in lightning in the sky. Another high-level player? A moment ago, the information Yufi recorded about the high-level player was recognized by knowledge. But why? This figure seems familiar. Not dead? Above the sky, Ember looked down at the earth, his eyes filled with surprise. At this moment, outside Alpha City, a giant crater, over 1,000 meters in diameter, had been smashed into the earth. Eureka lay in the center of the crater. Ugh! His chest caved in, and blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Eureka's face was deathly pale, filled with horror. Just now, it was just a single palm strike, a casual slap. He was almost blown to pieces, blown into a cloud of blood mist. If he hadn't mobilized all the elemental energy in his body to defend himself at the crucial moment, he would already be a corpse. Clearly, his opponent's attribute was related to physical strength, and unfortunately, Eureka wasn't good at this. In short, he was careless in that clash. Cough! Eureka struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Starlight surged across his body. Ember watched this scene, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh, a true healer superhero? Eye of Insight LV9 activated. At max level, Eye of Insight can view information about any life form not higher than Ember's own rank. Even though Eureka comes from an advanced civilization, his rank is still only 9th, lower than Ember's. Eureka. Civilization, Level 2. Homeworld, Celsa. Rank, 9th. Attributes, Stellar, Healing. Talent, Energy Immunity, 60%. Abilities, Stellar Power LV9, Stellar Radiance LV9, Stellar Projection LV9, Healing LV9, Recovery LV9. It goes without saying. Eureka's information panel is the most luxurious Ember has ever seen. Although Ember currently has many attributes, apart from rank 1, 2, and 3 abilities, all other abilities, especially the high rank 7, 8, and 9 abilities, are all uniformly LV1. Compared to himself, Eureka was clearly more like a max-level character. But unfortunately, numbers are the only true measure of success. After activating his numerical attribute, Ember saw Eureka's stats clearly. 9th tier limit, all 999,999. 10th tier standard is 1 million, and this guy's 999,000 is practically indistinguishable from 10th tier. No wonder he could withstand my slap just now. But his talent seems pretty powerful. Energy immunity? Sounds a lot like magic immunity? Ember muttered to himself, giving Eureka time to recover. Having finally encountered an extraterrestrial enemy, Ember decided to play a few more rounds with him to hone his combat skills. In the center of the giant crater, Eureka recovered quickly, but his face was almost completely distorted. That damn bug. Giving me time to recover is an insult. Eureka clenched his fists. Whoosh! He soared into the air. This time, he didn't rush to attack, but instead faced Ember from a distance. Who are you? Eureka asked. Me. Section 190. I'm a lowly, insignificant insect of a primitive civilization. Ember grinned, revealing his teeth. You! Eureka was furious. He was now absolutely certain that the other party was blatantly humiliating him. You are Ember, the only 9th tier evolver on this planet, Ember. Is that so? Eureka was furious, but not stupid. He could sense the aura emanating from Ember, an aura far stronger than his own. 9th tier limit? No. Eureka even felt that the other party had already broken through the 9th tier, reaching the 10th tier. A bug-like player? That's it, definitely this guy. Eureka made the judgment almost instantly. Then, boom, Eureka clasped his hands together. 10th tier, so what? That attack just now caught him completely off guard. This time, he wouldn't be careless again. Oh vast starry sky, give your child the power of endless starlight. Eureka's prayer ended. Whoosh! His aura began to surge at a visible speed. At the same time, although it was still daytime, stars faintly twinkled in the sky. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. Eureka formed hand seals, his movements so fast they left after images. In an instant, a massive star projection, 1,000 meters in size, appeared out of thin air above Yujin's head. Aha! Another preemptive strike? Yujin recalled the great Luo city lord not long ago, who had also pulled off a flashy maneuver, only to be outmaneuvered by him. Yujin raised his hand. Whoosh! Laser LV-9. Boom! The star projection shattered instantly before it even landed. Eureka's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. This was his 9th tier ability, Star Projection LV.9, activated after applying a full 3-star blessing buff. It was his strongest attack. Gone? Just gone? Eureka was terrified, but even more furious was the guy opposite him. After casually annihilating his strongest attack with a laser, even showed a hint of regret and unsatisfaction. Eureka wanted to say something, but the next second, whoosh, a laser beam hurtled towards him. This laser, Eureka's hair stood on end. Only when facing this laser directly could he feel how terrifying it was. It didn't seem to possess any particularly complex attribute rules, it was just the most ordinary, commonplace laser beam, like the 1st and 2nd tier abilities of those elemental attribute evolvers. But alas, the energy contained within this laser was vast and unfathomable. A powerful attack. This is definitely his strongest 9th tier ultimate move. He can't possibly use such a powerful attack continuously. As long as we can block this attack. Eureka, with his extremely rich combat experience, instantly assessed the situation and activated his special talent. Talent Energy Immunity. Effect: immune to a certain percentage of energy attacks. Current percentage: 60%. This was his special talent, and also his strongest trump card. Even in the level 2 civilization of Celsa, only a very few could awaken a special talent. Not to mention, it's an incredibly powerful damage immunity talent like energy immunity. Whoosh! The laser struck Eureka. Eureka's body, however, became somewhat ethereal in an instant. It really is magic immune. Ember was somewhat surprised. His laser beam had already used 2 million units of energy, but it hadn't broken Eureka's defenses. Ha ha! Eureka laughed. He looked at the embers, his tense nerves finally relaxing. With magic immunity activated, who could stand against him? Although this laser beam possessed an unbelievable amount of energy, it was ultimately blocked by his 60% magic immunity. Ability Awakening. Ember stared at Eureka, his expression strange, and uttered 4 words. Ability Awakening? Eureka was stunned upon hearing this. He knew about Ability Awakening. Starting at rank 11 and continuing up to rank 19, with each rank advancement, the corresponding attribute level ability would gain an awakening effect. Wait! Eureka's eyes widened. Sizzle! He looked down and found that half of his body was slowly melting in the laser beam. Rank 11? You're actually rank 11? Wait! Only rank 11 abilities that gain Ability Awakening are rank 1. Rank 1 Attribute Ability? Eureka looked up blankly. Section 191. He had always thought this laser was the opponent's ultimate trump card, a 9th tier ability. Crack! Ember raised his hand. Besides the laser, he also unleashed a bolt of lightning. The lightning struck slightly off-center. Between Eureka's legs, a pungent smell of burning flesh emanated. Ah! Eureka let out a piercing scream. He poured all his strength into activating his healing attribute, constantly trying to recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Ember fired a laser from his left hand. Crack! Ember summoned lightning with his right hand. Left hand, right hand, a slow-motion sequence. Left hand, right hand, slow-motion replay. Only a few rounds had passed, not even the length of a song. Eureka's healing energy was completely exhausted. His body was melted by the laser and pierced by the lightning. He was like a broken rag doll, kicked around by beams of light and lightning in the sky. From beginning to end, he was using his special talent of 60% energy immunity. But it was useless. Faced with Ember's terrifying 3 million power, the heaven-defying buff of 60% magic immunity seemed utterly pale and powerless. Thump! Ember stopped. And Eureka, like a fly swatted dead, crashed heavily to the ground. Dust billowed up, swirling everywhere. Sigh. I thought it would be a thrilling final battle, but like Cao Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden, or Zhenji pulling up vegetables. Ember sighed. His wings unfurled, and he slowly descended from the sky. Eureka, though no longer human, still had a breath left. Ember prepared to ask him some questions. Ember was quite interested in the so-called advanced civilization and the Wasteland star system that was to be promoted in the future. However, Ember hadn't even landed yet. You defeated and killed 9th tier evolver Ula Eureka. Land of the Strong activated. You obtained one of his resources. You obtained S680 Miniature Starship *1. Chapter 115. You become a pioneer of Blue Star Civilization. S680 Spaceship? Ember listened to the prompt given by the Land of the Strong ability, looked down at the dying Eureka on the ground below, and stroked his chin. This Eureka is a bit weak. But he's a pretty nice person. He came all this way just to deliver a starship? Thud. Ember landed, dispersing the light wings behind him. Although Eureka seemed like a good guy, Ember still planned to interrogate him thoroughly. Information about advanced civilizations and the rules of the galactic wasteland were crucial. Ember didn't want to repeat his mistake from when he landed on planet A3 from Blue Star max level but clueless about the game's rules. However, Ember hadn't anticipated this. Before he could even speak, Eureka struggled, a sinister smile spreading across his face. You, this lowly bug, don't even think about getting any information from me. Eureka knew he was doomed, utterly doomed. This bug-like player named Ember was a complete cheater. The highest level cap on planet A3 was only 9, but he was 11. Even more infuriating was, while Eureka was being tossed around by lasers and lightning, he frantically tried to communicate with the A3 planet rules, reporting Ember, this bug-like player. The result, after strict evaluation, player Ember's game behavior conforms to the rules. Not a suspected bug-like player. Please continue the investigation. The A3 planet rules response made Eureka utterly devastated. Conforms to the game rules? He's already at level 11. This is what they call conforming to the game rules. The final phrase, please continue the investigation, made Eureka's mentality explode. Investigate? He's about to be killed, and they still want to continue the investigation? Help me. Eureka desperately pleaded for help. The A3 planet rules ignored him. So, Eureka was utterly desperate. He knew he would die today at the hands of this lowly bug named Ember. A dying man's tongue is hard to swallow. Eureka saw through Ember's attempt to gather information. In his final moments, he chose to uphold his dignity as a player of a higher civilization. You can defeat me, you can kill me, but don't even think about making me submit to a lowly bug like you. Eureka uttered his toughest words in his most pitiful state. 6. Ember gave him a thumbs up, preparing to cast a powerful memory-restoring spell. But, old you, hiss, is that really you? Not far away. A familiar voice came. Ember looked up and saw none other than his former college roommate, Wu Yufei. At this moment, Eureka were not far from the gates of Alpha City. The recent Ninth Order battle has left hundreds of thousands of refugees in Alpha City both shocked and terrified. Section 192. Only Yufei dared to venture out of the city gates and arrive here. Yufei. Haha, long time no see. Yu Jin temporarily abandoned Eureka and walked up to Yufei. As usual, the two instinctively reached out and bumped fists. Yu Jin looked at Yufei, his eye of insight revealing. This brother, once passionate about postgraduate entrance exams, was now a fourth-tier evolver. Yufei was also looking at Yu Jin. His knowledge attribute transmitted information. This brother, once passionate about environmental protection, was now even more terrifying than the high-level player lying on the ground. Ninth tier? Yufei was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. More or less. Yu Jin nodded with a smile. Eureka, lying on the ground, heard the word more or less, and her face flushed red with anger. Pfft! Eureka coughed up blood again. This time, the pale purple blood he vomited was mixed with fragments of internal organs. Bang! Bang bang! A series of crisp collision sounds echoed from the ground. Yufei knelt before Eureka, holding a steel shovel and frantically chiseling at Eureka's head. Are you sure you don't need my help? Yu Jin, seeing Yufei struggling, couldn't help but ask again. No, I can do it. His brain is full of knowledge, I must extract and analyze it myself. If you help, you might lose some knowledge. Yufei said, swinging the steel shovel again. This steel shovel was created by Yu Jin using his first-tier metal ability to condense metal elements. Otherwise, with Yufei's physical strength as a fourth-tier evolved being, even though Eureka was now completely incapacitated, his ninth-tier physique would still be difficult for Yufei to break through. Time slowly passed. Bang! Yufei's persistence finally paid off. This chisel smashed open half of Eureka's skull. Ugh! Eureka, who had been completely unconscious, let out a scream. Whoosh! Ember fired a laser at him. Eureka fainted again. Knowledge. On the other side, Yufei's appearance was somewhat terrifying. He used his bare hands to dig out Eureka's entire purple brain and carefully held it up. Vast knowledge. Yufei's appearance made even Ember feel uneasy. Buzz. The next moment, numerous written symbols emanated from Yufei's body. These symbols coalesced into a stream of energy, surging towards the purple brain he held in his palm. A sizzling sound, like burning, echoed continuously. How much time passed was unknown. The purple brain vanished, and Yu Fei lost consciousness, falling into a coma. Yu Jin, still worried, used his eye of insight to check on the situation. Wu Yu Fei. Homeworld, blue star. Rank, 4th rank, rapidly increasing. Attribute, knowledge. Abilities, memory inheritance LV2, knowledge imprint LV2, knowledge verification LV3, structural torrent LV1. Evaluation, he fell into a coma due to the structural absorption of a large amount of Eureka's knowledge and memories in a short period of time. After digesting this knowledge, his rank and abilities will rapidly increase. After confirming that Yu Fei was alright, Yu Jin felt relieved. He turned to look at Eureka, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Goodbye. You were a good person. Ember raised his hand. Whoosh, laser level 9. Eureka was completely melted into nothingness. But the next second, Ember, who was about to carry Yu Fei back to Alpha City, froze in place. You, with your ant-like body, painstakingly suppressed Eureka, a Tier 2 Celsa civilization evolver. Civilization source points plus 100. You gained resources, Tier 12 Energy Crystal *1. You gained resources, the legacy left behind by an 11th tier powerhouse. Evaluation, after activation, there is a chance to obtain the resources, abilities, attributes, memories, of an 11th tier powerhouse, but there is also a chance to obtain nothing. Hint, can only be activated after reaching 11th tier. A reward? A system reward? Ember was extremely surprised. Previously, the system only rewarded him for killing mutated beasts and infected beings. Killing evolved beings, like the Lord of Light City or the Lord of Great Luo City, the system always remained silent. Yu Jin had originally guessed that, in the system's view, fighting against mutated beasts and infected beings the righteous path wasn't encouraging the act of killing evolved beings, a form of fratricide. On the contrary, protecting evolved beings, like high-level evolved beings like Naya, earned extremely generous rewards from the system. But now, Yu Jin stared at the text information on the system panel, lost in thought. His focus wasn't on the 11th tier legacy blind box, but rather, level 2 Celsa civilization? Civilization origin point. Yu Jin understood the former, but the latter. Yu Jin mentally inquired of the system. Searching. Search complete. Civilization origin point, an important item that can be used to enhance your civilization's privileges in the Wasteland game. What exactly does game privileges mean? Yu Jin continued to press. Searching. Section 193. Search complete. Your current rank is too low to view relevant information. After that, no matter how much Ember pressed for answers, the system didn't provide any further details. But, a short while later, beep beep, a cold, mechanical notification suddenly rang in Ember's mind. This was a notification from the game Wasteland. Hello, player Ember from the level I Civilization Blue Star. Detected that you have obtained 100 civilization source points. You are the first player on the level I Civilization Blue Star to obtain civilization source points. You have received a reward from the game Wasteland. You have obtained resources, Beta Helmet *10. You have obtained the title, Pioneer of Blue Star Civilization. Title effect, after accumulating 10,000 civilization source points, the civilization permission function can be unlocked ahead of schedule. Please continue to acquire more civilization source points and lead your Blue Star civilization further in the Wasteland game. Alpha City. The City Lord's Mansion. Ember sat on the City Lord's throne, frowning in thought. He hadn't expected that simply killing a player from a higher civilization would cause so many repercussions. System rewards, Wasteland game rewards, civilization source points, Beta Helmet, Blue Star Civilization Pioneer title, civilization permission. Compared to these, the S-680 miniature interstellar spaceship sent by Eureka seemed like a bonus. Since crossing the Wasteland, more than 8 days, Ember's understanding and perception of the Wasteland game had undergone many reversals. Initially, he thought it was a post-apocalyptic survival game. Later, he thought it was a Lord battle game. Now, Ember realized that this game seemed to be based on civilizations. But, was it really only based on civilizations? Ember thought of Eureka, who came from the level 2 civilization of Celsa, and his own Blue Star was only a level I civilization. Then, are there level 3, level 4, level V, level 6 civilizations? What kind of existence was the Wasteland game to them? Were they the game's masterminds, or, like Blue Star and Celsa, merely participants in the game? For a moment, Ember's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. Time slowly passed. Outside Alpha City, the sky gradually darkened. At the edge of the Wasteland, the sun was about to set. Before Ember, Yu Fei, who had been reclining in a chair, slowly woke up. He rubbed his eyes and then vigorously tapped his head. Clearly, in such a short time, he hadn't had time to fully digest the knowledge from Eureka. Old Yu? Yu Fei turned his head and saw Yu Jin sitting in the city lord's seat, visibly startled. After a long while, he finally gradually came to his senses, remembering what had happened earlier. Then, he lowered his head, falling silent, seemingly pondering, organizing his thoughts. Another long while passed. Yu Fei finally raised his head and looked at Yu Jin. He took a deep breath, then uttered two sentences that Yu Jin never expected. Pollution, unstoppable. Blue star, destined for destruction. Chapter 116. You obtain 12th tier Interstellar War Commander Carol. Alpha City. City Lord's Mansion. Ember used the coordinate imprint to return to Dawn City. Wu Yufei stayed behind. He chose to assume the position of Lord of Alpha City. Even without Ember's arrival, this was his original plan. Alpha City held knowledge that attracted him, perhaps it concerned the history of this planet beneath his feet, perhaps it could offer a glimpse into the origins of Wasteland. A moment earlier. Upon waking, Wu Yufei immediately relayed all the knowledge he had obtained from Eureka to Ember. Although he hadn't fully digested all the knowledge, he had already keenly grasped the key points. First, the closed beta test of Wasteland by the Level 2 civilization of Celsa, and the mechanism of choosing to transmigrate at age 20. Second, the interstellar pollution source detection notice that appeared alongside Wasteland by the Level 2 civilization of Celsa. The crucial point was, after Yufei uttered the words, pollution cannot be stopped, Blue Star will eventually be destroyed. His knowledge attribute responded with an extremely strong response. The mere response indicated that his current rank was too low to gain an advancement through this knowledge. The existence of a response meant that at least part of the statement was consistent with historical facts, or rather, contained truth. Sigh. Yu Fei gazed at the empty council chamber and sighed deeply. He didn't know if his parents had also transmigrated to this wasteland. Before this, Yu Fei had always hoped they hadn't transmigrated. But now, Yu Fei could only pray they had successfully transmigrated. Pollution was unstoppable. Even the Level 2 civilization of Celsa could only escape the pollution by traversing the galactic wasteland, preserving their civilization and seeking a glimmer of hope. And Blue Star, as the lowest level civilization, how could it resist? On September 9th, in the seconds before transmigrating, Yu Fei had seen that purifying light illuminating the entire northern hemisphere of Blue Star. After witnessing Ember easily kill Eureka, a 9th tier evolved being from an advanced civilization player, Yu Fei guessed the answers to many questions. That beam of purifying light was most likely Ember's doing. But, even if Oumuamua was completely purified, was the pollution truly over? Yu Fei shook his head, a wave of sorrow washing over him. His knowledge attribute, while granting him extraordinary abilities, also meant he would bear the destiny of exploring the wasteland's history and carrying the knowledge of Earth. Not long after, following Ember's instructions before leaving, Yu Fei arrived at the core area of Alpha City. After a simple identity verification, he successfully became the new city lord of Alpha City. Section 194. But, as soon as he stepped into the core area, his gaze was drawn to a crystal ice coffin in a corner. A coffin? Yu Fei was extremely surprised. He never expected that the core area, which only the city lord was qualified to enter, would contain such a quiet ice coffin. With curiosity, Yu Fei walked to the ice coffin. The ice coffin seemed to be made of some special material, it couldn't be opened, and he couldn't even glimpse what was inside. The only thing Yu Fei could sense was, the corpse lying in the ice coffin was most likely a 6th tier or even higher evolved being. After a moment, Yu Fei abandoned the idea of exploring the secrets of the ice coffin. He came here because he had something truly important to do. Alpha City. Please tell me your history of the past 1,000 or 10,000 years. Please tell me the past of this planet you inhabit. Yu Fei murmured, reaching out and pressing his hand towards the waist-high core of the city. From the day he stepped into Alpha City, his knowledge attribute had guided him here. A 308 district. Dawn City, City Lord's Mansion. The council hall was filled with people. Yin Yao, Naya, Neil, Chen Gang, Wang Yunpeng, and Zhang Hoquan, the newly appointed sheriff. All the core members of Dawn City's management team were present. Excitement and joy shone on the faces of Yin Yao and the others. For the past 2.5 days, Yu Jin had been in seclusion, consuming crystals. Meanwhile, Dawn City had been relentlessly conquering cities and sweeping across the wasteland. In southern A308, 50 refuge cities were now under its control. In northern A308, 51 refuge cities, including Deluo City, were also under Dawn City's control, thanks to the information revealed by Naya. Now, Yin Yao and the others are thoroughly familiar with the requirements and restrictions of each level of refuge city. Regarding the number of subordinate cities alone, Level 0, no subordinate cities. Level 1, 3 subordinate cities. Level 2, 10 subordinate cities. Level 3, 25 subordinate cities. Level 4, 50 subordinate cities. Level 5, 100 subordinate cities, ruling an entire isolated region. There are limits to the maximum number of subordinate cities a refuge city of each level can have in Wasteland. For example, a level 0 refuge city needs at least 3 subordinate cities to advance to level 1, but can have a maximum of 10. Therefore, if Dawn City weren't currently only a level 2 refuge city with a maximum of only 50 subordinate cities, Yin Yao and the others would have already acquired all 51 refuge cities, including Deluo City, in the past 2 days. Since breaking through to the 10th tier and completing its first advancement, Yu Jin essentially entrusted all affairs of Dawn City to Yin Yao and the others. This would continue in the future. Yin Yao and the others would be responsible for the development and expansion of Dawn City. Yu Jin, on the other hand, focused on improving his own level, preparing for his future max-level character landing in the star system Wasteland. You've done a good job. Sitting in the city lord's seat, Yu Jin glanced around and spoke softly. Loyalty. Everyone in the council hall responded in unison. Even Zhang Hoquan, who had only been in Dawn City for less than 3 days, was completely immersed in the atmosphere. His shout of loyalty was even louder than Chen Gang's. Yu Jin nodded with satisfaction at this sight. Very spirited. Then, promotion. Yu Jin's return to Dawn City was precisely for this reason, especially after receiving the prediction from Yu Fei that Blue Star will eventually be destroyed. Dawn City's advancement became even more urgent. Only by quickly advancing Dawn City to level 6 could the 6th tier coordinate imprint ability be upgraded to max level with one click. Returning to Blue Star offered a greater chance. City Lord's Mansion, core area. Yu Jin sat cross-legged on a 10-meter-long bed. During Dawn City's advancement, the City Lord and his subjects could not leave the city and had to remain within its walls. After the promotion, Dawn City will jump directly from level 2 to level 4. 2 days. Yu Jin muttered to himself. Before, he wouldn't have felt these 2 days were long, but now, after learning about the memory information Yu Fei obtained from Eureka, Yu Jin wished he could achieve a 1-second promotion. Yu Jin let out a long breath. Although he was worried about Blue Star, being anxious was useless. I'll digest the rewards one by one first. Yu Jin's thoughts stirred. Whoosh! The system panel and the Wasteland game panel appeared simultaneously. To be honest, their design style, layout, and even text style were virtually identical. Too many rewards, let's go in order. S680 miniature starship. Here it comes, Ember silently chanted. But, time ticked by. The spaceship didn't appear before Ember's eyes. Oh, the spaceship is huge, I have to go outside. Yu Jin realized he was being incredibly stupid, but he had just stood up. A system notification arrived. Due to excessive distance and restrictions imposed by Planet A3 rules, the reward for the strong S680 miniature interstellar spaceship cannot be issued. System intervention, seeking a solution. Locking the location of the S680 miniature interstellar spaceship, purchased in advance by Eureka, codename XP-1001. Locking successful. It is located in the southeastern region of the Drake 3 Wasteland system. Executing backup plan. Bypassing the system's server rule detection. Section 195. You have become the captain/commander of the S680 miniature interstellar spaceship, codename XP-1001. You will gain actual control of the spaceship after advancing to the star system Wasteland. Before advancement, you will be temporarily unable to control the spaceship, it will wander freely in the star system. Yu Jin fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected it to be so complicated. He had originally thought he could pilot an interstellar spaceship on planet A3. No wonder it was just a bonus. I spoke too soon. Eureka is no good, I can't get along with him. This interstellar spaceship was neither useful nor worth discarding for him now. By the time he advanced, Dawn City might have become an interstellar refuge fortress. What use would he have for this little spaceship then? Yu Jin shook his head, quickly adjusting his mindset. Because he had no time to lament about the interstellar spaceship he couldn't open, what immediately came his way was an 11th tier legacy blind box. Open. Last time, the blind box opened a bit off target, only yielding memory fragments. Although it contained a considerable amount of information, it wasn't what Ember wanted. What Ember wanted was, you have obtained the orphan of an 11th tier powerhouse, 12th tier. Holy crap. Ember's breath caught in his throat. Good heavens. The orphan of an 11th tier powerhouse, a 12th tier evolver? This is quite a bonus, isn't it? Wait, 12th tier? This isn't like the spaceship, unusable, no, unusable, is it? Ember had a bad feeling, but his gaze remained unwavering as he looked at the detailed information on the panel. Orphan, Carol Alexis. Gender, female. Tier, 12th tier. Attributes, war, stellar. Talent, inspiration. Status, near death. Homeworld, Tier 2 civilization, Salsa. Experience. 30 years ago, traveled from planet Celsa to the Drake 3 Wasteland system and joined Celsa's 9th Interstellar Refuge Fortress. 20 years ago, broke through to the 10th rank and was promoted to Sergeant Major. 15 years ago, broke through to the 11th rank and was promoted to Squad Commander. 5 years ago, broke through to the 12th rank and was promoted to Fleet Commander. 1 year ago, during an interstellar war with the Type 2 civilization Larnica, the fleet was besieged. The entire fleet was abandoned by Celsa's 9th Interstellar Refuge Fortress. Carol led her team out of the encirclement, but all her men were killed in battle. She herself escaped to an unclaimed planet, where she has been hunted down by the Type 2 civilization Larnica ever since. Hint: after you choose to claim the reward, Carol Alexis will be healed, and her loyalty to you will reach maximum. Hint: Carol Alexis learned during her escape that she was abandoned and surrounded by the Level 2 civilization of Celsa due to a power struggle among the Celsa civilization's high command. She and her entire fleet were victims of the struggle, and therefore no longer felt a sense of belonging to her original civilization, even developing hatred for it. After you choose to claim the reward, Carol Alexis will be loyal to the Blue Star civilization you belong to. Chapter 117 Wasteland Beta Helmet reappears on Blue Star. Ember carefully read the reward information. Whether she's an orphan or not is another matter, but with this 12th tier evolver level, this blind box opening isn't exactly a bad one. Jin himself is only at the 11th tier right now. Claim the reward. Jin silently recited. You have claimed the reward, Orphan of an 11th tier powerhouse, healing Carol Alexis. The dying Carol is grateful to you for giving her a new lease on life. Due to the vast distance and the restrictions of Planet A3's rules, Carol cannot descend to your location. Executing the backup plan. Carol has been teleported to your S680 miniature interstellar spaceship. Carol is actively inquiring about the interstellar spaceship status. Carol discovers that the interstellar spaceship has lost its course because you haven't descended. Carol has sent you a request. She wishes to become the temporary commander of your starship, helping you find unclaimed planets to conquer, thereby acquiring source points and improving your ranking in the galactic wasteland. Ember fell into deep thought. This scene seemed familiar. Carol, Neil. Indeed, both their names contain the character Neil. How thoughtful. I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. I haven't even advanced to the galactic wasteland yet, and I can already acquire source points and improve my ranking? An AFK mod, huh? Ember was in high spirits. Although, like the S680 ship, Carol hadn't been successfully deployed to Planet A3. But, based on Carol's dual attributes of War and Stars and her special talent, Inspiration, and considering her experience as a commander in the Interstellar Refuge Fortress, she's definitely a future female warrior. Even after advancing to the wasteland of the star system, she will absolutely be a great asset. Eureka is truly my lucky star. Ember sighed this time and again. I hope there are more players from advanced civilizations like her. Ember hoped the rules of Planet A3 would activate again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Unfortunately, the system didn't give a detected fluctuation in the rules of Planet A3 notification. It can't just end like this, right? Since it's detecting cheaters, the server should be persistent and unwavering. Come on, keep coming, the more the better. They're just fleecing advanced civilization players. Ember muttered, looking at the panel in front of him. Continue. Whoosh. A dazzling crystal appeared in Ember's hand. A 12th tier energy crystal. Although there was only one, it was more than enough for Ember, who was currently only at the 11th tier. Again. This time, Ember received a reward from the game Wasteland. Civilization source points, 100 points. Title, Pioneer of Blue Star Civilization. Section 196. Rewards issued. Jin checked and found nothing changed. The only difference was that 2 lines of text had appeared on his personal information panel. Civilization source points, 100. Notice, it has been detected that you already possess the Pioneer title. After accumulating 10,000 civilization source points, you can unlock the civilization permission function ahead of schedule. These 2 rewards were perhaps the biggest gains this time. Jin didn't understand civilization permission before, but after listening to Yufei's explanation of the Eureka and Celsa civilizations, he gained a basic understanding. Civilization permission is essentially a privilege in the Wasteland game. Take the level 2 civilization Celsa as an example. From the age of 7, every Celsa citizen has a helmet. From the age of 7, they begin their 9-year compulsory closed beta test. During this time, they grind monsters, level up, and accumulate experience on various Wasteland planets. This meant they already possessed the initial level of a 9th tier evolver before their transmigration, provided they had been even slightly diligent during the closed beta. Their starting point was directly in the star system Wasteland. And Blue Star? Their starting point was merely the A3 Wasteland planet. To reach higher-level star system wastelands, one had to rank in the top 10 within that planet. The difference was stark. Furthermore, the Celsa aliens had the opportunity to choose freely when they transmigrated at age 20. This was absolutely unimaginable for countless people on Blue Star. Not to mention, they could even spend money in advance before transmigrating. The S-680 miniature starship he plundered from Eureka was purchased in advance with 10 billion Wasteland points. If Yufi's guess is correct, neither Level I nor Level 2 civilizations could stop the contamination from descending. That means the crisis in Oumuamua may be far from over. Not the remaining 11% of the contamination source, but more Oumuamua? Thinking of this, a shadow fell over Eugène's heart. Of course, there is also an optimistic explanation. That is, extraordinary abilities are suppressed outside the servers of the Wasteland game. Back on Earth, Eugène was clearly a 9th-tier evolver, yet he could only unleash 1% of his power. The Level 2 civilization of Celsa, although technologically superior to Earth's, and although they could conduct closed beta testing from a young age. However, in Eureka's memories, the Celsa people could not bring extraordinary abilities back to reality. Their situation during closed beta testing was similar to that of Gang GE and others on Earth. They had ranks and attributes, but they were sealed and could not be used. If we think about it from this perspective, perhaps Earth, because of its prematurely maxed out anomaly, could truly be one of the countless civilizations to escape the contamination. But intuition tells Ember that the truth isn't that simple. This optimistic possibility does exist, but the probability is extremely small. After clarifying his thoughts, Ember took a deep breath. If there are truly more Oumuamua, civilization access becomes especially important. After all, even if Dawn City reaches level 6 and the coordinate imprint is maxed out at level 9, it might not be enough to teleport the remaining billions of people on Blue Star to Planet A3. The rules of Planet A3 most likely won't allow that to happen. Even if the system's leader puts in a lot of effort, it's probably very difficult to achieve. Eugène's gaze fell on the semi-transparent panel. He still had one last reward to claim. This reward came from the game Wasteland itself. The reward was 10 beta test helmets. Claim the reward. Eugène's heart skipped a beat. Rewards distributed. The Wasteland game responded. Eugène stared blankly at the empty screen. Where did it go? 10 beta test helmets randomly distributed to Blue Star. Eugène fell into deep thought. Blue Star. September 18, 2025. 9 days have passed since the Great Cataclysm descended. It is daytime, yet the sky is dark and gloomy, carrying a sense of oppression. Zhongcheng University. Below the men's dormitory. Hiss. A calico mutant cat, nearly half a person's height and shrouded in black mist, lowered its body, letting out a low hiss. Before it stood a dozen or so young university students. In the past few days, it had attacked and killed several of these timid and vulnerable two-legged beasts for food. Although the meat was somewhat tough, it provided it with energy to break through to a higher rank. But today is different. A figure is blocking its way. Hiss. The calico mutant beast warned again. Its intuition told it that this two-legged beast was different from the others. Therefore, the calico only warned, without launching an attack. At the front of the crowd, Tang Yingxuan remained silent, simply shielding everyone behind him. His body was tense, his hands gripping a wooden stick tightly. 5 days ago, trapped in his dormitory, 2 translucent crystals suddenly fell in front of him. Thanks to the news broadcast before his transmigration, Tang Yingxuan recognized them as energy crystals. Not only that, he could also hear a voice in his mind. As a subject, you have received resources from Dawn City Lord Eugène. You have received Tier 2 Energy Crystal *1. You have received Tier 3 Energy Crystal *1. Tang Yingxuan was stunned. He hadn't expected old Yu to be so powerful. He'd become a city lord in just 3 days since his transmigration? Section 197. Even more outrageous. He, on Earth, had inexplicably become a subject of his city, and could even receive resources across infinite space. After the initial shock, Tang Yingxuan calmed down. He knew that using the crystal could awaken him, making him an evolved being. But that was in the Wasteland game. In reality, no one had ever done that. Tang Yingxuan didn't know if using this thing would result in him exploding and dying like in the novels. While he hesitated, a chunk of meat the size of a basketball fell from the sky. Through the voice in his mind, Tang Yingxuan learned that this was mutated beast meat. In the Wasteland game, this was the most basic food for refugees. After that, Tang Yingxuan hesitated for a long time, wondering whether to eat the meat and use the crystal. He wasn't a risk-taker, he was timid. Before the transmigration, Ember gave him a helmet, but he struggled and couldn't put it on. And now, Ember traveled an unknown distance, delivering 2 more airdrops to him. Tang Yingxuan was moved, but even more annoyed by his own cowardice. He still dared not Even with the beast meat and crystals right in front of him, he was afraid of death, daring neither to eat nor use them. But the next day, the crystals and beast meat reappeared out of thin air. Old you. The second airdrop made Tang Yongsuan grit his teeth and decide to take a gamble. A second time is not enough. Otherwise, he would truly betray old you's trust. Besides, as time went on, the food in the dormitory would eventually run out. The mutated stray cats and dogs on the Zhang University campus were growing larger and stronger. Every day, students were attacked, even easily killed by them. The official rescue team had yet to arrive at Zhang University. Tang Yongsuan guessed that the world outside Zhang University was in complete chaos. So, he ate beast meat and consumed the crystal. Hiss! The sharp hiss of the calico mutated cat pulled Tang Yongsuan back to reality. He took a deep breath, gripping the wooden stick in his hand even tighter. This was his first battle. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. But, with great power comes great responsibility. Tang Yongsuan shouted, encouraging himself. Whoosh! Across from him, the calico mutated cat lost its last bit of patience. Black mist rose from its body, and it lunged directly at Tang Yongsuan, tearing at his face. Its speed was extreme. In midair, only after images could be seen. Ah, it's over. Behind Tang Yongsuan, several senior and junior students instantly paled. The other junior students, though also gripping wooden sticks like Tang Yongsuan, were now trembling. Hasai. Tang Yongsuan, his face tense, thrust his stick forward. In an instant, a gust of wind surged from the tip of the stick. At the same time, a burst of blue light erupted from Tang Yongsuan's body. Power of Gale. He shouted softly. He charged towards the oncoming calico mutated cat. A howling wind surrounded him, relentless and unstoppable. But just then, bang! A muffled sound rang out. Tang Yongsuan and the calico mutated cat stopped moving simultaneously. Damn it! What was that? Tang Yongsuan cried out in pain, clutching his head. At the crucial moment, something had struck his head hard. Behind him, a dozen or so college students stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. They saw it clearly. What had hit Tang Yongsuan's head was a gray helmet that had appeared out of nowhere. Ouch! Tang Yongsuan's cursing stopped abruptly when he saw the helmet on the ground. He recognized it. This was the beta helmet for the Wasteland game. New book monthly ticket rankings have been wrecked by Ximen Qing. Please vote. Let's wreck back. Chapter 118 Spaceship? 7th Order Rat? What kind of wasteland is this? Blue Star, Great Xia. Zhongcheng University. Men's Dormitory. Tang Yongsuan stared at the helmet on the table, his eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? The transmigration is over. How come this helmet is reappearing? Tang Yongsuan recognized the helmet all too well. It was the beta helmet from the game Wasteland. Before the cataclysm, before the transmigration, he had stared at the helmet for 2 whole days. Details, patterns, materials, feel exactly the same. Tang Yongsuan confirmed repeatedly, reaching his conclusion. Should I wear it? What will happen if I wear it? Will I still experience a guaranteed transmigration? Various thoughts swirled in Tang Yongsuan's mind. He looked up at the window. The sky remained dark. Section 198. In the aftermath of the Great Cataclysm, Earth's population was halved, technology withered, and energy was paralyzed. Even today, order has not been restored. This is because, after the Great Cataclysm, Earth's animals and plants mutated in the direction of the mutant beasts and infected creatures from the game Wasteland. Like that calico mutant cat downstairs that was startled and ran away. Before the cataclysm, everyone loved it. It would rub against you even if you fed it a sausage. After the cataclysm, everyone feared it, even students were afraid of being flaunted as sausages by it. The most deadly thing is, the animals mutated, the plants mutated, but the people didn't mutate. Well, not entirely. Tang Yongsuan noticed these past 2 days that several sick, extremely weak survivor classmates were occasionally emitting black mist from their bodies. 4 days ago, since consuming the energy crystal and eating the mutated beast meat, becoming an evolved being, Tang Yongsuan voluntarily left the men's dormitory to rescue his classmates on the Zhang University campus. 4 days passed. Tang Yongsuan rescued many people and settled them all in the men's dormitory building. Meanwhile, he also led a group to collect food and water from the university cafeteria and shops every day. During this time, Tang Yongsuan unexpectedly discovered that about a dozen members of the Environmental Protection Club had also received crystal airdrops from City Lord Yu, just like him. They boldly used the crystals and became evolved beings like him. The difference was, Tang Yongsuan was now a 3rd-tier evolved being, while they were all only 2nd-tier. Tang Yongsuan took a deep breath and turned his gaze away from the window. For some reason, he had a vague feeling. The sun in the sky seemed to be gradually losing its brightness with the passage of time. Wear it. Tang Yongsuan made his decision. A moment later, Tang Yongsuan was plunged into darkness. Log into the Wasteland world and start from scratch to survive the apocalypse. Yes, this time, Tang Yongsuan chose courage. Whoosh, whoosh, Tang Yongsuan opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his body. The wind, a very strong wind, howled, whipping up the sand and gravel on the ground. Hiss. So cold. Is the wasteland this cold? Tang Yongsuan shivered. He was now a third-tier evolver, yet he still felt cold? Tang Yongsuan suddenly realized that the energy within his body seemed much stronger and more abundant than it had been on Earth. Hassa! He raised his hand and waved it forward. Whoosh! A pale blue wind blade whistled out. Hey! Tang Yongsuan beamed. Compared to his time on Earth, his strength seemed to have been completely unleashed in this wasteland. 100 times stronger? Definitely dozens of times stronger. Tang Yongsuan immediately felt confident and began boldly exploring his surroundings. According to the information released on the news, while a third-tier evolver wasn't incredibly strong, they definitely possessed a considerable ability to protect themselves compared to ordinary people. Perhaps I should find a nearby refuge city. I wonder where Old Yu's Dawn City is. Tang Yongsuan thought to himself, choosing a direction and starting to move forward. However, not long after, he noticed something was wrong. Something's not right. Something feels off, terribly off. Tang Yongsuan looked up at the sky. Just one glance. He froze on the spot. The starry sky. As far as the eye could see, there was an entire expanse of dazzling stars. If it were just the starry sky, it wouldn't be anything special. But the problem was, what the hell are those spaceships? What the hell? Where did this come from? Neither Lao Yu nor the news broadcast mentioned any spaceships in the wasteland. Tang Yongsuan's composure crumbled. His intuition told him that this closed beta test was vastly different from what he expected. Whoosh! Just then, before Tang Yongsuan's eyes, the space rippled, and a girl with a slightly bewildered expression, disheveled hair, and who looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, appeared out of thin air. Ah, is this the wasteland? The girl stared blankly, looking around before her gaze finally settling on Tang Yongsuan. Tang Yongsuan remained silent, simply shielding the girl behind him. He realized that this girl, like himself, had probably just received the helmet for testing. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Tang Yongsuan said without turning his head, then looked at a few meters away, at an ugly-looking mutated rat emerging from the ground. Although Tang Yongsuan couldn't tell what tier the mutated rat was, generally speaking, rats were among the lowest-ranking creatures. Even if their tier was high, it wouldn't be much higher. Most importantly, watch closely. Tang Yongsuan took the initiative, charging towards the mutated rat. A gust of wind roared around him. Wow! The girl covered her mouth, letting out a gasp. She hadn't expected that this seemingly foolish young man was actually an evolved human who had awakened superpowers. Bang! Section 199. Tang Yongsuan was sent flying backward. Ah! Tang Yongsuan screamed in agony. Sizzle! Tang Yongsuan was torn in two by the mutated beast's claw, dead. The girl was stunned. But the next second, whoosh! Her vision also went dark. Faced with a 7th-tier mutated beast, she didn't even have time to feel the pain before she was already dead and reborn. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tang Yongsuan took off his helmet, cursing incessantly. He thought he could show off in front of the girl, but he didn't expect to be met with such a monster. What the hell tier was that mutated rat? Me, a dignified 3rd-tier wind attribute evolver, killed in one move. Tang Yongsuan was frustrated. This time it was just bad luck. Not long after, he concluded and put his helmet back on. Log into the Wasteland world and start your post-apocalyptic survival journey from scratch. Familiar land, familiar starry sky. What he saw was exactly the same as before. The difference was, this time, not only the naive young girl appeared out of nowhere before Tang Yongsuan, but also a middle-aged man with a solemn, square face. Tang Yongsuan's gaze lingered on this man for a couple more seconds. For some reason, he felt this man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out. Tang Yongsuan, the girl, and the middle-aged man were instantly plunged into darkness. This rebirth from death was even faster and more unexpected than the first time. Drake 3 Wasteland System. A streamlined, miniature interstellar spaceship, shaped like a teardrop, silently sailed through space. In the cockpit at the very front of the spaceship, Carol Alacosis stood ramrod straight, gazing at the boundless deep space outside the porthole. She wore a tattered yet still imposing standard military uniform, the dark silver alloy shoulder armor emblazoned with the fleet commander's insignia. Beep, beep, beep. The ship's cockpit emitted a series of crisp mechanical beeps. Although small in size, the S-680 interstellar spaceship was relatively complete in its various functional modules. Carol had activated the detection module early on, scanning for any unclaimed planets that might appear within the star system. In the vast, desolate star system, planets were numerous, but those truly suitable for conquest were few and far between. The vast majority of planets possessed extremely high levels of pollution, let alone conquest. Even approaching and landing on them would be unbearable for high-level evolved beings. Furthermore, a significant number of planets were teeming with galaxy-level mutated beasts or infected nests. Such planets could only be conquered and occupied by large interstellar refuge fortresses. Now, Carol was alone, with only this tiny spaceship. The only possibility for her to conquer was an undiscovered, low-pollution, unclaimed planet. Carol looked at the green dot that suddenly appeared on the star map projection and let out a soft exclamation. There really is an unclaimed planet? And the pollution level is only 30%? A deep sense of surprise and delight shone through Carol's slightly heroic brows. May the Lord bless you, Carol whispered. Not long ago, she had promised the Lord that she would conquer unclaimed planets for him, acquire source points, and improve his ranking. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, she actually encountered that 1 in 10 million chance. Yes, 1 in 10 million. An unclaimed planet with such a level of pollution is even rarer and more precious than an oasis in the desert. Lock coordinates, prepare for full power, continuous jumps. After a brief moment of surprise, seriousness and coldness returned to Carol's face, she issued the command to the AI within the spaceship. Whoosh! The S-680 miniature interstellar spaceship vanished from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already deep within space. Whoosh whoosh! After several consecutive jumps, the spaceship's energy was almost completely depleted. Standing by the porthole, Carol's face revealed a barely suppressed excitement. It really is an unclaimed planet. Detection shows there are even abundant crystalline mineral resources scattered on it. Although the energy intensity suggests they are all low-grade crystals, it's still enough for Lord to earn a considerable amount of source points. After a long while, Carol successfully landed the spaceship on the planet. Boom! The roar of the spaceship's engine shook the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Countless mutated rats emerged from the ground. A horde of them, quite terrifying. Carol stepped out of the hatch. 7th-tier ants, daring to show their faces. She sneered, drawing an energy dagger from her waist. Sizzle! Carol swung the dagger. A beam of energy, over 1,000 meters long, descended from the sky, seemingly about to slice the planet in two. Carol didn't use her elemental energy, because a mere group of 7th-tier mutated rats wasn't worth her effort. However, after the large group of mutated rats screamed and died, Carol's expression suddenly changed. Are there other human life forms on this planet? Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from the spaceship, Tang Yongsuan and the others, who had died and been reborn again, still stood there dumbfounded. What was that? A spaceship? Section 200. A lightsaber over 1,000 meters long? And those rats that can kill us the moment they show their faces. What the hell? What kind of wasteland is this? Chapter 119. Ants who haven't become evolved humans are not qualified to serve the Lord. Unclaimed planet. Boom. Rumble. The S-680 miniature interstellar spaceship, after taking off again, landed not far from Tang Yongsuan and the others. The wind and waves generated by the spaceship's engines caused them to stumble. It was only thanks to Tang Yongsuan activating his wind wall ability that they were able to stand firm and avoid being blown away by the waves. Compared to the original trio. Now, beside Tang Yongsuan, besides the young girl and the middle-aged man, there was now a blonde youth. All four of them received their beta helmets on Blue Star and descended here. Wasteland? But it looks like we're about to see aliens piloting a spaceship. As the only evolved human among the four, Tang Yongsuan felt immense pressure. His body was tense, and the wind attribute energy within him was poised to erupt. Although he could die and respawn infinitely during the closed beta, he still needed to put up some resistance. He couldn't let the aliens control him. Time ticked by. The other three in the closed beta remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the distant spaceship. A short while later, the spaceship hatch opened, and a tall, slender figure stepped out. A female alien? Tang Yongsuan's eyes widened. But the next second, whoosh, Carol appeared before him as if by teleportation, her pale purple eyes fixed on Tang Yongsuan. Gulp. Tang Yongsuan swallowed hard. His intuition told him that this woman was terrifyingly powerful. And if nothing unexpected happens, the 1,000-meter-long lightsaber that the others saw earlier should have been unleashed by the opponent. So weak. The somewhat oppressive silence was broken by Carol's murmur. She repeatedly scrutinized Tang Yongsuan and the other three, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion and doubt. In her perception, of these four, apart from the seemingly foolish young man who was a third-tier evolver, the other three hadn't even awakened. In the galactic wasteland, even the weakest lord wouldn't have such weak subjects under his command. Or rather, such weak ants generally wouldn't even qualify as subjects of a lord. But now, Carol's slightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. They were weak, but as long as they could serve the Lord, with some resources, these ants could be cultivated. At least in the initial stages, these people could be used by her. Occupying an unclaimed planet wasn't the end of the story. The spaceship landed there. On the contrary, discovering and landing was just the beginning. To completely occupy the planet, at least 50% of the mutated beasts/infected creatures had to be eliminated, and the planet's resources, such as crystal mines and energy cores, had to be developed to a certain extent. This process required a large amount of manpower. Even as a 12th tier evolved being, Carol couldn't possibly complete such a daunting, large-scale task alone. Even if it were possible, it would take a considerable amount of time, which meant danger, and the possibility of encountering other wanderers or interstellar lords searching for unclaimed planets. Tell me your names. Carol didn't waste words, speaking with a condescending tone and an almost commanding manner. How come you? Tang Yingxuan had just begun to speak. Boom! Carol released a portion of her evolved aura. 12th rank. Tang Yingxuan fell silent. Although he could resurrect infinitely during the closed beta, he would most likely transmigrate here in a few days or tens of days. In such a short time, it was impossible for him to grow stronger than the guy in front of him. Therefore, Tang Yingxuan, male, 21 years old. Tang Yingxuan chose to follow his heart. Peng Siyi, female, 18 years old. The young girl spoke next. Dean Smith, transgender, 25 years old. The blonde youth answered. Ha! Wow, even the Walmart shopping bags are here? Tang Yingxuan couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the blonde youth again. Yin Zhenzhong, male, 48 years old. The square-faced middle-aged man spoke last. His voice trailed off. Whoosh! Tang Yingxuan abruptly turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man remained silent, only carefully observing Carol before him and the interstellar spaceship not far away. Very good. Carol didn't care about the scrutiny from Yin Zhenzhong and the others. In her view, these weak humans, as long as they could work for the Lord, were the best initial resources. Congratulations! You've become part of our Lord's conquest of the vast starry sky. Of course, before that, I need to take you to a crystal mine first, to awaken you with low-level crystals. Weak ants who haven't awakened into evolved beings are unworthy to serve our Lord. Planet A3. The advancement of Dawn City is still underway. In the core area, sitting cross-legged on a 10-meter-long bed, digesting and absorbing the embers of the 12th order energy crystal, a system notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. The temporary commander of your S-680 miniature interstellar spaceship, Carol Alexis, has discovered an unclaimed planet. She is gathering a small number of interstellar Wasteland refugees to mine planetary resources for you. Current planet occupation progress, 0.001%. Notification. When the progress reaches 51%, this unclaimed planet can be considered successfully occupied. Notification. Section 201. After occupying an unclaimed planet, you will receive civilization source points as a reward from Wasteland. Ember fell into deep thought. This is the legendary idle mod, Travel Frog? He hadn't done anything, he was still on planet A3, and Carol was already farming points for him in the Wasteland? Civilization source points reward? This is a good thing. Ember looked at the last line of text, his heart stirring slightly. Damn Eureka, it brought him 100 civilization source points. But activating civilization permissions requires at least 10,000 civilization source points. Originally, Ember thought that before advancing to the Wasteland system, he could only continue to obtain source points from extraterrestrial enemies, but he didn't expect Carol to be so generous. Only a little over a day has passed. I wonder how many source points I'll get from occupying a planet. It shouldn't be less than 10,000, right? Ember was somewhat expectant. Unfortunately, he and Carol couldn't communicate. Like Neil before, a thin connection existed between them through the system, so weak that Carol could only send requests, and he could only choose to accept or reject them. Further communication, even a simple greeting, was impossible. I can only hope for more Eurekas, Eugene sighed. He had spent the past day waiting for the A3 planet rules to take effect. But unfortunately, after Eureka's death, the system fell silent, offering no further indication. Do I need to break through another 12th rank to give it a jolt? Eugene wondered. Also, the beta test helmets. 10 were distributed, and there's been no follow-up. I wonder what the beta testing mechanism is like. If only we knew the coordinates of those beta testers. That way, even if we can't return to Blue Star for a while, at least we can get some information about the situation there. Eugene sighed softly. As time passed, he became increasingly worried about the situation on Blue Star. I'll try the coordinate imprint again after Dawn City advances. Hopefully, I can return to Blue Star soon. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. For Eugene, this day was about consuming crystals to digest energy, but for Tang Yingxuan, this day was a bittersweet experience. The pain came from mining crystal ore. Even as a wind attribute evolver, mining nonstop was exhausting. During this time, he considered secretly logging off. However, Yin Zhenzhong dissuaded him. We can't easily reveal our identities as beta testers, especially since our subsequent login coordinates will still be on this planet. Tang Yongsuan chose to heed the advice. At the same time, he also confirmed Yin Zhenzong's identity. Wasn't he Yin Yao's father? This world is sometimes so small that even in another world in a wasteland on another planet he could still encounter acquaintances. It's worth mentioning, Tang Yongsuan's heeding the advice didn't mean others would. Dean Smith, a blonde young man from America, a transgender person, after awakening as an evolved being, he immediately chose to log off. After that, he never logged on again. Carol, despite her confusion and even searching the entire planet, didn't consider the possibility of beta testers. In the vast Wasteland star system, no civilization had ever had beta testers. Even her former level 2 civilization, Celsa, only conducted its beta test on a lower-level planetary wasteland. A star system wasteland beta test? Perhaps it existed, but it was beyond Carol's comprehension. Besides the pain, Tang Yongsuan also experienced joy that day. In just one day, he advanced from Tier 3 to Tier 4. Before him lay a mountain of crystal ore. Inside were various Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, all the way up to Tier 6 energy crystals. If Carol hadn't worried about them dying from excessive pollution, she could have directly infused them with crystals to advance to Tier 6 in a short time. Except for Tang Yongsuan. Yin Zhenzhong and the naive young girl Peng Xi both successfully awakened using second-tier energy crystals, and later, using third-tier energy crystals, they leaped from ordinary people to third-tier evolvers. Yin Zhenzong's attribute was gold, while Peng Xi, the seemingly frail girl, possessed a contrasting attribute, great strength. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Tang Yongsuan and his companions continued mining. The difference was, Carol suddenly became extremely serious and tense that day, as if some crisis was about to unfold. You stay on this planet and hide. I'll go lure them away. Tang Yongsuan didn't know who Carol meant by them. He only knew that Carol had temporarily left the planet in her spaceship, and he, finally, after 2 days of closed beta testing, finally had the chance to log off. Blue Star, Great Xia, Imperial Capital, a courtyard house. Yin Zhenzhong removed his helmet, unable to calm down for a long time. Beside him, many people waited anxiously. After a long while, Yin Zhenzhong began to speak, slowly recounting his experience in the closed beta of Wasteland. Chapter 120 The Sun About to Extinguish? Nyarlathotep's Ninth Order Prophecy. Lord, the boundless starry sky? Inside the courtyard house, the old man's brows were furrowed, his cloudy eyes filled with worry. Yin Zhenzong's story made everyone realize, this closed beta test did not take them to the wasteland world where Ember and his companions lived. Section 202. Instead, it was a completely different wasteland world, situated in the vast starry sky, and far more dangerous. 12th rank. During the 2-day closed beta test, Yin Zhenzhong learned of Carol's rank through subtle inquiries. Of course, this was also Carol's deliberate act. She needed to make these ants obedient so they could better serve their lord. The rank of 12th rank was itself a deterrent. The result was, the people in the courtyard were indeed quite shocked. 12th rank, there's actually a 12th rank. They all knew the information Yin Yao had brought back from her rebirth. Ember was 9th rank, the lord of Dawn City, an invincible powerhouse in the wasteland. But, 12th rank? Even Carol's tense reaction on the last day revealed that in that vast starry wasteland, even a 12th rank was not invincible, or rather, still required caution. We were too naive before. Sigh. The old man sighed heavily. Initially, he thought that as long as Blue Star held on, perhaps within 2 or 3 months, Ember would return with his people. But, clearly, it wasn't that easy. Or rather, after witnessing the more advanced, dangerous, and vast wastelands of space, he realized that Blue Star's crisis was far beyond what a mere 9th tier power could resolve. Even the 19th or 29th tiers might not be able to handle it. After all, thinking of this, the old man looked up at the sky. After the Oumuamua crisis, Blue Star's technology withered, and its energy system collapsed. But these weren't actually the biggest problems. At worst, civilization would regress slightly. The mutated beasts scattered across Blue Star, the infected humans who had mutated, weren't fatal problems either. Because they weren't very powerful at this stage, and could be controlled to some extent with melee weapons in sheer numbers. The real trouble lies in the crisis in the sky. The old man's cloudy eyes reflected the sun in the sky. It was noon. But the sun was incredibly dim, like twilight. Despite technological decline, highly skilled individuals could still create rudimentary astronomical telescopes using ordinary materials. In the past 10 days, the sun's brightness had been decreasing at a despairing rate. Back then, that terrifying pillar of light from the northwest had purified most of the pollution from Oumuamua, preventing Earth from being completely destroyed. But the true essence of Oumuamua was never aimed at Earth, but at the depths of the solar system. The sun. It's about to go out. Area A308. North of the mountains. Above Daluo City. Boom. Rumble. A sky city, obscuring the sky and blotting out the sun, emerged from the clouds. Dawn City. Loyalty. Inside and outside Daluo City, nearly 1 million subjects knelt and looked up, shouting in unison. Not long after, Dawn City slowly descended onto the land near Daluo City. Compared to its initial state, Dawn City's area had now expanded more than tenfold. However, despite upgrading from level 2 to level 4, Dawn City's form hadn't changed much, except for the increased area. According to Naya, the transformation of a refuge city from level 0 to level 1 is significant due to the activation of its special characteristic. After that, from level 1 to level 4, it simply expands upon its existing foundation. Only from level 5 to level 6 does a major change occur again. Currently, after 2 days of advancement, Dawn City is level 4, possessing 50 subordinate cities. This trip to Daluo City in northern A308 is precisely to subjugate the new 50 subordinate cities, thereby advancing to level 5. Boom! The gates of Dawn City open. Yin Yao, Chen Gang, and others, leading a large number of evolved beings, enter Daluo City. Daluo City is a level 4 refuge city with 50 subordinate cities. Dawn City can directly subjugate Daluo City as a subordinate city, but this only increases the number of subordinate cities by 1. Therefore, to expedite the upgrade to a level 5 refuge city, Daluo City first needs to be downgraded, meaning it must relinquish 50 subordinate cities. The process isn't particularly complex. Yin Yao and her team plan to complete the subjugation of the 50 new subordinate cities within half a day and then initiate the upgrade process again. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a day has passed. With a deafening rumble, Dawn City ascends into the sky once more. Under the gazing gaze of millions of refugees on the ground below, Dawn City disappears into the clouds, beginning its third upgrade. Once this upgrade is complete, it will mean that Dawn City's number of subordinate cities will surge to 100. Simultaneously, Dawn City will achieve complete dominance over the entire A308 region. This is destined to be of extraordinary significance. This also marks the beginning of Dawn City's transition from its initial developmental stage to its next phase of rapid expansion. Above the heavens, in the aerial city, on the 10-meter-long bed, Yujin and Naya sat facing each other. Half a day ago, after Dawn City advanced to level 4, Yujin immediately tested the coordinate imprint. Good news! It was more flexible than before. Bad news. Not much more flexible. This made Yujin realize that even if Dawn City advanced to level 6 and the coordinate imprint reached level 9, the probability of returning to Blue Star was not 100%. Or rather, even if he could go back, it would be difficult to return with the hundreds of thousands of evolved beings from Dawn City as he had envisioned. The rules of Planet A3 were also at play. Section 203. Over the past 2.5 days, the long-dormant rules of Planet A3 suddenly fluctuated again. The system was efficient, deciphering the relevant information immediately. A bug-like player has appeared on this server, requesting the deployment of advanced civilization players to assist in the search. Requesting the deployment of more, higher-ranking advanced civilization players. For Ember, this was definitely good news. More Eureka meant more rewards, including source points, crystals, and possibly more beta helmets. Even without these, using the Land of the Strong ability, Ember could still plunder attributes, memories, and even talents from these Eureka. If that were all, the rules of Planet A3 wouldn't be considered disruptive. The disruptive aspect lay in its second big move after a long period of dormancy. A bug-like player has appeared on this server, requesting the Star System server to implement a higher-level blockade on this service. A blockade, in essence, was a rule restriction. In other words, compared to his initial transmigration, the difficulty for Yujin to break through the rules and return to Blue Star using the coordinate imprint had increased significantly. This made Yujin very uncomfortable. After all, the root cause lay in his breakthrough to the 10th and 11th tiers, but he couldn't simply remain at the 9th tier without striving for higher levels. After all, Planet A3 wasn't the end. He still had to advance through the vast and dangerous wasteland of the star system. If he only advanced to the 9th tier, he might be eliminated right from the start. Cause is effect, and effect is cause. So, regardless of whether we can return after establishing a level 6 refuge city, and how many people can return. Now, besides rapidly upgrading the refuge city's level, the most important thing is to understand the situation on Blue Star. Especially, the future of Blue Star, the possibility of another Oumuamua crisis. Yujin felt immense pressure. In his perception, his foster mother Cao Fang, his best friend Lao Tang, they were all still on Blue Star. Niar Latho Tap. Yu Jin took a deep breath, looking at the little more star lowly with a tense little face, sitting upright. The solution he thought of was prophecy. Nyarlathotep's prophetic abilities were extremely powerful. Yu Jin had known this for a long time through information displayed by his Eye of Insight. However, after their in-depth conversation just now, Nyarlathotep told Yu Jin she couldn't prophesy about Blue Star out of thin air. After all, she had never even seen Blue Star. At the same time, she also confessed to Yu Jin that she couldn't prophesy about beings of far higher status than herself, including Yu Jin. The implication of this sentence was, Nyarlathotep's prophecy from 100 years ago wasn't actually about Yu Jin. She didn't yet have that ability. She prophesied her own future. Among countless possibilities, she followed the guidance of fate and saw the only bright path, clinging tightly to the man before her. So, prophecies don't come out of thin air, they require a basic medium. Of course, to be on the safe side, Ember had thoroughly purified Naya's pollution over the past 2 days. He even gave her a 9th-tier energy crystal. This left Naya both surprised and apprehensive. The result was, Nyarlathotep, Homeworld, More, Rank, 9th tier, Attributes, Ice, Fire, Prophecy, Abilities, Ice and Fire Dual Power LV8, I have Foresight LV8, Fate's Gaze LV7, I have True Sight LV1. Ember's actions towards Nyarlathotep clearly had an effect. As she broke through to the 9th tier, she awakened a 9th tier ability with the Prophecy attribute. I have True Sight LV1 using objects or living beings as a medium. Prophesy the most probable future. During this time, you will use the medium as your eye to observe the future unfold. Ember exhaled a deep breath. Since crossing the Wasteland, this was the first time he had felt so tense, even a little panicked. Just waiting for Dawn City's advancement to complete, to test the coordinate imprint. Hopefully, it will loosen up a bit more, so even if the person can't get through, at least the medium can be teleported back. Time slowly passed. Ember and Nyarlathotep sat facing each other in silence. The latter, her small face now etched with unprecedented focus and seriousness. Unlike Yin Yao of her past life, Nyarlathotep possessed the ability of prophecy and knew long ago. After the transmigration, the remaining half of the people of More Star faced irresistible pollution and apocalypse. Because of this, knowing the crystal was gone, Nyarlathotep was even more determined to lead the remaining More Star people to survive in the future. For that possible sliver of hope, she was willing to wait 100 years, willing to travel thousands of miles to Dawn City, desperately trying to cling to Ember's coattails. Although, Nyarlathotep was shocked that Ember could still find a way to return to Blue Star. But, a strange, indescribable emotion also rose within her. This emotion was empathy? Making up for regrets? For the first time, she saw tension and panic on the face of the seemingly invincible man of the future. For the first time, she so desperately hoped that her upcoming prophecies would foretell good fortune, not catastrophe. 150 years ago, she failed to save the remaining half of the inhabitants of Planet More. 150 years later, she would enter the game herself, accompanying Ember in her prophecy, to change the future of the remaining half of the inhabitants of Planet Blue. Niar lowered her head. She told Ember about the effects of her 9th-tier prophetic ability, but she didn't tell Ember that this incredibly powerful ability would also come at an unbearable price. Is it worth it? Niar stared blankly at Ember's face. It is worth it. Niar told herself softly. Because at this moment, she wasn't seeing Ember, but countless fellow citizens of Planet More who had perished in despair, corrupted by the arrival of the divine. Boom! Finally! A tremendous tremor shook Dawn City. A cold, mechanical notification sound rang out in the core area. Beep beep. Dawn City's advancement is complete. Current Dawn City level 5. Section 204. Whoosh! The moment the notification sound faded, Ember raised his hand, fully activating the coordinate imprint. Buzz! Buzz! Intense spatial fluctuations, centered on Ember's body, swept across almost the entire refuge city. Nyarlathotep watched this scene intently. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of Dawn City's inner city, Yin Yao, Chen Gang, Zhang Hoquan, and nearly 1 million subjects were still eagerly awaiting Ember's appearance to announce the good news of his successful advancement. But, Ember did not appear. What emanated was an extremely intense spatial fluctuation. At this moment, a strange tension suddenly arose in the hearts of Yin Yao and the others. What is the president doing? Yin Yao's heartstrings tightened little by little. Meanwhile, in the core area, Ember, using 11th-tier spatial attribute energy, frantically activated the coordinate imprint, and finally got the result. Crack! The space before him shattered, revealing a void no bigger than a fist. Chapter 121, The Summit of Mount Lu. The light illuminating the galaxy. Oblique and beautiful fireworks. Buzz! The space shattered, revealing a fist-sized void, dark and deep, silently suspended. She actually did it. Even with some mental preparation, Naya was still quite shocked by this scene, her cherry-like lips slightly agape. Could it be? She really could help Yu-jin change the future of Blue Star? Let's try to teleport back. Yu-jin tentatively reached his hand into the void. Crack! His right hand instantly shattered and vanished into nothingness. Thanks to the max-level effect of the first-tier enhanced attribute ability Cell Regeneration LV9, Yu-jin's vanished right hand rapidly regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such powerful rule force. Yu-jin felt a chill run down his spine. With his current 11th tier physique and stats, ordinary spatial shattering wouldn't harm him. If living beings can't get through, I'll have to try non-living beings. Yu-jin took a deep breath and reached out with his right hand towards the void. Buzz! Buzz! Metal Manipulation LV9 plus Alloy Reconstruction LV9. 4th tier Metal Attribute Ability, Alloy Reconstruction LV9. Active effect decomposes and reconstructs metallic substances, creating new alloys. Max level effect grants the new alloy the hardness property. Hardness can withstand extremely high intensity of energy/physical/spatial pressure. In the past day, while waiting for Dawn City to advance from level 4 to level 5, Yu-jin deliberately spent nearly 100 million Wasteland points in the resource shop to max out all his 3rd and 4th tier abilities with a single click. For this very moment, he guessed that even if the coordinate imprint loosened, he might not be able to return to his living form. So a medium had long been prepared for Nyarlathotep's prophecy. Buzz! Countless metallic elements converged in Ember's right hand. In just a short moment, they condensed into a special metallic block, perhaps weighing 1,000 pounds, yet only the size of a fist. Nyarlathotep, Ember called softly. He could sense that the spatial black hole created by the loosening of the coordinate imprint wouldn't last long. I'm ready. Nyarlathotep's small face was also filled with solemnity. She clasped her hands together, her gaze fixed on the special metallic block in Ember's right hand. Buzz! Buzz buzz! In an instant, Naya's eyes transformed into crystal-clear clarity. Countless visions of the future swirled around her. Ding! A soft sound seemed to emanate from the darkness. This was Naya successfully binding the metal block, making it the medium for the prophecy. Now, Ember reached out, braving the spatial crushing force, and sent the metal block into the black hole. Whoosh! The metal block vanished. Buzz! A dazzling light erupted from Naya's body. Her petite body floated uncontrollably into the air. Her eyes were tightly closed, and a hint of pain flickered across her delicate, slightly chubby face. Whoosh! Knowing the side effects, and worried that she wouldn't be able to personally tell Ember to take over after the prophecy ended, Naya deliberately activated perception sharing simultaneously with her 9th tier ability True Sight. A faint halo emanated from her, enveloping Yu-jin. Yu-jin closed his eyes in response. At this moment, he felt what she felt, and she saw what she saw. But before the darkness faded, the first thing Yu-jin felt was the excruciating pain of his soul being torn apart inch by inch. Nyarlathotep, Blue Star, Great Xia, Jiangxi Province, Zhujiang. Here, the Yangtze River lies to the north, and Poyang Lake to the southeast. Atop Mount Lu, a boulder stretches across the landscape, like a giant dragon with its head held high. Several pine trees, rooted in the crevices of the cliff below, resemble dragon whiskers, fluttering in the breeze like dragon whiskers dancing. Before Oumuamua's attack and the Great Cataclysm, this was a renowned tourist attraction in central Great Xia, known as Dragon Head Cliff. But now, beneath the dark sky, the mountains and forests exuded a wild, untamed aura. Whoosh! A sudden ripple emanated from the space atop the cliff. Thud! A massive, dark metal block, no bigger than a walnut, appeared out of thin air and plummeted to the cliff's summit. Boom! The metal block seemed to weigh 1,000,000 pounds. The moment it hit the ground, the cliff trembled. Section 205. The metal block lacked any life force, yet it possessed Naya's prophetic vision. Sharing Naya's perception, Ember was thus able to see his surroundings clearly. This isn't Lang Lang Mountain. The teleportation point marked by the coordinates has been disrupted by the A3 rules, causing a disturbance. Ember was slightly taken aback. But quickly, time began to flow visibly. The sun, little by little, dimmed, sinking below the horizon. The sun, inch by inch, rose, hanging high in the sky. The sun rose, but the moon did not set. The moon, a figure etched in the history of humankind on Earth, never shone again after the night of September 9th. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Ember's main body, while doing his utmost to maintain the spatial black hole of Dawn City, silently calculated the number of days through the vision of his Eye of Prophecy. The location where the metal block teleported was too remote and desolate, devoid of any human presence, leaving Ember with no way of knowing the situation in the various cities of Blue Star. Why does the sun seem to be getting dimmer every day? 5 days passed in a flash. Ember realized. 10 days slowly passed. The sun's brightness was noticeably dimmer than before. Ember's heart began to grow heavy. The sun. He remembered when he purified Oumuamua, he had only purified a small portion of Oumuamua's fragments. Oumuamua's main body had flown towards the depths of the solar system. At that time, even at the 9th rank, he was unable to purify it, let alone stop Oumuamua's main body. Now it seemed the seeds of this hidden danger had already been sown then. Sunrise and sunset. In the blink of an eye. 60 days passed. On the 60th day, the metal block's vision finally changed. That's a new Oumuamua. On the night of the 60th day, there was no moonlight and darkness reigned. But in the sky, a celestial body as bright as a comet appeared. It roared, hurtling straight towards Blue Star. Not a split, but the main body. The second Oumuamua was significantly larger than the one Ember had purified. Even through the metal block's vision, Ember saw that the moment it appeared in the sky, the land and forests within a radius of several miles began to emit visible black mist. Contamination, mutation. The pollution from Oumuamua 2 was far more terrifying than that of Oumuamua 1. So much so that even though it had only just appeared in the sky, perhaps still an immeasurable distance from Blue Star, it had already caused Blue Star to evolve into a wasteland from afar. 11th tier? 12th tier? 20th tier? Ember wasn't sure what he wanted to do, but as just a metal block, he could do nothing except possess vision. If we don't stop it, before it even reaches Blue Star will be completely polluted, and countless humans will be wiped out. A strong sense of urgency and crisis rose in Ember's heart. Power up, Ember, he shouted in his heart. Yes, right now, he could do nothing, but shouldn't his future self have returned by now? Or, 60 days later, he still hadn't returned to Blue Star? Whoosh! Suddenly, Ember saw a figure soaring into the sky from the earth. His entire body shimmered with light that almost illuminated the heavens. This moment was so similar to the scene over the great northwest. The difference was, the future Ember was clearly far stronger than he had been in the great northwest. So much so that, in the blink of an eye, his figure had already burst forth from the atmosphere of Blue Star, soaring into the starry sky. Can he do it? Ember felt a complex mix of emotions. He knew that was himself, but now, he couldn't interfere, he could only watch the future unfold. Boom! The sky over Blue Star brightened. But it wasn't just Blue Star that brightened. A moment later, a dazzling, overwhelming light illuminated almost the entire galaxy. The metal block, that is, Nyarlathotep and Ember, finally saw the true form of Oumuamua 2. A colossal, dark celestial body was completely enveloped by an even larger pillar of light, black mist constantly dissipating. Can it be done? Nyarlathotep and Ember shared the same thought. Time ticked by. Perhaps just a second, perhaps a long time. The pillar of light, illuminating almost the entire solar system, though terrifying, still failed to completely purify the massive Oumuamua. Crack! Ember and Nyarlathotep saw Oumuamua shatter into pieces, plummeting towards Blue Star. The main body of Oumuamua had already dissipated under the purifying light. Following it down from the sky, the figure of the future Ember also fell. Still failed? A deep sense of resentment rose in Ember's heart. So close, why is it still the same as last time, still so close? But, the next second, whoosh, a second figure soared into the sky. Nyarlathotep's soul emitted an emotion of dullness, but it wasn't over yet. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Countless figures surged into the sky one after another. They charged headlong into the black meteor falling from the heavens. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Above Blue Star, Omomo's split bodies were blocked by countless figures using their own bodies. Section 206. That terrifying source of pollution would instantly contaminate even 8th and 9th tier evolvers, let alone ordinary evolvers. To avoid becoming infected themselves, they all seem to have adopted the same method of self-destruction, unleashing all their elemental energies to collide with the black meteors in the sky, creating endless, dazzling yet tragically beautiful fireworks. Nyarlathotep? Ember recognized the petite figure shrouded in the ice and firestorm. Me. It's me. Nyarlathotep also recognized him, momentarily bewildered. After the bewilderment, a sense of relief rose within her. The eye of foresight had seen the most probable future. In other words, in the future, in 60 days, she would also return to Blue Star with Ember to fight this Aomamo crisis. She was powerless to save her compatriots on Moor Star. Could the regrets of 150 years ago be made up for on Blue Star? Yin Yao? Yu Jin recognized the second figure. Brother Gang? Yu Fei? Old Kui? Old Yu? Above Blue Star, perhaps the most dazzling fireworks display in human history unfolded. But behind these fireworks was endless tragedy and desolation. Crack! The sound of space shattering rang out. Jin's perception returned from the prophesied future to reality. Before him, the spatial black hole created by the loosening of the coordinate imprint had vanished, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 122: A solitary journey, deep into the wasteland, former friends and family. Whoosh! Above the 10-meter-long bed, Nyarlathotep's floating body suddenly plummeted. Jin reacted quickly, catching her. Ugh! Nyarlathotep's once crystal-clear eyes were now dull and lifeless. It was a success. Naya murmured, lying in Jin's arms, her eyelashes trembling slightly. A faint satisfaction shone on her delicate, slightly chubby face, like the relief of making up for a regret. This prophecy, though only a brief glimpse of the future over 60 days, had completely drained her 9th-tier energy. Prophecy can reveal the future, but revealing the future always comes at a price. Naya's eyes closed slowly. Her aura gradually subsided. Jin activated his Eye of Insight. Naya. Status: exhausted by the prophecy, requires slumber to recover. This slumber is essentially a side effect of the prophecy and cannot be awakened by external forces. Jin didn't know the exact duration of the slumber, but he had truly witnessed Naya's sacrifice. In the future, in the scene of soaring into the sky and perishing together with the black meteor, the figure of this little girl from planet Moore could also be seen. Ember gently placed Naya on the 10-meter-long bed and exhaled a deep breath. Success. Is it really a success? Ember murmured, dissatisfied with that so-called future. Saving the future of Blue Star by sacrificing everything, even perishing together, was not the future he wanted. Indeed, Yin Yao possessed the ability of area rebirth, and if her rank in the future was high enough, it might be possible to give everyone a resurrection armor. But the poignant and tragic fireworks still deeply wounded Jin. Along with them came self-reproach and regret. What he wanted wasn't a tragic hymn to the humanity of Blue Star. What he wanted was the absolute purification of Aomamo. He had already used his cheat code. If he still needed Yin Yao, Naya, and Lao Kui to rush in and risk their lives for the meteor, wouldn't that cheat code be wasted? Would such an ending be worthy of his cheat code? Level up. Level up hard. Jin's determination to level up had never been so firm. He didn't know what level he would be in that future scene. The only thing he was certain of was, he had to level up as quickly as possible, as many levels as possible. The safest option was to reach the next maximum level before returning to Blue Star. Secondly, the leveling speed of Dawn City had to be accelerated. The previous plan of leveling up alone, leaving all the leveling up of Dawn City to Yin Yao and the others had to be changed. In the prophecy, he and Yin Yao, among others, only appeared at the very last moment. That was clearly too late. If it had been earlier, even just a little earlier, Jin would have had a chance to purify Oumuamua 2 before it approached Blue Star. If once wasn't enough, then twice. If he could return early enough, he could even be on the edge of the solar system guarding Oumuamua. Whether Dawn City reaches level 6 or not, we must reach level 6 as quickly as possible. Level 6 isn't enough, then level 7, level 8, level 9. Jin got up from the bed. He knew Yin Yao and the others were still waiting outside for him to announce the good news of Dawn City's successful advancement. But Jin didn't rush to show himself, he already had a follow-up plan. Before that, some preparations were needed. Jin arrived at the city's core and pressed down. Wasteland points, 350 million. Early, Jin thought this point balance was outrageous, but after learning that Eureka's S-680 spaceship cost 10 billion points, he instantly felt he was still too poor. Let's get to max level in one click. Jin's mind raced. Beep. Wasteland points minus 80 million. Your Tier 5 light attribute ability laser has been upgraded to LV9. Your Tier 5 spatial attribute ability spatial black hole has been upgraded to LV9. After that, Section 207. Jin went on another shopping spree in the resource shop. The level 5 shop already offered a wide variety of highly practical city facilities and attribute-less abilities. Jin didn't have time to explore the city facilities. He was eyeing several attribute-less abilities. Communication LV1 allows for remote communication within the same planet, requires prior binding of communication partners, maximum number of communication partners, 99. Projection LV1 allows for the deployment of a projection within the same planet. The projection possesses 10% of the original's abilities, lasting 3 minutes. Jin bought them. He planned to accelerate his conquest of planet A3. The specific plan was to split up. Yin Yao and the others would control Dawn City to subjugate nearby refuge cities. He himself would go to more distant areas, leveling up by defeating monsters while subjugating higher-level refuge cities. Ideally, he'd find a level 7 or even 8 refuge city, which would solve the problem once and for all, allowing Dawn City to skip levels. That's about it. After finishing his shopping spree, Jin murmured, "Buzz." A spatial fluctuation spread, and his figure vanished from the spot. Dawn City. Inner City, Martial Arts Square. Yin Yao, Chen Gang, Zhang Hoquan, and the others were still silently waiting for Yu Jin to appear. More than 10 minutes had passed since Dawn City successfully advanced to level 5. But Yu Jin hadn't appeared yet. They could only sense extremely terrifying spatial fluctuations emanating from the depths of the city lord's mansion. This made Yin Yao and the others somewhat nervous and worried. Could something have happened to the club president? Yin Yao subconsciously tightened her lips, her pretty face slightly pale. Buzz! The next second, Yu Jin's figure appeared in the sky above Dawn City. Seeing this, Yin Yao and the others breathed a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the nearly 1 million citizens within the city, as usual, chanted the slogan of loyalty in unison. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! After appearing, Yu Jin didn't waste any words, raising his hand to unleash purifying light. Many of the citizens who had recently arrived in Dawn City hadn't yet had their contamination levels purified. While Yin Yao and the others had been purified before, their recent high-intensity crystal consumption had caused their contamination levels to rise extremely rapidly. Ah! Countless strange shouts rang out within Dawn City. Zhang Hoquan looked at this scene, his mind filled with question marks. This is... He was somewhat puzzled, and at the same time, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his slightly stern face. The scene was rather... Whoosh! A beam of purifying light enveloped Zhang Hoquan. Ah! Caught off guard, Zhang Hoquan let out what was perhaps the most shameful groan of his life. City Lord's Mansion, Council Hall. Yin Yao and other key members of Dawn City gathered. Yu Jin informed everyone of Naya's prophecy and the crisis facing Blue Star. The atmosphere in the hall was silent. Yu Jin announced the plan for split operations. At the same time, he officially appointed Yin Yao and Neil as deputy city lords of Dawn City. Yin Yao would be responsible for external affairs, including flight control of Dawn City and the conquest of refugee cities. Neil would be responsible for internal affairs, including the management of Dawn City's citizens and the maintenance of order. Yu Jin gave Yin Yao 4 maps. They were detailed maps of areas A304/5/6/7. These were rewards Ember had previously obtained from the system. The maps are marked with detailed locations of refuge cities and infected/mutant beast lairs. This will improve Dawn City's efficiency in conquering these nearby areas and subjugating its subordinate cities. A level 6 refuge city requires at least 300 subordinate cities. Dawn City is currently 200 short. I hope that with our collective efforts, we can achieve this goal soon. After reaching level 6, there's a chance we can return to Blue Star. Ember's last 2 sentences brought a quiet sense of relief to everyone who had been shrouded in gloom due to the Blue Star crisis. Rest assured, City Lord, we will definitely take over all 4 areas in the shortest possible time. Chen Gang, abandoning his usual boastful manner, patted his chest and made a solemn pledge. President, I will do my utmost. Yin Yao's pretty face was full of seriousness. After days of relentless crystal consumption, she was now a 5th-tier evolver, not far from the 6th. Simultaneously, thanks to the effect of Ember's causal attribute ability, Buff Link, Yin Yao shared Ember's 1% stat boost, causing her stats to skyrocket from 800 to 20,800, leaping her to the level of an 8th-tier evolver. This was one of the key reasons why Ember could confidently entrust Dawn City to Yin Yao. Currently, Naya is asleep and will not awaken for a while. In his absence, Yin Yao is Dawn City's strongest fighting force. Of course, Ember also bound Yin Yao and the others to communication level 1 accounts and left projection coordinates in Dawn City. In case Dawn City truly faces a major crisis, whether he imprints the coordinates back or projects them, he can easily resolve the situation. My lord. Neil bowed deeply. Upon learning of Ember's departure, a hint of reluctance appeared on his mechanical face. Under intense crystal consumption, she had already reached the 6th rank, not far from the 7th. I entrust the city lord authority to you. While I'm away, you can discuss with Yin Yao the necessary city facilities, civilian supplies, and items suitable for your abilities in the resource mall. Don't worry about running out of Wasteland points. Just send me a message when you run out, and I can come back to replenish them. Yu Jin still had several 9th rank crystals, worth over 3 billion points according to the mall's buyback price. Then, with everything arranged, Yu Jin took a deep breath and stood up from the city lord's seat. Inside the council hall, Yin Yao, Chen Gang, Neil, and others, their faces solemn. Gentlemen, may our efforts lead to Dawn City's early advancement. His voice fell. Yu Jin didn't linger any longer. Section 208. Buzz. The coordinate imprint activated, and his figure vanished from the spot. In the council hall, silence lingered for a long time. Yin Yao stepped forward, her pretty face solemn. Gentlemen, do not disappoint the city lord's expectations. Do not disappoint Blue Star's waiting. Alpha City. This was Ember's first stop. Buzz. Spatial fluctuations spread, and Ember appeared outside the city lord's mansion. The evolved guards of Alpha City instinctively activated their attribute energy, preparing to fight the intruder, but after seeing Ember's appearance, thump, one by one, they all knelt down. Although the current city lord of Alpha City was Wu Yufei, the hundreds of thousands of people in the city knew that the one before them was the truly terrifying existence. Ember ignored the guards. He discovered that Yufei was not in the council hall. Third tier light attribute ability, Light Touch LV9. Active effect, your perception is greatly enhanced. You can use light sources to gain vision within a certain area. The larger the area, the more blurred the vision. Max level effect possesses penetrating properties, allowing you to penetrate obstacles to gain vision. Thanks to the max level effect of the light touch ability, Yujin saw Yufei in the core area. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, with characters and symbols flowing around him. Looks like he's still digesting the knowledge. Yujin murmured, his peripheral vision noticing an ice coffin in the corner of the core area. Inside the ice coffin lay a woman? Yujin was about to activate his Eye of Insight, but then realized this might be related to Yufei. What if she was his brother's wife? He couldn't look. I'll wait until Yufei finishes digesting the knowledge. Yujin's thoughts stirred, and he prepared to leave Alpha City for his next destination. Coordinates A3-49-116, 540. Area A349. These were the coordinates old Kui had given him before his transmigration. Since transmigrating to the Wasteland, Ember had occasionally used his sensory abilities to check on the status of his friends and family, but the vastness of the Wasteland and his lack of teleportation abilities at the time prevented him from doing so. Now, after his Flash LV9 awakened at the 11th tier, it upgraded to Teleport LV9, finally granting Ember the ability to explore the map. Buzz. Teleportation requires charging. Spatial fluctuation spread. About 5 minutes later, Ember's figure vanished from the spot. Area A349. Ember appeared out of thin air. Beneath his feet lay a desolate wasteland. As far as the eye could see, not even the outline of a refuge city could be seen. Wandering. 10 days have passed since I crossed over here, and I really have no idea where old Kui has wandered off to. Yujin activated his ability, sensing Kui Zionjayo's condition and distance. The result. So far, Yujin was somewhat surprised. This distance seemed to be completely outside the A349 area. In just 10 days, he had traversed the entire area, this map traversing ability. It was even stronger than his own before he awakened the teleportation ability. Brother Gang was right, the wandering attribute is indeed overpowered. Old Kui probably arrived at a new refuge city and awakened an ability similar to spatial travel or teleportation. After confirming that old Kui was safe and in good condition, Ember temporarily abandoned the idea of going to meet him. Firstly, while teleportation covers long distances, it requires precise coordinates. Sensory abilities can pinpoint a general location, but not its exact coordinates. Secondly, old Kui's nomadic nature means he cannot stay long in any refuge city. Dawn City is no exception. Thirdly, and most importantly, the person he truly wanted to find on this trip was his adoptive father, Uliman. Although he had been given the buff link, the old man's unreliable nature made Yujin uneasy. Buzz. Spatial fluctuation spread. Coordinates A3-69-985, 211. 5 minutes later, Ember vanished from its spot. When it reappeared, it was outside a vast refuge city. Mang City? Ember stood at the city gate, gazing at the inscription on the gate, raising an eyebrow slightly. This refuge city was similar in size to Deluo City, likely a level 4 refuge city. This meant it possessed at least 50 subordinate cities and 7th tier evolved beings as city lords. Could this trip also allow me to acquire 50 subordinate cities for Dawn City? Yujin's heart stirred slightly as he stepped towards the city gate. On the Wasteland, the vast majority of refuge cities were uniformly level 0. High-level refuge cities were quite rare. The reason Yujin hadn't used his lightsaber to directly kill the city lord of Mang City from a distance was because the refugees inside and outside the city gates, while not exactly rosy-cheeked, weren't skin and bones either. Many refugees even wore faint smiles on their faces. This was even rarer on the Wasteland than a level 4 refuge city itself. Interesting. True benevolence, or feigned compassion? Yujin became interested in Mang City, and at the same time, he sensed Old Yu's location. That was the city lord's mansion in the center of Mang City. Old Yu became the city lord? The thought had barely crossed Yujin's mind when he immediately shook his head in disbelief. Given his personality, even if he became the city lord, he couldn't possibly govern the city so well. A moment later, Yujin had just passed through the city gate. A young man with a buzz cut, dressed in an investigator's uniform, suddenly rushed up to him, his face filled with excitement and disbelief. You are Comrade Yujin. Section 209. Chapter 123. Son, this is your Uncle Luo. Uncle, no. Mang City, Outer City Street. A young man with a buzz cut led the way, Yu Jin following leisurely. On the Outer City Street, street vendors enthusiastically hawked their wares, selling mutated beast meat or daily necessities. Passers-by occasionally stopped to watch. Yu Jin even witnessed an older woman engaging in a bargaining drama with a vendor. Tisk! Yu Jin clicked his tongue in amazement. The scene within Mang City truly gave him a somewhat surreal, post-apocalyptic feeling. Yu Jin noticed there were even lampposts standing on both sides of the city streets. The lampposts were connected to wires, and the wires were connected to CCTV cameras? Yu Jin chuckled. In a wasteland where technology has withered, seeing the familiar box-shaped probe feels both magical and absurd. The characteristics of this Mangcheng should be related to technology. Yu Jin made a guess in his mind. As he surveyed the scene of Mang City, the crewcut youth in front of him recounted his experiences since transmigrating to Yu Jin. The crewcut youth was specifically sent by the Great Xia dynasty to protect Old Yu. And Old Yu was indeed well protected, even excessively so. You mean he's become sworn brothers with the Lord of Mangcheng? Yu Jin stopped and asked the crewcut youth for confirmation. Yes. The crewcut youth's expression was also a bit strange, but he still nodded and added, they just became sworn brothers a few days ago. Uncle Yu even asked a few of us to be witnesses. Yu Jin sighed, speechless. After a long while, Yu Jin shook his head, following the crewcut youth towards the city lord's mansion in the center of Mang City. He wanted to see what this city lord was really up to. City lord's mansion, council hall. It was afternoon, the sky not yet dark, but Yu Liman was already holding a wine cup, his face flushed, looking quite tipsy. Little Luo. You're capable, you're easy to get along with. I, your brother, have high hopes for you. Come on, bottoms up. Yu Liman picked up his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. Thanks to the 0.1% stat boost shared through Yu Jin's buff link, although Yu Liman hadn't awakened yet, his stats were already around 2,000. The starting stats for a 7th tier evolver were only around 3,000. Meanwhile, because he shared the lightning attribute from the Embers, with this enhancement, Yu Liman's combat strength now rivals that of a newly promoted 7th tier evolver. But alas, despite such a physique, he still drinks to this extent every day. Brother Yu, I'll drink too. Across from Yu Liman, a middle-aged man in white, smiling broadly, also downed his drink in one gulp with a rather hearty manner. Amidst the clinking of glasses, host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. Little Luo. Brother, there's something I've been wanting to talk to you about. Yu Liman had barely finished speaking. The middle-aged man, Luo Yu, the city lord of Mang City, a 7th tier evolver, suddenly turned serious, his face hardening. Between brothers like us, what can't be said? Just say it. Anything, as long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do it. Upon hearing this, Yu Liman's smile broadened like a chrysanthemum. Well, let me just say, it's like this, I have 2 sons and a wife. You know, this wasteland is full of dangers. I eat and drink well here every day, but at night I toss and turn, unable to sleep, worried about them. As he spoke, Yu Liman poured himself a drink before continuing. I was thinking, what if my 2 sons and their wives, if they came to your refuge city, could you? Yu Liman didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was quite clear. Although Yu Liman was unreliable, he valued his family extremely. These past few days, he had actually wanted many times to leave the city and search for his wife and children in the wasteland. However, Luo Yu told him that the vastness of this wasteland was far beyond his imagination. Moreover, the A369 area had been extremely turbulent recently. Another level 4 refuge city within the area frequently clashed with Mang City's subordinate cities, and there had even been numerous sieges, defenses, and captures. In Luo Yu's words, a major upheaval was imminent, and the smoke of war on the wasteland would grow ever heavier. Sigh. Thinking of this, Yu Liman sighed heavily again. Brother, where do you place me with those words? Luo Yu, however, looked displeased. He stood up, filled Yu Liman's glass, and then poured one for himself. If my nephew and sister-in-law go to Mang City, let alone offering them a favor or arranging a position, even becoming the deputy city lord is just a matter of a word from you, brother. Luo Yu finished speaking and drank it all in one gulp. Haha, great. Yu Liman was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although he believed he was capable of protecting his son and daughter-in-law after awakening as Thunder God, it was ultimately a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and the protection of a refuge city made him feel more at ease. His brother, Luo Yu, was a genuine 7th tier evolver. Much stronger than himself. It's a pity. The wasteland is too vast. I don't know if I'll ever see my son and daughter-in-law again in my lifetime. Yu Liman's joy didn't last long, he soon sighed again. Luo Yu smiled slightly at this. Brother Yu, you seem so concerned about your nephew and sister-in-law, could you tell me, your younger brother, about their situation? Yu Liman perked up immediately upon hearing this. Hey, my son, you wouldn't believe it. Ember. Holy crap, he's been incredibly smart since he was a kid, and he's even more impressive now. Right before I transmigrated, the time I was in the hospital, he brought a pampered princess to see me. Heard of a gigolo? Hey, that's my little Ember. Section 210. Yu Lyman kept rambling on. Luo Yu listened intently. But not long after, a young man with a buzz cut, who had been guarding outside the city lord's mansion, rushed in. What is it? Luo Yu frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. However, this young man with the buzz cut had been with Yu Lyman before, so he didn't react. City Lord Luo, Uncle Yu. Yes, it's Yu Jin. Yu Jin is here. He's come to Mang City. Crack. Yu Lyman stood up abruptly. His movements were so fast that they left after images. His beloved wine cup, which he had been so fond of these past few days, fell to the ground and shattered completely. Little Jin? Little Jin is here. Oh my, ha ha ha, my good son is here. Outside the city lord's mansion. Tap tap tap. Yu Lyman practically ran all the way to Yu Jin. Little Jin? It really is Little Jin. Yu Lyman looked Yu Jin up and down, left and right. During this time, he cried and laughed intermittently. Finally, after confirming that Yu Jin was unharmed, not skin and bones, and hadn't suffered the same fate as many refugees having lost limbs in a mutated beast attack in the wild, he suddenly pulled Yu Jin into a tight embrace. Son! Old Yu reeked of alcohol, but Yu Jin couldn't speak at that moment. This old rascal. The father and son embraced tightly, but briefly. Just a short moment. Old Yu released Yu Jin, and then, crack, he raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the ground in the distance. How about that? Yu Lyman stared at Yu Jin's reaction with a smug look on his face. Yu Jin remained silent. What? Isn't that enough? Father will show you something even more spectacular. As he spoke, Yu Lyman clasped his hands together, muttering to himself. Thunderstorm, he uttered a soft shout. Boom. Rumble. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. Impressive. Yu Jin gave a thumbs up, showering him with praise. Ha ha. Yu Lyman smiled broadly. Meanwhile, not far away, the city lord of Mang City, Luo Yu, froze on the spot the moment he saw Yu Jin. His blood seemed to freeze. This. Luo Yu's usual elegant demeanor shattered completely at this moment. The dignified seventh tier evolved being felt his legs go weak. His knees were itchy, as if he might accidentally make intimate contact with the ground at any moment. Heaven have mercy. 40 years had passed since he transmigrated here. He had struggled and fought his way up to become the lord of Mang City. Luo Yu had seen countless people and countless destinies, but, for the first and only time, he had seen such terrifying, exaggerated, and indescribable destiny in one person. This wasn't just one person's destiny. What Luo Yu saw was as if countless galaxies were collapsing and fading, countless civilizations were rising and falling, the destiny of the infinite universe. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Luo Yu's heart pounded so hard that, under this intense shock, he was completely unaware that his current outburst had already attracted the attention of Yu Jin and his son. Little Luo? Yu Lyman called out, somewhat puzzled. The latter didn't respond, his eyes vacant, his face growing increasingly pale. Yu Jin, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. This lord of Mang City seems to have a story. Yu Jin showed respect, activating his eye of insight. Luo Yu. Homeworld, UN star. Rank, 7th tier. Attribute, luck. Abilities, Chi Observation LV7, Luck Millstone LV6, Luck Projection LV6. Evaluation, an evolved being who has awakened the extremely rare luck attribute. For many years, he has maintained order in Mang City and enhanced its luck to improve his own rank. 7 days ago, he unexpectedly discovered the awakened Yu Lyman, and was shaken by the overwhelming luck emanating from him, thus taking the initiative to befriend him. Now, overwhelmed by your luck, he is terrified, his heart pounding. Luck attribute? Yu Jin was somewhat surprised. The word luck carries considerable weight in online fantasy novels. Even the Eye of Insight described it as an extremely rare attribute. Little Jin. Yu Lyman's greeting made Yu Jin temporarily set aside these thoughts. Yu Jin looked at the man. The man then pulled Yu Jin over to Luo Yu. Son, this is your Uncle Luo. Yu Lyman introduced enthusiastically, clearly still hoping to secure an official position for his son in Mang City. However, before Yu Jin could speak, Uncle, no. Luo Yu, completely losing his composure, practically cried out. With Yu Jin's terrifyingly powerful luck, let alone Yu Jin calling him uncle, he wouldn't dare call him grandpa even 1,000 times over. Chapter 124 Old Yu, Little Jin, don't be afraid, Dad is the Thunder God. Section 211. Outside the city lord's mansion. The atmosphere was incredibly strange. Yu Lyman stared at Luo Yu, utterly puzzled. Strange. Just now, when the two were drinking and chatting, they even said they wanted to meet his son and daughter-in-law sometime. How come, now that Xiao Jin has arrived, Luo Yu seems terrified? This isn't right. Luo Yu is a 7th-tier evolver, stronger than himself. Thinking of this, Yu Liman turned to Yu Jin, looking at him suspiciously. Xiao Jin, have you become an evolver too? In Yu Liman's view, only a higher-tier evolver could make a 7th-tier evolver lose his composure. Yes. Yu Jin nodded. Beside them, the 3 short-haired youths who had been silent until now, upon hearing Yu Jin's response, showed excitement and anticipation in their eyes. They all knew the information Yin Yao brought back from her rebirth. The future Yu Jin was a 9th-tier evolver, the city lord of Dawn City. And this process might have only taken Yu Jin less than 2 months. Because Yin Yao heard this news 2 months after her transmigration. And now, only 10 days have passed since her transmigration. Although Yu Jin certainly hasn't become a 9th-tier evolver yet, at least he's on the right path. He's even appeared in Mang City. This means that all 3 of them have the opportunity to follow in Yu Jin's footsteps, grow stronger in the future, not only gather the other 100,000 brothers, but also have a chance to return to Blue Star and save their great Xia compatriots. Time passed in an instant, but countless thoughts surfaced in the minds of the 3. On the other side, old Yu stared at Yu Jin for a while, not seeing anything special, and became even more puzzled. 8th tier? He asked. Yu Jin shook his head. 9th rank. Yu Liman asked again. No. Yu Jin smiled, a mischievous glint in his eye. But the next second, boom, rumble, outside Mang City. Suddenly, a series of earth-shaking roars echoed. Yu Jin raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to look. He was currently inside the city, and theoretically shouldn't be able to see outside, but he possessed the light touch ability as his field of vision. And so, with just one glance, Yu Jin chuckled. Outside Mang City, a large number of guests had arrived. Just moments ago, he had been thinking that although Luo Yu had approached Old Yu with a certain purpose, he ultimately hadn't harbored any ill will. It would have been too immoral of him to slap this uncle to death without explanation and steal his 50 subordinate cities. But now, a new subordinate city seemed to have delivered itself to their doorstep. 50? 100? Please don't disappoint me, Yu Jin muttered to himself. Old Yu, however, was now filled with tension. Because, outside Mang City, shouts and cries were already echoing. Luo Yu, hand over Mang City, or die. Mang City, outside the city gates. A legion of 50,000 evolved beings stood imposingly. At the very front of the legion, a man exuding the aura of a 7th-tier evolved being was shouting incessantly. The man was named Peter Love, the city lord of the level 4 refuge city, Giant Sun City. At this moment, behind him stood a tall woman in a black and white nun's uniform. The woman watched Peter, who was shouting and smug with an air of smug satisfaction, remain silent. She faintly exuded the aura of an 8th-tier evolver. In Region A369, no refuge city had an 8th-tier expert. For the past decade or so, the 100 refuge cities in this region had been divided between Mang City and Juyang City, each holding half, both being level 4 refuge cities. But now, Peter, leading his entire force of full 50,000 evolvers and an 8th-tier reinforcement, launched a powerful surprise attack on Mang City. For this attack, Peter spent a staggering 5 million points to purchase a one-time long-distance teleportation device from the resource shop. Although the teleportation distance was short, limited to a single area, Peter gritted his teeth and bought it to ensure success. And this led to the current situation. 50,000 evolvers, besieging Mang City. As long as we take Mang City, then the other 50 subordinate cities within the A369 region will all fall under the control of Giant Sun City. At that time, Giant Sun City will possess 100 subordinate cities, enough to advance to a level 5 refuge city. Once Giant Sun City reaches level 5, I can not only upgrade my 5th-tier attribute ability, but also purchase cheaper non-attribute abilities. Non-attribute abilities will only appear in the shop of level 5 and above refuge cities. Peter Love gazed at Mang City in the distance, his eyes filled with ambition for the future. Although, according to the terms of the cooperation, he was to hand over these 100 subordinate cities, along with Giant Sun City, to that person in 170 days. But, while he would lose Giant Sun City and his status as its city lord, he could join that person's city, become its direct subject, and gain the opportunity for advancement in 170 days. Advancement. On the Wasteland planet A3, the ultimate goal coveted by countless evolvers and city lords. As long as he advances, he can leave this damned Wasteland planet. As long as he advances, he'll have the chance to go to a wider, new world. Thinking of this, Peter Love's heart pounded even faster. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Luo Yu, the dignified lord of a level 4 refuge city, is he going to cower like a coward at this moment? Section 212. Peter Love stomped his foot, his figure soaring into the sky, shouting again. This shout, of course, was meaningful. Its meaning lay in to make Luo Yu lose the hearts of the people of Mang City, thus making it easier for Peter to take control of Mang City later. Although that Lord had sent an 8th-tier expert to oversee the operation, it was merely an oversight. An 8th-tier expert generally wouldn't easily intervene. If Mang City refused to open its gates to fight, even if Peter could capture Mang City through a strong attack, his elite troops would suffer heavy losses. He didn't want his legion of 50,000 evolved beings, which he had cultivated for many years, to suffer too much loss. After all, the promotion of a refuge city, besides the number of subordinate cities, also required a certain number and rank of evolved beings. Luo Yu, if you don't come out now, once I take Mang City, I will slaughter all your fellow citizens of UN Star. Mang City, city walls. Luo Yu stared at Peter not far away, and at the massive 50,000 evolved humans, his face extremely grim. The enemy's teleportation siege had been too sudden, he hadn't had time to prepare. Mang City also had an evolved human legion, totaling nearly 50,000 as well. But 30,000 of them were currently stationed in Mang City's 50 subordinate cities. Only 20,000 evolved humans remained in Mang City at this moment. 20,000 against 50,000, their chances of victory were slim. Not to mention, behind Peter's mortal enemy stood a mysterious figure who appeared to be an 8th-tier powerhouse. Is Mang Cheng doomed? Luo Yu sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but look at Yu Jin and his son again. Yu Liman, lightning attribute, could unleash power equivalent to a 7th-tier evolved being. Yu Jin. Luo Yu couldn't see through him. All he knew was that the other party's fortune was terrifyingly powerful. And what had previously filled him with fear and trembling was precisely that fortune, seemingly born from the destruction of a galaxy. This fortune prevented Luo Yu from harboring even the slightest malice towards Yu Jin. But fortune was one thing, strength was another. This overwhelming fortune could allow Yu Jin and even his father, Yu Liman, to escape death and escape danger. But it had absolutely nothing to do with him, Luo Yu, or Mang City. He could not abandon Mang City. His 40 years of hard work had all come from it. His rank and abilities also stemmed from the fortune of Mang City. If Mang City perished, he perished. If Mang City lived, he rose. Lord City Lord, we're all ready. Open the city gates and fight to the death. Otherwise, under the siege, our chances of victory and survival will be even slimmer. Behind Luo Yu, a burly man who appeared to be an adjutant spoke in a deep voice. He exuded the aura of a 6th-tier evolved being. Judging from his dragon-like muscles, his awakened attribute was most likely related to physical constitution. Little Luo, don't panic. Since you called me Brother Yu, I can't stand idly by today. Old Yu was also getting excited, although he had never actually fought anyone before. But the atmosphere was right. Having been a fan of Jin Yong, Gu Long, and Liang Yisheng since his youth, he now felt a surge of heroic spirit, even a touch of the carefree chivalry of a Jiankyu hero. Crack! Crack! Seeing Luo Yu hesitate, Old Yu unleashed several more waves of lightning. Don't you trust your brother Yu? Don't forget, I am the Thunder God. The words fell. Luo Yu sighed heavily. Then, men of Mang City, lords of Yuan Xing, prepare for battle. Boom! Faced with such a siege crisis, Luo Yu, as the city lord, did not retreat. Clad in white, he was the first to soar into the sky. At the same time, within Mang City, besides the legion of 20,000 evolved beings, a small number of refugees spontaneously took up various kinds of cold weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds. Mang City had treated them well, and they were willing to repay them with their lives. In the Wasteland, any refugee with some experience would find it hard to imagine that a refuge city like Mang City, which values human rights and order, could exist. Many of these refugees who took up arms were people who had fled here from other refuge cities years ago and received protection. Of course, this group was a tiny minority. The vast majority of the refugees, even if their emotions weren't numb, wouldn't risk their lives in such a situation. What difference did it make who was the city lord? At worst, they'd suffer more, be more tired, go hungry, and experience more pain. Living was better than anything else. Little Jin. On the city wall, Old Yu, though immersed in his childhood martial arts dreams, hadn't forgotten Yu Jin. Don't be afraid, your father is the Thunder God. With me here, no one can hurt you. But if I can't hold out, you must escape beforehand. Remember to hide in those houses deep in the streets, don't go to the city lord's mansion. If they ask afterward, don't say I'm his son. I've been close to City Lord Luo these days, hundreds of thousands of people in Mang City know that. Old Yu sighed heavily at the end. I've been waiting for you in this city for 10 days and nights. But now that you've finally come, I feel I shouldn't have waited for you. Father is gone. If you can see Xiao Fang and Aiken, tell them I miss them terribly. Boom! Rumble! Thunder shook the sky. The terrifying force startled everyone inside and outside Mang City. Even the 8th rank woman supporting Peter Love narrowed her beautiful eyes and glanced sideways. Above Mang City, Luo Yu, who was channeling his elemental energy, preparing for a final battle with the invading enemy, was also greatly startled by the thunder. He abruptly looked down at Yu Liman, his tone filled with both doubt and surprise. "Brother Yu, how come you've been so secretive?" Section 213. But the next second, Yu Liman's answer left the Mangchang city lord frozen in place, nearly falling from midair. I don't know. I haven't even started yet." Old Yu looked blankly at the sky, for the first time questioning his own identity as the Thunder God. Requesting monthly votes, please Orts bonus chapter at 8 p.m. tonight for monthly votes. Chapter 125. Where's my big 8th tier boss? Mangchang. Above the sky, thunderclouds gathered. Boom. Rumble. Thunderclaps echoed, an extreme sense of oppression enveloping the wasteland. Outside the city gate, Peter Love stared intently at Yu Liman on the city wall, his expression filled with doubt and uncertainty. Thunder? A pure thunder attribute evolver? Judging by his aura, he's only at the limit of the 6th rank, barely 7th rank. How come this thundercloud makes me feel a deadly threat? Peter Love had long coveted Mang City, and he knew everything about the high-level evolvers there. There was only one 7th rank evolver, Luo Yu. There were 3 6th rank evolvers, the strongest being the adjutant Yuan Kun, the muscular giant, whose attribute was great strength. But where did this old man, the Thunder God, come from? Peter Love's expression changed repeatedly. 6th and 7th rank evolvers were by no means unknown in the A369 region. He had only been busy mobilizing the Legion for the past 10 days and hadn't monitored Mang City's intelligence. How could such a powerful figure have appeared in such a short time? Lady Natasha, please make your move. Thinking of this, Peter looked at the silent woman behind him. He needed to call for reinforcements. Although he was a 7th tier evolver, his lightning attribute was unmatched, making him arguably the most powerful attacker in the Wasteland. Peter didn't want to take risks. The trope of finally winning after a desperate struggle only existed in novels and fiction. He wanted a sure thing. The 8th tier woman, addressed as Lady Natasha, remained silent, quietly taking a half step back. She was there to provide support, not to risk her life. These thunderclouds in the sky. Peter couldn't sense them, but she could. This wasn't the aura of a 7th tier individual at all. At the very least, it was an 8th tier evolver. Even more likely, an 8th tier evolver stronger than herself. Mang City, on the city wall. Yu Liman was still somewhat bewildered. Luo Yu had landed from the sky and stood before him. Brother Yu, in such a critical moment, don't hold back. Yu Liman's earlier I don't know either had indeed taken Luo Yu by surprise. But Luo Yu glanced around. Besides his good brother, who else here was a lightning attribute evolver? Yu Jin? His luck was terrifying, but his aura was imperceptible. At least, Luo Yu hadn't sensed any sign of him making a move. As a 7th tier evolver, Luo Yu believed that even if he wasn't a match for an 8th tier evolver, he shouldn't be unable to detect whether the other party had made a move. 9th tier? Any 7th tier or higher evolver on planet A3 knew that no 9th tier being had appeared on this planet for countless years. So, it could only be his brother Yu. Ahem. Yu Liman looked embarrassed and somewhat awkward. Actually, he himself had some doubts. Maybe it was him? Although he hadn't started yet, Thunder God was still Thunder God, and it was only natural that he was favored by the thunder of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Yu Liman suddenly felt confident. He didn't rush to make a move again, but instead turned to look at Yu Jin behind him. Little Jin, watch your father show you a trick. Yu Jin remained silent, only suppressing a laugh. He had only intended to tease this old man, but unexpectedly, this old man seemed to have taken it seriously. Heh, I am Thunder God, let the heavens unleash a thunderstorm. Yu Liman chanted incantations, his hands forming various complex hand seals. This display of power surprised Luo Yu even more. Meanwhile, outside Mang City, Peter's expression grew even more solemn. The 8th tier powerhouse Natasha simply narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring intently at Yu Liman. This old man, just where did this powerful figure come from? Behind Yu Liman, Yu Jin's expression was also quite interesting. He remembered, thunderstorm abilities didn't require ritual like old Yu's. These hand seals, these incantations. If Yu Jin hadn't also possessed thunderstorm abilities, he almost would have believed it. Thunder strike. Yu Liman soared into the sky, shouting. The scene fell silent. For a long time, no lightning struck. Yu Liman was somewhat bewildered. But the next second, boom, rumble, thunder exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. Crack, a dark purple lightning pillar, over 100 meters thick, descended from the sky, heading straight for the evolved army of Giant Sun City. Quick, dodge. The speed of lightning was beyond the reaction of ordinary people. Peter Love shouted the instant the lightning struck, but, Section 214. Screams echoed endlessly, thunder roared incessantly. In the blink of an eye, of the 50,000-strong evolved army, over 1,000 were instantly reduced to charred remains. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. Thousands of charred remains were obliterated. Tier 4 Lightning Attribute Ability, Thunderstorm LV9. Active effect, summons a thundercloud within a 10,000-meter radius, unleashing a bolt of lightning to bombard the target, applying an additional purification effect to mutated beasts/infected beings. Max level effect, the lightning bolt can be freely controlled by will, applying an additional annihilation effect to non-mutated beast/infected targets. Annihilation, flesh and blood are obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Speaking of which, this was the first time Ember had used this ability since transmigrating to the Wasteland. In the past, he mostly used lasers and lightning interchangeably. Using them so often had become somewhat tedious. Therefore, occasionally switching abilities isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, I keep using my lightning and light attributes over and over again. It feels a bit unfair to my other attributes. Perhaps I should expand my skill pool, gather more attributes, try out more abilities. Yu Jin thought to himself, gazing at the spirited old Yu in the sky. Lightning, come, Yu Lyman shouted, pointing forward. Boom! Another pillar of lightning struck. Yu Lyman smiled like a chrysanthemum. I am the Thunder God, I am the Thunder God. Who dares to mourn me? Who can mourn me? Yu Lyman was in high spirits. He didn't care that the lightning attribute ability within him was actually in a quiet and dormant state. He only knew. Now, he was the Thunder God of the human world, striking wherever he pointed. Boom! One bolt of lightning after another. In a short time, the 50,000-strong evolved army of Giant Sun City suffered a loss of over 10,000. Of course, this was the result of Ember deliberately controlling the power. Otherwise, if he wanted, those 50,000 evolved humans wouldn't even be enough for a single lightning strike. Outside Mang City, Peter Love was in a sorry state. He was almost struck by a lightning bolt. The destructive aura made his hair stand on end. Damn it! I must kill that old man. Lady Natasha, please make a move. The saying goes, better to sacrifice a friend than myself. Peter, though furious, wasn't reckless. He pleaded again for the 8th-tier expert to intervene. After a long silence, Natasha sighed softly. Take care of yourself. She spoke, uttering a single sentence. Those few lightning bolts had completely convinced her. That old man with the lightning attribute was definitely no weaker than herself. So, she's going to get wet. Peter Love was stunned. No. Mrs. Peter Love was dumbfounded. This hasn't even started yet. How come the 8th-tier powerhouse she invited to provide support is telling her to take care of herself? Whoosh! Austin Natasha soared into the sky. Her figure was light and graceful, transforming into a gust of wind, heading away from Mang City. Holy crap! Mrs. Peter Love was stunned. Where's the 8th-tier powerhouse? Where's my big 8th-tier powerhouse? How did it fast forward to take care of yourself? In Mang City, Luo Yu was also dumbfounded. Even with his inner thunder god, Yu Lyman hadn't let his guard down, because he recognized Natasha as an 8th-tier powerhouse. But, she escaped? Luo Yu was utterly astonished. Trying to escape? Above the sky. Yu Lyman, engrossed in his lightning strikes, saw this and immediately lost his temper. Slash! He roared. The result. The thunderclouds, under Yu Jin's control, weren't actually very large, only covering Mang City and a few miles around. And Natasha, she seemed to be a wind attribute evolved being, incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, her figure had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Damn it! Yu Lyman was somewhat annoyed, but helpless. Just then, a faint voice sounded behind him. Come and go as you please? Whoosh! Yu Lyman turned his head and saw that it was Yu Jin who had spoken. Hiss! Yu Lyman gasped. This swagger. Anyone who didn't know better would think that the one who had just been possessed by the Thunder God wasn't old Yu, but Yu Jin. But the next second, Yu Lyman's expression suddenly froze. Equally frozen was the worry that had surfaced on Luo Yu's face regarding letting a tiger return to the mountain. Whoosh! Yu Jin's figure soared into the sky. Section 215. Boom! Brilliant lightning illuminated the entire sky. Rumble! The thunderclouds seemed to cheer for his arrival. Little Ember? Yu Lyman's eyes widened. Whoosh! Ember had already taken a step forward. When he reappeared, his figure stood directly in front of Austin Natasha at the edge of the wasteland. Natasha was utterly horrified. She was a pure wind attribute evolver. In terms of speed alone, she was comparable to her brother, who was at the peak of the 8th rank. But now, how is this possible? Grumble as she was, Natasha was an 8th rank evolver after all, and her reaction was extremely fast. She immediately raised her hand, and countless wind blades roared out towards Ember. At the same time, Storm Domain, Wind Elementalization. One ability after another poured forth. Ember remained silent, merely raising his hand. Whoosh! A terrifying spatial fluctuation swept outwards. Everything within a kilometer radius froze. Third tier spatial attribute ability, dimensional slicing LV9. Active effect, tears apart local space, continuously slicing enemies within range, annihilating them. Max level effect, when this skill is activated, local space freezes, and enemies within the space are briefly frozen and imprisoned. At this moment, Ember did not activate the slicing ability, but only used the frozen space effect. Speaking of which, Ember had always found it strange that while the various attribute abilities from 1st to 9th tier seemed numerous, they often had limitations. Take the space attribute as an example. It has many offensive skills, but its functionality is much lacking. It was only later, as more and more of his abilities reached their maximum level, that Yujin understood. Abilities need to be developed. Undeveloped abilities have extremely limited effects, but after upgrading and developing them, they can, like now, use dimensional cutting to create a brief spatial freeze effect. Kill her, or kill her. Yujin looked at Natasha, imprisoned within the space, unable to move, and raised an eyebrow slightly. I have an idea. Yujin's mind raced, and he raised his hand again. Third tier proliferation attribute ability, super rapid proliferation LV. Active effect, briefly breaks through biological limitations, causing limbs/organs to expand 9 times in volume. Max level effect, expands 1 to 100 times, adjustable. Under the effect of the super rapid proliferation ability, Yujin's outstretched right hand rapidly expanded like a balloon. In just a moment, his right hand expanded to nearly 10 meters in size. Then, Ember's large hand gripped the immobilized Natasha, applying slight pressure. Crack! A popping sound of bones breaking rang out. Buzz! At the same time, Ember also dispelled the stagnant effect of spatial strangulation. Just an instant, Natasha's scream, along with her pleas for mercy, rang out. My lord, please, spare Natasha's life. You can make Natasha do whatever you want. The words fell. Ember nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he wasn't satisfied with Natasha's pleas for mercy, but rather, you have defeated and killed 8th tier Evolver Austin Natasha. The spoils of the strong activated. You have acquired one of her attributes. You have awakened your 11th attribute, Wind. So, it's not necessarily about killing her. Begging for mercy counts as a defeat, admitting defeat counts as a defeat. Then, once the loot of the strong cooldown ends in 24 hours, can we still fleece this nun one more time, or even a few more times? Please vote for me. My new book's monthly vote ranking has been consistently crushed, dropping from 5th to 8th. Please, please, please vote for me. Chapter 126 Wasteland Louis XVI? Torturing Natasha. Level 8 Refuge City. Mang City. Inside and outside the city walls. At this moment, utter silence reigned. Until, a buzz sound rang out. Ember's figure returned to the city wall once more. The difference was, his 10-meter-long hand, like a claw machine, gripped the figure in a black and white nun's uniform. Lady Natasha. Outside the city gates. Lord Peter Love of Giant Sun City screamed in disbelief. His eyes widened, feeling as if his blood was running cold. Lady Natasha was an 8th tier powerhouse. But, this very 8th tier powerhouse, who had clearly abandoned him and turned to run away, was instantly caught back. Truly caught. Gulp! Peter Love swallowed hard. He finally realized. The terrifying one wasn't the old man with the thunder, but this young man who had seemed almost invisible from beginning to end. Little Jin? On the other side, Old Yu was also quite shocked by this scene. He finally belatedly realized that the previous thunderstorm was likely the work of his son. After all, everyone inside and outside Mang City witnessed the commotion emanating from the thunderclouds when Yujin soared into the sky. Section 216. Luo Yu was completely speechless. He knew Yujin's luck was terrifying, but he hadn't realized the opponent's strength was just as astonishing. 8th tier limit? 9th tier? As a 7th tier cultivator, Luo Yu couldn't determine Yujin's exact level. He only knew that an 8th tier expert was like a chick in this young man's hands, utterly powerless to resist. Luo Yu even suspected that Yujin might be a 9th tier evolver who had broken the planetary record. Yujin was unaware of their thoughts, and even if he were, he wouldn't care. His gaze was currently fixed on Peter Love. His eye of insight activated, revealing all the information. Beast attribute? A bit trash. Having just plundered Austin Natasha's wind attribute, his Land of the Strong ability was currently on cooldown. Yujin thought that if Peter Love's attributes were decent, he would spare his life for now, and then kill him later. But now, whoosh, Ember raised his hand. A wind blade whistled out. His newly acquired ability naturally needed to be tested. Peter Love's eyes widened, a whimper escaping his throat. He looked down blankly, only to see his remaining body. Puffed. The seemingly ordinary wind blade instantly left him bewildered. His head was gone. Mang City, City Lord's mansion. Ember's large hand still gripped Natasha tightly. Lacking a binding ability is rather inconvenient, Ember muttered to himself. Mang City Lord Luoyu, however, was filled with tension and unease. Good news. Peter Love was dead, the Evolver Legion surrendered. The crisis in Mang City was thus resolved. Bad news. An even more terrifying being than Peter and the 8th tier Evolver has arrived. At this moment, Luoyu was incredibly grateful that he had never harbored any ill will towards Yu Lyman, otherwise, Peter Love might not be the only one cosplaying Louis XVI. Little Jin. Although Yu Lyman was quite shocked by Yu Jin's strength, they were still father and son, and he didn't feel the same awe as Luoyu. He leaned closer to Yu Jin, first glancing at Natasha's pale face, numb and desperate, before finally asking in a low voice, "How are you so powerful? It's only been a few days. 8th tier? 9th tier? When I asked you before, you said no, you even kept it from your father?" As he spoke, Yu Lyman glanced at Luoyu not far away. "Your uncle Luo seems a little afraid of you. You're not planning to do that to him, are you?" Yu Lyman's tone held a hint of worry. He felt, just now outside the city, Yu Jin's actions in killing Peter Love were too swift and ruthless. Not at all. Yu Jin shook his head, reassuring the old man. After all, Luoyu had taken good care of the old man during this time. Morally and logically, he wouldn't go that far. Being decisive in killing is one thing, being heartless and treacherous is another. That's good. Yu Lyman breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Meanwhile, not far away, Luoyu, hearing the conversation between father and son, finally relaxed a little. He was truly terrified. Peter Love, also a 7th tier Evolver, had just left without a word, instilling a deep-seated fear in him. Yu Jin's strength had exceeded his imagination. He could decide his life or death in a single thought. Thinking of this, Luoyu took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Brother Yu." He didn't dare speak directly to Yu Jin, but instead looked at Yu Lyman. "Won't you become the city lord?" Old Yu froze on the spot upon hearing this. City lord? What city lord? Mang City, deep within the city lord's mansion. Yu Jin looked at Natasha, who was slumped on the ground, her face ashen, and stroked his chin. A moment earlier, Luoyu voluntarily relinquished his position as the lord of Mang City. Old Yu naturally refused. Luoyu then favorably proposed that Yu Jin become the lord. Yu Jin explained that he was already the lord, and his trip was to acquire several subordinate cities. Luoyu instantly understood the meaning of this. He immediately led his evolved legion out of Mang City in a grand procession, not to flee, but to subjugate Peter Love's giant Sun City and its 50 subordinate cities. He intended to include Mang City and its subordinate cities, and ultimately, to pay tribute to all 100 subordinate cities in Region A369. Uncle Luo is a capable man, easy to get along with. Yu Jin, recalling this moment, nodded with satisfaction. The Wasteland wasn't just about fighting and killing, it was also about human relationships and social dynamics. Dawn City needed talent like Luoyu. Wah! Natalie's soft sobs brought Ember back to reality. He looked up at the 8th tier powerhouse. There was no trace of wind attribute energy left in the other's body. The spoils of the strong are extremely domineering, their essence is plunder. Ember had awakened the wind attribute. Natalie, however, had forever lost the wind attribute. Section 217. At this moment, Natasha, aside from her physique which still qualifies her as an 8th tier Evolver, is no longer considered 8th tier, or even an Evolver at all. Tell me, where did you come from? What level is your refuge city? Ember cut to the chase, asking directly. Wah! Natasha remained silent, only sobbing. Ember frowned. The reason he spared Natasha's life was to find out information about her refuge city and its location. What could he possibly get out of her through crying and wailing? "I'll have to use some tricks on you." Ember shook his head and stood up. The spoils of a powerful being have a 24-hour cooldown period. Using this ability, Ember had a chance to plunder some of Natasha's memories, which might include information about the refuge city's location. But, if he could extract the information before the cooldown period, that would be even better. Area A369. Yu Jin's figure darted back and forth across the land. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, wind blades whistled through the air. Speaking of which, he had bought this wind blade ability from the point shop back on Blue Star. But at that time, he didn't have the wind attribute and couldn't use it. Now, after awakening the wind attribute, he discovered that his first tier ability was Wind Blade, leaving Yu Jin speechless and feeling a bit cheated. Whoosh! The wind blade fell. Not far in front of Yu Jin, a 7th tier mutated beast was cleaved in two. Swish! A 9th tier crystal appeared in Yu Jin's hand. Continue! Yu Jin's figure flashed, heading towards his next destination. Although there weren't any beast traders like Xiao Ming in Area A369, he had obtained a detailed map from Mang City. On the map, numerous extremely dangerous areas were marked. Yu Jin was now following these marks, harvesting resources one by one. Compared to Area A308, the evolved beings and mutated beasts/infected beings in this area were clearly of a higher rank. 8th rank infected? 11th rank crystal obtained. Yu Jin was delighted and unleashed a storm domain. Boom! A storm howled across the land. Compared to Natasha's storm domain, this one was 100 times stronger in both power and scale. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a day had gone by. Mang City. Luo Yu's actions were undeniably swift. In the past day, he led his evolved being army, rapidly conquering Giant Sun City and its 50 subordinate cities, temporarily making them subordinate cities of Mang City. The reason he said temporarily was because he intended to offer these cities, along with Mang City, to Yu Jin, this powerful figure. However, what Luo Yu hadn't expected was, Yu Jin didn't accept it directly, but instead told him to upgrade Mang City first. Luo Yu was puzzled, but deeply shocked. 100 subordinate cities, along with the evolved human legion sent by Peter Love, and the 6th-tier evolved human leaders who surrendered from Giant Sun City, were just enough for Mang City to upgrade to a level 5 refuge city. A level 5 refuge city. This had been Luo Yu's dream for the past few decades. And now, Luo Yu never expected it to be achieved in this way. Although Mang City would change hands after advancing to level 5, for Luo Yu, this was already the best possible outcome. His attribute was luck, deeply bound to Mang City. With Mang City advancing to level 5, his rank would also increase further, not breaking through to the 8th rank, but enough to approach the 7th rank limit. Rumble! On the Wasteland, Mang City initiated its advancement, causing the earth to tremble for dozens of miles around. Deep within the city lord's mansion, Yu Jin once again defeated Natasha. But, the spoils of war from a powerful individual did not react. Only one trigger per person? This result made Yu Jin frown. He had originally planned to use Natasha as an experiment, and also to extract more benefits. Meanwhile, the failed plunder also meant that Yu Jin could not directly obtain the memories related to the refuge city from Natasha. Helpless, Yu Jin could only continue to interrogate her relentlessly. Ah! Natalie cried out in pain. Ah! A strange hint of pleasure lingered in Natalie's cry of pain. Ember was utterly shocked. Wearing a nun's uniform, she turned out to be a masochist? Finally, after half a day of interrogation, Natalie finally confessed, revealing the truth. Austin Zorn. My brother is Austin Zorn, the Lord of Ghost King City, an 8th level refuge city. Ghost King City is located in region A399, ruling over a dozen surrounding regions and possessing over 1,000 subordinate cities. Chapter 127. Please send a few more Tier 8 evolvers to suppress. Austin Zorn? A Tier 8 Ghost King City? The information Natalie revealed was clearly a pleasant surprise for Ember. An 8th level ultimate city lord plus an 8th level refuge city. Isn't this the fat sheep Ember has been searching for? However, when asked about the exact location of Ghost King City, Natasha said, Ghost King City possesses two characteristics, concealment and movement. Unless it actively reveals itself, even searching every corner of Area A399 will not reveal its existence. Every time I return to Ghost King City, I have to follow the directions to find it. Section 218. Ember fell into deep thought. Nyarlathotep had once mentioned the concealment trait to him. According to Nyarlathotep, this concealment, when maximized, allows a massive city to be right in front of you, yet you cannot see or sense it at all. At the same time, entry and exit from the city requires permission. Otherwise, even if you know it's there, you cannot enter or attack. As for the other trait, movement, Ember was unfamiliar with it. But as a trait of an 8th level refuge city, its effect was probably not much less than concealment. Concealment plus movement? This gives off a creepy vibe. Ember frowned. He wasn't sure if his Eye of Insight could find the hidden Ghost King City in the vast A399 area. Refuge cities, as game facilities in Wasteland, held a very high status. It seems taking this level 8 refuge city directly won't be so easy. Yu Jin pondered for a moment, then had an idea. You can go. He looked at Natasha, whose clothes were disheveled, and said, Ha! A look of confusion appeared on Natasha's flushed face. Is it over already? She felt she could be interrogated a little longer. The advancement of Mang City took one day. The moment the advancement was complete, the city gates opened, and Natasha left with some reluctance, gradually disappearing into the edge of the wasteland. After losing her wind attribute, her speed was noticeably slower than before. However, her posture of looking back every few steps left Yu Jin speechless. Letting Natasha go wasn't out of a sudden burst of compassion. He left a perception mark and a coordinate imprint on Natasha. Release a tiger back into the mountains? The earth trembled and mountains crumbled. No matter what, she's the younger sister of an 8th level city lord. Surely that Austin Zorn wouldn't be so wary of even his own sister? As long as Natasha can return to Ghost King City, then Dawn City will gain a new 8th level refuge city, and 1,000 new subordinate cities. Ember was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, after completing his advancement in Mang City, Luo Yu immediately came before Ember. The people of Mang City are willing to lead the way for you. Luo Yu had no greed for Mang City, which had just been upgraded to 5th level. He knew perfectly well that in this wasteland, those who understood the times were the heroes. And, at the very moment Luo Yu made his offering, before Ember's eyes, the text information on the system panel appeared as expected. Just as I predicted, Ember was in high spirits. You descended with divine might, conquering a level 5 interstellar refuge fortress single-handedly with the body of an ant. Wasteland points plus 500 million. You gained resources, 20 tier 11 energy crystals. When you conquered the level 4 Great Luo City, the system reward was 100 million points plus 40 tier 10 crystals. But now, after Mang City advanced from level 4 to level 5, the rewards have also increased significantly. It's obvious. The reward value of conquering a level 5 refuge city far exceeds that of conquering 2 level 4 refuge cities. 500 million points are not enough to attract Ember's attention, but 20 tier 11 crystals have arrived just in time. Before leaving Dawn City, Yujin had already absorbed and digested the only 12th tier crystal. The good news was, he was one step closer to the 12th tier. The bad news was, with each tier increase, the energy required for each breakthrough became increasingly terrifying, including the crystals obtained from clearing out the high-tier mutated beasts/infected bodies in Area A369. Even if I can't break through to the 12th tier, I'm not far off. Yujin hadn't expected that in just 2 days, his gains would be far greater than in the previous 10 days. Indeed, staying in the fountain to develop was pointless, he still had to go out and fight, really fight. After conquering Mang City, Yujin didn't rush to downgrade it to conquer the other 50 subordinate cities. Dawn City still needed 150 subordinate cities to advance. Until then, Yujin planned to retain Mang City's tier and have Luo Yu continue to serve as acting city lord. After all, Luo Yu and Old Yu were brothers, and given Luo Yu's pragmatism, there was no reason for him to push things too far. It wouldn't be too late to consider downgrading Mang City when Dawn City was truly about to be promoted. This decision undoubtedly surprised and delighted Luo Yu, filling him with gratitude. He had already prepared for Mang City's immediate downgrading and his own rank to drop. We are willing. We will lead the way. Luo Yu led the hundreds of thousands of Mang City citizens in a unified shout. Old Yu's face was also filled with a gratified smile. He didn't understand the promotion and demotion of refuge cities, he only knew his son was still the same as before, loyal and ambitious. By the way, gather all the people of Mang City, I'll give you a small Dawn City perk. Before going into seclusion to consume crystals, Yujin instructed Luo Yu. A moment later, whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Within Mang City, beams of light fell from Yujin's fingertips. Strange groans echoed endlessly. Luo Yu's original 90% plus pollution level was swept away by the purifying light. Old Yu, though having little pollution, also felt very good. Then, Yujin pulled Old Yu aside and gave him several second and third tier energy crystals. This old man, despite now being comparable to a 7th tier evolver thanks to the buff link effect, hadn't actually awakened yet. Before leaving Dawn City, Yujin had also upgraded his buff link ability to level 9, maximum. But, the percentage effect of the buff link didn't increase, it was still only affected by the rank difference. Old Yu and Cao Fang were both only rank 0, so their buff percentage was only 0.1%. Yin Yao, being rank 5, had an even smaller gap with Yujin, resulting in a 1% buff percentage. The effect of upgrading the buff link level is to share a portion of the energy pool, which is the blue bar. Section 219. At level 9, Old Yu and Cao Fang could share 50% of Ember's mana. For the two elders, this was practically the same as having infinite mana. The max level effect of buff link was quite unique. The buff target gained a random ability from a higher tier target. This ability was purely random, and the result was 6th tier proliferation attribute ability, cellularization LV1. Active effect, the user transforms into billions of cells. As long as one survives, it can fully regenerate after absorbing energy. While this ability had little combat power, it was undoubtedly a life-saving divine skill. Besides Old Yu, Ember also arranged a crystallization awakening package for the 4 crewcut youths. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude to them for taking care of Old Yu since their transmigration. The 4 youths were both surprised and apprehensive, especially after hearing from Ember that there would be a chance to return to Blue Star in the future. Their eyes immediately welled up with tears. After arranging everything, Yujin didn't linger, finding a secluded little building in Mang City. Crack. Consuming crystals, leveling up. Yu Jin had a hunch. The second wave of extraterrestrial enemies was likely on its way. He needed to break through to the 12th rank before they arrived. Area A307. Boom. Rumble. Above the sky, the massive Dawn City descended with a deafening roar. Thud. Yin Yao, ruthless and taciturn, fired a cannon at the city lord's mansion in the refuge city below. The 5th-rank city lord was dead. Then, Dawn City landed. Charge! Chen Gang, Wang Yunpeng, and the others led a massive army of evolved beings, charging out of the city gates. 1 hour later, Dawn City's subordinate city +1. Boom! Dawn City soared into the sky once more, heading towards its next target. This cycle repeated itself. In 2 days, Dawn City had conquered nearly 30 refuge cities in this region. But before Yin Yao and the others could even rejoice in this achievement, they discovered the guild leader has taken down a level 5 refuge city. Dawn City is about to add 100 new subordinate cities. Inside the council hall, for a long moment, everyone was speechless. How about? Should we also directly attack high-level refuge cities? Aren't all the refuge cities we recently conquered in the A307 region subordinate cities of the same city? I just don't know what level that city is. Spurred by Ember's achievements, Chen Gang proposed a very bold idea. The desolate wasteland with howling yellow sand. Natasha walked on alone. She recalled her trip to Mangcheng, feeling a mix of resentment and inexplicable nostalgia. Sigh. Natasha sighed heavily. She had no complaints about being interrogated harshly, but losing her wind attribute was undoubtedly a huge blow. Without the wind attribute, her level as an 8th-tier evolver was practically meaningless. Unless, she could obtain an attribute activation stone from her brother. But, Natasha knew her brother's personality, this idea was highly unlikely to succeed. Without the wind attribute, I can only walk. It will take who knows how long it will take to get back to the A399 area. Natasha gazed at the endless wasteland before her, a sense of frustration washing over her. She glanced back, confirming she was incredibly far from Mang City, perhaps 1,000 kilometers away. Communication should be possible now, Natasha thought to herself. As an 8th-tier evolved being of Ghost King City, she and her brother, the city lord Austin Zorn, were naturally bound by a communication ability. While the communication ability was useful, the fluctuations it emitted couldn't escape the notice of a high-level evolved being. Therefore, during the past 2 days of being brutally interrogated by Ember, she hadn't dared to initiate communication. Buzz. The fluctuations spread. Natasha's communication request was sent. Beep. A crisp sound rang out, and a smile instantly bloomed on Natasha's face. Brother, Natasha called out excitedly. But, on the other end of the communication came a familiar curse. Useless. Natasha's smile instantly froze. Can't even take down a small level 4 refuge city. Velan Mitchell from the neighboring A368 region has already reported to me that Mang City has conquered 100 refuge cities in the A369 region. After all these years, you're still a disgrace to the Austin family, without the slightest improvement. Austin Zorn's tone was utterly cold. Natalie remained silent, her initial desire to express her grievances vanishing almost entirely. What? Are you going to tell me that in a region without even an 8th-tier evolver, a powerful enemy suddenly appeared, and even you are no match for them? Austin Zorn's words were full of sarcasm. No, just a moment of carelessness. Natalie replied. Please, brother, send out a few more rank 8 evolvers. With them, I'm sure I can take Mang City easily. No, not only. I can take over all the surrounding areas, adding hundreds more subordinate cities to Ghost King City. Chapter 128 Siege of Naya City? Starry Sky Pursuit. The Lord has made his move again. Area A399. Ghost King City, like a giant dragon, coils upon the earth. At the city center, sit a magnificent palace, shrouded in black mist, like a ghostly hell. Section 220. Palace Hall. Seated high on his throne, Austin Zorn hung up the communication, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Useless, he cursed angrily. Below the throne, there were also magnificent seats. The figure seated there exuded a terrifying aura, not much less powerful than Austin Zorn. What? Your sister again? At the head of the table on the right, a gaunt old man chuckled. Quill Hoffman, lord of the level 8 refuge city of Quill, was also at the limit of the 8th rank, just like Austin Zorn. Humph. My Austin family affairs are none of your business, you old geezer. Zorn responded coldly. His sister, Natasha, had disappointed him for quite some time. Over the past few decades, almost nothing he had asked Natasha to do had succeeded. He grew increasingly disappointed in his younger sister. Even Nasha's failures became the butt of jokes among the other level 8 city lords. Austin Zorn valued his reputation highly, and because of this, his attitude towards his own sister, Nasha, had reached the point of disgust and contempt. Let's get back to business. Austin Zorn took a deep breath, not wanting to continue this embarrassing topic. Today. First, I thank all the level 8 city lords for giving Zorn face and gathering here. Secondly, regarding the sudden riot on planet A3 7 days ago, do any of you have any clues? His voice trailed off. After a brief silence, the thin old man, Quill Hoffman, spoke first. All told, there are only 168 days left until the advancement begins. At such a crucial juncture, if someone were to break through and reach the 9th rank, for us, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous threat. Therefore, I'll reveal my ranking first. I am Quill Hoffman, ranked 5th on the A3 rank list. Although the old man had just been joking about Zorn's family affairs, he clearly understood the priorities. His opening statement showed he was well prepared. With all the 8th rank city lords gathered, the process of elimination was obviously the best way to find the so-called 9th rank. Jerwin Hawkins, ranked 4th. The blonde youth carrying a sword, sitting at the head of the left, spoke in a deep voice. Norris Hammond, ranked 6th. Not long after, all the city lords in the palace hall had revealed their rankings. Austin Zorn, 3rd. Zorn's voice fell from the throne. Silence fell once more in the hall. The expressions of the top-ranked figures from planet A3 shifted constantly. If no one is lying, the first and second are not present. Austin's voice carried a hint of gravity. The old lowly from Naya City, Moorstar, should be one of them. Quill Hoffman quickly added. But, who is first? This question caused everyone in the hall to frown. 50 years had passed since the last advancement. The high-ranking players on planet A3 were now generally familiar with each other. Even though Nyarlathotep spends most of her time in Nyarlathotep City, rarely leaving her home, they still managed to learn about her through various means. But, even if Nyarlathotep is among the top 2, who is the remaining one? Could it be that after Nyarlathotep broke through to the 9th rank, her subordinates also received an upgrade? That old lowly on Moorstar also has quite a few 8th rank evolvers under her command. Some of them aren't much weaker than us. After all, they've been resident on planet A3 for a full 150 years. Quill Hoffman offered his conjecture. The people in the hall fell silent for a moment. Actually, after Austin Zorn summoned everyone, and Nyarlathotep didn't show up, they had already had this suspicion in their minds. Could it be a newly emerged player? Previously unknown, but suddenly rising to prominence. Jerwin Hawkins, the city lord of 10 Mile City, suddenly spoke up. New players? Austin Zorn scoffed upon hearing this. The last time new players landed on planet A3 was 12 days ago. They came from Blue Star, and the strongest among them now might. Have they already awakened and become evolvers? His words trailed off. A burst of laughter erupted in the hall. Those present were all rulers of level 8 refuge cities, each commanding thousands of subordinate cities, and they naturally knew something about the new players on Blue Star. The time before that, new players landed 2 months ago. They came from planet Tess, and the strongest. Tier 5? Apparently, he even became the lord of a level 0 refuge city. Austin Zorn was clearly extremely knowledgeable about the new players. He went through them one by one, eliminating them one by one. In the end, he even went back 20 years, but the result was the same: all were eliminated. Nyarlathotep is the most likely candidate. That old lowly from Moorstar, I haven't been able to contact her for a long time. After some discussion, Austin Zorn reached a conclusion. So, the real reason I've gathered you all here today is to discuss the plan to besiege Nyarlathotep. You and I both know that advancement is just the beginning. Furthermore, after advancement on the same planet, the starting area will be the same. This is a rule of the Wasteland game. You've all been working here for a long time, and you must have all learned this information through various means. Therefore, even if Nyarlathotep won't attack us before advancement, it will pose a great threat to us afterward. Third-tier beings are strong, but that old lowly hasn't been at her breakthrough for very long. We have the numbers and the advantage. If necessary, we can even lure those 9th-tier infected beings in the Forbidden Zone to Nyarlathotep. Section 221. What do you all think? Area A337. Naya City remained silent. 12 days had passed since Naya left the city to travel alone. The millions of Moorstar people in Naya City were still unaware of this. In the heart of Naya City, within the magnificent, palatial city lord's mansion, 7 equally petite figures stood facing each other. Before them lay the empty throne of ice and fire. Since our queen left, she has sent back no news. The leading figure spoke softly, her tone tinged with unease and worry. Our queen's strength is extraordinary, there is no one on this planet who can threaten her. A figure offered a rebuttal, but the words had barely left their lips. The leading person shook their head. Not long ago, a huge commotion was heard in Area A316. Our spies left in that area reported that a terrifying battle had taken place near a refuge city called Alpha City. Upon hearing this, the other 6 were all stunned. They were unaware of this news. Before leaving, Naya had entrusted the city lord to the person at the front. How terrifying! Someone asked. The scout's exact words were, he sensed an aura emanating from the figures of those 2 combatants that was even more terrifying than that of our king. What's even more deadly is, if the battle were evenly matched, it wouldn't be so bad, but the result was a one-sided massacre. Upon hearing this, the remaining 6 people in the hall gasped in shock. Stronger than our king? Wouldn't that mean he was at the 9th level? 9th tier, massacred? At this moment, in their bewilderment, they recalled Nyarlathotep's words. In the future, you and I are all ants. Without that man, even if millions of our more brethren advance, they will only become food for others. But, who exactly is that man? Where is he? Could it be him, the one in Alpha City? The 7 8th tier evolvers of Nyarlathotep City were filled with a myriad of thoughts. After a long while, unable to contact Nyarlathotep, they made a decision. Take the initiative. Search the surrounding area and inquire about the Blue Star Refuge cities. Our king specifically instructed us. Naya City and its subordinate cities must treat the new players from Blue Star who have just landed well. Based on this, we can deduce that man must also be from Blue Star, and he may have already established a refuge city belonging to Blue Star civilization. As long as we find that city, we will have a chance to find our king. A moment later, a city lord's order spread throughout Naya City. The millions of more star people in Naya City, and the thousands of subordinate refuge cities, all sprang into action. Blue Star, refuge cities, help, goodwill. Drake 3 Wasteland system. The S-680 interstellar spaceship, constantly jumping and traversing the boundless starry sky. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, laser attacks, like a torrential rain, enveloped the spaceship. But alas, under Carol's skillful maneuvering, the spaceship repeatedly darted and weaved, escaping danger time and again. However, as the ship evaded the enemy, the distance between it and the interstellar fleet behind it gradually decreased. Inside the cockpit of the S-680 interstellar ship, Carol's face was ashen. She had been hunted by this interstellar fleet for 2.5 days. Carol didn't know how she had been locked onto, but even with several jump maneuvers and using celestial bodies in the system to evade, she still couldn't shake off the fleet. What enraged Carol even more was, this fleet came from her homeworld civilization, Celsa. More precisely, from the Celsa 9th Interstellar Refuge Fortress, where she had once served. Why? Carol felt deeply confused. What did the power struggles at the top have to do with a mere interstellar commander like her? They had already orchestrated her fleet's encirclement, and now they were determined to wipe her out? Whoosh! Another laser beam hurtled towards her. Carol, in her extreme condition, maneuvered the ship to evade. But, warning! Insufficient power. A blinding red warning light flashed in the cockpit, accompanied by a rapid mechanical alarm. Carol fell silent. She had done her best. Through the porthole, she could see. The interstellar fleet behind them was closing in. Even 2 complete squadrons of warships had already launched from the mothership. Carol, familiar with interstellar warfare, knew all too well that these were squadrons tasked with close-range attacks on her ship. They would breach the S-680's defenses and force their way in. Heh, Carol sneered. If it were just about killing her, there would be no need for this much trouble. Clearly, her former superior, the Celsa 9th Interstellar Refuge Fortress, intended to capture her alive. Carol took a deep breath, her stellar energy surging within her. Better to be a shattered jade than a whole tile. Even if she dies in battle, she will not be captured alive and become a sordid pawn in the power struggles of those high-ranking officials. At this moment. Section 222. Carol's only regret was that she hadn't been able to do even the slightest favor for the Lord who had given her a new life. She had clearly discovered the unclaimed planet, but the pursuit by the Celsa fleet disrupted her plans. Of course, she could have chosen not to reveal herself, but that would have meant the unclaimed planet would be discovered and occupied by the Celsa civilization. I only hope that in my next life, I can repay my lord, Carol murmured, stopping her spaceship. She turned and walked step by step towards the hatch. With each step, her aura grew stronger. When she reached the hatch, she shone like a dazzling star, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a 12th-tier powerhouse. Come and fight. Carol had spent her life on the battlefield, and she was quite accepting of her impending death. But, the next second, thump, thump, sound cannot travel in the starry sky. However, a voice seemed to echo in Carol's mind. That was, 2 fleets went out of control and collided? No, more than that. 2 squads of soldiers who had just left the fleet and were heading towards my ship vanished into thin air? Forcibly teleported away. Carol felt the familiar spatial fluctuations beyond the stars. She remembered the scene of being spatially teleported a few days ago. Familiar fluctuations, familiar scenes. Such immense power. has the Lord intervened again? Sorry for being late. Chapter 129 8 million values. An extraterrestrial enemy reappears? Old Kui unleashes a close-range ultimate. Mang City. Inner City, a secluded building. Crack, crack, you used a 10th tier energy crystal. You used an 11th tier energy crystal. Energy surplus. You are one step closer to becoming a 12th tier evolver. Yujin opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. I didn't break through. A full day had passed since Natasha left and he went into seclusion to consume crystals. During this time, Yujin consumed all the crystals he had previously obtained, including 24 11th tier crystals, more than 50 10th tier crystals, ninth tier crystals too many to count. With such a large quantity of high-level crystals, normally, it would be enough to not only break through to the 12th rank, but even to build an 11th rank evolver from scratch. Consuming crystals increases stats, stats increase rank. But the stat increase from consuming crystals doesn't seem to be a simple addition calculation. Yujin had considerable experience consuming crystals, but only now did he belatedly realize this pattern. Simply put, for example, the energy of a 9th rank crystal is equal to 100,000, but when Yujin, at 11th rank, consumes it, the stat increase isn't 100,000, it's far less. For 8th and 7th rank crystals, which are lower than 9th rank, Yujin's consumption barely even touches the stats. Even 10th rank crystals show extremely slight increases. Over the past day, Yujin consumed dozens, even hundreds, of crystals, but the only ones that truly showed improvement were those 24 11th rank crystals. Let's look at the stats. Yujin's mind raced. He could sense that although he hadn't broken through in one go, he wasn't far from the 12th rank. Whoosh! Yujin, rank 11th. Contamination coefficient 0%. Overall coefficient 8 million. 8 million. It seems the standard for the 12th rank might be as high as 10 million? Even with some expectation, Yujin couldn't help but gasp. You know, a value of 100,000 is considered a 9th rank powerhouse. And what about him now? Considering the 50% suppression, the actual value is 100 plus 700 asterisk 50% equals 4.5 million. After consuming a wave of crystals, although his rank remained the same at 11th rank, his actual value had skyrocketed by 1.5 million. A classic moment revisited. I can instantly kill myself. Even after experiencing it multiple times, Yujin still couldn't help but have this thought after each crystal consuming upgrade. However, after all, I haven't broken through to the 12th rank yet, I can't let my guard down. I need to get more high rank crystals. Thinking of this, Yujin activated his perception ability. A whole day has passed, she should be back in Ghost King City by now? Yujin thought to himself, but the next moment, after sensing Natasha's location, his brows furrowed. The edge of area A369? After a whole day, she hasn't even left the area where Mang City is located? And it seems she's stuck in place, hasn't moved at all? Yujin's brows furrowed even more deeply. He had high hopes for Natasha. Whether he could find the level 8 Ghost King City as soon as possible and make a killing depended on this masochistic nun. But now, things weren't going as expected. Yujin stood up, about to activate his coordinate imprint to check things out, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. I can't alert them. Yujin suppressed his thoughts, preparing to give Natasha some more time. If things really got too bad, he'd just have to capture her again and interrogate her severely. If there's no news from Ghost King City, I'll look for some high-level monsters in the vicinity to farm some crystals. Yujin had just conceived this idea, but before he could act on it, whoosh! A semi-transparent system panel suddenly popped up automatically. Yujin's heart skipped a beat. Section 223. System Bro wouldn't normally launch such a surprise attack unless, warning, warning, special fluctuations detected in the rules of Planet A3. Decoding. Decoding successful. Multiple level 2 civilization players have been deployed to Planet A3. Locking down on the nearest deployment coordinates. Locking successful. Coordinates A3-50-335, 460. These deployed players are all from the Galaxy Wasteland server. Due to the Galaxy server's rules blocking them, decoding will take longer. Decoding other players' deployment coordinates. They're here so fast? Ember was surprised. Last time, there was a time limit in advance, but this time it was without warning, just like that's happening. Ember didn't have time to think too much. He looked at the nearest coordinates that the system had already locked. Buzz. Teleportation level 9, starting to charge. Whoosh. 5 minutes later, Ember's figure vanished from the spot. Area A350. Wasteland. Old Kui, carrying his pack, took a step forward. Whoosh. The wind whistled, though it was only one step, his figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Let's ride the wind. Old Kui shouted in a childish, almost childish way, his face beaming. This was a new ability he unlocked after arriving at the previous refuge city. Currently, although he had only just broken through to the 5th rank, and was still extremely far from the 6th rank, but his total number of abilities had already reached a staggering 11, breaking the double-digit mark. Among these, it includes not only combat abilities like Runic Imprisonment and Arcane Surge, but also movement abilities like Wandering Path and Swift Path. It even includes healing abilities like Healing and Fatigue Removal. In a sense, the potential of the Wanderer attribute is virtually limitless. The farther he wanders, the more refuge cities he reaches, the richer his skill set will become, perhaps even without any limit. Wander fiercely, never stop for a moment. Old Kui gazed into the distance, full of energy. He had practically checked off all the nearly 100 refuge cities in the A349 region. Now, after a day's journey, he had not only checked off another refuge city in the A350 region, but had also bought a rudimentary map there. While the map didn't mark the most dangerous mutated beast/infected lair in the wild, it roughly indicated the locations of nearly half the refuge cities in the A350 region. I wonder which refuge city Old Yu and the others are in. Although Old Kui was a wanderer, he would search for his relatives and friends in every new refuge city he arrived at. His father, mother, Yan Yan, and Old Yu, brother Gang, and others. So far, he hadn't encountered a single acquaintance. This made Old Kui feel both disappointed and secretly relieved. Having witnessed the exploitation, oppression, and even cruelty inflicted on refugees by countless shelter cities, Old Kui was terrified that one day he might actually encounter relatives or friends in one of those cities. Especially his girlfriend, Yan Yan, and his parents. Unlike himself, they hadn't participated in the closed beta test. If they were truly transported to the Wasteland, their experiences would be unimaginable. Sigh. Old Kui sighed heavily, but his steps didn't slow down in the slightest. He had already determined the direction based on the map. If he continued for half a day, he should reach the next refuge city. But, whoosh, not far ahead of Old Kui, a spatial fluctuation suddenly spread. Old Kui's rushing figure abruptly stopped. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air not far in front of him. In an instant, Old Kui's eyes widened, his scalp tingling. He weaved and leaped, beginning to gather his strength. His intuition told him that the human who had suddenly appeared ahead was extremely dangerous. He wore a fully encased silver mask, his posture upright. His entire body was covered in a layer of pale gold mechanical armor. In his hand, he even held a blue laser longsword that hissed. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Old Kui's nerves tightened. He activated his turtle breath ability to conceal his aura. Meanwhile, Warp Throw was also steadily building up power, ready to teleport him several kilometers away once it was complete. Ha! The figure in the mech armor looked at the wasteland before him and let out a surprised exclamation. Murphy was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he just flying from the warship into space, about to approach Carol's miniature interstellar spaceship to carry out the mission of capturing the traitor alive? How did he suddenly find himself on a planet? Aside from the asteroid belt, there wasn't a single planet in sight around the warship. Welcome, player Zine Murphy from the Tier 2 civilization Celsa of the Drake 3 Wasteland system. Mission deadline, 167 days, before the next advancement. Mission reward, 50 billion Wasteland points. Just like with Eureka before, the guiding voice of the A3 planet's rules echoed in Murphy's mind. Unlike Eureka, however, after hearing this, Murphy showed no excitement whatsoever. Instead, his face was filled with disdain. 50 billion points? Are you trying to fob me off? My level 2 interstellar armor alone costs 80 billion points. Clearly, the rules of Planet A3 were extremely rigid and inflexible. It only knew how to sweep higher-level players from higher-level servers, without increasing the reward value. The rules of Planet A3 fell silent, seemingly recalculating whether to set higher mission rewards. Murphy ignored the rules of Planet A3 and didn't take this so-called bug-like player seriously. He was an 11th tier evolver. Coming to this wasteland planet where the highest tier was only 9, wasn't this an absolute dimensional reduction attack? Section 224. Although his rank was suppressed to 9th rank upon arrival, an 11th rank is still an 11th rank. His first rank awakened ability alone is enough to easily annihilate any 9th rank native on this planet. Unlike Eureka's caution, Murphy didn't even bother to inquire about the 9th rank evolvers on Planet A3. Just a flick of the wrist to suppress them. Knowing he couldn't return to the Wasteland server for the time being, Murphy decided to give himself a 167-day break. In the Wasteland teeming with powerful individuals, an 11th rank Murphy was merely a vanguard soldier in the 7th fleet under the 9th fortress of Celsa. But on Planet A3? He was king, the only king. First, find a refuge city, capture a few beauties. It's been a long time since I've had any meat since receiving the mission to hunt down Carol. Murphy chuckled, his laughter extremely lewd. Not far away. Hearing the laughter, old Kui felt a chill run down his spine. This is definitely not a good person. Not only not a good person, but probably a pervert. Old Kui made this judgment instantly, simultaneously channeling more energy to prepare for his wandering path leap. But, the next second. As an 11th tier evolver, Murphy's senses were extremely sharp. Even though old Kui had already activated his turtle breath ability, he was instantly detected. A native? Murphy narrowed his eyes, looking over. Upon discovering that old Kui was male, his interest diminished considerably. But, come here, Murphy commanded imperiously. As he finished speaking, he subtly released his 9th tier aura. Ha ha, a tiny bit of shock from a powerful being. Murphy was extremely smug. After decades as a lackey in the fleet, arriving on planet A3, teeming with ants, he felt every pore on his body relax. But then, fuck you. Old Kui's utterance completely stunned Murphy. Fuck your shock from a powerful being, idiot. Old Kui, seemingly still not satisfied, cursed again. Murphy was shocked. This mere 5th tier bug wasn't afraid of him at all? In his bewilderment, he even stared at old Kui for a closer look. He was definitely a 5th tier evolver. On the other side, old Kui's sudden outburst of profanity wasn't out of ignorance or fearlessness. On the contrary, he was very aware of this guy's power. He did this precisely to deliberately provoke Murphy. The winding path leap was fully charged, ready for its final moment. Old Kui had also prepared another ability. This was his strongest ability to date, the one that would allow him to easily escape even when encountering high-level mutated beasts in the wild. Reflection LV1 sets up a reflection barrier, granting immunity to the next attack and reflecting 1%-20% of the enemy's damage. The reflection percentage is determined by the difference in rank between the user and the enemy. The smaller the rank difference, the greater the reflection percentage. Cooldown, 24 hours. Buzz. Murphy questioned his existence for 2 seconds. Old Kui's winding path leap was fully charged. At the same time, he released the reflection barrier he had prepared. As long as this reflection can hold for even a second, even just a second, I can teleport away. Then, in that 1 second gap, use the earth-penetrating ability to burrow deep underground. Old Kui had already completed his entire plan. Having wandered the Wasteland for so long, visiting hundreds of refuge cities, how could he not have some skills? Whoosh! A spatial fluctuation spread. Old Kui's figure gradually became ethereal. Insect! Damn it! Murphy reacted, instantly enraged. He raised his hand, his lightsaber slashing down at old Kui. Clang! A crisp sound made Murphy pause again. A mere 5th tier expert could actually block his sword? Goodbye, you big idiot. In the second Murphy was stunned, old Kui's figure completely vanished. However, despite old Kui's meticulous plan, he had clearly underestimated the strength of a 9th tier expert. Boom! Rumble! Murphy, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, raised his hands. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles trembled violently. In an instant, the earth seemed to come alive, surging and undulating. 10 miles away, old Kui, who had just arrived, felt his footing falter, and when he looked up, he found himself high in the sky. What the hell? Old Kui cursed. The ground beneath his feet was rising higher and higher, as if it had been fitted with a rocket engine. Even worse. Whoosh! Murphy's figure hurtled towards him. Ah, you bug, die! Without any hesitation, he slashed down with his lightsaber. After being humiliated so badly by old Kui, he now only wanted to chop this native bug into mincemeat. Damn it! Old Kui's expression changed drastically. He realized he had really messed up this time. Yan, Mom and Dad, Lao Yu, Gang Ge, Yu Fei, I, Kui Zion Jio, must go first. Old Kui sighed inwardly. He still had some abilities, but at this moment they were completely unusable. Section 225. Murphy unleashed his terrifying 9th tier energy, completely sealing off this space. Even without the cooldown and charging required for the path of deflection, old Kui was completely unable to activate it at this moment. The laser longsword whistled down. Old Kui didn't close his eyes, nor did he beg for mercy. He stared straight at the onrushing Murphy. Big idiot. Murphy was absolutely furious. He never expected, absolutely never, to encounter such a fearless native bug right from the start. Die! In the blink of an eye. In an instant, Murphy's lightsaber was already about to strike old Kui's head. But, at that very moment, a furious roar echoed from the distant horizon. You dare touch my brother. The words fell. Buzz. Murphy's body, old Kui's movements, everything within a 10-mile radius seemed to freeze in time. Chapter 130. Old Kui, my brother's a 9th tier boss? A high-level player dies immediately upon landing. Above the sky, a figure flashing with lightning, whistling like the wind. It was none other than Yu Jin, who had just teleported here. But he hadn't expected to witness this scene the moment he landed. A player from a high-level civilization, above the 9th tier, actually attacked old Kui, who was only at the 5th tier. He's already courting death. In an instant, Jin mentally sentenced this high-level ant to death. Buzz. At this moment, Jin fully activated the space freeze effect attached to the max-level dimensional cutting ability, with a value of 4.5 million. Even though he was 10 miles away from Murphy and old Kui, he instantly froze all space within the area. In that instant, Ember could do far too much. Whoosh! In the frozen moment, Ember appeared beside old Kui. He raised his hand and pulled old Kui down from the mountain top thousands of meters high. Then, whoosh! Ember reappeared in front of Murphy and threw a punch. Bang! Murphy plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. A crater hundreds of meters deep appeared where he fell. Ember used over 2 million units of energy in that punch. Buzz! Spatial fluctuations spread again. The frozen space returned to normal. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the depths of the crater. Holy crap! Old Kui stared wide-eyed at Ember, still high in the sky, his face filled with disbelief. Old Kui was shocked. His mind went blank when he heard that angry shout. Brothers? His only brothers were old Yu Fei, and Brother Gang, but all three of them, like him, had only been in the Wasteland for a little over 10 days. Forget rescuing him from Murphy, the chances of them even being stronger than him were extremely slim. But then, Ember arrived. Not only did he arrive, but he also punched that big idiot. That punch! Old Kui stood on tiptoe, looking at the huge crater in the distance, like one created by a meteorite impact. His mind was still somewhat blank, not quite recovered. But, the next second, Ember in the sky slowly raised his hand. Whoosh! The wind howled between heaven and earth. The wind was initially faint, but soon it resounded for miles around. Old Kui's eardrums throbbed with pain from the shockwave. Rise! Old Kui heard Jin utter a soft shout. Whoosh! Deep in the earth, Murphy, whose armor was riddled with cracks after taking a punch from Jin, was uncontrollably swept up by the gale. Strangle! Jin shouted again. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A million pale blue wind blades appeared out of thin air around Murphy. The wind blades sliced through Murphy's body, but none were fatal. In the blink of an eye, cracks covered Murphy's armor. After all, it was a level 2 interstellar armor worth 80 billion points. Its defensive capabilities made Jin slightly wary. But, only slightly wary. Buzz! He raised his hand and activated Dimensional Slash again. Unlike the previous freezing effect, this time, countless spatial blades shredded and annihilated Murphy's armor inch by inch. In principle, this armor had some value and could be preserved. But, Ember didn't want that trouble, he just wanted to give this guy a thorough 1,000 cuts treatment. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Murphy watched helplessly as countless wind blades and spatial blades sliced through his body, yet none were fatal. His flesh was gradually exposed. His bones were gradually ground away inch by inch. Ah! Murphy screamed incessantly. The screams were so piercing that even old Kui got goosebumps. Not long after, Ember stopped. Section 226. Swirled up by the wind and forcibly imprisoned, Murphy was reduced to a solitary head and half a body. Ember didn't kill him outright. Instead, with a wave of his hand, the whirlwind carried Murphy's body to old Kui's side. Whoosh! Ember also descended from the sky, looking at old Kui. Old friends reunited, and for a moment, they were speechless. Only, Murphy continued to scream in agony, his face filled with despair and terror. He couldn't understand why such a terrifying evolved being could appear on planet A3. He was an 11th tier being, even if restricted to the 9th tier, he shouldn't be so brutally murdered. But yet, it all happened. He fought with all his might, but he couldn't resist. He could only watch helplessly as he was torn to pieces. Even, that guy had spared half his life, seemingly wanting to avenge that 5th tier ant. Murphy was utterly desperate. Ah! He wailed, trying to muster all the energy within him to fight back. But, bang! Ember raised a fist, sending him soaring into the sky like a rocket. Hiss! Seeing the punch up close, old Kui couldn't help but gasp. He looked up at the sky. In the sky, Murphy soared high like a shooting star. It seemed he wouldn't be landing anytime soon. He's too noisy. Let him fly for a while, so he doesn't disturb our reunion, Ember said. Old Kui was speechless. After a long while, old Kui, like old you from Mang City back then, finally managed to utter, "What tier are you?" Ember smiled slightly. "Just assume I'm rank 9. It wasn't that Jin wanted to hide the fact that he was rank 11, but he couldn't easily explain himself if old Kui pressed him. But clearly, even though Jin was holding back, he still underestimated old Kui's reaction. Rank 9? Rank 9? How did you become rank 9? Jin thought for a moment, then said seriously, "Just lucky." Old Kui fell silent again. He originally thought that, thanks to his Wanderer attribute, he was probably the most successful among his brothers. But, Old Kui looked up at Murphy, who hadn't yet fallen from the sky. What rank is he? Old Kui was curious. For a moment, Murphy had posed a tremendous threat to him. So strong that Old Kui had even thought the other party was a legendary rank 9 max level expert. Rank 9. Yu Jin's answer stunned Old Kui again. Ha! Old Kui's face was filled with disbelief. No. He was a little confused. He's also at level 9, and you're at level 9 too, how come? Old Kui didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. If it weren't for this, he would never have imagined in his mind that what he just saw was a confrontation between two evolved beings of the same level. No, it shouldn't be called a confrontation. It was a one-sided crushing and slaughter. Ahem. Even at level 9, there's a difference. Yu Jin smiled and waved his hand towards the sky. Whoosh! The wind swept Murphy up and brought him to Old Kui. Take him down? Yu Jin wanted his brother to vent his anger personally. After all, if he had arrived a second later, Old Kui would really be dead. Take him down. Old Kui didn't mince words, immediately unleashing a mathematical surge at the defenseless Murphy. This was his strongest attack. Damn, it doesn't break through his defenses. Old Kui scratched his head. Use this. Ember handed Old Kui the laser longsword he had deliberately saved when he killed Murphy. This laser longsword was compatible with Murphy's level 2 interstellar armor, possessing immense destructive power and having no level restrictions. Just leave him breathing. Ember reminded him, while he was venting his anger, he still wanted to squeeze some money out of Murphy. No problem. Old Kui readily agreed. Then, his first strike was aimed straight for Murphy's mouth. Shout. Still going to shout. I have brothers, what do you have? Ha! Speak. A little bit of strongman I'll give you a scalp-chilling With that, Old Kui began to shave Murphy's head with his laser sword. A real head shave. Whoosh! Ember raised his hand, a level 9 laser beam ending Murphy's life. In his dying moments, this 11th tier high-level player from the galactic Wasteland looked at Ember with gratitude far outweighing hatred. Ember was speechless for a moment. You have defeated and killed 11th tier Evolver Zine Murphy. Section 227. The spoils of the strong activated. You have acquired one of his attributes. You have awakened your 12th attribute, Earth Surge. Earth Surge? Yu Jin recalled the scene he witnessed when he arrived. The earth surged, as if awakening. He had initially thought that Murphy had awakened some kind of pure earth attribute. Well, it's a combat-related attribute, which will enrich my skill pool, so it's not a bad deal. With your ant-like body, you have painstakingly suppressed level 2 Celsa Civilization 14th tier Evolver Zine Murphy. Civilization source points plus 1000. You have acquired resources, 14th tier energy crystal *1. You have obtained the following resource, small interstellar unmanned fleet *1. Small interstellar unmanned fleet, an interstellar fleet composed of 20 tier 11 unmanned mechs, including one small interstellar warship and its accompanying weapon systems. Compared to the new Earth Surge attribute, the reward from the system was clearly more of a surprise to Yu Jin. A tier 14 energy crystal? Yu Jin's gaze was fixed on this line of text, unable to look away. You see. His current highest rank, although it had broken through the Tier 9 limit of Planet A3, was actually only Tier 12. Tier 12 was far from the maximum level in the star system Wasteland. Through Eureka's memory information, Yu Jin already knew that the highest level in the star system Wasteland was Tier 19. So, if I consume this Tier 14 crystal, is there a chance that the system will remove the rank cap again? Like upgrading from Tier 12 to Tier 14? Yu Jin was filled with anticipation. Besides that, the other reward, a small interstellar unmanned fleet, looked quite promising. Claim the reward. Yu Jin's mind raced. Instead of claiming a Tier 14 crystal, he claimed the small fleet. If all went as expected, this reward would most likely be sent to the star system Wasteland, specifically to Carol. She recently discovered an unclaimed planet and was busy mining there. Perhaps the 20 Tier 11 mechs in this fleet could offer some assistance? You have claimed the reward, small interstellar unmanned fleet. Due to the vast distance and restrictions imposed by Planet A3's rules, the fleet cannot land in your current environment. Executing the backup plan. The fleet has been teleported to the vicinity of your S-680 micro-interstellar spaceship. Carol received your small unmanned fleet and is deeply moved. Carol has sent you a request. She plans to pilot a small unmanned fleet to launch a counterattack against the nearby X-9 medium-sized interstellar mothership belonging to the Celsa civilization. Carol states that this counterattack has a 30% success rate. She hopes to capture the enemy's X-9 medium-sized interstellar mothership for you through this counterattack. Chapter 131 Old Kui vs Hong Kong Brother. Has the pro player become a bug-like player? Interstellar mothership? Capture? Ember was momentarily confused by this information. Due to the vast distance and server rules, he couldn't contact Carol directly, and therefore had no way of knowing her current situation. But, judging from the information he had, Carol's situation might not be good? After all, a Celsa star civilization X9 medium-sized interstellar mothership had appeared nearby. A 30% probability is still too dangerous. I need to airdrop more fleets for my commander. Ember felt a strange sense of urgency. He seemed to see Carol was fighting the Celsa star fleet in space. Any more rewards? The official Wasteland game? Ember recalled the last time he obtained civilization source points and waited silently for a while. Unfortunately, the cold, mechanical notification didn't come. Civilization source points 1,100. Hint: after accumulating 10,000 civilization source points, the civilization permission function can be unlocked ahead of schedule. Looks like I need to accumulate 10,000 source points before I can have a chance to get some benefits from Wasteland again. Ember sighed inwardly and looked at the system panel. Decoding other players' coordinates. Clearly, this new group of alien enemies, having been deployed from the galactic wasteland, is inherently blocked by the galactic server's rules, making the decoding process much slower for System Bro. Once we have the coordinates, we'll attack immediately. To prevent these high-level players from causing any trouble, after tallying his spoils, Ember temporarily put aside his thoughts. He looked at old Kui, who was playing with Murphy's laser longsword. Here. Your loot. Noticing Ember's gaze, old Kui immediately handed over the laser longsword. Ember naturally didn't reach out to take it. Ha! Old Kui understood Ember's meaning, his face filled with disbelief. No, old you. This laser sword is incredibly powerful. Even a 5th-tier warrior like me can break through the defenses of a 9th-tier warrior with it. It's much better for you to keep it. You're so powerful, you probably have many enemies. Having this divine weapon will make you much safer. Old Kui went on and on. Yu Jin remained silent, only raising his hand. Whoosh! A laser beam thousands of meters long roared out, almost tearing a huge hole in the sky. Do you really think I need it? Old Kui fell silent. After a long while, he sighed heavily, no longer hesitating. Thanks, my good brother. Yu Jin nodded. That's what he liked most about old Kui. Even knowing he was a 9th-tier evolver, he wasn't as reserved as others, still calling him brother at every turn. He'd heard titles like City Lord Yu far too often and was tired of them. After many days, hearing old Yu and good brother again felt genuinely warm and familiar. Brother Gang is in my refuge city, want to go back and see him? Yu Jin suddenly spoke. Ha! Brother Gang? Wait a minute, you mean my refuge city? Yeah, you're already at rank 9, ruling a refuge city is a piece of cake. Dawn City, City Lord's Mansion. Section 228. Buzz. A spatial ripple spread. In the empty council hall, Yu Jin and old Kui emerged. Although old Kui's wandering attribute limited his stay in the refuge city, returning to meet with Brother Hong and catch up was no problem. Damn. Old Yu, this refuge city of yours. It looks a little different from the ones I've seen before. Old Kui hadn't taken 2 steps when his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in surprise. He stood at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, staring blankly at the thick clouds that seemed almost parallel to his own height. It is a little different. You can walk around and look around more. I just contacted Brother Hong, he'll be here soon. Yu Jin said with a smile. Meanwhile, while old Kui was looking around, he returned to the core area of the City Lord's mansion. Since he was back, Yu Jin decided to instantly max out his newly acquired 1st to 5th tier abilities in the Wind and Earth Surge attributes. After that, Yu Jin bought some energy crystals and easy-to-store camping gear from the resource shop. Old Kui rarely came to Dawn City, so as the City Lord, he naturally wanted to prepare a small gift. After all, unlike Gang Ge and Yu Fei, old Kui's wandering nature meant he faced far more dangers than others. Yu Jin didn't care about the points spent, he cared more about his good brother's safety in the wasteland. Whoosh! Yu Jin flashed back to the council hall. Old Kui. Just then, Gang Ge arrived. He and old Kui shared a big hug without saying a word. You little brat, you've worried me to death. Although Brother Hong is usually boisterous, he values his brothers highly. Ha ha ha. Old Kui laughed heartily, the most radiant laugh he'd had since arriving in the wasteland. After a few brief words of catching up, Brother Hong couldn't resist showing off. Crack! He raised his hand, shooting out a bolt of electricity. Your Brother Hong is already a 5th tier evolver. Ha ha ha, how about that? Much stronger than you, kid. Old Kui, though somewhat surprised, immediately unleashed a rune imprisonment. A moment later, the two were locked in fierce combat in the council hall. Following Brother Hong, Yin Yao and the others who rushed over couldn't help but smile upon witnessing this scene. Wang Yunpeng even led the members of the Environmental Protection Society to cheer and shout from the sidelines. Go, Brother Gang. Ouch, Brother Gang, how did you get taken down? Brother Gang, rise up. The battle ended in Brother Gang's defeat. Damn it, your wandering attribute is too unfair. I've been grinding crystals day and night to reach level 5, and you, on the other hand, just wandered around and got to level 5. Brother Gang, bruised and battered, muttered as he got up from the ground. Let's go. I'll show you the world. I'll show you what Sky City is all about. Brother Gang, fuming after his defeat, tried to get revenge from another angle. In the council hall, everyone burst into laughter. Alpha City. Buzz. A spatial fluctuation spread. Ember, carrying Old Kui and Brother Hong, teleported here. Yu Fei is here. Old Kui was somewhat excited. He hadn't expected that in just one day, he would not only reunite with Old Yu, but also see both Brother Hong and Brother Yu Fei at the same time. Brother Hong was just as excited as Old Kui. He had heard from Ember that Yu Fei was in Alpha City. But Ember had always been busy, and Brother Hong felt embarrassed to ask Ember, as the city lord, to bring him here specifically. Yu Fei is in the core area of the city lord's mansion, probably still digesting the knowledge. Ember used his light touch to take a look and found that Yu Fei still had his eyes closed, as if in deep meditation. It's alright, one look is enough. Old Kui chuckled, quite carefree. After that, Ember led the two to the core area. Yu Fei seemed oblivious to the arrival of the three. His brows were deeply furrowed, and various figurative textual symbols swirled around him. Yu Fei's knowledge attribute, it's not simple. Old Kui, with his keen observation skills, uttered this remark after just one glance. It's not simple. I thought so back in the beta. Gang Ge echoed. After that, the three of them remained silent, standing quietly to the side, staring at Yu Fei for a while. In a sense, this was the first reunion of Dorm 615 in the Wasteland. Slightly regrettable. Even after Yu Fei and the others left, Yu Fei hadn't snapped out of his knowledge digestion state. During this time, Yu Fei used his Eye of Insight to take a look, and the information he received sent a chill down his spine. Wu Yu Fei. Homeworld, Blue Star. Rank, 6th rank, rapidly improving. Attribute, Knowledge. Abilities, Memory Inheritance LV2, Knowledge Imprint LV2, Knowledge Verification LV3, Structural Torrent LV1, Historical Echo LV1. Evaluation, further digesting and absorbing the vast knowledge and memories of Ula Eureka, digesting and absorbing the vast history from the Alpha City core. This may include the history of Alpha City over the past millennia, and the past of the A3 Wasteland planet over hundreds of millions of years. Leaving aside the fact that he improved from the 4th rank to the 6th rank in just a few days. These last two sentences alone made Yu Jin feel defying the heavens. Millions of years of history, hundreds of millions of years of the past. It's hard to imagine what a terrifying and vast amount of information that would be. Even Yu Jin, who is now at the 11th rank, finds it difficult to withstand. Section 229. The power of knowledge is limitless. Yu Jin couldn't help but sigh. After that, Yu Jin, with Gang Ge, returned to Dawn City. Old Kui didn't return, instead, he stayed in Alpha City. For him, wandering was wandering, no matter where he was. From Yu Fei's previous bookstore, he also found a more detailed map of the A316 area, which would help him unlock new Refuge City checkpoints. Besides that, he also had a new goal: to find clues to high-level refuge cities. Although his attribute was Wanderer, Old Kui wasn't incapable of joining a refuge city. Without hesitation, he joined Dawn City and became one of its members. For Dawn City, wander fiercely. From that day on, Old Kui had a new motto: Dawn City, City Lord's Mansion. Yu Jin sat on the City Lord's throne, listening to Yin Yao and others report on the recent battle situation. But suddenly, a crisp, cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. That voice, it was from the rules of Planet A3. Hello, player Ember from Earth. Malicious bug-type players have appeared on this server. They come from the Level 2 civilization of Celsa and have been deployed here by the Star System server. After accepting that assist in investigating bug-type players' mission, they not only failed to complete the mission but also maliciously seized a high-level refuge city belonging to local players, hoping to use it to achieve advancement and obtain an interstellar refuge fortress in the future. Such behavior is extremely malicious and severely violates the game rules. A's the number 1 ranked player on this server. You have received a special mission: suppress players from the Level 2 civilization of Celsa. Mission deadline: 167 days, before the next advancement. Mission reward: 50 billion Wasteland points. Good heavens! Ember exclaimed, good heavens! These A3 planet rules, are they just a matter of left and right brain conflict? Please vote for me. My monthly vote ranking has been plummeting, I'm about to fall out of the top 100. It's so tragic, please vote for me, please. Orts. Chapter 132. You guys are the bug players, I'm the embodiment of justice. Dawn City, City Lord's Mansion. Yin Yao and the others had finished reporting on the recent battle situation and had already left. Yu Jin sat on the City Lord's seat, which was now many times wider than before, comparable to a dragon throne, still digesting the information conveyed by the A3 planet rules. Before this, Yu Jin never imagined that one day, he, the real cheater, would become an envoy of justice to punish the fake cheaters. Even the A3 planet rules offered a reward of 50 billion points. I'm a cheater, and I've been recruited as a law-abiding citizen. Even more outrageous is, while Ember was lost in thought, the mechanical notification sounded in his mind again. Detected that this special mission is extremely difficult and dangerous for player Ember. Increasing mission rewards. In addition to the original 50 billion Wasteland points reward, a new reward has been added: Civilization Detection Module. Civilization Detection Module can accurately detect the location and status information of your fellow civilizations on Earth within the adjacent area. Ember exclaimed in disbelief. Was this a case of being worried he wouldn't accept the mission, hence the super double reward? Detected this special mission is difficult. Increasing mission rewards. New reward: Auxiliary City Module. Auxiliary City Module. After installation, your refuge city can physically link to auxiliary cities, number limited by refuge city level. Yu Jin remained silent, simply waiting. Taking advantage of the A3 planet's rules was a truly novel experience for him. But unfortunately, time ticked by, and the mechanical notification sounded again. Fine. Yu Jin stood up, reluctantly accepting this difficult and extremely challenging mission. Beep. Locking in the coordinates of the bug-type player. Locking successful. Teleport immediately. Hint: after teleporting, you will appear in the area where the bug-type player is located. Yu Jin chuckled. He originally thought he'd have to wait for the system to decode the coordinates before he could set off. But what happened? Official directions. Even with a convenient teleportation service. Very good. With a soft praise from Ember. Buzz. Spatial fluctuations slowly enveloped him. Just a moment later, Ember's figure vanished. Area A380. Ember stepped out of the void. Ember looked up and found himself in a desolate, ruined wasteland. Looking around, there were hardly any pro players, let alone any mutant beasts to be seen. Something's fishy? Does Planet A3's rules also employ Sun Tzu's art of war? Just as Yu Jin's suspicion surfaced, the mechanical notification sounded in his mind again. Teleportation complete. You have been teleported to the A380 area where bugged players are located. To avoid danger, you have been teleported to a safe zone. You can follow the instructions to carefully gather information about bugged players in the refuge city 500 kilometers away. Do you have the exact coordinates? Yu Jin asked directly. The rules of Planet A3 provided the coordinates. Yu Jin began charging up for teleportation. Section 230. Danger, danger. Level 2 Civilization Celsa player is extremely powerful. Please act with caution and ensure your safety. Kaso City. Located in the center of Area A380, it rules over 300 refuge cities in A380 and 2 nearby areas. Its level is higher than Dawn City, having reached level 6. But today, a group of uninvited guests descended upon the skies above Kaso City. They wore futuristic interstellar armor, each radiating an extremely powerful aura of evolved beings. Kaso City's lord, the 8th tier evolved being Kaso, was instantly killed with a single sword strike. The level 6 refuge city changed hands. At this moment, inside the city lord's mansion, still can't contact Murphy? The figure seated high on the city lord's throne, clad in purple gold mechanical armor, spoke calmly. His name was Ellen Spencer, captain of the Vanguard Squad of Fleet 7 under the 9th Fortress of Celsa. A moment ago, he and his squad, along with another squad, were preparing for a combat mission to capture the traitorous Commander Carol alive. But a moment later, Ellen and his men were teleported to the Wasteland Planet A3 beneath their feet. Like Murphy, they had all received missions issued according to the rules of Planet A3. But no one paid any attention. It was a joke. A mere 50 billion Wasteland points was utterly insufficient to entice Ellen and his men. On the contrary, after learning the basic information about Planet A3, Ellen developed a great interest in the refuge city. Ellen and his companions were all from the level 2 Celsa civilization. At the age of 20, they chose to travel to the wasteland of the star system and join the interstellar refuge fortress of the corporate alliance. Over the past few decades, they have fought countless wars, conquering planet after planet and annihilating civilization after civilization. Among them, the most memorable were those lower-level, insect-like players. They were incredibly weak, yet after advancing to the wasteland of their star system, they could all acquire their own interstellar refuge fortresses after a period of development. Although they were all small, incomparable to the massive fortresses of the Celsa civilization, they were still interstellar fortresses. For Ellen and her fellow minion soldiers of these interstellar fortresses, owning their own fortress was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. But now, the fantasy has become reality. Even the vermin on this planet are incredibly weak. There are still 167 days until the next advancement. That's enough time for us to conquer the entire A3 planet and all the refuge cities. After the advancement, we only need to lie low and develop for a while, and we can become the masters of the interstellar fortress. At that time, you and I will all be generals and commanders of the fortress. Ellen's words were incredibly enticing. The 5 people in the council hall were filled with excitement and anticipation. Masters of the interstellar fortress. Generals, commanders. Just hearing those words made their blood boil. As for Murphy, although we don't know why he didn't teleport here with us, that's not important. In the future, in the vast galaxy, when you meet him again, your identities will be worlds apart. You are generals, and he remains just a lowly soldier. Aaron stood up, raising his hands slightly. Long live! The 5 members of the Vanguard squad shouted in unison. Ha ha! Even the usually composed Elrin couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He seemed to see himself piloting an interstellar fortress, carving out a magnificent future across the galaxy. From this day forward, you and I are no longer Celsa aliens. From this day forward, you and I belong to the Aaron Spencer civilization. Aaron's last sentence revealed his burning ambition. Long live! The 5 below shouted again. Very good. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Since that's the case, then, from today onwards, you will each advance in one of the 4 directions from Casso City, conquering all the refuge cities you encounter along the way. The Casso City beneath our feet now is the beginning of a future galaxy of brilliance. Ellen issued the order. Each of his 5 team members was an 11th tier evolved being. This tier was insignificant in the wasteland of the star system, barely even considered a lackey. But on planet A3? Not to mention Ellen, any one of his team members could easily shatter the ceiling. Hey, done bragging? Suddenly, a young man's voice rang out in the council chamber. Who? In an instant, Aaron was shocked. He hadn't sensed the other person's arrival at all? Whoosh! Inside the council chamber, the other 5 team members turned their heads sharply in unison, looking in the direction of the voice. They saw, in a corner of the council chamber, a young man was leaning lazily against the wall. The newcomer was Eugene. He had been here for a while. Originally, he didn't want to ruin such an exciting atmosphere, but Elrin's bragging, one after another, was becoming unbearable for Eugene. How long have these high-level players been here? Less than half a day, right? And yet, they don't even recognize their Celsa alien identity. They've even created this Aaron Spencer civilization. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. I must act as a champion of justice and severely punish you disloyal, untrustworthy, and unjust players who break the rules of the game. Ember strode out, his face utterly serious and earnest. Inside the council chamber, Ellen stared intently at Ember, not making a move. He certainly looked down on the bug-like players on this planet, but this suddenly appearing youth was someone he couldn't fathom.